Chapter 171 Additional Settings. Players who accept the recruitment of player lords cannot obtain points or treasure chests. There were no combat professional players in the Lord City of Madra to stop the army of undead, and the city was easily broken by the army of undead. The number of players who can escape to the native city through the teleportation array is less than 1/10 of the population of the main city. Seeing that they cannot use the teleportation array to escape, and not paying the magic crystals to use the teleportation array, some players have already left the city like Madra. It is too difficult for ordinary players to avoid the pursuit of the undead in the dark night. The Lord Madra, who did not resist, was easily destroyed by the undead army. Madra, who was on the run, no longer cared about the disappearance of his lordship. He just wanted to live with his family. On the other side, in the Lord City of Ingsaw, Lord Ingsaw was still feeling lucky that no enemy attacked tonight. Unexpectedly, he received the news that the Lord Madra was destroyed by the undead army a moment later. The enemy did not attack his own territory, but attacked Madra tonight, and it is very likely to attack his own territory tomorrow night. Ingsaw also knew what happened to Madra. He didn't even have a chance to use the teleportation array. He didn't know if Madra could survive tonight. Seeing what happened to Madra, Ingsaw made a decision in his heart to abandon the territory and go to the aboriginal city tomorrow morning. The territory was severely damaged last night. In order to resist the undead army tonight, the points just obtained by destroying the undead were used up. Fortunately, the undead army recovered its daily number and strength tonight, and there were still some points left after the battle. Wait until tomorrow morning to get the points bonus and treasure chest from the battle settlement, plus your own strength, to establish a mercenary group in the aboriginal city. Maybe there will be a chance to become a lord again in the future. In the Lord City of Chowda, Chowda was filled with emotion after commanding the territory's army to destroy the incoming undead army. He became arrogant because of his promotion to the first-class Viscount territory, and took the initiative to establish diplomatic relations with the surrounding player territories, which eventually led to the siege of foreign player lords, and the territory was in danger. At the critical moment, he tried to ask for help from the compatriot territory that he thought was weak, but he didn't expect that the territory crisis would be resolved just like that. As long as there was no enemy attacking his territory, the territory could continue to move forward even if it was not relocated. It's just that the burden is too heavy, which seriously affects the development speed of the territory. Chowda didn't know that Madra territory had been destroyed, but he knew in his heart that the very close compatriot territory was not the territory that had just been promoted to the third-class Viscount territory, as he imagined, but it was more likely to be a newly established subsidiary town of the territory. Being able to establish a subsidiary town, this is obviously a third-class Earl boss. With such a boss around, Chowda is lucky and unfortunate. Fortunately, the crisis of the territory was resolved by the boss, but unfortunately, his territory will inevitably block the expansion of the boss's territory in the future. Fortunately, I have decided to relocate the territory. I just hope that I can relocate the territory as soon as possible. Chowda estimated that once the struggle between the player territories in the surrounding area stopped and the peace lasted for a few days, the territory would be allowed to relocate. Remember this lesson. Even if it is a first-class Viscount territory, the strength is far from enough. If it is joined by a weaker foreign player territory, my territory will be destroyed. After relocating the territory, I must work hard to develop the territory and accumulate strength. Chowda made up his mind and set his sights on the earldom above the first-class Viscount territory, hoping to become a real boss like Zhao Yiling. The weak Madra territory, Ingsaw territory, and Sauda territory are struggling on the brink of life and death just because the strength of the undead army attacking the main city of the territory has increased slightly. The powerful Zhao Yi territory has become perfunctory in the daily attack of the undead. There is not even a 4th-level undead in the undead army, which makes Zhao Yi feel very speechless. Speechless, the perfunctory of the undead is also a good thing for Zhao Yi territory. Since the territory was promoted to the 2nd-class earldom, the population and military strength of the territory have increased rapidly. The 1st level and above professionals are not bad, and there are many newcomers who lack combat experience among the 0-level professionals. The attacking undead are weaker, which is very suitable for these newcomers to accumulate combat experience, and the casualties of newcomers will be controlled within a smaller range. After the battle, Zhao Yi didn't want to open the messy forum, but thinking of Cheng Jinling's promotion today, he still opened the forum to take a look. From the posts posted by some players, Cheng Jinling's main city has eliminated the 2nd wave of undead, and is about to welcome the 3rd wave of undead. In the battle to eliminate the first 2 waves of undead, Chung Jinling only lost 11 people. The first two waves of undead were relatively weak. Chung Jin was able to eliminate all the undead with only 11 casualties. His strength was still quite strong, but the key was the third wave of undead. In Chung Jin's main city, the air cavalry in the distance had reported the situation of the third wave of undead to Chung Jin. The undead air cavalry appeared, and a considerable number of them carried zombies. There were also many 4th level undead, including 4th level liches, in the undead army on the ground. The situation of the third wave of undead was similar to the information given by Zhao Yi. It was very powerful, but his territory was ready. Fight! Chung Jin led all his air cavalry to fight against the undead air cavalry. Like Zhao Yi's air cavalry, Chung Jin's air cavalry were all archers, and the best bows and arrows were equipped to the air cavalry. In the battlefield of Chung Jin's main city, the war broke out again, and many players on the forum were paying attention. It's down, Chung Jin's combat power has dropped again. The players of Qin country are too strong. I hope Chung Jin fails to be promoted, giving us a chance to catch up with the players of Qin country. Even if he succeeds in being promoted, Chung Jin will have to lose more people. There were also posts from Qin players, but the number was less than 1/10. A considerable number of Qin players no longer liked the forum. As the battle continued, Chung Jinling's combat power slowly decreased. I don't know how many foreign players hoped that the combat power would decrease faster, but they never got their wish. Until the end of the battle, in the battle with the third wave of undead, Chung Jinling only lost less than 100 people, while the number of combat professional players in Chung Jinling's main city exceeded 5,000, which was less than 1/50th. Under normal circumstances, a battle loss of less than 1/10 is considered a great victory. Previously, the senior officials of Qin State believed that Chung Jinling would be qualified if the number of casualties was less than 1,000, which was also a price that Chung Jinling could bear. Only 4 days had passed, and Chung Jinling had reduced the battle loss in the territory promotion battle to such a low level. The preparations in the past 4 days were very effective. Chung Jin had not yet reported the process of the territory promotion battle, but the senior officials of Qin State had guessed that the air cavalry expanded by Chung Jinling played a huge role in this territory promotion battle. If the other territories below want to be promoted to the second-class earldom at a relatively low cost, they must have a strong air cavalry unit. This is a troublesome matter. There are not many territories with air cavalry, and it costs a lot of money to buy them from the indigenous forces. The official Qin State has already made a big publicity about Chung Jinling's victory in the forum. The public opinion has been slightly reversed, and perhaps tomorrow or the day after tomorrow forum it will return to the original state. Chapter 172. You won 35 battles. You killed 44,681 undead. You lost 12 soldiers. Battle rating 1A, 3C, 3D, 3E. Points increased by 105.4%. Professional experience increased by 105.4%. Obtained 1 crystal treasure chest, 3 gold treasure chests, 3 silver treasure chests, 28 bronze treasure chests. Yesterday's points increased by 2.99 million. Today's points increased by 3.31 million. The points gained in 1 day are enough to recruit a 3rd-level priest. Of course, Zhao Yi would not be willing to use points to recruit 3rd-level professionals. With the current amount of points obtained every day, recruiting 2nd-level professionals is the limit, and at most 1 platoon of 2nd-level professionals can be recruited in 1 day. 3rd-level professionals mainly rely on the 3rd-level professional recruitment scrolls opened from gold and above treasure chests. Now Zhao Yi uses points to recruit, and the 0-level professionals and 1st-level professionals are recruited 1 company at a time. I don't know when I can directly recruit a company of 3rd-level professionals at a time. Recruiting a 3rd-level professional company requires 43.2 million points. Given the current situation of the territory, it takes 10 days to half a month to accumulate points to be able to conduct such a recruitment. It is really unaffordable. Open treasure box, and click on the crystal treasure box. Zhao Yi looked through all 49 cards, and his mouth curled up slightly. Although the only crystal card is garbage, the other cards are very good. Select 2 platinum cards, 3rd-level archer recruitment scroll *4, platinum combat boots. Select 2 gold cards, 1 star talent stone, 1st-level Pegasus *15. Select 3 silver cards, level 3 advancement stone, 2nd-level shield warrior recruitment scroll, primary alchemy workshop. Recruit 4 more 3rd-level archers today, and the number of 3rd-level archers in the territory will reach 8. It's a pity that there is no matching 3rd-level flying mount. 15 first-level Pegasus can increase the territory's air cavalry by 15 more first-level air cavalry. 1-star talent stones, save them, maybe there will be a chance to use them. However, it is very difficult to find geniuses among non-professionals. The population of the territory has exceeded 150,000, and non-professionals account for the majority. Zhao Yi cannot check the attributes of civilians one by one, but if there is nothing to do, he can also use it to kill time. When Zhao Yi returned to the Lord's mansion and had breakfast with Melissa, he thought about Cheng Jinling, who had been promoted to the second-class earldom. 23 days ago, Zhao Yiling and Cheng Jinling were promoted to the third-class earldom together. Now Zhao Yiling was promoted to the second-class earldom 4 days earlier than Cheng Jinling. The gap between the two territories has widened. But Zhao Yi was somewhat dissatisfied. The gap between the two territories was still too small. If the Qin state government increased its investment in Cheng Jinling, the gap between the two territories would continue to narrow, and it might even regain the first place. Zhao Yi did not become arrogant because he had been the first in the territory combat power list for a long time. After all, he was just an individual player, and Cheng Jinling was backed by the most powerful Qin state official power among all the player forces, and the money and resources that could be mobilized were very exaggerated. Thinking carefully, he made a huge contribution to the two-day disaster by making his own territory distance itself from Cheng Jinling. Unfortunately, such an opportunity would not appear again in a short time. The second-class earldom has appeared, and more second-class earldoms will appear in the future. The only good news should be that Qin players still have a big enough advantage in being promoted to second-class earldoms. Under the leadership of Qin officials, Qin players can resist the offensive of the anti-Qin alliance. Zhao Yi's territory needs time to grow and develop. If the surrounding Qin player territories are attacked by foreign player territories, they should help if they can. Zhao Yi did not plan to write to Chao Da today. In the past 2 nights, the foreign player alliance did not attack Chao Da's territory again. Chao Da's territory can be promoted to a first-class Viscount territory, which can also show Chao Da's ability. After 2 days, the territory should be able to stabilize. As such a sensible player from Qin country, Zhao Yi didn't want to see Cao Da's territory destroyed by the army of undead. Yesterday, Madra territory was destroyed, and tonight, it was Yingsa territory's turn. Zhao Yi, who was eating, couldn't imagine that Yingsa had given up his territory and fled to the aboriginal city with his people. Every morning, the territory development meeting had more and more participants and more things to do, but the meeting time did not increase, but was slightly shortened. The most critical point is that Zhao Yi and his subordinates cooperated more and more tacitly. Because of the loyalty, Zhao Yi was willing to delegate power and let his subordinates handle the affairs of the territory. Because of the delegation of power by the Lord, his subordinates worked harder to complete their tasks. Among the affairs of the territory today, in addition to daily recruitment, the development of the 3 towns of Ding, Wu and Ji was the most important to Zhao Yi. On the day when the territory was promoted to the second-class earldom, roads were built and 3 third-level villages were established. The next day, the 3 third-level villages were upgraded to first-level villages, and 1,200 people were moved to each. After only 1 day of stabilization, the first-level villages were upgraded to third-level towns, and a company of 0-level professionals was dispatched to garrison each. Today, the population of the 3 towns of Ding, Wu and Ji will exceed 3,000. When the population of the subordinate town exceeds 3,000, more than 1,000 undead will attack every night, and bring Zhao Yi a gold treasure chest every day. If the 3 towns of Ding, Wu and Ji complete the population increase task, Zhao Yi will be able to obtain 6 gold treasure chests tomorrow morning. The silver treasure chest can only open a level 3 advancement stone, but the gold treasure chest can open a level 3 professional recruitment scroll. The more gold treasure chests, the better, but it is a pity that the territory can no longer add new subordinate towns. The territory must be promoted to a first-class earldom to add 3 subordinate towns. It may take more than a month to be promoted to a first-class earldom, and the territory needs to be developed calmly. Zhao Yi did not write a letter to Chao Da, but Chao Da took the initiative to write a letter to Zhao Yi. The main content of the letter was the development of Chao Da's territory in the past day, and the battle with the undead army last night. Chao Da told Zhao Yi everything about his territory, indicating that his territory posed no threat to Zhao Yi's territory. As long as the territory could be relocated, he would relocate immediately. Now the territory cannot be relocated, and Chao Da needs to work hard to maintain it. At the same time, Chao Da sent assassins to investigate the situation of Madra territory and Yingsa territory. When the assassin returned with the information about Madra territory and Yingsa territory, Chowda only uttered one sentence. As expected of a big boss. The big boss's move was extraordinary, and Madra territory was destroyed. After thinking carefully about the situation of Ingsa territory, Chowda guessed that Ingsa had abandoned the territory and fled, which was manifested in the fact that the territory had not been destroyed, and the players fled in all directions. Ingsa was definitely scared away. This is the deterrent power of the big boss. If Chowda did not also have the heart to become a big boss, he would have wanted to give up the territory and hug Zhao Yi's thigh. Chapter 173. In Mora City, at dawn, a team of more than 20 people walked out of the north gate and marched towards the north step by step. This team is fat and thin, tall and short, old and young, male and female. Without exception, all are heroes from another world, and all are combat professional players, but there are no Chen country players among them. Everyone did not form a mercenary group, and there was no leader in the team. If there was anything, everyone would discuss it together and vote by raising their hands. A group of more than 20 people, quickly moved towards the north. Everyone kept looking around while moving forward, worried about being ambushed by the natives or players. This has happened many times in Mora City. Wealth is not exposed, but the group of people together do not have much wealth. Their clothes are all linen clothes worn by civilians, and their weapons are broken iron swords, wooden shields, and wooden sticks. Not to mention priests and mages, there is not even a shooter. The average level is less than level 1. Even if they fight with the same number of native level 0 swordsmen, they will only be slaughtered. They all relied on luck to pass the professional assessment. They were the weakest combat professional players, and would not be recruited by the player lords at all. But everyone in this team had a wish, hoping that there would be a player territory to take them in. This wish might be realized. Recruiting through the points mall requires points, but they can take the initiative to go to a player territory and ask the player lord to accept them. In this case, no points are required. No points are required, but the territory population can be increased. Blue Star players have just entered the game world for a few days, and discovered this method. The closer the player territory is to the native city, the more players can get a large number of free people through this method. Because of the uncontrollability of the initial players, not many of the territories that accepted a large number of players for free have survived to the present. For the territories that can survive, the lords will also conduct some assessments for players who want to join the territories. For example, players from the same country must have adult male labor in a family, and no timid people are allowed, etc. As time goes by, players with good conditions and willing to be recruited have already joined the player territories. There are too many players left in the aboriginal cities who are in poor conditions or unwilling to be recruited, and there are also soldiers waiting to be recruited with tasks. Players who stay in the native city can get points by killing the undead and get a treasure chest every day, but many low-level players can't even kill a single undead every day, and they are the worst at getting treasure chests. In the native city, most players are at the bottom like civilians. If they join the player territory, they will not be at the bottom. In most player territories, players are relatively equal. One lord is a native, and the other is a player. Players naturally have more development opportunities in the latter's territory. Those players who are unwilling to sit and wait for death will not be willing to stay in the native city. They hope to be recruited by the player lord, but there is no movement for a long time. They can only take the initiative to ask to join the player territory to save points for the lord. There are successful players and failed players. The members of the Mora City team that went north have failed more than 10 times, but they did not give up. They left Mora City again and again, looking for player territories to request to join. The members are not fixed. Some members are accepted by the player territory, and some members choose to give up. The most helpless thing is that the team has been robbed more than once by the natives and even the players. The team from Mora City has been advancing all the way. They have to return at noon at most. If there is no safe place to hide at night, they will be devoured by the undead. At halfway through the morning, the team encountered the first territory, which was a second-class barren territory of the Elite Kingdom. Among all the player territories, it is basically the last batch. Even so, they did not give up the idea of joining the territory. Everyone worked together to make the territory grow and develop, but they were ruthlessly rejected by the Lord. The territory itself is weak, and if it accepts such a group of weaklings, it is afraid that the territory will be destroyed tonight. The team continued to move forward. It was almost noon, and they had not found the second player territory yet. They were about to return. At this time, they saw a group of cavalry appearing in front of them, with a number of nearly 40. Only a strong territory would have such a cavalry, and the second-class barren territory they met on the road would definitely not have it. Soon, the two sides met, and they asked to join the territory, but they were still ruthlessly rejected. They could see that these cavalrymen were all natives. They requested to see the Lord. The Lord, and they were all heroes from another world. The Lord would definitely agree to join the territory. Lord, don't see outsiders. Leave here quickly. If you don't leave, you will stay here forever. The patrol captain's cold words and sharp weapons scared the group of players to retreat frantically. On the way back to Morris City, one after another said they gave up. If we give up, no territory will be willing to accept us. We should stay in Morris City honestly. At least it is safe enough. At the Lord's mansion of Zhaocheng, Zhao Yi had just finished lunch when his subordinates reported that a team of more than 20 heroes from another world wanted to join the territory, but had been driven away by the patrol team. Zhao Yi raised his eyebrows. He had seen a lot of such things in the forum, but this was the first time he encountered such a thing in his territory. According to the intelligence reported by the patrol team, this team of players should be from Morris City. As Zhao Yi's territory expanded, the straight-line distance between the two may have been less than 20 kilometers. The weakest professional is also a professional, and running 20 kilometers in a morning is not difficult. Morris City, the nearest aboriginal city to Zhao Yi's territory, is regarded as a great enemy by Zhao Yi. Zhao Yi's territory does not have enough strength to compete with the Morris family. Zhao Yi had an idea in his mind. Perhaps he could use the players in Morris City to collect more information about Morris City. Although the information that the players can collect is very ordinary, it is also useful for Zhao Yi. There are enough players in Morris City, and the ordinary information collected will be detailed enough. Maybe there will be some unexpected surprises. As the territory continues to expand, there will be a conflict with the Morris family one day. Before that, Zhao Yi's territory needs to work hard to accumulate strength and collect more information about the Morris family and Morris City. The information purchased from those merchants cannot be fully trusted. These merchants make more money by customizing services. If you want more real and detailed information, as long as you spend more money, the merchant will send someone to collect information and ensure that the service is in place. If there is a problem with the information, you will not pay a penny. This kind of customized service made Zhao Yi a little worried that others would spend money to explore his territory. A primary wizard tower and an intermediate wizard tower were both exposed. A little exploration could also find the entrance to the demiplane, and he could also learn about the Dragon Knight Lord from the words of the civilians. The weak but extremely valuable territory of the brave warriors in the other world was a big piece of fat meat. Chapter 174. The most powerful territory among the players on Blue Star is still too weak for the indigenous forces. Now Zhao Yi only hopes to give himself more time to make the territory stronger, so as to face the crisis that may arise in the future. In the afternoon, Zhao Yi did not go out. While practicing in the Lord's mansion, he conceived a plan to increase the population of the territory. The reason for conceiving this plan is simple: to prepare for the possibility of not being able to recruit indigenous people in the future. The number of natives in the origin continent is limited, and the number of players on Blue Star is also limited. There are many player lords who are worried that there will be no one to recruit in the future. However, the territory can only accommodate a limited number of people, and the territory's strength must be increased. It is impossible to increase the population of the territory. This problem is simpler for Zhao Yi, because Zhao Yi's territory has an area of nearly 400 square kilometers for human habitation. CC led officials to formulate a demi-plane development plan. While developing agriculture, animal husbandry and fishery, the demi-plane is rated to accommodate 100,000 people, and can actually accommodate more than 200,000 people. In recent days, the population migrating to the demi-plane is relatively small, mainly the families of professionals, and some professionals with perfect level 0 have also moved into the demi-plane. The population of the demi-plane has just exceeded 30,000. Zhao Yi plans to increase the population of the demi-plane to more than 180,000 in the next 20 days. In 20 days, at least 150,000 people will be added, an average of 7,500 people per day, and only 5,000 people can be added on the first day. As the total population of the demi-plane increases, the daily population increase will gradually increase. Among these newly added population, except for some families of professionals, most are civilians, and need to be recruited with points. Using points to recruit civilians does not cost much. An ordinary farmer only needs 10 points, and an artisan only needs 20 points. A population of 150,000 is only more than 30,000 households. It only takes more than 600,000 points to recruit all artisans. Even a third-level magician cannot be recruited, so it is still divided into 20 days of recruitment. The people who cost more to recruit are officials, businessmen, and teachers. It has only been 50 days since the Blue Star players came to the game world, less than 2 months. According to the lifespan of players in the game world, this may be a game that lasts for decades, or even hundreds of years. Everyone is still in the early stages of the game. In the early stages, the growth of territory strength is crucial. Territories, where the people are mainly players, mainly recruit combat professional players, and recruit fewer life professional players, making the proportion of combat professional players in the territory generally about 1/6 of the total population. The families of combat professional players can do the hard work that only the indigenous civilians can do, so the Lord does not need to recruit more life professional players. In the territory where only indigenous people are recruited, the ratio of professional families to civilian families reaches 1-to-1, and professional families can only be reduced, but not increased. The game seems to be still in its early stages, but many player lords have passed the early stage, and the sign is that the territory has been promoted to the third-class earldom. The third-class earldom has an area of up to 500 square kilometers, and can accommodate 50,000 people. The promotion speed of the territory slowed down, and the number of high-quality combat professional players available for recruitment decreased, causing many earls to focus on life professional players. While the territory's strength continued to improve, it developed a certain industry. Of course, the lords also wanted the territory to have more people, which represented the potential of the territory. When there was no one to recruit in the future, they could only rely on the territory's own population to develop. However, a territory like Changeling, which was focused on by a certain player force, would not lack high-quality combat professional players in the short term. Jin State has enough official subordinate territories. According to the orders from above, combat professional players in some territories will be expelled by the lords and then recruited by Chungjin. These territories with fewer combat professional players will continue to recruit combat professional players with points, but this time, they have no combat professional players with active military or veteran status to recruit, and can only choose to recruit ordinary combat professional players. The training of newcomers is indispensable. If the strength of newcomers grows rapidly and meets some conditions during the growth process, they may even have the opportunity to join Chungjin's territory. It can be said that the Qin state officials have converted some of their subordinate player territories into new player training bases. A player force does not necessarily need too many territories. Compared with a third-class baron, a third-class earldom has a 100 times larger territory area and can accommodate more than 160 times the population. A third-class earldom is equivalent to more than 100 third-class barondoms. As the key territories grow, the population of the subordinate weak territories is gradually merged into them. This is what many player forces, including the Qin state officials, are doing. Most players are confused about the future, and there is a problem that involves all Blue Star players. There are already a large number of male and female players, male players and female natives, and female players and male natives, who have successfully made the female pregnant. Once pregnant, the child will naturally be born, but whether the child is a player or a native, when the players leave the game world, what should be done with the child? There are many things related to children, and there is no better answer for the time being. Everything has to wait until the child is born after 10 months of pregnancy. However, the fact that female players can get pregnant also represents the future of Blue Star players. If female players cannot get pregnant and give birth, those territories whose residents are mainly players will have no future. As a single player, as the only player in his territory, Zhao Yi does not need to think so much. What Zhao Yi needs to think about is the development of the territory, the growth of the territory's strength, and the future of the territory. The population growth plan of the demiplane was initially conceived in Zhao Yi's mind, but it was only a preliminary plan. Next, he had to discuss it with his subordinates at the meeting and come up with a final version of the plan before it could be officially implemented. No matter how the plan changes, it will revolve around the demiplane, which shows the value of the demiplane. Among the current 30,000 people in the demiplane, the number of zero-level perfect professionals alone has exceeded 3,000. As daily life continues, the number of zero-level perfect professionals will continue to increase. Every day, a very small number of zero-level perfect professionals will leave the demiplane. They will obtain a level 1 advancement stone, become a first-level professional, and join the battle again. Most other zero-level perfect professionals will continue to wait. They are not anxious. It is too difficult to quickly advance to the first level with their own talents. The time to wait for the Lord to reward the first level advancement stone will not be too long. In the future, there will be more zero-level perfect professionals entering the demi-plane to wait for promotion. They are also an important fighting force in the territory. Chapter 175. 300 assassins from Zhao Yi territory set out again and headed for Yingsa territory. A third-level assassin first arrived outside Yingsa territory city to investigate, and found that Yingsa territory city was deserted and all valuable things were taken away. Where are the enemies? The third-level assassin wondered. With doubts, the third-level assassin returned to the team and reported the situation of Yingsa territory city to Captain Dula. Dula is also a third-level assassin with a 2-star assassin talent and a 2-star command talent. After receiving the intelligence, Dula summoned the team leaders to discuss the matter. The assassins decided to continue the mission, let the undead use the power of death to infect the Lord City of Yingsa, and sent a third-level assassin back to the territory to report to the Lord. The undead army attacking Zhaocheng has not arrived yet, and the third-level assassin has returned to Zhaocheng and reported the matter to Zhao Yi. Zhao Yi thought about it for a while, and thought that Yingsa Lord knew the situation of Madra Lord and knew that he could not resist, so he fled in advance. Just run away, this kind of thing cannot be avoided. As long as the enemy's territory is destroyed, it will not hinder the expansion of Zhao Yi Lord. Usually, if the main city of a territory is captured by the undead, the teleportation array is destroyed, and the land is infected by the power of death, it means that the player's territory is destroyed. There is no one in the Lord City of Yingsa, and it is the right thing for the assassins to stay there. If no undead visit the Lord City of Yingsa tonight, Yingsa territory will not be considered destroyed, and the Lord may return quietly with his people. Zhao Yi led the assassins to make this trip. Putting this matter aside, Zhao Yi took a look at the ranking in forum, and closed the system panel speechlessly. Zhao Yi looked at the rankings to see if any player territory challenged the second-class Earl territory today. He felt that there was no such challenge. He also did not see the third second-class Earl on the Lord level list. In the forum, Qin players organized a counterattack against the Anti-Qin Alliance, but they were outnumbered. The Anti-Qin Alliance's goal today is to increase publicity about the threat of Qin players. Territory combat power list the first and second place are both Qin players. It is very likely that there are more than 5 Qin players in the top 10. If such a powerful Qin player continues, the gap between players from other countries and Qin players will only get bigger and bigger, and everyone must unite to fight against Qin players. After a day of propaganda today, many neutral player territories or player forces have joined the Anti-Qin Alliance. It seems that Qin's situation in the game world is worse than that on Blue Star. It's just that in the game world, Qin players are already well-deserved first, and on Blue Star, Qin is still a little far from the first. Zhao Yi estimated that the fight between the players of Qin country and the Anti-Qin Alliance would become more and more intense. Of course, this fierce fight is only relatively speaking. After all, there are still powerful enemies, the undead, and it is mainly a fight between adjacent player territories within the same indigenous country, and the main way of fighting is to use the undead to kill people with borrowed knives. As long as the foundation of the territory is solid and the strength is strong enough, the enemy's borrowed knife to kill people will actually make their territory gain more. The official of Qin country will definitely not sit and wait for death. As powerful as Zhao Yi's territory is, if most of the assassins are drawn out every day to implement the borrowed knife to kill people plan, it can almost destroy a second-class Viscount territory in one night. The second-class earldom and third-class earldom under the official forces of Qin state can easily destroy a third-class viscountdom with one move. Quantity is important, and quality is also important. The confrontation between the players of Qin state and the Anti-Qin Alliance is a confrontation between quality and quantity, and it is impossible to determine the winner in a short period of time. In the struggle, the first goal of many player lords is still to develop and expand their territories, rather than letting the struggle delay the development of their territories. Perhaps the officials of the Eli state, which led the Anti-Qin Alliance, have this idea, and want to delay the development of the player territories of Qin state and other countries, and fully develop the player territories under their command, hoping to win the first place one day. The 54th day of the Blue Star player's arrival in the game world has arrived. Zhao Yi just opened his eyes, and a light screen appeared out of thin air. You won 35 battles. You eliminated 48,205 undead. You lost 10 soldiers. Battle rating 1A, 6C, 28E. Points increased by 108.4%. Professional experience increased by 108.4%. Obtained 1 crystal treasure chest, 6 gold treasure chests, 28 bronze treasure chests yesterday. The population of the 3 towns of Ding, Wu and Ji all exceeded 3,000, from yesterday's D rating and silver treasure chests, to C rating and gold treasure chests. However, the gold treasure chests in the 3 towns of Ding, Wu and Ji are definitely inferior to those in the 3 towns of Jia, Yi and Bing. After all, the population of the latter towns has exceeded 12,000, and there are 2 gold cards in the gold treasure chest, while the former can only have 1. The bonus of points and combat professional experience also increased to 108.4%. The nearly 50,000 undeads eliminated last night directly brought Zhao Yi 3.6 million points. It is expected that the Dragon Knight professional level will reach level 36 tomorrow. The points obtained every day are increasing, and the upgrade speed has not slowed down. After opening the crystal treasure chest and reading the 49 cards, Zhao Yi was very satisfied. Select a crystal card, level 3 Earth Mage Recruitment Scroll *4. Select 2 platinum cards, Gold Shield *5, level 3 Assassin Recruitment Scroll *4. Select 3 gold cards, After Strike Skill Book, Lightning Fox Bloodline, level 2 Priest Recruitment Scroll. Select a silver card, level 1 Alchemist Recruitment Scroll. Just 1 crystal treasure chest brought Zhao Yi 8 level 3 professional recruitment scrolls. 6 gold treasure chests kept 2 and opened 4, with a greater chance of opening 1 or 2 level 3 professional recruitment scrolls. Today is the day, with the most 3rd level professionals added to the territory in recent days. Skill Book of Strike Back, Legion Skill. When the enemy takes the initiative, the attack and movement of the team will increase by 5% each at the primary level. Zhao Yi still has its speed as like the wind in his hand, which he has not used yet. He cannot use it for the time being, and is waiting to reward his subordinates. Bloodline of Lightning Fox. Looking at the name of Lightning Fox, I thought it was a thunder type, but in fact, Lightning Fox is a wind type, which can grow to the 4th level at most, and is known for its speed and cuteness. The potential is 1 level lower than that of the Shadow Leopard, but the value is still relatively high. After all, the 4th level professional is already in the middle of the professional. For example, if a 4th level mage joins some indigenous forces, it will not take long for him to have his own mage tower. Like Mora City, there are only 2 4th level professionals. For players, Lightning Fox Bloodline is a relatively common special profession. Now Zhao Yi has 5 special professions. Warcraft Bloodline is suitable for selling to indigenous people, and job transfer scrolls are suitable for selling to players. Warcraft Bloodline is also suitable for Zhao Yi to reward his subordinates. There is no way to sell job transfer scrolls to players. If it can be sold to those player forces, it will definitely make Zhao Yi's wallet bulge. Even if it is just a relatively common special profession, it is also pursued by all combat professional players. Chapter 176. More than 3,000 meters west of Zhaocheng is the first affiliated village of Zhao Yi's territory, Taisher Village. Originally, the distance between Zhaocheng and Taisher Village was about 4,000 meters. As Zhaocheng was upgraded, its area continued to increase, and the distance from Taisher Village was also shrinking. When Taisher Village was first established, Zhao Yi had the idea of upgrading Taisher Village to a town. When he was promoted to the 3rd-class earldom, and had a quota for an affiliated town, Zhao Yi gave up upgrading Taisher Village to a town. Zhaocheng is now only a 2nd-level small city, and there are 1st-level small cities, middle cities, and large cities above it. Zhaocheng is constantly upgrading, and sooner or later it will annex Taisher Village. The current Taisher Village is still a 1st-level village, and compared with the initial construction of Taisher Village, it has undergone significant changes. On the dead land around, a road connects Zhaocheng and Taisher Village, and carriages travel on the road from time to time. The carriages from Zhaocheng to Taisher Village carry various daily necessities, as well as some military supplies. The carriages from Taisher Village to Zhaocheng are either empty or loaded with smelted iron ingots. Some of the iron ingots are destined for the alchemy workshops and blacksmith shops in Zhaocheng, and some will be sent to other affiliated villages. Among the 30 villages in Zhao Yi territory, 2 villages have developed the metal forging industry as the main industry and agriculture as the auxiliary industry. In fact, there are no specialized farmers in these 2 villages, but they are mainly blacksmith families. Blacksmith families can forge iron and also carry out simple agricultural planting. The metal forging industry in these 2 villages is all forging civilian ironware, and the blacksmith shops for making weapons and equipment are all in Zhaocheng. The sound of iron forging is very noisy. With the development of Zhaocheng, the number of blacksmith shops in Zhaocheng will continue to decrease in the future. A town will be dedicated to the development of metal forging industry and the manufacture of weapons and equipment. As the territory of Zhao Yi develops, the population increases, the military strength increases, and the demand for steel is also increasing rapidly. When you come to Taishur village, you can see that there is a primary smelting plant on both sides of Taishur village, which is only 40,000 square meters in area. With the smelting plant as the two lines of defense of Taishur village, the attacking undead can only attack Taishur village from the front or the back. The Taishur village garrison can be said to be the easiest of all village garrisons. The second primary smelter appeared in Taishur village relatively recently, and there was a half-plain reason for it. The iron mines near Taishur village can meet the iron ore needs of two primary smelters, but what is lacking is the workers to mine the iron ore and the primary smelters. All the adult laborers in the civilian families of Taishur village must be hired by the territory and become workers, and even those older miners must do some relatively easy work. This allows a primary smelter to operate at full efficiency. With the emergence of the demiplane, the professional families in Taishur village were relocated to the demiplane, and civilian families were quickly relocated to fill the population gap. The increase in employable labor made Zhao Yi decide to install a second primary smelting plant in Taishur village. From the entrance and exit of the two primary smelting plants, there is a railway road connected to the iron mine entrance. The mined iron ore can be easily transported to the smelter by the car on the railway road. Zhao Yi has always been obsessed with the railway road and really wants to use the railway road to connect all the towns in the territory. However, the territory currently does not have a great demand for railroads. Under the nightly attacks of the undead army, commercial development is strictly restricted, and civilians in various places generally do not leave their residences. In addition, building railroads requires a large amount of steel. At least now Zhao Yi's territory does not need to build railroads, and only build shorter railroads between the mining site and the smelting plant. Close to Taishur village is relatively quiet. As a smelting plant for alchemical creations, when smelting iron ore, not much sound is heard, and the iron ore is some distance away from Taishur village. Looking into Taishur village, there are few adults walking on the streets, only groups of children playing around. Older children are not seen, as they are in school during the day. Looking at the villagers' homes, there are often only the elderly, children and pregnant women at home. Although they are called elderly, they are not very old, generally between 30 and 40 years old, because they work hard all year round. Their bodies age very quickly. The elderly and pregnant women who can move will not be idle. The houses and yards where they live are relatively narrow, but there is still a lot of land that can be used to grow crops, and even the roofs can be used. The main task of the elderly and pregnant women at home is to take care of crops, mainly growing vegetables. If someone in the family is employed, the wages they get are enough to buy enough black bread for the family to eat. The vegetables they grow are mainly for making soup, and the excess vegetables can also be sold. The life of the civilian families in Taishur village is not easy, but during the rest time, you can often see the civilians smiling. From the day they moved to the new place of Taishur village, the civilians were glad that they made a very correct choice. In the aboriginal city, it is very difficult for the lower-class civilians to survive. People often die around them, dying of illness, starvation, or even being beaten to death. The professionals don't care about the lives of these civilians at all. In Taishur village, as long as you are an adult with healthy limbs, even a fool can get a job, and just one job can feed the whole family. If you are accidentally injured while working, you will not be driven away, but will be treated by the pastor. If the injury is serious and the person is disabled, he will be assigned an easy job if he can still work in the future. If he cannot work, he will continue to receive wages for the next 5 years, and then the wages will be halved after 5 years, and then paid for another 5 years. The family lacks an adult labor force, and the compensation paid for 10 consecutive years is enough to keep the family going until the child can shoulder the burden of the family. Because of the kindness of the Lord, the loyalty of adult civilians in Taishur village is generally above 95, and there are many with a full value of 100. Having a house to live in, a field to farm, enough food to eat, and children being able to go to school and learn to read, after the arrival of the undead disaster, such a life is already very happy for civilian families. The work is hard, and this has never changed. The civilians have gotten used to it. They can accept the hard work. They just hope that they can get more rewards while working hard. In Zhao Yi's territory, they get it easily. My kind lord, you must live 100 years. My lord, I will always pray to God and let God bless you. The ignorant civilians don't know that the lifespan of professionals is far more than 100 years, but this is their most simple blessing. Even if Zhao Yi heard it, he could only accept it with a smile. Chapter 177. Madra territory and Ingsa territory were destroyed one after another. Although the lords of the two territories were not dead, their territories were destroyed, and their lordships were gone. It was too slow for non-lord players to gain benefits from the game world. For a time, the remaining foreign player lords, who had besieged Cao territory, were all worried that their territories would become the next target of the enemy. It was impossible to run away. Ingsa was scared away because his territory had been severely damaged. In addition, Madra territory was destroyed, and there was a high probability that it would be his turn next, so he ran away in advance. Their territories have not been attacked yet, and the enemy may not attack them, but only punish the main culprits and let them go because they are weak. Moreover, even if the enemy attacks them, as long as they find the changes of the incoming undead army in advance, they can escape in time. If they can choose, they will not give up the territory even if they pay a huge price. The gap between lord players and non-lord players is too big. They almost hate Madra and Ingsa to death. If they hadn't connected a group of foreign player lords, how could they, who were only third-class viscounts, dare to attack first-class viscounts? Now it's all up to fate. The destruction of Madra territory and Ingsa territory made Cao shout with joy. Although it was the big guy who avenged him, and although the two foreign players might not be dead, as long as their territories were destroyed, Cao was very happy. As for the remaining weaker foreign player territories, in Cao mind, they were far inferior to Madra territory and Ingsa territory. It would be better to destroy them, and it would be fine to keep them, and take revenge on them in the future. It would not affect Cao good mood now. Without the enemy, the territory can still be maintained. The number of professional casualties is decreasing every day, and it is expected that the platinum treasure chest will be regained soon. Cao is looking forward to opening the platinum equipment from the platinum treasure chest, and giving it to the boss to repay the boss for saving his life. Cao is also waiting for the territory relocation button to light up. Having such a boss around makes him feel at ease and uneasy. Moreover, the territory is too burdened. It is better to move to another place, and build a new territory. Zhao Yi knows nothing about what Cao is thinking. Zhao Yi is still focused on the development of his own territory. Today, 3 more affiliated villages will be built in the territory, which is the 8th affiliated village of each of the 3 towns A, B, and C. Zhao Yi did not expect that all 3 affiliated villages could bring Zhao Yi a bronze treasure chest, and he would be satisfied with adding 2 more in total. The quota of affiliated villages in the 3 towns A, B, and C is almost used up, and it will be the turn of the 3 towns D, E, and F next. When the quota of affiliated villages in the 6 towns is used up, it may not be far from being promoted to the first-class earldom. At that time, there will be 3 more quotas for affiliated towns, and more affiliated villages can be built. The 3 affiliated villages established today require 3,600 people. Jiaocheng needs about 2,000 people to reach the standard population of 60,000, and the demiplane also needs to increase the population by 5,000. However, the 3 towns of Ding, Wu and Ji, which have just reached a population of 3,000, will not increase their population today, and will stabilize for 1 or 2 days. Today, while the territory is carrying out the demiplane population increase plan, another plan will be officially launched to gradually transfer the families of the professionals in the village to the demiplane. For all territories where the inhabitants are mainly indigenous people, the lords have seriously considered how to treat the families of professionals. However, every time a territory is severely damaged for various reasons, a large number of professionals die in battle, which causes a lot of trouble in the territory in terms of treating the families of the dead professionals. It is normal for the families of professionals to be unwilling to do hard work. The income of a 0-level professional can barely allow the family to maintain a decent life, so there is no need to compete with those civilians for jobs. Professionals are often the backbone of a family. If a professional dies, the family will have no living security. The same is true for civilian families, except that the backbone of a civilian family does not need to go to the battlefield, and the probability of death is much lower than that of professionals. Professionals are a profession with high salary and high mortality rate. The family of a professional who dies is not even as good as a civilian family. At this time, the problem of professional families is not that they are unwilling to do hard work, but that they lack people to do hard work. Leaving the families of the dead professionals behind will become a burden to the territory. If the families of the dead professionals are driven away, the loyalty of other professionals will decline. When the number of dead professionals is small, the player lords are willing to keep their families. When the burden becomes heavy, occasionally driving them out of the territory once or twice can still withstand the decline in the loyalty of other professionals under their command. If it happens too many times, the professionals will also rebel. Therefore, when the territory is burdened with a heavy burden and the loyalty of professionals continues to decline, the player lords will choose to migrate the territory and start over somewhere else. With the experience of developing the old territory, many mistakes can be avoided in developing the new territory. In the same period of time, the development of the new territory will definitely be much better than the old territory, and the number of professional soldiers killed in battle will be greatly reduced. These are the choices of other player lords. For Zhao Yi, there is no need to be so troublesome. Since the development of the territory to this day, the number of professional soldiers who died in battle is only a few hundred, and their families together only account for about 1% of the total population of the territory. The territory can easily bear it. What's more, there is a demi-plane, and the families of the dead professionals are sent to live in a demi-plane with a better and safer environment, which is equivalent to having no burden on the territory. Whether the Lord recruits players or natives, when recruiting a person, he must bring a family with him. When an adult male citizen of the territory dies in battle, whether it is a professional or a non-professional, the territory will have a little more burden. Driving such a family out of the territory will cause the loyalty of others to decrease. Players do not show loyalty, but it does not mean that they are not loyal to the Lord. It can be said that recruiting a person with a family greatly increases the difficulty of managing a territory for the Lord. It is normal for the Lord to have difficulty in managing a territory. After all, the rewards of the Lord player are much higher than those of the combat professional players and the life professional players. Recruiting a person without bringing his family, when the territory develops, and when there is a conflict with the indigenous forces, the family of the subordinates will become hostages of the indigenous forces. This is obviously not feasible. So if you want to become a qualified lord, you must first find a way to reduce the number of casualties among the professionals under your command, and also arrange for the families of the professionals who died in battle. At least in this respect, Zhao Yi is a very good lord. The families of the professionals who died in battle will not only not become a burden to the territory, but also increase the loyalty of the professionals under his command. Now Zhao Yi wants to use the half-plane to give the families of professionals better treatment, and better arrange professionals to garrison various towns and villages. Then mobilize professionals to garrison a town or village, without the trouble of asking their families to go with them. Then the efficiency of mobilizing personnel in the territory will increase, and the full strength of the territory can be better exerted. Chapter 178. The population of Zhao Yi's territory has already exceeded 100,000, and the population of Zhaocheng has just exceeded 60,000. If the points are used to upgrade the title, all the conditions for promotion to the first-class earldom can be met. But Zhaocheng is not ready yet. The quantity is there, but the quality is far from enough. If you can't recruit 4th-level professionals, then accumulate more 3rd-level professionals and 2nd-level professionals. This is also a task that takes a long time. The only way to recruit 3rd-level professionals is to rely on the 3rd-level professional recruitment scroll opened from the treasure chest. The points earned every day cannot even recruit a complete 2nd-level professional company. The garrisons of the 3 towns of Ding, Wu and Ji need 1st-level professionals, or even 2nd-level professionals. New affiliated villages need 0-level professionals. Professionals who have reached the perfection of 0 level in other towns or villages also need new people to replace them. The points that can be used to recruit 2nd-level professionals every day are not many, and Zhao Yi can only wait patiently for the territory's strength to improve little by little. For Zhao Yi, a little improvement is a little improvement, but for other player lords, the battle power of the top boss on the list is increasing faster and faster, which is out of reach. On the 55th day, after the Blue Star players came to the game world, Zhao Yi's Dragon Knight profession was upgraded to level 36, ranking 26th on the comprehensive professional level list. The gap between the 26th and the first place is not big, and the first place is only level 37. The official territories of the Eli Kingdom are not in the top 10 on the territory combat power list, but there is a combat professional player with the first level, which has little impact on the territory's combat power, but it has a lot of effect on publicity. Zhao Yi and the official forces of Chen Kingdom both have the strength to grab the first place in the comprehensive professional level list. The Chen Kingdom officials have no need to do so, and the people of the strongest territories under their jurisdiction are all players. Zhao Yi was eager to upgrade quickly. If he could reach level 4 as soon as possible, he could open the level 4 professional recruitment scroll from the treasure chest. Level 3 professional recruitment scrolls need to be opened from gold cards and above, and level 4 professional recruitment scrolls need platinum cards to start. With Zhao Yi's worst crystal treasure chest every day, only 1 crystal card and 3 platinum cards in the treasure chest meet the requirements. There is always hope of recruiting level 4 professionals. Every night, Zhao Yi and Melissa are working hard to upgrade. They kill a lot in the first half of the battle, but it is difficult to participate in the second half. Only a large number of zero-level undead and a small number of first-level undead are left for the warriors to gain professional experience and increase the combat experience of newcomers. If Zhao Yi went to rob monsters at this time, it would inevitably affect Zhao Yi's lofty status in the minds of the soldiers. However, in the territory where the people are mainly players, there is no need to consider this. On the morning of the 56th day, Zhao Yi recruited the double 3-star ruling swordsman Liu Bowie through the recruitment scroll opened from the treasure chest. Liu Bowie is the third 3-star ruling talent professional under Zhao Yi. Like Elliot, Lowry, and Braden, Liu Bowie first served as Zhao Yi's staff officer, and then arranged other positions after becoming a third-level professional. On this day, the 34th, 35th, and 36th villages of the territory were officially established. After the completion of these 3 villages, the quota of affiliated villages of the 3 towns of A, B, and C was all used up. After 2 days of consolidation, the 3 towns of D, E, and F, which had a population of over 3,000, not only began to build affiliated villages, but also began to upgrade the towns to accommodate more people. On the same day, the 3rd to 7th second-class Earl challengers appeared together, and all the challenges were successful, but some territories had fewer casualties, and some had more casualties. Zhao Yi analyzed some information on the forum, and it should be the information leak from the official side of Qin State, which made the subordinate territories of the player forces outside the official forces of Qin State successfully challenge the second-class earldom. However, this third batch of player territories are already 4 days behind Cheng Jin's territory, and 8 days behind Zhao Yi's territory. If the forces they belong to do not continue to increase their resource investment, the gap will only get bigger and bigger. Entering the 57th day, Chao Da still wrote a letter every day, but today there was an additional storage ring in the letter. Zhao Yi ordered his men to open the storage ring, and inside was a platinum spear and a golden dagger. In the letter, Chao Da gave these 2 pieces of equipment as a thank you gift for Zhao Yi's rescue of his territory. Boss, when you receive this letter, I have already left the current territory with my loyal followers and established a new territory in another place. There are nearly 12,000 natives left in the territory, including more than 1,200 professionals. If you are willing, you can go and take them over. Giving up a first-class Viscount territory like this is something that ordinary player lords cannot do. To develop a new territory into a first-class Viscount territory requires too much time. Chao Da gave up without hesitation. As for the Aborigines in Chao Da's territory, Zhao Yi had no intention of accepting them. His territory was still relatively weak, and he could only be assured of the people he recruited personally. If the population of Zhao Yi's territory had exceeded 500,000 at this time, and its strength had increased to a certain extent, Zhao Yi would consider accepting the Aborigines in Chao Da's territory. The fact that the Lord gave up his territory to develop a new territory did not mean that the old territory would be destroyed immediately. Chao Da could not take away everything in the territory. If the indigenous professionals can have a leader, the territory should be able to hold out for a few days. However, it is more likely that the indigenous people will flee in all directions, far away from the indigenous city, and it depends on whether there are player territories willing to accept them. Unlike Zhao Yi's promotion, some player lords, who lack points may really accept the indigenous people, mainly the professional families. With loyalty, the player lords can feel more at ease. Zhao Yi's territory has a large population and many professionals. It will take a lot of time to pay attention to the loyalty of the people, and there is no time to do other things. There is no need to accept foreign populations and increase the instability of the territory. In the letter, Chao Da just tried to say that he felt that it was unlikely that Zhao Yi would accept the natives of the old territory. After all, he didn't even know the name of the boss until now. Chao Da's relocation of the territory did not affect the development of Zhao Yi's territory. On this day, the 3 towns of Ding, Wu and Ji were upgraded to the 2nd level and added some population. At the same time, the 3 towns of Ding, Wu and Ji also began to prepare to build affiliated villages. The Earth magicians who originally participated in the construction of the affiliated villages of the 3 towns of Jia, Yi, and Bing turned to the 3 towns of Ding, Wu and Ji. On the 58th day, the 37th, 38th, and 39th villages in the territory were built. On the 59th day, Zhao Yi finally accumulated 10 level 2 advancement stones. These 10 level 2 advancement stones were to be used for the Tree of Life, but after careful consideration, Zhao Yi decided to postpone the advancement of the Tree of Life. After the Tree of Life is upgraded, the Breath of Life will continue to increase, attracting more undead to attack. If it is just a daily situation, the Xiaocheng defenders can withstand it. The key is that the territory promotion battle faces a more powerful army of undead. On the other hand, the advancement of the Tree of Life could not increase the strength of the territory much, so Zhao Yi planned to upgrade the Tree of Life after being promoted to the first-class earldom. In the blink of an eye, it has been the 60th day since the Blue Star players entered the game world, a full 2 months. Zhao Yi clearly remembered that a disaster had just ended at the end of the first month. The number of Lord players, who originally numbered tens of millions, dropped sharply to less than 5 million after 2 days of disaster. But there are also territories with a solid foundation like Zhao Yi's territory, which regard disasters as opportunities for soaring. Unconsciously, Zhao Yi had an idea in his mind. The disaster had just ended at the end of the first month, so would something happen at the end of the second month? With this idea, Zhao Yi's territory ushered in a new day. Chapter 179. Zhao Yi, who had just opened his eyes, ignored the system light screen that appeared out of thin air, but first looked at the sky outside the tent. Under the early sun, there was not even a cloud in the sky corresponding to the territory, but the sky in the far east was overcast. Lightning was faintly seen in the dark clouds, indicating that this was not a disaster cloud, but an ordinary cumulonimbus cloud. The imagined disaster cloud did not appear, which made Zhao Yi relieved, but also a little disappointed. Disasters are crises for players' territories with a weak foundation, and opportunities for players' territories with a solid foundation to take off. The gains from the last disaster shortened the time it took Zhao Yi's territory to be promoted to a second-class earldom by at least 10 days. If there is another disaster that can bring huge benefits to the territory, the benefits from the disaster can be used up within a few days after the disaster ends, and then it can challenge the first-class earldom. It doesn't matter if it doesn't come. Disasters also have huge risks. If you are not careful, the territory will be hit hard. With Zhao Yi's character, it is better to take steady steps. After a period of stable development, even Chengjianling will be far behind. The Qin state government has increased its resource investment in Chengjianling, and it will not catch up in a short time. Zhao Yi retracted his gaze and turned his eyes to the light screen. You won 44 battles. You eliminated 58,147 undead. You lost 21 soldiers. Battle rating 1A6C37E. Points increased by 111.1%. Professional experience increased by 111.1%. Obtained 1 crystal treasure chest, 6 gold treasure chests, 37 bronze treasure chests. The territory has been developed for 2 months, and there is already 1 main city, 6 towns, and 42 villages, but 5 of them will not be attacked by undead every night, because they are blocked by the towns or villages in front. Almost 60,000 undead were eliminated overnight, bringing Zhao Yi a total of 4.43 million points, with an extra bonus of 111.1%. If he only recruited second-level professionals, he could finally recruit a complete second-level professional company. In fact, Zhao Yi only recruited 1 platoon of second-level professionals every day, usually about 40 people, and the second-level professional recruitment scrolls opened from the treasure chest must be counted. The number of soldiers killed in battle every day also increased with the increase in the population of the affiliated towns, and the number of affiliated villages. In the future, the number of soldiers killed in battle will only increase. Even if the territory does not have a half-plane, the burden on the territory by the families of the dead professionals is very small. After opening the treasure chest that produced Ordinary, Zhao Yi held the hand of the silver dragon girl and returned to the Lord's mansion for breakfast. While eating, Zhao Yi opened the system panel to browse the information. Last night, another player's territory successfully challenged the second-class earldom. Since Chengjianling was promoted to the second-class earldom successfully, in just a few days, the secret of Chengjianling's promotion to the second-class earldom with relatively small losses has spread. What was leaked was not the process of Chengjianling's territory promotion war, nor the documents Chengjian reported to the higher authorities, but the matter of Chengjianling's expansion of the air cavalry. The flying mounts needed for Chengjianling's expansion of the air cavalry were transferred from other subordinate territories at a great cost by the Qin state government, and it was impossible to keep it completely secret. It's just that other player forces could not determine the role of Chengjianling's expansion of the air cavalry until Chengjianling was successfully promoted to the second-class earldom. Among the millions of player territories, less than 1% of the player territories have air cavalry units, but some large player forces have no problem spending some money to expand a key territory to a 100-horse air cavalry unit. However, Compared with the official subordinate territories of Qin State that have obtained detailed intelligence, the territories of other player forces that challenged the second-class earldoms were not well prepared, and the losses were generally greater than those of the official territories of Qin State. Later, the player territories that challenged the second-class earldoms were considered to have obtained more information about the territory promotion war, but there were still many player territories that suffered heavy losses, mainly because of insufficient territory strength. Up to now, it is considered a lot for two-player territories to challenge the second-class earldoms in a day, and there may even be a situation where no one challenges. When the subsequent player territories accumulate enough strength, more player territories will challenge the second-class earldoms. After closing the rankings, Zhao Yi took a look at the forum, and his eyes immediately widened. Official of Eli Country, warning, warning, the undead camp is using the water from the four seas to launch a rainstorm and flood attack involving the entire origin continent. It is more than 10 times more powerful than the rainstorm and flood we have experienced before. A new disaster is coming, and all players' territories should prepare quickly. Prepare quickly. Official of Los Country, the rainstorm will start from the periphery of the origin continent and move all the way to the central region. The closer to the edge of the area, the greater the power of the rainstorm and flood, and the closer to the central region, the weaker the power. It is recommended that player lords close to the sea immediately abandon their territories. Qinhua official, player territories generally do not have walls. The target of the undead camp is only us. All Blue Star players should work together to fight the disaster. Seeing this, Zhao Yi gave up eating and ran to the city hall. Melissa, who was still eating, looked at Zhao Yi who was running away, and then looked at the food on the table. After hesitating for a moment, she left the table reluctantly and chased Zhao Yi. The disaster still came, but in a different form. Under normal circumstances, the clouds of disaster should cover the sky of the origin continent, and the undead army should attack all the places where living beings gather in waves. This time the disaster was a regular disaster like a rainstorm and flood. It was this regular disaster that would have a greater impact on the player's territory. Among the millions of player territories, less than 1 in 10,000 player lords have built walls for the main city, affiliated towns, and affiliated villages. Metal fences are generally used as walls. Even if there are walls, they are ordinary earth walls, short and narrow, very fragile, and simply cannot withstand the coming terrible rainstorm and flood. Compared with the player's territory, all the indigenous cities have walls built with magic materials, which can almost block the rainstorm and flood. This time, the disaster launched by the undead is aimed directly at the player's territory. In the past 2 months, similar rainstorms and floods have occurred in various parts of the origin continent, but they did not last long and were not very powerful. With many professionals, most of the player's territories can survive ordinary rainstorms and floods relatively easily. Now, the rainstorm and flood launched by the undead camp, which is more than 10 times stronger, is about to come. Zhao Yi believes that the players know that the undead camp launch rainstorms and floods because they learned it from the indigenous forces. I am just an independent player. My territory is very closed, and I have very little communication with the outside world. I basically have no good relations with the indigenous forces. However, those players are different, and they always have ways to establish relations with the indigenous forces. The Blue Star players, who don't even have a 4th level professional, can't know the actions of the undead camp in the first place. The indigenous camp that has been fighting against the undead camp will definitely know. The heavy rain and flood must be real. As the strongest player territory, all the cities and villages in Zhao Yi's territory have no walls. Once the heavy rain comes and the flood quickly forms, how can the cities and villages in the territory resist it? Without city walls, it is impossible to resist the heavy rain and floods. The city and villages were buried by the floods. I don't know how many people will be swallowed by the floods. Zhao Yi's territory is not close to the sea, but the Violet Kingdom where Zhao Yi's territory is located is close to the sea and almost faces the most powerful heavy rain and floods. What should I do? What should I do? Zhao Yi's eyes turned red. Chapter 180. When Zhao Yi ran to the meeting room of the city hall, Cece, Elliot and others had just arrived. Zhao Yi was usually the last one to arrive. Seeing the Lord's face, everyone in the meeting felt that something was wrong and something might have happened. Lord? Cece asked. Zhao Yi waved his hand to show that he was fine, and immediately told his subordinates about the rainstorm and flood in the undead camp. In 2 hours at most, our territory will be covered by rainstorm. How can we resist the coming rainstorm? Facing the Lord's question, everyone in the meeting thought quickly. All the cities and villages in the territory have no city walls. There are many earth magicians, including 5 third-level earth magicians, but it is too late to build city walls now. Even if building city walls can resist floods, the houses in the city are mainly made of earth and stone, and some are brick and stone houses. With the power of the coming rainstorm, brick and stone houses can barely withstand it, and earth and stone houses can only last about a day. After the rainstorm and the accumulation of water, these earth and stone houses will probably have to be rebuilt after the rainstorm and flood. The loss of the people in the territory can be ignored. Civilian families don't have much valuable things at all. Professional families can just carry some valuable things with them. There is no time to build the city wall. After an unprecedented rainstorm and flood, it is very likely that all the cities and villages in the territory will have to be rebuilt. If you can't resist the rainstorm and flood, then try to save the population as much as possible, especially the professionals. As long as people are still there, cities and villages can be built quickly. This can be achieved by relying on the demiplane and transferring the population to the demiplane. As long as the entrances and exits of the demiplane are well protected, the rainstorm and flood will not affect the demiplane. But within 2 hours at most, Zhao Yi's territory will be flooded. It is difficult to transfer the population of Zhaocheng to the demiplane, and the population of other cities and villages cannot be transferred much. The total population of Zhao Yi's territory has exceeded 240,000, of which 170,000 are on the origin continent. Zhaocheng alone accounts for 60,000 people. What should be done with the remaining 110,000 people? Transfer all professionals away and leave the civilians to fend for themselves? The meeting was in progress, and Jinhua hurried over to report to Zhao Yi the information brought by the Hill Chamber of Commerce. The undead will cause a rainstorm and flood that will soon sweep across the entire origin continent, in addition to providing information. The Hill Chamber of Commerce also gave Zhao Yi a batch of disaster relief supplies. Zhao Yi's territory still has a friendly indigenous force, but this information came a little late, and the disaster relief supplies donated were just a drop in the bucket. At the end of the meeting, everyone proposed ideas, but they were not of much value, and could not save more people for the territory. Just when the meeting was about to stop, and was about to immediately transfer the population of Zhaocheng, official Andrew proposed an idea that could save more people for the territory. Lord, the alchemy workshops, pharmaceutical workshops, and markets in Zhaocheng are all alchemy products, which can be large or small. If they are quickly sent to a town or village, some of the population can be saved. Hearing Andrew's words, Zhao Yi felt his eyes light up, and the population of the territory could be saved. A primary smelting plant covers an area of about 3,000 square meters. There are a lot of equipment in the smelting plant, and there are also many empty spaces. It is relatively easy to squeeze in the population of a village. Anyway, they won't stay crowded in the smelter forever. They can come out and rebuild their homes after the rainstorm and flood. Cece, Elliot and others know that there is only one intermediate wizard tower, one intermediate alchemy workshop, one primary wizard tower, one primary pharmaceutical workshop, one primary market, and 2 primary smelters in the territory. But there are more such alchemical creation buildings in Zhao Yi's card pack. When alchemical creations appear in the treasure chest, Zhao Yi will choose them. The value of these alchemical creations is much higher than the professional recruitment scrolls opened by the same level cards. They can be sold in the market, and at a high price. Zhao Yi has never thought of selling them. In addition to the market, other buildings are very important to the development of the territory. It's just that the territory lacks resources. The raw materials needed by the alchemy workshop and the pharmaceutical workshop must be purchased from the outside. In addition, there is a lack of alchemists and pharmacists, so no more alchemy workshops and pharmaceutical workshops are released. Zhao Yi counted the buildings in the card pack: 1 advanced market, for intermediate markets, 1 intermediate alchemy workshop, 1 intermediate pharmaceutical workshop, 2 intermediate smelters, 14 primary markets, 6 primary alchemy workshops, 2 primary pharmaceutical workshops, and 6 primary smelters. Zhao Yi had never thought that he had accumulated so many buildings. 1 primary building was placed in each village, 1 intermediate building was placed in each of the 3 second-level towns Ding, Wu and Ji, and 2 intermediate buildings were placed in each of the 3 first-level towns Jia, Yi and Bing. There were still 10 villages that did not get primary buildings. They could choose the village closest to the city, and quickly transfer the population of the village to the city. Zhao Yi told his subordinates about the alchemy buildings he had, and without waiting, the population transfer plan centered on the alchemy buildings was immediately implemented. Elliot went to summon the air cavalry troops, and the alchemical buildings were quickly sent to the most remote villages by the air cavalry. According to the distance, they could first go to the nearest town through the teleportation array, and the air cavalry's flight distance was shortened. Zhao Yi found a place, and immediately summoned all the alchemical buildings, and spread them all over the ground. Cici and a group of officials were also busy transferring the population of Zhaocheng to the demiplane. The population of villages close to Zhaocheng also had to be transferred to the demiplane in Zhaocheng, and all the carriages for quickly transferring the population were in motion. The dark clouds were getting closer and closer to Zhao Yi's territory. Primary buildings were erected next to the village, and intermediate buildings were erected next to the town. Residents quickly entered the buildings with valuables under the command of officials. The last high-level market was also used by Zhao Yi, standing on one side of Zhaocheng as a city wall. Many earth magicians were working on 3 sides of Zhaocheng, and they wanted to build walls on the other 3 sides of Zhaocheng as soon as possible. Zhao Yi still couldn't bear to watch Zhaocheng being swallowed by the rainstorm and flood, and planned to launch a battle to defend Zhaocheng. If it were on Blue Star, the human side would surely lose this defense battle, even with a large number of machines, but there is a possibility of success on the Origin continent with extraordinary power. If there is a 7th level Earth magician, no other actions are needed to ensure that Zhaocheng is safe. For this reason, Zhao Yi also took out magic crystals to buy Earth spell scrolls from the market, just to build the city wall faster. Racing against time, the Earth magicians quickly consumed mana, and the 3 Earth walls were constantly expanding, trying to encircle Zhaocheng together with a high-level market before the rainstorm came. I didn't forget to leave a drainage outlet. In the early stage of a rainstorm and flood, the water in the city is the most troublesome, and the water mages need to work hard to send the water out of the city. There are a lot of drainage channels in Zhaocheng, but in an extraordinary rainstorm, these drainage channels cannot quickly drain the water. The next threat is the flood caused by the rainstorm. I hope that the earth wall built by the earth mages can block the flood. As long as there is a chance, the earth mages will continue to thicken and raise the walls of Zhaocheng. There is also the Tree of Life. With the vitality of the Tree of Life, it is no problem to resist the rainstorm and flood. Zhao Yi still adds some protection to the Tree of Life. Chapter 181. Zhao Yi Territory, Yiqi Village. A primary market stands on the left side of the village. Hurry, hurry, the rainstorm is coming, don't bring too many things, there is not enough space to put them. As long as people are alive, they will have everything in the future. We have to thank the merciful Lord. This rainstorm and flood disaster was caused by the undead, which will swallow everyone, but the Lord sent people to deliver the magical alchemical creation. As long as we hide in the alchemical creation, we don't need to be afraid of the rainstorm and flood. We will come out after the rainstorm and flood are over. The heavy rain and floods will destroy the homes we have built with great difficulty, but as long as we are still here, new homes can be built soon. Under the official's call, families lined up with their belongings to enter the primary market. At the entrance of the primary market, officials also shouted that after entering the market, people should not walk around or touch anything randomly, because the things inside are very valuable, and they cannot afford to sell their bodies. Under the command of a group of officials, and with more professionals maintaining law and order, everything was in order. Finally, officials and professionals entered the primary market. Yiqi village was empty, and the market gate was closed, quietly waiting for the rainstorm to come. A small primary market was crowded with more than 1,200 people, and everyone sat on the ground. Basically, everyone was crowded together, leaving only a small path for people to pass through. In this small market, there are also toilets, kitchens, and other areas. Due to limited space, the toilet can only be simply blocked with cloth or wooden boards. People who are close to the toilet will feel uncomfortable. At that time, a wind mage can be arranged to come and blow away the unpleasant smell. The situation of all towns and villages in Zhao Yi's territory is similar to that of Yiqi village, except that towns with more people need more time to transfer to the alchemy creation building. In addition, the population of several villages close to the town must be transferred to the town. The population transfer task can be completed around the time when the rainstorm arrives. In addition, in low-lying areas, the location of the alchemy creation building will be far away from the village and choose a higher place. There is a fear that the rainstorm and flood will submerge the alchemy creation building, and the people inside will have a big problem breathing air. The residents of Zhaocheng and nearby villages were the luckiest. They could temporarily migrate to the demiplane, which was spacious enough and did not need to be crowded in the alchemical buildings. All the tasks were assigned to his subordinates, so Zhao Yi had nothing to do. At most, he would inspect the construction of the city wall. Zhao Yi opened the forum again and took a look, wanting to see the situation of the players' territories that had been hit by heavy rain. Fuck, such a heavy rain. I live by the sea on Blue Star, and the biggest rain I have ever encountered is not as heavy as this one. I am afraid that my territory will be swallowed by the heavy rain and floods, but I will not give up. I will fight to the last moment. I'm so lucky. My territory is in the central region. The closer to the sea and the outer edge of the origin continent, the more powerful the rainstorm and flood disasters are. In the central region, it is just an ordinary rainstorm and flood at most, and it won't last long. Why can't I move the territory to another country? If I could change the country, I would move the territory to the native country in the central region now. Let the people die, but our Lord must live. I didn't use up the points for killing the undead last night. I will rebuild my home after the rainstorm and flood are over. My luck is not bad. The area where the main city of the territory is located is relatively high, so the flood cannot rush over. Zhao Yi also saw that all the player lords made use of the alchemy buildings in the territory, and stuffed as many people as possible into them. This is the only way for most player lords to retain the population. The territory has a large population, and a lack of alchemy buildings. In the heavy rain and flood, many people will inevitably die. The player lords can only send the professionals and their families into the alchemy buildings as much as possible. Recruiting a professional is much more expensive than recruiting a civilian. Even if all the civilians died, it would not take too many points to replenish civilians after the rainstorm and flood. In the territories where the people are mainly indigenous people, the civilians can only accept it silently, but in the territories where the people are mainly players, the abandoned players will never accept it. Together they resisted the tyranny of the Lord and gave the Lord two choices, either to let them enter the alchemy creation building, or to give them travel expenses and let them go to the indigenous city. Most lords made the same choice. They first appeased their subjects and let them wait in their territories. Maybe the rainstorm and flood were not that powerful, and they could resist. If they really could not resist, they were willing to pay for the passage and let their subjects use the teleportation array to go to the nearest aboriginal city first, and then return through the teleportation array after the rainstorm and flood ended, or be recruited by the Lord with points. If they could choose, the player lords hoped that all the subjects would survive. They were one of the foundations of the territory. It would take time to recruit new subjects. What's more, the number of natives and players available for recruitment is limited. If they are lost, the newly recruited natives or the players who have not been lost will most likely be unavailable for recruitment in the future. However, the terrible rainstorm and flood are coming, and the player lords must make a choice. The rainstorm and flood have just begun, and it is still the rainstorm stage. The flood has not yet formed. All player territories can persist. It depends on the subsequent development. The 3 walls of Zhaocheng are about to be built, and the rainstorm is about to come. Zhao Yi is full of emotion. I feel that I have so many alchemical buildings and demi-planes in my hands, which can save all the population of the territory. As long as the population is still there, even if the city and village are completely destroyed by the rainstorm and flood, they can be rebuilt soon. I feel the wisdom of the undead camp. Most of the player territories do not have walls, and those with walls are difficult to withstand the rainstorm and flood. I don't know how many player territories will be greatly damaged by a rainstorm and flood in the undead camp. More importantly, after the rainstorm and flood, the undead army that attacked the defense lines and traps outside the city or village were destroyed by the rainstorm and flood, and could not stop the undead army. I don't know how many player territories will be destroyed by this wave of undead army attacks. Compared with other players' territories, Zhao Yi's territory is undoubtedly the best, and the gap with other players' territories continues to widen. If he can choose, Zhao Yi is very reluctant to see heavy rain and floods, which means that the overall strength of the Blue Star player territory, including the Qin country players, will be weakened. The undead camp, the aboriginal camp, and the Blue Star players are also a camp. As a brave warrior from another world, it is very difficult for Blue Star players to integrate into the aboriginal camp in a short period of time. But the undead camp's move directly weakened the strength of the Blue Star player camp. If it strikes so accurately every time, all Blue Star players will not last long in this game world. In the games on Blue Star, players are the protagonists. In this game world, Blue Star players can only be regarded as intruders. The previous disasters also dealt a heavy blow to Blue Star players, but players can fight to support themselves by destroying the undead. Player lords with poor abilities are eliminated, and the territories of capable player lords will become stronger. Blue Star players are not eligible to choose, and now they can only face the rainstorm and floods caused by the undead camp. Chapter 182. The city wall of Zhaocheng was built less than 4 minutes ago when the rainstorm came. It took only 1.5 hours of construction time. With the efforts of a group of earth magicians in Zhaocheng added a low city wall that was at least 5 kilometers long, 5 meters wide at the bottom, 3 meters wide at the top, and 3 meters high. Zhaocheng covers an area of 2 square kilometers, which is a standard square with a side length of 1.41 meters. The length of the Haiyan market cannot block one side of Zhaocheng, and a distance of wall connection is required. The newly built city wall was very low, and it would definitely not be able to withstand the rainstorm and floods caused by the undead. Zhao Yi did not want to use such a low city wall to block the rainstorm and floods. The construction of Zhaocheng city wall did not end with the arrival of the rainstorm. As the earth mages quickly recovered their mana in the mage tower, they needed to go to the city wall in the rain to continue widening and raising the wall. The water mages also assisted the earth mages, and were responsible for drainage. There were officers commanding on the city wall, and other high-ranking officials of the territory followed Zhao Yi into the mage tower. A few people came to the top of the mage tower and watched the city wall widen and raise the wall little by little with the efforts of the earth mages, and watched the rain getting heavier. In the past 10 minutes, the rainfall has exceeded 3 millimeters, and in the next 10 minutes, the rainfall will exceed 4 millimeters. According to the rainfall records on Blue Star, a certain area has a rainfall of 38.1 millimeters in 1 minute, and a certain area has a rainfall of 1869.9 millimeters in 24 hours. On Blue Star, human power cannot resist the power of nature. On the Origin continent, top professionals can resist the power of nature, and facing the rainstorms and floods caused by the undead camp, it will only be more exaggerated. On the forum, a player territory lord near the sea posted that the rainfall in his territory has exceeded 50 millimeters per minute. In another player's territory, the territory was flooded by half a meter of rain in just 1 hour, and the rain was still rising rapidly. It didn't seem like it was raining in the sky, but it looked like the sea was pouring down. This analogy is somewhat correct, because the rain that caused the rainstorm and flood in the undead camp came from the sea, not the sea evaporated by the sun. So the rain now tastes salty. Facing the horrific rainstorm and flood, the players of Blue Star are still too weak, and can only rely on luck. Players with good luck have territories in the middle area of the Origin continent, or places close to the middle area. When the rainstorm and flood extend inland, the power will only continue to decline. There are also players with good luck. The main city of the territory is in a high place. The rainstorm may wash away the main city, but the main city will not be swallowed by the flood. It is still no problem to keep the population of the territory. There are also players with good luck. This is the European Emperor among players. Like Zhao Yi, he has a lot of alchemical buildings in his hands, which can accommodate a large number of people in the territory. In fact, there is a solution to the rainstorm and flood. The Blue Star player camp does not even have a 4th level professional, and is unable to resist the rainstorm and flood, but the indigenous camp has many strong people. This is the first time that the undead camp has set off a rainstorm and flood on the Origin continent. It has never done it before, and it knows that there is no point in doing so. On the one hand, most indigenous cities can withstand rainstorms and floods, and on the other hand, the strong people in the indigenous camp can stop rainstorms and floods. Even when the undead camp is about to set off a rainstorm and flood, the strong people in the indigenous camp will appear, and the two sides will fight, and the rainstorm and flood will not occur at all. Now, facing the rainstorm and flood disaster that only targets the territory of the heroes from another world, most of the strong men in the indigenous camp have no intention of taking action. The heroes from another world are not considered their own people, and it is not without cause for them to take action. Once a war breaks out with the undead camp, even the 9th level legendary strongmen will die. The strong men in the indigenous camp obviously will not fight to the death with the undead camp for the heroes from another world. Let the heroes from another world die. Anyway, they have persisted for so long without the heroes from another world. Even if the heroes from another world are gone, they can still persist. As the vast majority of the indigenous forces watched helplessly, more and more Blue Star player territories were baptized by heavy rain and floods. In Zhao Yi's territory, the rainfall continued to increase, and some villages in low-lying areas had accumulated several centimeters of water. This made Zhao Yi remember that, not counting the heavy rain and floods caused by the undead camp, his territory was also likely to encounter ordinary heavy rain and floods. The main city, towns, and villages in the territory had to make some preparations to resist ordinary heavy rain and floods. When building cities and villages, choose high places instead of low places. As for building walls, or even city walls, facing the undead army that attacks every night, walls or city walls made of mud are somewhat useful, but the construction of walls or city walls is not small and takes a long time. When this rainstorm and flood is over, the people need to rebuild their homes. First, they need to build defense lines and dig traps to resist the undead army, and then build houses. This will take a lot of time. The walls of the village can be built, but they can only be built slowly. The walls of the town can also be built. For example, the 3 first-level towns A, B, and C, all the affiliated villages have been built, and it is unlikely that the 3 towns will be upgraded to small towns in the future. For the time being, the highest level of undead that attacks every night is only level 3, and there will usually be only 1 or 2. After the rainstorm and flood are over, the home will be rebuilt first, and then the walls will be built slowly. The main manpower is only the earth magicians of the town garrison and the hired civilian labor. For small towns and above, it is best to use magic materials to build the walls, especially Jiaocheng, which is the main city of the territory. The mud wall built for Jiaocheng now is only to resist floods. If there were no heavy rains and floods, the undead army that attacked every night would not be able to rush to the wall. Even if they rushed to the wall, there was no magic shield of the magic tower to block them. Facing the 3rd level or even 4th level undead, the mud wall was almost as bad as paper. Watching the heavy rain, the high-ranking officials in the territory in the magic tower looked very unhappy. With the many alchemical buildings brought out by the Lord and the half-plane, all the people in the territory could save their lives, but the 3 first-level towns A, B, and C, the 3 second-level towns D, E, and F, and 42 first-level villages built in the past 2 months were all destroyed by the heavy rain. Even if it is not destroyed by the rainstorm, it will be swallowed by the flood that follows. They don't even know whether Jiaocheng's efforts will succeed, and whether the newly built city wall can stop the flood. Even if it can stop the flood, the ordinary houses built with a lot of earth and stone in Jiaocheng are likely to be washed away by the rainstorm. 2 months of construction will soon be destroyed by the rainstorm and flood. No one can remain indifferent, especially Zhao Yi, the Lord, whose heart is bleeding. The 42 villages built are not just to increase the population. Some villages develop agriculture, some villages develop metal forging, and some villages develop mining and smelting. These villages are the foundation of the territory. If the undead camp can be eliminated in the future, all the death power on the land will be purified, and these industries can be rapidly expanded to increase the strength of the territory. Facing the rainstorm and flood caused by the undead camp, everything must be rebuilt. Even if it only takes 1 month to restore to the level before the rainstorm and flood, it is a huge loss for the territory. With this month, these industries should develop better. At this moment, Zhao Yi's heart was full of anger towards the undead camp and the aboriginal camp. Chapter 183. As the most powerful and most subordinate territories among the many player forces on Blue Star, Qin State official has been actively saving itself from the moment it received the news of the rainstorm and flood caused by the undead camp. There are too many player territories under Qin State official, which are spread across various indigenous countries on the origin continent. If it does not save itself, Qin State official strength will inevitably suffer heavy losses. The method of alchemical creation buildings used by all player territories to protect the people under the Qin State official also used it, but it was not enough, and there were still a large number of people who had no place to stay. The Qin State officials did not give up on these people, and immediately made a decision to spend a lot of points to send some professional and non-professional families in the outer areas of the origin continent to the middle area, or the territories close to the middle area. This is actually a rule of the game world, the recruitment rule. As long as the player lord drives his own people out of the territory, he can be recruited by other player lords with points and directly transferred to the player's territory. It takes too many points to recruit professionals above the 1st level and 0 level mages and priests. Fortunately, there are relatively few such people in the territory, and it is no problem to bring their families to the alchemy buildings in the territory. In addition, the official Qin State knew about the rainstorm and flood caused by the undead camp earlier. The player lords did not use the points they received yesterday, and they could barely transfer the extra personnel in the outer player territories to the inner areas. When the rainstorm and flood are over, the outer player lords will use the points to transfer the personnel from their original territories back. There is also a change here. Non-professional families, and even some professional families can stay, and the outer player lords can use the points to recruit new ones, so that the points of the inner player lords will not be wasted. However, It mainly depends on the carrying capacity of the territory. It is okay to exceed some upper limits in a short period of time. If it cannot be consumed in a short period of time, it can only be sent back over a long distance. Peripheral player lords are more willing to accept old people, who are always better than newcomers, and the quality of newcomers is constantly declining. The recruitment rules can effectively reduce the loss of personnel in the territories under the official forces of Qin State, but there is also a bad point. That is, when recruiting, the levels of indigenous professionals and combat professional players will return to the starting point of the current level, mainly to level 0, and they need to kill undead again to upgrade. Only sending away the 0-level professionals and non-professionals is barely acceptable. As long as the people are still there, the level can be reduced. The official forces of Qin State were the first to use the recruitment rules to send away the excess personnel in the outer territories. Soon, other player forces knew what Qin State did and followed suit. But not all player forces can do it. At least only medium and large player forces with more territories can do it. It is very troublesome for player forces with fewer territories, and in the outer territories to do it. For example, find a player force with many territories in the origin continent as an ally, or pay enough money to temporarily transfer the extra personnel in the territory. After all, the other party has to spend points. Even if it is an ally, the cost of this action will be very high. Perhaps there will be a situation where both the wife and the army are lost. The money is swallowed by the other party, and the people will not be sent back. The player force that loses a large number of personnel and money is severely damaged and has no ability to retaliate. As the second in the territory combat power list, Cheng Jinling is much luckier than Zhao Yiling. Cheng Jinling is in the central region, and Zhao Yiling is in the coastal Violet Kingdom. Cheng Jin territory also has to accept a large number of people. This rainstorm and flood will greatly improve Cheng Jin territory's combat power, but it still cannot catch up with Zhao Yi territory, and the quality of combat professional players is still not as good as Zhao Yi territory. At the same time, Cheng Jin may have to use up all the points in his hand, but Zhao Yi's points are not used. When the rainstorm and flood are over, the combat power gap between the two territories may be greater than before the rainstorm and flood. At this time, there are also players in the forum discussing Zhao Yi territory, speculating whether Zhao Yi territory is on the periphery or inside the origin continent. If Zhao Yi was still a casual player in the periphery, he would probably be severely hit by the heavy rain and flood this time, and the first position would return to Cheng Jin, and he would not even be able to keep the top 10, and it is more likely that the territory will never recover from this. Compared with the territories that the player forces focus on cultivating, the risk resistance of casual player territories is too poor. Many players living in the aboriginal city and many player forces are paying attention to the changes in the combat power value of the first place in the territory combat power list. In Zhao Yi's territory, the heavy rain has lasted for an hour and is still intensifying. In the past 10 minutes, the rainfall has exceeded 10 millimeters. The drainage canals in Zhaocheng were unable to drain the water in the city in time. Fortunately, there were a large number of water mages, so Zhaocheng would not be submerged by the water before the flood arrived. The earth mages continued to work in the rain, trying to widen and raise the city wall. The soil for building the city wall was not created out of thin air. A small river had already appeared in some areas away from the city wall. This small river would continue to widen and deepen until it was submerged by the flood. After the rainstorm and flood, if the small river was not filled with the soil brought by the flood, Zhao Yi would arrange for the earth mages to demolish the city wall and fill the small river. Many aboriginal cities on the origin continent do not need moats, and rivers and city walls also hinder the expansion of Zhaocheng. The current rainfall has a great impact on non-professionals, and also has some impact on zero-level professionals. The higher the level of the professional, the less impact the rainstorm has on them, and even to the point of being ignored. Similarly, there are night battles. The higher the level of the profession, the better it is to see things at night. However, when the flood is formed, the flood that can swallow the whole person may be washed away, even the fourth-level professional. No matter how hard they tried to run, it was difficult for first-level professionals to be drowned by the flood. At most, they would be washed to other places by the flood. When the flood was over, they would have a long way to go home. In the Mage Tower, Zhao Yi looked outside Zhaocheng. The area where Zhaocheng was located was neither high nor low. As the rainstorm got heavier, it would eventually face the baptism of the flood. The rainstorm extended inland, and the flood was more likely to come from the inland direction and finally flow back into the sea. Therefore, Zhao Yi placed the high-end market on the west side of Zhaocheng, and the plan to save Zhaocheng had a higher chance of success. Chapter 184. Somewhere on the seashore of the Violet Kingdom, Chao Da's new territory is located here. At this moment, Chao Da stayed by the window on the second floor of the intermediate market, staring blankly at the heavy rain and the rising water outside. After thinking seriously for many days, Chao Da moved his territory here 4 days ago after the territory migration button turned on. One is to stay away from Zhao Yi's territory. Zhao Yi's territory, in Chao Da's view, is a third-class earldom, a big boss among the lord players, and the territory will continue to expand. Chao Da wants to keep the new territory as far away from Zhao Yi's territory as possible. If the distance is too close, he will have to move again in the future. Another reason is that Chao Da thought of sea control. The origin continent is surrounded by the sea. If he formed a strong fleet, he could use the sea to quickly reach other coasts, which would be beneficial for the future domination of the world. Chao Da had a very rare alchemical building among players, a primary shipyard, which could quickly build ordinary ships and alchemical ships, but the construction speed was very slow. In addition to the 2 ship construction drawings in his hand, Chao Da finally placed his new territory on the seaside. Before moving the territory, he sent his loyal followers to the seaside of the Violet Kingdom many times to investigate and finally determine the location of the new territory. 4 days later, the population of Cao Da's new territory has exceeded 1,200, which is much faster than the old territory. Everything is developing in the direction Cao Da wanted. What Cao Da never expected was that after only 4 days, the undead camp launched a new disaster. If it was the same disaster at the end of last month, Cao Da would be very happy. Although the new territory has just started, the foundation of the new territory is much more solid than the old territory at the same time. The disaster will become an opportunity for the new territory to take off. After the disaster, the new territory will develop faster. Who knew that the undead faction had changed, and directly used the water from the 4 seas to cause rainstorms and floods? Cao Da, a new territory located on the seashore, was the first to be hit, and was the first player territory to be baptized by the rainstorms and floods. Cao Da was speechless about the rainstorms and floods caused by the undead faction, but he was also very fortunate. What made him speechless was that his new territory was destroyed by the rainstorms and floods just 4 days after it was established, and he had to rebuild it. Fortunately, he moved his territory. If he hadn't moved his territory, it would have been difficult to keep all the people in the old territory with the population and the number of alchemical buildings in his hands. Now we have come to the new territory, with only 1,200 people, which can be easily accommodated by a few alchemical buildings, and everyone has a little space to move around. It can be said that the situation is much better than that of most player territories. Chao Da even had a flash of joy in his mind. Many player territories were about to be hit hard by the rainstorm and floods, and the opportunity for his territory to rise has come. Before, I dreamed of becoming a big boss, and now I really have the opportunity to become a big boss. Chao Da thought of the big boss, who rescued his territory again. I wonder what the big boss's territory will be like after this rainstorm and flood. If I become a big boss, and the big boss's territory declines, I will help the big boss. Chao Da thought in his mind. The rainstorm is getting heavier and heavier. In Zhao Yi's territory, the rainfall in 10 minutes has exceeded 13 millimeters. If the rainstorm continues, even if the rainfall in 1 minute is only 1 millimeter, the rainfall in 1 day will be as high as 1,440 millimeters. In 2 days at most, all the one-story buildings in the city without city walls will be submerged. It is more likely that ordinary earth and stone buildings will be washed away by the rainstorm, but brick and stone buildings can last longer. Ordinary earth and stone buildings can be washed away by heavy rain, but the city wall of Zhaocheng that is still under construction is not so easy to be washed away. Thanks to the efforts of the earth magicians, the city wall built with mud is very delicate from the inside to the outside, almost equivalent to ordinary cement. However, the city wall under construction is still relatively short. Zhao Yi's goal is to make the bottom width of this city wall more than 10 meters, and the height more than 10 meters, so that it can be considered to have a greater chance of resisting floods. The earth magicians have been working continuously, and it may not be completed in 1 day and 1 night. According to the information Zhao Yi learned from the forum, the heavy rain of the rainstorm flood will last at least 3 days. It will rain continuously for 3 days. The rain will be small at the beginning, gradually increase, reach the strongest, then gradually weaken, and finally stop. According to the intensity of the rainstorm, a flood can be formed on the first day, and the strongest flood will be 3 days later, when the inland flood will rush to the sea. Xiao Yi felt that it was not safe to put the high-level market on the west side of Zhaocheng, so he concentrated some storage equipment to store stones and soil, unloaded them in the high-level market, and increased the weight of the high-level market. Facing the rainstorm and flood, everything that can be done has been done, or is being done. Xiao Yi and his men can't think of more useful ways, and can only wait quietly for the rainstorm and flood to end. Xiao Yi's mind turned to think about what will happen after the rainstorm and flood. During the rainstorm and flood, the undead must stay in the cemetery honestly. Even at night, they will not come out. Once they come out, all low-level undead will be swallowed by the flood. However, when the rainstorm and flood are over, all the towns and villages, defense lines and traps are gone, and they must rearrange the defense lines and dig traps before the undead army arrives. We need to pay attention to the silt brought by the rainstorm and flood. The silt affects the movement of the undead, and the impact on the living is even greater. With the strength of the towns and villages in Xiao Yi's territory, even if there is no time to set up defenses and dig traps, there is no problem in blocking the army of the undead at a small cost. There are plenty of explosive arrows, and there are also many alchemical bombs and spell scrolls in reserve. Especially the alchemical bombs, which can explode a large area. Although they are expensive, Xiao Yi still spends a lot of money to reserve some in each town and village. Once an accident occurs, and the reinforcements are not in time to rescue, the alchemical bombs can be consumed to eliminate the accident. For most player territories, the first day after the rainstorm and flood should be the most difficult. As long as they can survive the first day, set up defenses, and dig enough traps, they will be able to return to normal levels on the second day to deal with the undead army. Compared with this, the more important thing is the population loss of each player territory. With the alchemical creation buildings, the population loss is mainly non-professional families. After the rainstorm and flood, in order to develop, the player territory will continue to recruit a large number of non-professional families. Even if not all people are recruited, the remaining people are of extremely poor quality, and even affect Xiao Yi's recruitment. On the contrary, recruiting first level and above professionals will not have a big impact. The most amazing thing is that in this rainstorm and flood, the loss of the indigenous civilian population will be in the hundreds of millions, and most of the indigenous forces are indifferent to this, as if the death of civilians has no effect on them at all. Chapter 185. On the top floor of the Mage Tower, Xiao Yi opened his eyes, and waited for several seconds before remembering that because of the heavy rain and flood, there was no undead army attacking the territory last night, and there was no battle settlement yesterday. Xiao Yi walked to the window and looked outside. The heavy rain was still falling. The rainfall in 10 minutes had exceeded 30 millimeters, and the rain was still increasing. Due to the efforts of the water mages in Zhaocheng, the water depth would not exceed 100 millimeters, but the depth of the water outside Zhaocheng had exceeded 1,200 millimeters. Floods had already occurred yesterday morning, and the surging floods rushed towards Zhaocheng in waves, but were blocked by the high-level market and the wall of earth. The floods blocked by Zhaocheng could only pass through the north and south sides of Zhaocheng, continue to move eastward, and finally merge into the sea. That is their home, where they came from. They will return there, and they will not stay here for long. For the increasingly powerful floods, the lords of the player territories that have been baptized by heavy rains and floods are calm. In the heavy rain before the flood, their territory had been washed away. The people who did not enter the alchemical creation building could only run to higher ground, and the possibility of survival was relatively small. Even if they were not swallowed by the flood, they would be sick from the rain. No one would treat them in a short time. They had to bear it by themselves. If they couldn't bear it, they would die. It was the end of it. It was almost impossible to see a player lord who did not have an alchemical creation building in the territory. Such a player lord with extremely low or even negative luck value would have a problem to last for a month. The current player territories have at least one alchemy building. With an alchemy building, a part of the population can be preserved. If the lord is also in the territory will not be destroyed by floods. Player territories that are destroyed only by rainstorms and floods are almost impossible, but player territories that have suffered heavy losses due to rainstorms and floods are everywhere, including the official territories of Qin State. The official Qin State can transfer the excess population of the outer territories to the inner territories through recruitment rules, but the points used for the transfer of population, as well as the transferred native professionals and combat professionals, will be reduced in level. The loss of one territory can be ignored by the Qin State officials, but the losses of so many territories combined are heavy losses. Fortunately, not only the Qin State officials suffered heavy losses, but also the player forces in other territories all over the origin continent suffered heavy losses. Everyone suffered heavy losses, and the situation within the Blue Star player camp did not change. What changed was the confrontation between the Blue Star player camp and the Undead camp. When on Blue Star, Zhao Yi felt that the days passed very quickly. There were only a few things to do every day: eating, sleeping, going to the toilet, working, playing with mobile phones, and repeating over and over again. Before he knew it, half a day had passed. After entering the game world, Zhao Yi felt that time was passing very slowly day by day. There were so many things to do every day. In order to give himself free time to rest and practice, Zhao Yi took the initiative to delegate most of the tasks to his subordinates. Now, facing the rainstorm and flood, Zhao Yi felt that time was passing even slower. He really wanted the rainstorm and flood to pass in the next second, so that the territory could be rebuilt and developed. The city wall of Zhaocheng, which was 10 meters wide and 10 meters high, had been built. The earth magicians returned to the magic tower to rest and restore their mana. If such a wall could not withstand the flood, they would have to go out to work. The rainstorm was getting heavier and heavier, and the depth of the water outside the city continued to increase. 1.5 meters, 2 meters, 2.5 meters, 3 meters. When the rainstorm was at its heaviest in the second half of the night, the depth of the water had exceeded 3.5 meters, and floods of more than 4 meters continued to rush towards Zhaocheng from the west. When the rainstorm was at its heaviest, the rainfall exceeded 100 millimeters in 10 minutes, but such rain only lasted for a short time and continued to decrease from the peak. The rain was decreasing, but it would take at least one day for the rainstorm to stop. Even if the rainstorm stopped, the flood would not end immediately. At this time, at least 2/3 of the entire origin continent was baptized by heavy rain, and there was not much time left before the heavy rain invaded the central region. There were not many players discussing Zhao Yi territory in the forum. After 2 days of heavy rain, the combat power of Zhao Yi territory did not change at all. This was enough to show that Zhao Yi territory was in the central region or close to the central region, and the heavy rain and floods would not have much impact on Zhao Yi territory. Including some players from Qin country, many Blue Star players wanted to see the scene of Zhao Yi territory being severely damaged by heavy rain and floods, but unfortunately they could not do so. Zhao Yi territory still sat firmly on the first place in the territory combat power list. Almost no players could have imagined that Zhao Yi's territory was outside the origin continent, but it was only because of enough alchemical buildings and a half-plane that all the population was kept. Players felt that Zhao Yi, as a European emperor, had many alchemical buildings, but the people in Zhao Yi's territory were mainly indigenous people, and he could be ranked first in the territory combat power list. The population of the territory was very large, and it was impossible to accommodate all the people in the territory. If Zhao Yi knew that the players were misled, he would definitely smile, which was the best protection and concealment for his territory. The rainstorm was still falling, and it was advancing rapidly towards the center of the origin continent. However, the rain was far less intense than that in the outer area of the origin continent. Everyone knew that the rainstorm was not strong enough and would not last long. The player lords whose territories were in the middle area of the origin continent or close to the middle area were really lucky. Other player lords were envious. Persist and persist. When the sun on the fourth day dispelled the clouds and appeared in the sky, the players in the middle area cheered. The rainstorm and flood were finally over. But the players outside the origin continent did not smile. The rainstorm was over, but the flood was not over. Compared with the rainstorm, the flood was more terrible. The flood with a height of more than 6 meters rushed directly to the Haiyan Market on the west side of Zhaocheng. The Haiyan Market was as stable as Mount Tai, firmly protecting Zhaocheng behind it. The water depth in other directions of Zhaocheng was also more than 5 meters, almost the height of a 2-story building. Without the Haiyan Market and the city wall to block it, the brick and stone houses in Zhaocheng would also be washed away. At present, Zhao Yi is quite confident about Zhaocheng. If nothing unexpected happens, the defense of Zhaocheng will surely succeed. Compared with this, Zhao Yi is more concerned about a post he just saw on the forum. The flood in the player territories in the central region has receded quickly. Many player territories may be attacked by the undead tonight. The player territories in the central region, which have not suffered much loss, can face the undead attack tonight more easily. The key is that the player territories in the central region can encounter the undead tonight, while Zhao Yi's territory may take 3 days, or even longer. After the flood completely recedes, the territory will be attacked by the undead. Compared with the player lords in the central region, Zhao Yi has tens of millions less points, several days of treasure chests, and a lot of experience. This is unfair. Chapter 186. In the forum, a large number of central domain player lords were smug, and more peripheral player lords shouted. Unfair. They shouted. Unfair, but the players also knew that there was no absolute fairness, whether it was Blue Star or the game world. Especially in this encounter, the peripheral player lords could only comfort themselves with bad luck, because their territories were on the periphery of the origin continent instead of the central domain. Some peripheral player lords thought that if a disaster broke out again in the next month, they hoped that the undead camp would take the initiative to attack the player territories in the central domain. Time soon came to the night of the 64th day, when the Blue Star players came to the game world, and the player lords in the central region found that they were too happy too early. Fuck, my territory didn't get promoted today. How come after destroying one wave of undead, a second wave of undead appeared? As the first player lord in the central region posted about the experience of his territory, more similar posts appeared. 1 wave, 2 waves, 3 waves, 4 waves. All the player territories that were attacked by undead tonight were attacked by 4 waves of undead, and each wave was stronger than the previous one. The 4 waves of undead added together were stronger than the 3 waves of undead encountered when the territory was promoted. The lord players, who have been able to hold on until now, are all strong, and their territories are not weak. Some even have the strength to be successfully promoted, but the losses will be great, and they have been accumulating strength. Now facing 4 waves of undead that are stronger than the territory promotion battle, in order to reduce personnel losses, the player lords can only spend all the points they have just received and buy a large number of alchemical props to eliminate the undead. Even so, more than 300,000 player territories were destroyed by the undead army that night. You should know that during the day, the number of player territories is as high as 4.1 million. On average, in the 5 regions of the origin continent, there are only about 800,000 in each region. In the central region, more than 1/3 of the player territories were destroyed by the undead army in just one night. This night, not only a large number of individual player territories were destroyed, but also the territories of many player forces were destroyed by the undead army, especially the official Chen Kingdom, the official Eli Kingdom, the official Los Kingdom, and other super player forces, which suffered huge losses. The reason why these super player forces suffered heavy losses is very simple. When the rainstorm and flood disaster were about to come, these player forces transferred the excess population in the outer territories through the recruitment rules. The excess population in the outer territories were transferred to the central region and the territories close to the central region. The population of these territories increased greatly. The key is that the quantity increased, but the quality did not improve, but seriously declined. Among the transferred population, there are also 0-level native professionals or combat professional players, but after re-recruiting, their levels are all reset to 0, and their combat power is greatly reduced. Under such circumstances, the territories of many player forces in the central region were destroyed by the undead army. More than 300,000 player territories in the central region were destroyed, and the remaining player territories suffered varying degrees of losses. It can be said that the strength of the Blue Star player camp was hit hard again. When the floods in another part of the area recede tomorrow, some of the Lord players will inevitably make the choice of cutting off their tails to survive. Territories where the residents are mainly indigenous people give up civilian families, and territories where the residents are mainly players give up pure life professional families, and even some 0-level combat professional player families. Reduce the population of the territory, and improve the quality to deal with at least 4 waves of the undead army at night. Blue Star players have now realized that the undead camp's killer move is not only the rainstorm and flood. After the rainstorm and flood, the undead army that has not been deployed for a few days will be deployed on the night when the flood recedes. The player's territory will encounter 4 waves of undead tonight, and the player's territory will most likely encounter 5 waves of undead tomorrow night, 6 waves the day after tomorrow, and 7 waves the day after tomorrow. After the player's territory encountered multiple waves of undead attacks on the first night, it should return to normal on the second night. Seeing what happened to the player lords in the central region, many player lords in the outer regions of the origin continent almost laughed out loud. Especially the individual player lords. They can only save a part of the population through alchemical buildings. Compared with before the rainstorm and flood, the population of the territory has decreased, but the quality has improved. Facing 6 or even 7 waves of undead, the territory can be saved, and the loss itself may not be too great. The sudden change finally made many peripheral player lords feel relieved. Unfairness became fairness. They didn't care that the overall strength of the Blue Star player camp was weakened. They only cared that their territory and other player territories were still on the same starting line. They couldn't let their territory be hit hard while other player territories were still developing well. Zhao Yi also saw what happened to the player lords in the central region in the forum. He sighed a few times at the weakening of the overall strength of the Blue Star player camp, and then thought about the impact of this incident on his territory. According to the player's speculation, Zhao Yi's territory might encounter 7 or even 8 waves of undead on the night when the flood ended. With the strength of Zhao Yi's territory, it would not be a problem for the main city, various towns, and various villages to eliminate 8 waves of undead, and the losses would not be great. After all, the disaster at the end of the first month was more terrifying than this time. In the last disaster, the players could not use the territory teleportation array. This time, the player lords whose territories were destroyed were able to escape, and they were able to take some people with them. 8 waves of undead. Zhao Yi muttered. If the territory's main city eliminates 8 waves of undead in a row, as long as the number of casualties is not high, a diamond treasure chest will be obtained. This will be the second diamond treasure chest Zhao Yi has obtained. The 6 towns of A, B, C, D, E, and F can each bring Zhao Yi a platinum treasure chest, and the 37 villages that will be attacked by undead will also bring Zhao Yi a silver treasure chest. 1 diamond treasure chest, 6 platinum treasure chests, 37 silver treasure chests, 1 crystal treasure chest, 6 gold treasure chests, and 37 bronze treasure chests for 8 consecutive days. Zhao Yi compared the two and couldn't tell which was better. One was quality, the other was quantity. Thinking of this, Zhao Yi felt much better. 8 waves of undead, plus a higher combat professional experience bonus, Zhao Yi felt that his Dragon Knight professional level could reach the 3rd level of perfection, and he had a 4th-level advancement stone in his hand, and he immediately became a 4th-level professional. It would take another 2 days to digest the harvest, and at most 3 days, the territory could be promoted. Thinking carefully, the rainstorm and flood disaster caused by the undead camp mainly affected Zhao Yi's territory in the construction of the territory, and did not have a big impact on the improvement of the territory's strength. If there were no heavy rain and flood, he would have been promoted to the 4th level on the same day, and challenged the first-class earldom in 2 or 3 days. The heavy rain and flood, plus the undead forces that had been accumulated for many days, would not cause much damage to Zhao Yi's territory. The operation of the undead camp did not affect the improvement of Zhao Yi's territory, but it was too much of a blow to the Blue Star player camp. Even if they were prepared, a large number of player territories would be destroyed or severely damaged. Chapter 187. Things developed just as the players had guessed. On the night of the 65th day, some of the player territories were attacked by 5 waves of undead. On the night of the 66th day, some of the player territories were attacked by 6 waves of undead. On the night of the 67th day, some of the player territories were attacked by 7 waves of undead. The territories of the players who came later had already made preparations in advance, but some of them were still destroyed or severely damaged. There were also player territories that had been severely damaged before, which were destroyed by the daily undead army on the 2nd or 3rd night. The number of player territories in the entire Origin continent is rapidly decreasing. Fortunately, the teleportation array can be used, and the player lords took some people to escape to the indigenous city. On the morning of the 68th day, the floods that ravaged Zhao Yi's territory all receded, leaving rivers and a lot of silt on the ground. Rivers and silt cannot stop the advance of the undead army, and the undead do not need to breathe air. They will wade through water and step directly on silt. Facing the 8 waves of undead that attacked at night, Zhao Yi immediately sent officials and air cavalry to convey orders to various towns and villages in the territory, with the alchemical creation building as the center, set up defense lines, and dig traps outside the gate to resist the undead that attack at night. If there is extra time, you can rebuild your home. This is a common practice in the outer player territories of the Origin continent. The remaining population of each player's territory can be accommodated in the alchemical creation building. The defensibility of the alchemical creation building is not as good as the city wall built with magic materials, but it is much better than the earth wall. Arranging defense lines and digging traps directly outside the gate of the alchemical creation building can effectively deal with the incoming undead army. Everyone has been crowded in the alchemical creation building for 7 days, and it doesn't matter if it is crowded for another day. In those territories where the residents are mainly indigenous people, the loyalty of the indigenous people will not drop much. This defense method can only be used by the player's territories outside the Origin continent. If the player's territories inside want to use it, they must give up the excess population in the territory. I think most territories will not do this. All towns and most villages in Zhao Yi's territory can follow this method, but Zhaocheng and a few villages whose population has been moved to the city due to heavy rain and floods cannot do so. The number of alchemical creation buildings is limited, and the latter can only resist the attacking undead as usual. Zhao Yi will dispatch personnel to help these villages rebuild their defenses and dig a large number of traps before dark. With the strength of the village garrison, it is not a problem to resist 8 waves of undead. Before that, he had to mobilize earth and water mages to build temporary roads and send the villagers back to the original location of the village. As for the former, alchemical buildings cannot block the breath of life, but the demi-plane can. If everyone in Zhaocheng enters the demi-plane, no undead will attack Zhaocheng. Zhao Yi also wanted to use Zhaocheng to get a second diamond treasure chest, so he had to increase the population of Zhaocheng. Zhao Yi even took out a pen and paper to calculate how many people Zhaocheng must have before nightfall, with the goal that in the event of a small loss of personnel, there must be 2 diamond cards in the diamond treasure chest. There are at most 5 gold cards in a gold chest, 6 platinum cards in a platinum chest, 7 crystal cards in a crystal chest, and 8 diamond cards in a diamond chest. If you kill 100,000 undead in one night, you can get a diamond chest. If you kill more than 1 million, you should get a better chest. In this way, if you kill about 220,000 undead in one night, you can get a diamond chest with 2 diamond cards. 220,000 undead are divided into 8 waves, and each wave of undead is about 1/3 of the population of Zhaocheng. With this calculation, Zhaocheng needs at least 83,000 people. Before the rainstorm and flood, Zhaocheng had a population of just over 60,000, which was the standard for accommodating a second-class small city. The remaining 23,000 people needed to come from the demi-plane, which had already exceeded Zhaocheng in population before, with less than 600 people short of 70,000. Among the 70,000 people, there were 4,371 professionals, referring only to soldiers, most of whom were perfect at the zeroth level, and a small number were perfect at the first level. There were no mages or priests, and the warrior profession accounted for the largest number. These more than 4,000 professionals alone were more than the total population of a large number of player territories, especially since the rainstorm and flood had just passed, and the population of many player territories on the periphery of the origin continent had dropped sharply. Without surviving the last disaster, these player territories did not dare to increase their territories at all. Before the rainstorm and flood, among the population of 60,000 in Zhaocheng, there were as many as 7,567 professionals, of which only 10 companies of zero-level professionals were left, and there will not even be a single company of zero-level professionals in the future. At that time, the task of training the new recruits of the zero-level professional company will be assigned to other cities. On the day of the rainstorm and flood, Zhao Yi did not recruit personnel, and today, Zhao Yi did not recruit personnel either. The current population of the territory has reached 241,039 people. It only takes 100,000 people to upgrade from a second-class earldom to a third-class earldom. Among them, there are 22,783 professionals alone. In contrast, a first-class Viscount territory only needs 20,000 people to be promoted to a third-class Earl territory, which is not as many as the number of professionals in Zhao Yi territory. If we further subdivide these more than 20,000 professionals, the number of zero-level professionals only accounts for 1/2. The number of first-level professionals is just over 10,000, the number of second-level professionals is 1,198, and the number of third-level professionals is 138. All third-level professionals, and most of the second-level professionals are deployed in Zhaocheng. The more than 7,000 professionals of the Zhaocheng garrison also include 156 air cavalry, 96 second-level air cavalry, and 60 first-level air cavalry. There are also 9 third-level archers among the second-level air cavalry. They are all assigned a second-level flying mount, and they will be replaced when there is a third-level flying mount in the future. If he can choose, Zhao Yi wants all the archers in the territory to become air cavalry, so that the territory army can firmly grasp the air supremacy, shoot arrows in the sky farther, with stronger penetration, and throw alchemical bombs in the sky for aerial bombing. These are Zhao Yi's confidence. If the population of Zhaocheng is directly increased to 83,000, there will be at least 11,500 professionals guarding Zhaocheng, which is enough. If there were no 4th-level professionals, the means to deal with 4th-level undead would not be sufficient, and Zhao Yi would want to upgrade his territory. The population of Zhaocheng has increased to 83,000 people, and there is only one day for the time being. Tomorrow, the excess population will be sent back to the demi-plane. The second-level small city with a standard capacity of 60,000 people will increase by more than 20,000 people at once, which will be much more crowded. In order to resist the 8 waves of undead that attacked at night, the Xiaocheng defenders actively prepared for battle. Before the rainstorm and flood, the ordinary traps outside Xiaocheng had been cancelled, leaving only the defense line formed by the magic metal fence. Under the impact of the flood, the defense line had long disappeared. But Xiaocheng has an extra wall with a base width of 10 meters and a height of 10 meters, so there is no problem for all archers to stand on the wall and shoot arrows. There is also a small problem here. The high-level market can be used as a wall when facing floods, but it cannot be used when facing 4th-level undead, which will cause damage to the high-level market. It is only morning now, and the Earth Magicians work together to rebuild the high-level market part with the same height and width before dark. The magic metal fence outside does not need to be rearranged. The muddy land must rely on Earth Magicians to become hard, and the amount of work is not small. Moreover, the magic metal fence has little effect on the second-level undead. Busy, everything is ready, and the night is coming. Chapter 188. On the city wall, Zhao Yi held a pre-war meeting with Elliot, Lori, Braden, and Leo Bovey. Zhao Yi looked at the situation outside the city wall, and made a decision to try not to let the soldiers attack tonight. The reason why Zhao Yi made this decision was entirely due to the battlefield environment outside the city wall. In order to build the city wall, the Earth Mages used local materials. After the flood receded, a moat at least 10 meters wide was still left outside the city wall. The land between the city wall and the moat, and the land outside the moat, became muddy due to the flood, which was not suitable for close combat for the soldiers. Once the warriors fight the undead on such a land, the casualties will be at least 10 times higher than before. Losses in battle are inevitable. Under the current circumstances, there is no need to send the warriors to fight. It doesn't matter if they gain professional and combat experience for one day. Moreover, Zhao Yi also wants to get the diamond treasure chest with 2 diamond cards. He doesn't want many people to die in the battle, so only archers will fight tonight and shoot all the attacking undead. If this is done, the archers will not have much rest time. The enemy of Xiaocheng is 8 consecutive waves of undead. The physical fitness of the 0-level archer cannot last that long. Fortunately, among the more than 10,000 defenders in Xiaocheng, there are enough archers. The number of 1st-level, 2nd-level, and 3rd-level archers combined is greater than the number of 0-level archers. The 2nd-level and 3rd-level archers are fully capable of fighting throughout the entire battle without any rest. When facing the weaker waves of the 8 waves of undead, archers can be arranged to fight in shifts and take time to rest as much as possible. The main city is well arranged, and the 6 towns and 37 villages that will face the undead are also arranged. Zhao Yi assigned 37 first-level air cavalry to 37 villages. If there is an accident in any village, the stored alchemical bombs, spell scrolls, etc. can resist one accident, but the second accident will be difficult to resist. The roads had been destroyed by the rainstorm and floods, and the land cavalry and assassins were moving slowly outside, so Zhao Yi sent out the first-level air cavalry. If necessary, the air cavalry could quickly transmit information and carry storage equipment to replenish military supplies. All 6 towns have teleportation arrays connected to the main city, so there is no need to place air cavalry. Everything is ready, just waiting for the war to break out. The first wave of undead army appeared in the 3rd hour after nightfall. The composition of the troops was no different from usual. There was no lich or 4th-level undead, all of them were skeleton soldiers, 80% of which were human skeletons, and the remaining 20% were small animal skeletons. The only difference from the usual is the number of undead. The first wave of undeads numbered more than 28,000, a huge mass of black. As the undead army arrived at the battlefield outside Xiaocheng, Zhao Yi rode a dragon to fight. When Zhao Yi was the first to attack, the archers and horse archers on the front wall shot arrows one after another, aiming at the skeleton archers and 2nd and 3rd level undead in the undead army. Among the more than 10,000 Xiaocheng defenders, about 1/3 were archers and horse archers, and 3,000 of them were deployed on the southern wall of Xiaocheng. Facing an army of nearly 30,000 undead, an average of 20 arrows per archer can almost destroy all the undead. Zhao Yi's legion skills bring great bonuses to the archers. Arrows are shot accurately, left and right, 100 steps through the willow, and wind, forest, fire and mountain, which can effectively improve the archer's combat effectiveness. Without these legion skills, Each archer may have to shoot 5 more arrows on average to destroy all the undead. From the first wave of undead army appeared on the battlefield, the battle was over in less than 10 minutes. The archers took the time to rest and wait for the next wave of undead army to arrive. 25 minutes later, the second wave of undead appeared on the battlefield outside Xiaocheng. The number and composition of the troops were no different from the first wave. Zhao Yi could guess that the next few waves of undead would be the same. The last wave was the main force of the undead. The previous 7 waves were used to tire out the Xiaocheng defenders. However, with the number of archers in the Xiaocheng defenders, each wave of less than 30,000 undead would not make them much more tired. Wave after wave of undead voluntarily sent themselves to die. The interval between each wave of undead was only about 30 minutes. If the soldiers went to fight, the previous wave of undead had just been eliminated, and the next wave of enemies would enter the battlefield. It was almost midnight. With the destruction of the 7th wave of undead, the 8th wave finally appeared. Lord, the 8th wave of undead has at least 30,000 undead. There is an undead air cavalry of about 3,000 cavalrymen, and an undead land cavalry of the same number. The figure of the Lich was found. The number of 4th level undead exceeded 10. An air cavalryman quickly reported the intelligence of the 8th wave of undead to Zhao Yi. Elliot, this is up to you. Yes. Melissa restored her silver dragon form, and flew into the sky with Zhao Yi and Joanna. Behind them, there were 92 second-level air cavalrymen, and 4 second-level air cavalrymen were watching the undead army outside. They would soon join up. In fact, there are still first-level air cavalry in Xiaocheng. Zhao Yi did not mobilize them. There are too many undead air cavalry, including second-level and third-level air cavalry. If you are not careful, your first-level air cavalry will be caught up by the undead air cavalry. Zhao Yi's territory has a total of 156 air cavalry. Every air cavalry is precious. Zhao Yi does not want the air cavalry to die here. The 8th wave of undead army is very strong, but not so strong that the Xiaocheng defenders cannot face the situation. It is even weaker than the 3rd wave of undead army when the territory was promoted to the first-class earldom. Zhao Yi led the second-level air cavalry to fight against the undead air cavalry. The purpose was to reduce the number of undead air cavalry as much as possible, but also to control it, so as not to drive away the undead army like last time. If so few undead were eliminated, there would only be 1 diamond card in the diamond treasure chest. Soon, the human air cavalry and the undead air cavalry faced each other, and immediately the undead air cavalry without zombies rushed towards the human air cavalry, but the only 4th level undead air cavalry did not move. Under Zhao Yi's command, his own air cavalry quickly dispersed, fighting and retreating, while the silver dragon carried Zhao Yi and Joanna in a circle and quickly rushed towards the part of the undead air cavalry carrying zombies. The 3rd level undead sky cavalry couldn't catch up with Melissa at all, and the 4th level undead sky cavalry didn't come. The silver dragon was getting closer and closer to the target, and the Lich on the ground could only order the only 4th level horror knight among the undead sky cavalry to lead more than a dozen 3rd level undead sky cavalry to stop the silver dragon. With the combo of the small magic cannon and the 4th level spell scroll, the 4th level horror knight was easily eliminated by Zhao Yi. Just like last time, Zhao Yi began to slaughter the undead sky cavalry carrying zombies. However, the slaughter did not last long. The Lich directly ordered the undead sky cavalry to ignore the human dragon knights and rush towards Xiaocheng. There are so many undead sky cavalry, and how many can be killed by only 1 human dragon knight? As long as the human city can be broken, even if all the sky cavalry die, the Lich can accept it. Chapter 189. The Lich was still the same Lich as last time, coming with full confidence, and finally lost his life on the battlefield of Xiaocheng. The last time, there was only a primary mage tower in Xiaocheng, but this time it has been replaced with an intermediate mage tower. The energy is still a little low, but it is no problem to kill a 4th level Lich entering the battlefield of Xiaocheng in seconds. The mage tower not only completed the task of destroying the 4th level Lich, but also resisted the aerial bombardment of the undead air cavalry. In the end, the undead air cavalry were all killed by the attack of Zhao Yi's air cavalry and ground shooters. Lich, undead air cavalry, level 4 undead, undead land cavalry, these troublesome characters were all killed, and the remaining undead were easy to deal with. It was just the second half of the night when the battle on the Xiaocheng battlefield ended completely, and no one in the Xiaocheng defenders was killed or injured. For this reason, a large amount of military supplies stored in Xiaocheng had been consumed, and Zhao Yi almost had to use points to exchange. The battle was finally over, and the two men and the dragon returned to the wall to rest. The continuous fighting made Zhao Yi feel very tired, and he fell asleep soon after entering the tent. The battles in Zhao Yi territory have gradually ended, and players on the forum have never stopped talking about Zhao Yi territory. During the rainstorm and flood, the combat power of Zhao Yi territory did not change, and players thought that Zhao Yi territory was in the middle area or near the middle area. However, after the rainstorm ended, the combat power of Zhao Yi territory remained unchanged for 1 or 2 days. It's strange. Even if the boss's territory is strong, it won't be so strong that it didn't lose a single person in the face of 4 or 5 waves of undead. Could it be that the boss's territory is on the periphery? The boss's territory should have a population of about 100,000. If the boss's territory is on the periphery, a large number of civilians will inevitably be abandoned. This time, the boss's territory's combat power has not changed, but the loss must be very large. Until today, the affiliated towns and villages of Zhao Yi's territory lost a few people under the attack of the undead, and the players were sure that Zhao Yi's territory was really on the periphery of the origin continent. For a time, many Blue Star players were ecstatic, especially the players of the Anti-Qin Alliance. Although they knew that Zhao Yi would never reply to private messages, the Qin state official still sent a message to Lucky Sun 413 to inquire about Zhao Yi's losses and provide free assistance. If Zhao Yi could accept the official leadership of the Qin state, it would be even better, and they would provide no less resources than Cheng Jinling. In the eyes of the Qin state official, Zhao Yi's comprehensive ability, including luck, is much stronger than Cheng Jinling. The Qin state official provided Cheng Jinling with a lot of resources, but his strength was not as good as Zhao Yiling. Up to now, it has been basically confirmed that there are no other players in Zhao Yi's territory, or there are very few players, and there is no force behind him. Once the number of players increases, or if they belong to a certain player force, the information cannot be completely hidden. Many player forces have offered huge rewards for information about Zhao Yiling, but no real information has been obtained so far. Cheng Jin's territory was in the central region. On the night of the 64th day, it encountered 4 waves of undead attacks. With strong strength, it only lost a few people. The next day, its combat power continued to increase, and the gap with Zhao Yiling's combat power value continued to narrow. However, if it wants to return to the first place, Zhao Yi's territory's combat power value needs to remain for 2 days. According to the player's inference, Zhao Yi territory is on the periphery of the origin continent, abandoning a large number of civilians to save the professionals. The loss of combat power in Zhao Yi territory tonight is relatively small, which can be judged that Zhao Yi territory adopts the method commonly used by peripheral player territories, and continues to hide in the alchemy creation building. In this case, Zhao Yi territory did not increase its population today, and the points obtained by destroying 8 waves of undead would not be too many. Zhao Yi territory's leading advantage has been greatly reduced, and the hope of the following player territories catching up with Zhao Yi territory has greatly increased. Of course, the first person to catch up with Zhao Yiling must be Cheng Jinling. There are quite a few players in Qin country who prefer Cheng Jinling, who represents the official Qin country, to take the first position. All information about Zhao Yi is still speculation, and cannot be 100% confirmed. Facing the siege of the Anti-Qin Alliance, Qin country players are more willing to fight back under the leadership of the Qin country officials. Usually Zhao Yi wakes up earlier than the system panel appears. He was tired from the continuous fighting last night. After the system panel appeared, Zhao Yi's Dragon Knight professional level was upgraded. Zhao Yi woke up quickly from sleep because of the physical changes brought about by the upgrade. Zhao Yi woke up, his eyes completely attracted by the battle settlement page on the system panel. You won 44 battles. You killed 528,408 undead. You lost 36 soldiers. Battle rating 1S, 6B, 37D. Points increased by 150.8%. Professional experience increased by 150.8%. Obtained 1 diamond treasure chest, 6 platinum treasure chests, 37 silver treasure chests last night. The territory actually killed 500,000 undead. The bonus of points and combat professional experience is very scary, reaching 150.8%. Zhao Yi still remembers that on the morning of the rainstorm and flood, the bonus was only 111.1%, which increased by nearly 40% at once. Zhao Yi glanced at the points column in the points mall. The original points were 4.45 million, and now the points have exceeded 50 million, an increase of 49.03 million points. These 49.03 million points are equivalent to the total points obtained in the past 8 days, an average of 6.12 million per day. If there were no rainstorms and floods, the population of 3 villages would continue to increase by 3,600 every 2 days, and the 3 towns of Ding, Wu and Ji would be upgraded to level 1, each with a population of 12,000. With this calculation, under normal circumstances, the points gained from killing the undead last night would exceed 6.6 million, and the total points for 8 days should be less than 49.03 million. At least in terms of points, Zhao Yi made a profit. With 53.48 million points in hand, Zhao Yi can directly recruit a complete company of 3rd-level professionals, and there will be some left. However, Zhao Yi now wants to recruit 4th-level professionals, especially 4th-level mages and 4th-level priests. At low levels, shooters have a considerable advantage with the bonus of equipment, with a long attack range and high damage. The higher the level, the shooter's advantage is decreasing, and finally becomes a disadvantage. Among the indigenous professionals, the number of 9th-level legendary masters of the shooter and assassin profession is far less than that of warriors and mages. With more than 50 million points in hand, as long as Zhao Yi can reach the 4th level, he can recruit 4th-level professionals. It only takes 100,000 points to recruit a 3rd-level swordsman. 10 times, it only takes 1 million points to recruit a 4th-level swordsman. With 50 million points in hand, Zhao Yi must recruit a few. I almost forgot again. Zhao Yi knocked his head. The Dragon Knight's professional level has reached the 3rd level. If he upgrades to another level, the price of the Legion skill will increase again. When Zhao Yi opened the Legion skill page, and saw that many Legion skills required millions of points to purchase, Zhao Yi hesitated again. The points required to purchase Legion skills are only one reason. The important thing is that Zhao Yi himself can no longer learn Legion skills, and professionals with high command talents usually have Legion skills. Brayden with a 4-star command talent directly has 2 Legion skills. In addition, the treasure chest can also open Legion skills, and there are 3 Legion skills books in hand. After thinking carefully, Zhao Yi chose to give up buying Legion skills. Chapter 190. Take out a level 4 advancement stone and use it. A warm current quickly spreads throughout the body, bringing Zhao Yi a comfort several times greater than the level 38 to level 39. A few minutes later, Zhao Yi successfully became a level 4 Dragon Knight, and more content about new skills appeared in his mind. At the moment when Zhao Yi became a level 4 Dragon Knight, Melissa, who was originally level 3 perfect, was also promoted to level 4. Melissa's talent is high enough, and she can be promoted to level 4 without stopping, but she is stuck at level 3 perfect because of Zhao Yi's level. Melissa has not changed in her human girl form. If she restores her true form as a silver dragon, her body will be much larger and more oppressive. She has been promoted to the 4th level, and the next step is to open the treasure chest. This morning, I got a total of 1 diamond treasure chest, 6 platinum treasure chests, 37 silver treasure chests, and 19 gold treasure chests, 3 silver treasure chests, and 121 bronze treasure chests in stock. First open a bronze treasure chest to see if I am lucky, and finally choose 2 bronze cards, level 0 Fire Mage Recruitment Scroll, bronze Light Attribute Staff, and choose a black iron card, level 1 Advancement Stone. From what he got out of this bronze treasure chest, Zhao Yi felt that his luck was better now. Without hesitation, he summoned the fate dice that he had treasured for a long time. With a light throw, the fist-sized, simple-looking fate dice with 3 red faces and 3 black faces began to spin rapidly in the air. It kept spinning for 10 seconds before stopping. The red X4 face was facing up, which meant that Zhao Yi's current luck value increased 3 times and remained constant for 1 hour. Although it was not the best X8, as long as the luck value increased, Zhao Yi was quite satisfied. The destiny dice stayed for a few seconds before breaking apart, leaving no trace, as if it had never reappeared. Zhao Yi was worried about accidents, so he decided to open another gold treasure chest to try. He opened a gold treasure chest, carefully checked it, and selected 2 gold cards, level 3 Lancer Recruitment Scroll, Intermediate Alchemical Bomb *10, and 3 silver cards level 1 Pharmacist Recruitment Scroll, Primary Smelting Plant, Primary Mana Potion *10. The things that came out of this gold treasure chest ranked in the top 10 among all the gold treasure chests Zhao Yi had opened, which made Zhao Yi determined to open all the treasure chests in his hands. The constant luck value only lasts for 1 hour. If all the treasure chests are opened one by one, it is definitely impossible to open them all. It took 10 seconds to check a card at the beginning, but now it only takes 3 seconds. Even so, it is impossible to open all the treasure chests one by one. Diamond treasure chests, platinum treasure chests, and gold treasure chests can be opened one by one, but silver treasure chests and bronze treasure chests can only be opened 10 times in a row. It is estimated that they can barely be opened in 1 hour. Before opening the treasure chest, Zhao Yi walked out of the tent first and asked someone to inform Elliot, Cece and others that he could not attend the meeting today. The meeting continued as usual, chaired by Elliot, and the main task was post-disaster reconstruction. After returning to the tent and taking a few deep breaths, Zhao Yi opened the only diamond treasure chest in his hand. It took more than 3 minutes for Zhao Yi to read all the 64 cards in the diamond treasure chest. He was already dazzled, and his heart could not stop being excited, and a smile was already on his face. Melissa, who was watching on the side, was puzzled. What was the contractor grinning at? The system panel can only be seen by the player himself, and other natives and players cannot see it. There are too many good things in the diamond treasure chest. Zhao Yi can't wait to quickly select the cards. He doesn't need to look at the cards again. As a 4th level professional, it is very easy to remember everything he sees. After a quick screening, Zhao Yi selected 8 cards in turn, namely 2 diamond cards, Void Trading Field, 4-star Talent Stone, 2 crystal cards, 4th level Assassin Recruitment Scroll, Paladin Job Change Scroll, 2 platinum cards, 3rd level Archer Recruitment Scroll *4, medium-sized Teleportation Array, 2 gold cards, 2nd level Wind Mage Recruitment Scroll. Common 3rd level spells detailed explanation. Among the 8 cards, the 4 diamond cards and the crystal card are all good stuff, but Zhao Yi didn't have time to think about it, and continued to open 6 platinum treasure chests. Platinum card, Micro Demiplane, Level 5 Advanced Stone, Primary Mage Tower, Shadow Dancer Job Change Scroll, 2-star Talent Stone, Level 3 Priest Recruitment Scroll, Level 3 Heavy Cavalry Recruitment Scroll *4, Level 2 Pegasus *15. Gold card, Blood of Flame Bird, Level 4 Advanced Stone, Level 3 Lancer Recruitment Scroll *2, Level 3 Swordsman Recruitment Scroll *2, Level 3 Archer Recruitment Scroll. Intermediate Alchemy Workshop, Intermediate Smelting Plant, Intermediate Shipyard, 1-star Talent Stone, Level 1 Pegasus *30, Forced March Skill Book. Even 2 Level 3 Advanced Stones were opened. The things that were opened from a diamond treasure chest and 6 platinum treasure chests made Zhao Yi's consciousness almost blurred with excitement, and he wanted to shout. His subconscious mind told Zhao Yi not to do this, as it would be unworthy of his status as a lord. Instead, he hugged Melissa's head and kissed her face hard. Let Melissa go. Zhao Yi planned to open dozens of bronze treasure chests first to ease his mood, and he didn't notice that Melissa's dragon eyes were staring at him. Her little hands were clenched into fists, and she was struggling in her heart. Should I hammer this disgusting contractor to death? No, I will die if I beat the contractor to death, or I will beat him half to death. Melissa followed Zhao Yi every day, inseparable, even sleeping beside him, almost as close as a married couple. Melissa felt sick, all because Zhao Yi left a lot of saliva on her face. Melissa struggled for a long time before giving up the idea of beating Zhao Yi up and giving him a chance. If there is a next time, she must beat Zhao Yi up. Zhao Yi was still opening bronze treasure chests, 10 in a row, 1st level Advanced Stone 10, another 10 in a row, 2nd level Advanced Stone 10. After opening 60 bronze treasure chests in a row, Zhao Yi's excitement finally calmed down a little, and he continued to open gold treasure chests. Level 3 Professional Recruitment Scroll, Level 4 Advancement Stone, Level 3 Advancement Stone, Special Professional Transfer Scroll, Warcraft Bloodline, Primary Alchemy Creation Building, 1st level Pegasus, Small Teleportation Array, Legion Skills. There are also many good things in the 18 gold treasure chests, but they are far from comparable to diamond treasure chests and platinum treasure chests, which makes Zhao Yi's mood gradually calm down. To open the remaining 40 silver treasure chests and 60 bronze treasure chests 10 times in a row, Zhao Yi temporarily ignored the good stuff he had opened before, and thought about a question while opening the treasure chests. The silver and bronze treasure chests in the treasure chest should have different numbers of silver and bronze cards, but they can all be opened 10 times in a row. What are the rules for this? Is there anything I can use? After opening all the silver and bronze treasure chests, Zhao Yi gradually figured out some rules. Take the silver treasure chest as an example. In 10 silver treasure chests, the number of silver cards ranges from 1 to 3. In 10 consecutive openings of a silver treasure chest, the number of silver cards will not exceed 3. The maximum number of silver cards in 10 silver treasure chests is likely to be averaged, and then slightly fluctuate up and down. The number of consecutive openings is relatively small. Zhao Yi is just a rough guess, and it seems that there is no place to use the rules. After opening all the treasure chests, Zhao Yi took a deep breath and opened the dazzling array of card packs. Diamond Card Void Trading Field. Zhao Yi has never seen the related words in the game world for more than 2 months, but Trading Field is easier to understand. Although it is a little uncertain what the Void Trading Field is, Zhao Yi chose the Void Trading Field without hesitation based on the 2 factors of Diamond Card and Trading Field. Because of his caution towards the indigenous forces, Zhao Yi has some high-value items that cannot be put on the market for auction or sale, fearing that they will be noticed by the forces behind the market. Zhao Yi really needs a place where he can completely hide the seller's information, so that he can sell the high-value items in his hands in exchange for territory development funds. Now Zhao Yi places his hopes on the Void Trading Field. After a little hesitation, Zhao Yi clicks on the card to use it. 3 seconds later, a crystal ball containing the Void Trading Field is teleported in front of Zhao Yi. The moment Zhao Yi touches the crystal ball, some more information about the Void Trading Field comes to his mind. The Void Trading Field is similar to the demi-plane. After use, the Void Trading Field will enter another space, leaving only one entrance and exit. The Void Trading Field generates 100 invitations every day. Anyone who receives an invitation can enter the Void Trading Factory through soul projection and participate in various trading activities, as long as the Void Trading Field is open. One invitation can allow up to 3 soul projections to enter the Void Trading Field, and the destruction of the soul projection will cause minimal damage to the person. As the owner of the Void Trading Field, Zhao Yi leads the issuance of invitations. Blank name invitations can be issued, and anyone who receives the invitation can use it. You can also issue invitations with the exact name, including the player's unique number, written on them. After the name is written on the invitation, it will appear directly in front of the invitee. In the Void Trading Field, you can hold auctions, trade freely, and set up shops in the Void Trading Field to sell fixed-price goods. Zhao Yi has already come up with many ideas for using the Void Trading Field. Before being promoted to a first-class earldom, the Void Trading Field must be open to the public once to obtain enough magic crystals for the territory. After making a decision, Zhao Yi turned his attention to the Diamond Card 4-star Talent Stone. The 4-star Talent Stone can upgrade a professional's 3-star combat professional talent to 4 stars. In Zhao Yi's territory, there is only one 4-star combat professional talent, the Space Mage Ignaz. With the 4-star talent, Ignaz's level has surpassed Elliot and Joanna, and he will almost certainly become the 3rd professional in the territory to be promoted to the 4th level. The 1st and 2nd are Zhao Yi and Melissa. The 4-star Talent Stone can allow Zhao Yi to have another 4-star talent under his command. The potential of the 4-star talent is not important to Zhao Yi. With the Advancement Stone, Zhao Yi can even stack the 1-star talent to level 6 or above. But people with high talent upgrade faster. Generally, people with high talent have stronger combat power in the same profession and level. The 4-star talent is very important. Zhao Yi is already thinking about who to use this 4-star Talent Stone. Brayden, who has 2-star Spearman talent and 4-star Command talent, is Zhao Yi's key training target. Zhao Yi wants to train Brayden into a professional with 2 4-star talents. In this wave of treasure chest opening, Zhao Yi got 1-star, 2-star, and 4-star talent stones, but no 3-star talent stone, so he had to skip Brayden. After thinking about it, only Joanna and Elliot were the most suitable, and Zhao Yi finally decided to use it for Joanna. It was not because Joanna was a woman or Zhao Yi had feelings for Joanna that made the decision, but in fact it was based on the order in which Joanna and Elliot joined the territory. Joanna joined the territory first, so it was given to Joanna first, and when a 4-star talent stone was drawn later, it would be given to Elliot. Crystal Card Level 4 Assassin Recruitment Scroll. This is the only level 4 professional recruitment scroll among all the treasure chests Zhao Yi opened today, which was beyond Zhao Yi's expectation. He originally thought that 1 crystal treasure chest and 6 platinum treasure chests could at least open 3 level 4 professional recruitment scrolls. According to the previous rules, black iron cards can open 0-level warrior, archer, assassin professional recruitment scrolls, and bronze cards can open 1st-level warrior, archer, assassin professions, and 0-level mage, priest professional recruitment scrolls. Until the platinum card can open the 3rd-level mage and priest professional recruitment scrolls. Under normal circumstances, when Zhao Yi reaches the 4th level, the platinum card can open the 4th-level warrior, shooter, and assassin professional recruitment scrolls. But now, the 4th-level assassin recruitment scroll appears in the crystal card, and there is only one. Did the rules change? Or is the rule like this? Zhao Yi himself cannot answer these 2 questions. He only feels that the importance of the 4th level professional is far greater than that of the 3rd level professional. Wait, the points recruitment rules are different, right? With a terrible guess, Zhao Yi opened the recruitment page of Points Mall and checked the points required to recruit 4th level professionals. Recruiting swordsmen, shield warriors, spearmen, archers, and assassins requires 10 million points each, recruiting knights and 5-element mages requires 20 million points each, and recruiting priests requires 30 million points each. According to the previous rules, the points required to recruit priests and 4-element mages except nature mages have not changed, but the points required for other professions have changed, which has become very outrageous. Recruiting a 0-level swordsman requires 100 points, a 1st-level swordsman requires 1,000 points, a 2nd-level swordsman requires 10,000 points, a 3rd-level swordsman requires 100,000 points, and a 4th-level swordsman directly jumps to 10 million points. It's outrageous. But after thinking about it carefully, Zhao Yi felt that such a change was somewhat reasonable. On the Origin continent, all 9th-level legendary masters of any profession were equal. When the professionals were at a low level, their status and treatment would be somewhat different according to their professions. As the level increased, their status and treatment would gradually become equal. Zhao Yi hopes to recruit a 4th-level swordsman with only 1 million points. With 50 million points in hand, he must recruit at least 5. Now, Zhao Yi must think carefully about recruiting 4th-level professionals with points. You can choose to recruit 3rd-level professionals, kill the undead to upgrade quickly, use the 4th-level advancement stone to advance, and also need to prepare the skill book or skill inheritance stone of the 4th-level professional. It can only be said that each has its advantages. The 4th-level professional recruited with points and recruitment scrolls can be put into use directly. It takes a long time to train from a 3rd-level professional to a 4th-level professional. Previously, Zhao Yi had few points, and he did not use them to recruit 3rd-level professionals. He only relied on the 3rd-level professional recruitment scrolls opened in the treasure chest. Maybe he would still have to do the same when facing 4th-level professionals. With such a large amount of points in hand, why do I still feel it is not enough? Zhao Yi sighed, and then turned his attention to the Crystal Card Paladin transfer scroll in the card pack. Paladin, judging from the name, should be a combination of knight and priest, practicing both magic and martial arts, and can fight and heal. If there was no Dragon Knight class, Zhao Yi might have chosen the Paladin class this time. The Dragon Knight class is Diamond level, while the Paladin class is Crystal level, so there is still a gap between the two. There are no other players in his territory, and the indigenous forces do not need job transfer scrolls. Only the Blue Star players need job transfer scrolls the most, and can sell them at a high price. Zhao Yi feels that so far, he may be the only one who has obtained a diamond treasure chest, and other players can only obtain a crystal treasure chest at most. The Crystal level Paladin class should be the best special class that Blue Star players can currently obtain. It can be sold in the Void Trading Field, or held as a finale at an auction. Zhao Yi continued to look down, and there were many good things on the platinum cards under the crystal cards. A miniature demiplane, I wonder what I can gain from it. Another magician tower was obtained, and there were 3 magician towers in the territory. Such an earldom is extremely rare in the entire Origin continent. The platinum level shadow dancer profession should also be a combination of magic and martial arts, an assassin and a dark mage. There are too many good things in the card pack. Zhao Yi has been dazzled, and he needs to sort them out when he has time, and use up what should be used. Zhao Yi feels that he needs to think carefully now, closes the card pack, opens the notepad, and prepares to record the important things he thinks of. The flood receded only yesterday morning. In order to deal with the 8 waves of undead last night, the post-disaster reconstruction work in the territory will not start until today. It is expected to take a month, or even longer to complete the reconstruction work. With the presence of earth magicians, it takes a lot of time to build houses. For the 3 towns of A, B, and C and all the villages in the territory, the post-disaster reconstruction work can be done slowly, and there is no rush. Only the post-disaster reconstruction work of the 3 towns of Zhaocheng and Ding, Wu, and Ji needs to be carried out quickly. The population of the 3 towns of Ding, Wu, and Ji is only 6,000, and it is necessary to increase the population to 12,000 as soon as possible, and the 3 towns of Ding, Wu, and Ji also have affiliated villages to be built. Zhaocheng has enough population, and Zhao Yi has also become a 4th level professional. The next goal is naturally to be promoted to a first-class earldom. Zhaocheng needs to face a wave of undead army that is even stronger than the last wave last night. Before the territory promotion war, Zhao Yi planned to keep the walls of Zhaocheng first, and then demolish the walls, and fill the moat after the promotion war. In order to minimize the loss of personnel during the territory promotion war, the strength of Zhaoqing's garrison must be improved. The 4th level professionals and 3rd level professionals are urgently needed by Zhaoqing. Only one 4th level professional will join for the time being, but the number of 3rd level professionals will not be reduced. A large number of 3rd level professional recruitment scrolls will be opened from the treasure chest. These professionals must prepare houses when they come to Zhaoqing. If there is no house to live in, and because of the dilapidated appearance of Zhaoqing, loyalty will inevitably drop sharply. In this case, Zhao Yi plans to recruit only one person today, the only 4th level assassin recruitment scroll in his hand. After building more houses in Zhaoqing, he will recruit more 3rd level professionals tomorrow. Damn it, this rainstorm and flood really delayed the development of the territory. Zhao Yi cursed inwardly. Although so many good things were opened from the treasure chest, the development of the territory was delayed too much. In the next few days, the population of the territory will not increase much, but the demiplane will continue to increase by more than 8,000 people every day starting tomorrow. When it returns to normal, the population of the demiplane will be close to 70,000, and there has been no increase in population for many days. Even if the population increases by 10,000 at a time, it can be quickly absorbed. By the way, one of the most important things in the post-disaster reconstruction of the territory is to build roads connecting various towns and villages. Zhao Yi does not need to remind his subordinates about this, and normal people will notice this. Next, replenish military supplies. Last night, the territory welcomed 8 waves of undead, and the military supplies in reserve have been exhausted. Zhao Yi almost had to use points to buy from the points mall. Today, a large amount of military supplies must be replenished. The more military supplies the better, to prevent accidents, but also to avoid the attention of the indigenous forces on why Zhao Yi's territory purchased so many military supplies at once. Zhao Yi had an idea in his mind, to place primary and intermediate markets in several towns and villages in the territory, to purchase military supplies from the Loda province or even the Violet Kingdom separately, and to place markets in several towns and villages more dispersed. In this way, the purchase of military supplies can avoid the attention of the indigenous forces to the greatest extent. The military supplies consumed by the territory last night were accumulated over at least half a month. With the funds in Zhao Yi's hands, it is impossible to replenish all the consumed military supplies in one day. The territory is still short of money. The void trading field needs to be opened as soon as possible. It is better to hold an auction temporarily. Only players are invited to participate and auction some things that are extremely valuable to players. In order to prepare funds, this auction will inevitably be rushed. According to Zhao Yi's idea, the auction will not only have its own auction items, but also accept auctions commissioned by other players. Zhao Yi can charge some commissions. If Zhao Yi comes across something he needs, he can directly bid for it. Zhao Yi has too many ideas for the void trading field, but those ideas need time to be implemented. After thinking about it, Zhao Yi has made a decision to open the void trading field tomorrow morning and hold the first auction. It's a pity that only 100 invitations can be issued for this first auction. The void trading field only generates 100 invitations every day, and Zhao Yi himself has limited things that can be auctioned. A small auction should be held every 10 days, 100 invitations should be issued, a medium-sized auction should be held once a month, 1,000 invitations should be issued, a large auction should be held once a quarter, 3,000 invitations should be issued, and a super large auction should be held once a year, 10,000 invitations should be issued. In this way, almost all the invitations generated in a year can be used up. And the auction should not be held immediately after the void trading field is opened. A certain amount of time should be reserved before the auction for guests to do other things in the void trading field, such as taking out the auction items for auction. The auction can also last longer in days. There is no problem for low-level professionals to not eat or drink for a day, and there is no need for the invited players to attend the auction all the time. They can send their subordinates over and return themselves. Chapter 191. We are organizing the first auction for players. There are 100 invitations in total. No matter where you are in the origin continent, you can enter the auction site through soul projection through the invitation. Since this is the first time to organize an auction, we will not accept auctions commissioned by others. Auction list. Platinum level Shadow Dancer Professional Transfer Scroll, Gold level Ice Mage Professional Transfer Scroll, Gold level Berserker Professional Transfer Scroll, 1 set of Small Teleportation Array, 3 sets of Micro Teleportation Array, 5 drops of Water of Life, 10 Bronze level Wind Chasing Warships, 3 Silver level Gale Warships. Auction currency. Magic Crystal, Advancement Stone. Level 1 Advancement Stone equals 2 medium-grade magic crystals. Level 2 Advancement Stone equals 20 medium-grade magic crystals. Level 3 Advancement Stone equals 2 high-grade magic crystals, and so on. Invitation Letter Distribution Rules. Xingguo Official, Eliguo Official, Loswo Official, Jiligua Official, Zilangguo Official, Liangguo Official, Gyeoxiangguo Official, Bijiguo Official, Hengsangguo Official, Pumangguo Official, each distribute 10 invitation letters. Please send the player number of the auction to me before midnight today. Auction opening time, 12 o'clock noon tomorrow, lasting up to 2 hours. Note 1. The destruction of soul projection causes minimal damage to people. Note 2. Each invitation letter can bring 2 additional people into the auction. Note 3. It is recommended that the officials of each country do not use all 10 invitation letters on their own people, but can distribute them to other player forces in their own country. Just after breakfast, Zhao Yi opened the forum, created a new post, and quickly entered these contents. Although he is a more advanced bug player than the European Emperor player, Zhao Yi's things cannot support a large auction. The first auction was just a small auction, and only 100 invitations would be issued. Zhao Yi prepared something that he would not use, but was attractive enough. 3 special class transfer scrolls, the best of which was the Platinum level Shadow Dancer class. Currently, the special class transfer scrolls that Blue Star players can obtain are only Diamond level, Crystal level, Platinum level, and Gold level. The Gold level special class has the largest number of special classes, but more than 2/3 of the Viscount Lords have not yet obtained a special class transfer scroll. Only Zhao Yi himself has obtained the Diamond level special profession. Only when the Lord becomes an Earl can he obtain the Crystal Treasure Chest on a daily basis. Even if he is a second-class Earl, there is usually only 1 crystal card in the Crystal Treasure Chest. In this case, the probability of getting a Crystal-level special profession is too low. There are only a handful of players who have Crystal-level special professions. In this case, it is attractive enough to take out a Platinum-level profession as the finale of the first small auction. Even if the Gold-level special profession is only a little bit special compared to ordinary professions, it is also needed by player lords, and the more the better. Zhao Yi planned to put the better Crystal-level Paladin profession as the finale at the first medium-sized auction in 20 days. The only thing second to the Platinum-level Shadow Dancer profession at the auction was the Water of Life, but the first-level Tree of Life could only produce 1 drop of Water of Life every day. Zhao Yi also took out the Water of Life in order to attract major player forces to the first auction. In the past 2 months, the combat professional players in the player territory have experienced many battles. Especially for warriors, who need to fight in close combat, many people will be injured every time they fight. Minor injuries can heal themselves, but slightly more serious injuries require treatment from priests, and more serious injuries require drinking life potions. Whether it is treatment by priests or drinking life potions, players can understand the side effects of both, and personal shows a very intuitive decline in lifespan. A significant reduction in lifespan will cause professionals to quickly enter the aging period, and their 4-dimensional attributes will decline. Lords don't care about the loss of lifespan of their soldiers, they care about their own loss of lifespan. Warrior lords also need to fight in close combat to eliminate undead to upgrade, and they cannot avoid getting injured. However, the chance of getting something that can increase vitality from a treasure chest is extremely small, and the price of something that can increase vitality in the market is far higher than the market price. If there were something that increased vitality at a normal price, it would have been bought by the native professionals long ago. Now Zhao Yi took out 5 drops of life water that increased vitality, and this life water is also a good thing to save life. 1 drop of life water can make professionals of level 3 and below recover quickly no matter how serious the injury is. Consuming 1 or 2 more drops of water of life can also regenerate the broken limbs of 3rd level and lower level professionals. For the 4th level professionals, who have already appeared among the players, it is also a matter of consuming a few more drops. As a consumable, the amount of water of life Zhao Yi took out is still a bit small. If the amount is more, it can even replace the Platinum level Shadow Dancer profession and become the finale of the first auction. Now the Tree of Life is only the 1st level. When it is promoted to the 1st level earldom, Zhao Yi will immediately upgrade the Tree of Life. 10 level 2 advancement stones and 10 level 3 advancement stones have been prepared. The 3rd level Water of Life can produce 10 drops of Water of Life per day. In the future, the Water of Life will be always present at the auction. When the Tree of Life is upgraded again, the daily output of Water of Life will increase greatly. You can consider selling the Water of Life in limited quantities in the shops of the Void Trading Field. After the Water of Life, 10 bronze-level wind-chasing warships, and 3 silver-level gale warships will definitely be attractive to major players. On Blue Star, sea and air control are important. On the Origin continent, facing the army of undead, mastering air control is crucial. The Origin continent is surrounded by the sea, and there are rivers that penetrate deep into the Origin continent. Ordinary players can understand the importance of sea control. For them, the major player forces have been posting high-priced purchases of flying mounts, alchemical warships, shipyards, and other things. However, the probability of opening these things from the treasure chest is getting smaller and smaller, and everyone is hiding them. Flying mounts can directly increase the strength of the territory, and alchemical warships and shipyards are not used now, and will not be sold at will. Under such circumstances, Zhao Yi chose to auction 10 bronze-class wind-chasing warships and 3 silver-class gale warships. Of course, Zhao Yi would not auction the best things. He still had 2 gold-class gale warships and 7 silver-class gale warships. He did not care about the bronze-class wind-chasing warships at all, and sold them all. In fact, Zhao Yi took out a lot of things at the first auction, but the major players and forces could also take out similar things. They could take out what they could, and the major players and forces were also buying these things, only taking in and not taking out. Coupled with the curiosity about the first place in the battle power ranking, the auction will be successfully held without any problem. The currency used in the auction was determined by Zhao Yi to be magic crystals and advancement stones, which are very important materials for all players. Magic crystals are the main currency for trading with the natives. They can provide energy for the mage tower, magic cannon, magic array, etc., and can speed up the recovery of the professional's mana and fighting spirit, etc. The advancement stone has only one function, which is no less important than the magic crystal. It can 100% allow the current perfect professional to advance, without any side effects. Even the native professionals are rushing to buy the advancement stone. The indigenous forces are rich and powerful, and the player forces can't compete with the indigenous forces by relying on magic crystals. Fortunately, the players will return to Blue Star in the future, and a large number of individual players are willing to exchange the advancement stone for Blue Star currency, or part of the magic crystal and part of the Blue Star currency. There is a trading contract in the points mall that costs only 1 point. The only function is the transaction in the game world. It can appear on Blue Star in paper form, in duplicate. Supplementary settings: the trading contract has no mandatory effect, and there will be no punishment for breach of contract when returning to Blue Star. However, the power of the people in modern society is very strong, and even the official state will be finished under the power of the people. Magic crystals and advancement stones are needed by players, and they are suitable for use as auction currency. Zhao Yi also considered including talent stones, but the number of talent stones is very rare, so they are more suitable as auction items. As for the rules for issuing invitations, Zhao Yi directly found the 10 most powerful official forces of the players simply because it is troublesome to select bidders. A force has 10 places. Whether it uses all 10 places for itself or allocates places to other forces, it will not have a big impact on the auction. There are still too few auction items. However, when the second auction is held in 10 days, customers can be commissioned to auction, and the number of auction items will increase greatly. The bidders are relatively wealthy player forces, and the consignors are individual European Emperor player lords. For such a troublesome matter as selecting individual European Emperor player lords, Zhao Yi will choose to entrust the official Chen country, the official Ali country, and the official Los country. If nothing unexpected happens, the official forces of the country will be very happy to accept Zhao Yi's commission and contact individual European Emperor players. As long as there is a contact, there is a possibility of recruiting them. If you can't recruit them, you can also try to buy things directly from the European Emperor players. The latter is unlikely to succeed. Since the European player chooses to participate in the auction, it means that he is more cautious and dares not auction or sell rare items in the market. He also does not want the location of his territory to be known by other players. Zhao Yi checked the content of the post, and sent it out in the name of Lucky Sun 413 after finding no problems. He can guess that his post will have a significant impact on the forum, but Zhao Yi will not pay attention to it for the time being. Melissa had finished her breakfast. Next, she had to go out to set up the Void Trading Field and arrange for people to enter the Void Trading Field to prepare for the first auction. As soon as Zhao Yi posted the post, it immediately attracted the attention of many players. The boss is going to hold an auction, soul projection, it seems very powerful. Platinum level special professions, it seems, I can't afford it. I want to participate in the auction held by the boss, but unfortunately I don't have the qualifications. Shouldn't everyone be most concerned about how the boss can let players from all over the origin continent participate in the auction? In just 1 minute, the post-comment area was filled with comments from players. These were all players who were just watching the fun. Only big guys could participate in the auction, and ordinary players, like them, could only watch. After learning the content of Zhao Yi's post, the top leaders of various player forces immediately held a small meeting. The first player lord wanted to hold an auction, so we must take it seriously. Xinhua official. The auction items are what we need. We must participate in this auction. As long as the price is not higher than the market, we can bid for it. Yes, we should participate. Perhaps we can find out some information about him through this auction. But we can't completely believe what he says. Something unexpected might happen during the auction. Losing some money is not a big deal, but we are afraid that people will be gone. Let's arrange for someone to go and take a look. I don't know how he managed to hold this kind of auction. It would be great if we could control it. It's probably some kind of magical alchemical creation from the treasure chest. Officials of Eli. The contents of the discussion are similar to those of the official of Qin, but the official of Eli is more concerned about contacting Xiao Yi. Even if Xiao Yi is a player of Qin, they have to find a way to win him over. After all, there are more than 5 million naturalized Qin people in Eli, and Xiao Yi can also become a citizen of Eli. Official of Los, official of Kili, and other player forces that have received invitations to the auction, the top leaders all plan to participate in the auction after a brief discussion. The next step is to allocate the invitations. Before the official forces of the 10 countries start to allocate, the diplomats are contacted by a large number of players and player forces, all of whom want to get an invitation to participate in the auction held by Zhao Yi. It seems that the auction items of the upcoming auction have quality, but not quantity, but this is only the first time, and there will be more auctions in the future, and even commissioned auctions. Go to the first auction to gain experience, and get to know the faces. Maybe the next time the invitation letter will be sent directly, and there will be things you want to bid or auction. An auction open to all Blue Star players, and can hide information to a large extent, is what many player lords and player forces need. It is also an auction held by the first player lord, which can convince many people. The official forces of the 10 countries, each holding 10 invitations, need to think carefully about how to distribute them to the player forces of their own country who want to participate in the auction. They definitely need 1 invitation, and can also take out 9 invitations to distribute to 9 player forces of their own country. Then first according to the closeness of the relationship, and then according to the strength of the player forces. In less than an hour, all 100 invitations for Zhao Yi's first auction were distributed, and the official diplomats of the 10 countries each sent 10 player numbers to Lucky Sun 413 in private messages. Zhao Yi, who was touring the void trading field, did not notice this at all. Zhao Yi placed the entrance to the void trading field not far from the entrance to the demi-plane. He would take out the miniature demi-plane in his hand later, and place the entrance and exit in the nearby area. The 3 space gates were separated by dozens of meters, and separated by high and thick earth walls. When placing the void trading field, a team of 3rd-level professionals including Ignace had come to Zhao Yi. This was for safety reasons. The Lord could not take risks. Zhao Yi used his mental power to activate the crystal ball prop containing the void trading field. A space gate appeared at the predetermined position, gradually expanding until it reached the size of a half-plane space gate before stopping. It was 4 meters high and 8 meters wide. A level 3 shield warrior walked into the space gate first, and turned back 2 seconds later to report to Zhao Yi that there was no danger at the entrance of the space gate. Then a total of 5 level 3 shield warriors walked in together, and quickly explored the void trading field. About 8 minutes later, all 5 shield warriors returned safely without encountering any danger. Zhao Yi then took Melissa's hand, and walked through the space gate together to enter the void trading field, appearing at the southernmost end of the void trading field. The void trading field is an alchemical building and a miniature demi-plane. It is circular in shape with a diameter of 1 kilometer. A thick layer of cheap gray magic stone is laid on the ground. The nearly transparent plane barrier is like a large bowl turned upside down on the ground. Looking from south to north, the middle area of the void trading field is a square with an area of more than 100,000 square meters. The middle position is the area where soul projection appears, which is also the teleportation point. There are 3 rows of 3-story buildings on both sides of the square, which can be used as shops. They are all built with magic stone that is slightly better than the ground, but the shops are empty. On the north side of the square is the main building of the void trading field, a 5-story building with a height of more than 20 meters, and an area of 90,000 square meters. This main building is the auction house. Unlike the undecorated shops on the left and right sides of the square, the interior decoration of the auction house is extremely luxurious, with alchemy props, lights, air conditioners, refrigerators, screens, etc. everywhere. As an auction house, there are 1 auction room for 30,000 people, 1 auction room for 10,000 people, 2 auction rooms for 3,000 people, 3 auction rooms for 1,000 people, 4 auction rooms for 300 people, 5 auction rooms for 100 people, 10 auction rooms for 50 people, 20 trading rooms for 10 people, and 50 trading rooms for 5 people, which can meet various needs. The auction house has 5 floors above ground and 3 floors underground, of which the 3rd floor underground is the core of the entire void trading field. The 100 invitations generated every day will appear in the magic circle in the center of the 3rd floor underground. If you consume magic crystals, you can generate more invitations. Consuming 1 medium-grade magic crystal can generate an ordinary invitation, and consuming 1 high-grade magic crystal can generate a special invitation. The difference between ordinary invitations and special invitations lies in the amount of space power contained in the invitation. The ordinary invitation contains less space power, and can only transport the soul projections of 3 people and a storage equipment to and from the void trading field once. The special invitation contains more space power, and can transport the entire person and all the equipment of the invitation holder to and from the void trading field once. After understanding these contents, Zhao Yi felt the magic of the void trading field. The special invitation was directly ignored by Zhao Yi. Generating a special invitation requires 1 high-grade magic crystal, which is 10,000 low-grade magic crystals, which can buy at least 20 super explosive arrows that can destroy 3rd-level professionals or undead. Moreover, the invitation letter must be guaranteed to be absolutely safe for at least 10 seconds before use. When it is used, the space fluctuation is also very large, and the transmission of the invitation letter can be easily interrupted. These shortcomings greatly reduce the role of special invitation letters. The consumption of ordinary invitation letters is acceptable, Zhao Yi can accept it, and those player forces can also accept it. When the interior of the void trading field is gradually improved, it can be open all the time, and even rent out shops to other players. In the early stage, Zhao Yi will issue invitation letters for free. When the status of the void trading field is stabilized and becomes an indispensable trading place for many player forces, he can charge for invitation letters and charge the cost price. Zhao Yi had no intention of making money from the invitations. He wanted to earn commissions from auctions and guaranteed transactions, as well as store taxes. When the void trading field can be open all the time, Zhao Yi will no longer lack magic crystals, and it can even be open to the natives in the future. No matter how strong the professional is, the soul projection transmitted to the void trading field through the invitation is very fragile, and its strength will never exceed the 1st level. Having already looked at the void trading field, Zhao Yi left with the 100 ordinary invitations he had in reserve. After walking out of the space gate, Zhao Yi ordered people to summon Cody, a 3-star management talent official, Charles, a 3-star business talent businessman, and Isaac, a level 31 3-star shield warrior, 2-star leader. From now on, the 3 of them will be responsible for management, trading, and guarding the void trading field. It will take at least 10 minutes for the 3 of them to come. With a little expectation, Zhao Yi summoned the miniature demi-plane he got from the treasure chest today. The area of the demi-plane is very small, only a little more than 1.5 square kilometers, smaller than Zhaocheng, which covers an area of 2 square kilometers. But this demi-plane is a medium magic environment, and it is at a high level among medium magic planes, and is relatively close to the high magic environment. The first demi-plane Zhao Yi got was a low magic demi-plane. The area where Zhaocheng is located, not counting the changes brought by the Tree of Life, is also a medium magic environment, but it is one of the worst ones among the medium magic environments. At least half of the area on the origin continent is a medium magic environment, and the high magic environment and low magic environment each occupy a quarter. No professionals are willing to go to the low magic environment, and the high magic environment is often occupied by major indigenous forces. There were no animals in the miniature demi-plane in Zhao Yi's hand, only some magic plants grew, and the highest level magic plants had reached the 3rd level. This demi-plane was suitable for cultivating magic plants, and the pharmaceutical workshops in the territory had a great demand for magic plants. Zhao Yi had an idea in his mind, that the Tree of Life could be temporarily moved to this demi-plane. The demi-plane could block the breath of the Tree of Life, and would not attract more undead because of the Tree of Life. In this way, Zhao Yi could upgrade the Tree of Life, which was only at the 1st level, to the 3rd level directly, and produce 10 drops of water of life every day. After fixing the entrance and exit of the micro-demiplane at another place, Zhao Yi ordered his men to explore first. Zhao Yi returned to the space gate of the void trading field. Cody, Charles, and Isaac had already arrived. Lord. The three of them saluted Zhao Yi. Zhao Yi nodded slightly and said, "The three of you come in with me." As he spoke, Zhao Yi took Melissa and stepped into the space gate first, followed by Cody, Charles, and Isaac. This is the void trading field. People from all over the origin continent can be invited to come here to trade. Now the void trading field is in the charge of the three of you. I will give you a task. I am going to hold a small auction tomorrow at noon. There will be a maximum of 300 people participating. Make sure there are no mistakes during the auction. Yes. Chapter 192. After leaving the void trading field, Zhao Yi ordered people to go to the mage tower to find a 3rd-level natural mage and a 3rd-level earth mage and go to the Lord's mansion. Zhao Yi did not return to the Lord's mansion immediately and came to the exit of the micro-demiplane again. While walking, Zhao Yi decided to number the 3 demiplanes including the void trading field. The first low-magic small demiplane was number 1, the void trading field was number 2, and the micro-demiplane in front of him was number 3. The numbering will continue to increase in the future. The 3rd demiplane is very small. Ignaz and others have completed the initial exploration and are waiting outside the space gate for Zhao Yi to come and report the specific situation in the demiplane to Zhao Yi. Can the tree of life be planted here temporarily? Zhao Yi asked Ignaz. It should be possible. Ignaz gave an uncertain answer. After all, he is not a natural mage and has never come into contact with the tree of life. He has only read some content about the tree of life. There is also the water of life given by the Lord in his storage equipment. Zhao Yi nodded and walked into the 3rd demiplane himself. Melissa restored her true form as a silver dragon and carried Zhao Yi to the low sky of the 3rd demiplane. Carefully observing the situation on the ground, she finally chose to temporarily plant the tree of life in an area near the center of the demiplane. After making the decision, Zhao Yi immediately left the 3rd demiplane and returned to the Lord's mansion. The 3rd-level natural mage Patrick and the 3rd-level earth mage Kai and I were already waiting in front of the Lord's mansion. Lord. The two saluted Zhao Yi together. I've asked you to come here for an important matter. There is a tree of life planted in the Lord's mansion. Now I want to temporarily move it to the demiplane. Your task is to ensure that the tree of life is not damaged during the migration process. They all knew that there was a tree of life in the Lord's mansion. Patrick also had a drop of water of life given by the Lord, but for such a big matter as moving the tree of life, neither of them could immediately make a guarantee to the Lord. Lord, how big is the tree of life now? Patrick asked. The tree of life has just been promoted to the 1st level not long ago. It is only 1 meter high. It won't be much trouble to move it. The tree of life is only 1 meter high, so it is not a big problem to move it. Patrick and Kai and I immediately promised Zhao Yi that they would move the tree of life intact. Zhao Yi brought the two to the location of the tree of life in the Lord's mansion. Patrick and Kai and I focused all their attention on the tree of life. The tree of life is definitely a divine object for the magician, but the owner of the tree of life is the Lord, so they dare not covet it. All they can do is work hard to make meritorious contributions, improve their status, and get rewards from the Lord. Let's get started. At Zhao Yi's command, Patrick and Kai and I immediately took action to observe the tree of life, especially the underground root system. The above-ground part was easier to handle. In order to avoid any damage to the tree of life, the observation lasted for a full 10 minutes before the two began to work. Kai and I, the earth mage, took action to dig out all the soil that wrapped the roots of the tree of life. Just as Kai and I started, the branches and leaves of the tree of life rustled, and the tree of life was shaking. The consciousness of the tree of life was like a newborn baby, and it was instinct that made it feel danger. Seeing this, Zhao Yi stretched out his fingers and touched the leaves, using his mental power to comfort the tree of life. Don't worry, it's just a temporary change of home for you. Nothing will happen, it will be over soon. With Zhao Yi's comfort, the trembling of the tree of life was reduced a lot. Kai Ni's actions were very fast, and it took only 5 seconds to dig out the tree of life without damaging any roots. Several people directly carried the mud and the tree to the 3rd half plane together. If the consciousness of the tree of life grows a little more, like a lively and active child, it will definitely be very curious and happy about its journey. After all, a tree planted in the soil cannot move around. Entering the 3rd and a half position and walking towards the central area, several people including Ignaz joined the team along the way. Arriving at the central area, Caney dug a big hole on the ground, put the roots of the tree of life wrapped in soil into it, and then added soil to fill the gaps. The moving of the tree of life was completed with little difficulty. With the vitality of the tree of life, it would not die even if it was damaged. Soon, the trembling of the tree of life stopped completely. Zhao Yi first summoned 10 level 2 advanced stones, and placed them close to the trunk of the tree of life. The tree of life immediately took the initiative to absorb the energy from the level 2 advanced stones, and the small tree grew rapidly. 1.2 meters, 1.5 meters, 1.9 meters, 2.5 meters, 3 meters. It stopped at 3.333 meters, and the trunk of the tree also increased from the original 3 centimeters to the current nearly 10 centimeters. Because of its own growth, the tree of life, which was afraid of dying just now, is now in a good mood, and its branches and leaves are shaking gently. The mages watching hope that the tree of life can shake off a few leaves. The promotion is not over yet. Zhao Yi summoned 10 level 3 advancement stones, and placed them close to the trunk. The tree of life continues to absorb the energy from the level 3 advancement stones. For meters, 5 meters, 7 meters, 9 meters. In the end, the tree of life grew to a tree 10 meters tall and 30 centimeters thick, with luxuriant branches and leaves. This is the 3rd level tree of life. If it continues to grow, it can grow to hundreds of meters, or even thousands of meters high. Under normal circumstances, the tree of life needs thousands or tens of thousands of years to grow. Now Zhao uses the advancement stone to accelerate the growth of the tree of life, greatly shortening this process. It is easier to advance in the early stage, but the subsequent advancement speed is slower. For the time being, Zhao Yi does not know when to promote the tree of life to the 4th level. The 4th level advancement stone needs to be opened from the gold card. Zhao Yi used one himself, but he opened several more in the treasure chest this morning, and there are 16 left in his hand. It only takes 10 level 4 advancement stones to upgrade the tree of life to level 4. The key is that level 4 advancement stones are also very important to Zhao Yi. Level 4 professional recruitment scrolls require crystal cards to be opened. It takes at least 10 million points to recruit a level 4 professional with points. In this case, the cost of recruiting level 3 professionals and training them to level 4 will be lower, but most professionals cannot be promoted to level 4 smoothly. Level 3 to level 4 is a watershed. Level 4 professionals have a considerable status on the origin continent. Generally, small towns are occupied by level 4 professionals. The potential limit of a 2-star talent is the 3rd level. Even if it is a 3-star talent, it will be stuck at the 3rd level for a longer or shorter time. Zhao Yi needs to take out the 4th level advancement stone to help his subordinates advance quickly. The territory has developed to this point. The 4th level professional is what Zhao Yi needs most, but in the past 2 months, he has only obtained a total of 17 4th level advancement stones. Other player forces have a lot of 4th level advancement stones, but that is the collective strength. Every day, the same number of gold and above level treasure chests are opened. The Lord player with bad luck can't get a 4th level advancement stone, the average luck can get 1 or 2, and the European Emperor player Lord can get 3 or 4. Luck is one thing, and the number of treasure chests is another. Earls and lords can get more gold and above treasure chests every day. Even if they are not lucky, they can get 3 or 4 level 4 advanced stones. Similar to level 4 advanced stones are level 3 advanced stones. There are very few casual players, combat professions, who can get silver treasure chests. There are no casual players who get silver treasure chests on a daily basis. More than one player force has experimented with expelling the 2nd level archer professional players in the territory, preparing a large number of explosive arrows for them, and going to the aboriginal city, hoping to eliminate a large number of undead through night defense battles, and get at least a silver treasure chest. If it succeeds, there will be a method to obtain silver treasure chests, or even gold treasure chests in a stable batch. Obviously, the experiments have failed. Under the restrictions of the game rules, it is easy to participate in the defense of the native city and eliminate the undead to obtain the black iron treasure chest, but it is much more difficult to obtain the bronze treasure chest, and it is even more difficult to obtain the silver treasure chest. Player forces can even obtain gold treasure chests with huge capital investment, but the investment is not proportional to the return. Individual players do not obtain silver treasure chests through night defense battles, but by looking for places where undead are hiding during the day, and letting one person eliminate a large number of undead to obtain silver treasure chests. Some players have also obtained gold treasure chests in this way. It can be said that the number of level 1 and level 2 advanced stones in the hands of the player forces is not small, but the number of level 3 advanced stones has dropped significantly, so Chongjin Ling is not as good as Zhao Yiling in terms of quality. Level 4 advanced stones are too rare. Zhao Yi can hardly get a level 4 advanced stone even if he opens 1 crystal treasure chest and 6 gold treasure chests a day, so he does not plan to upgrade the Tree of Life to level 4 in a short time. The level 3 Tree of Life temporarily meets Zhao Yi's needs. It can produce 10 drops of water of life a day. With the Tree of Life as the center, within a radius of 1,000 meters, the growth rate of plants increases by 30%, and the concentration of magic elements increases by 3 times. The radius is 1,000 meters, and this micro-half-plane with an area of only a little more than 1.5 square kilometers has been completely covered. It was originally close to a high magic environment, and now it is a stable, high magic environment. If such an area is on the origin continent, it will attract many second-rate indigenous forces to fight for it. Second-rate indigenous forces are a way for players to divide. If there are 9th-level legendary strongmen, they are top forces. If there are 7th-level and 8th-level strongmen, they are first-rate forces. If there are 4th-level to 6th-level professionals, they are second-rate forces. If there are only 1st-level to 3rd-level professionals, they are third-rate forces. And if there are no 1st-level professionals, they are inferior forces. Ignaz's surprised voice interrupted Zhao Yi's thoughts, and Zhao Yi looked at Ignaz. Lord, I feel that this demiplane is getting bigger. Although the change is very small, I am very sure that the area of the demiplane is increasing little by little. Getting bigger? How could this happen? Zhao Yi was very confused. He believed Ignaz's words. The enlargement of the demiplane would involve spatial changes, which was Ignaz's strength. Not only Zhao Yi, Ignaz, Patrick, and Chinny were also confused. There was no knowledge in everyone's memory that the demiplane could grow. Finally, everyone's attention was focused on the Tree of Life. This enlargement was most likely caused by the Tree of Life. Why did the Tree of Life make the demiplane grow? Is this another function of the Tree of Life? Everyone could only make some guesses. There are currently 3 Trees of Life on the origin continent. 1 is in the hands of a first-class force, and 2 are in the hands of 2 top forces. It is said that none of them are higher than the 7th level. Will there be other Trees of Life in the demiplanes of some indigenous forces? The indigenous forces that own the Tree of Life have released some of the effects of the Tree of Life, but some of the effects have not been released for fear of causing competition. The effect of making the demiplane grow is very important to all the indigenous forces that own the demiplane. It doesn't matter if the demiplane is small. Plant a Tree of Life, and the demiplane will continue to grow, from a micro demiplane to a small demiplane, and from a small demiplane to a medium demiplane. Moreover, the Tree of Life can increase the concentration of magic elements in the demiplane, so it is not difficult to reach a high magic environment. The information released by the power that owns the Tree of Life is still somewhat misleading. Before, Zhao Yi did not dare to plant the Tree of Life in the first half plane, fearing that the low magic environment would cause the Tree of Life to wither. Now it seems that planting the Tree of Life in the first half plane will most likely not affect the normal growth of the Tree of Life. Over thousands of years, the concentration of magic elements on the origin continent has changed very little. In recent years, due to the disaster of the undead, the number of professionals has increased sharply, which has also not affected the concentration of magic elements. The magic elements on the origin continent come from the void, and the magic elements on the demiplane also come from the void. The Tree of Life planted in the 3rd demiplane also obtains magic elements from the void. Perhaps it absorbs more than just magic elements, and absorbs something that can make the demiplane grow. Of course, these are all Zhao Yi's guesses based on the existing information. Whether they are correct can only be verified slowly in the future. There are currently 2 issues that Zhao Yi needs to decide. The first is to decide whether to keep the Tree of Life in the 3rd demiplane or migrate to the 1st demiplane, and the second is whether to continue to upgrade the Tree of Life. After much deliberation, Zhao Yi decided to temporarily leave the Tree of Life in the 3rd demiplane. The 1st demiplane is a low magic environment, and with the addition of the Tree of Life, it is only a medium magic environment. The area where Zhao Yi's territory is located in the outside world is also a medium magic environment. The 3rd demiplane, which has reached a high magic environment with the addition of the Tree of Life, is the best choice now. A large number of magic plants can be planted here, and professionals can also be arranged to come here to practice. In addition, the 1st demiplane has already been planned and has a large population. If the Tree of Life is moved there now, the plan needs to be changed, which is very troublesome. When there is a better demiplane in the future, the Tree of Life may be moved again. Even if the Tree of Life grows bigger, it will not affect the move. If the space gate is small, There are space mages who can control the expansion of the space gate. The second question is that because the role of the Tree of Life has increased, Zhao Yi's heart began to tilt towards the Tree of Life. There are still 16 level 4 advancement stones in his hand. If 10 are used for the Tree of Life, there will be 6 left. The third person in the territory to be promoted to the 4th level profession will be Ignaz. At least, he will have to wait until the day after tomorrow to reach the 3rd level perfection. After Ignaz, Joanna and Elliot will come. They will need at least 4 days to reach the 3rd level perfection. 3 level 4 advancement stones are consumed in 4 days. It is no problem to get a level 4 advancement stone by opening a treasure chest during these 4 days. If you are lucky, you can get 1 or 2 more. After all, Zhao Yi has to open 1 crystal treasure chest and 6 gold treasure chests every day. The number of treasure chests is here. After thinking about it, Zhao Yi decided to upgrade the Tree of Life to the 4th level, summon 10 level 4 advancement stones, and place them close to the trunk of the Tree of Life. As the Tree of Life began to absorb the energy in the level 4 advancement stones, its height increased rapidly again. 12 meters, 15 meters, 19 meters, 25 meters, 30 meters. When the Tree of Life stopped growing, it was already 33 meters high and nearly 1 meter thick, taller than the intermediate wizard tower. The radius of influence of the Tree of Life has reached 3,333 meters. The growth rate of plants within the range has increased by 40%. The concentration of magic elements has increased by 4 times, and 33 drops of water of life can be produced every day. Although the Tree of Life has reached the 4th level, the consciousness in the Tree of Life is still confused. It still needs time to grow, and will not grow rapidly just because the Tree of Life has advanced. Zhao Yi had an idea in his mind. The first auction to be held soon could increase the number of drops of the Tree of Life appropriately. Lord, the Tree of Life has been upgraded to the 4th level. The growth rate of the demiplane has become faster. It is almost visible to the naked eye. It can expand outwards by 10 meters a day at most. Ignaz's tone was very excited. Expanding outwards by 10 meters a day means that the demiplane expands outwards by 10 meters in all directions. This means that the demiplane can increase at least 50,000 square meters of land in 1 day. It only takes about 20 days for the land of the demiplane to double. In the future, the Tree of Life will continue to advance, and the demiplane will grow faster. Perhaps in his lifetime, Ignaz will be able to see this microplane grow into a super large plane with an area of more than 10 million square kilometers. Ignaz was excited, and the others were surprised when they heard Ignaz's words. It is indeed a legendary treasure. If outsiders knew about the Tree of Life, I am afraid that there would be strong people above the 7th level to grab it. Zhao Yi also felt that he did the right thing. He moved the Tree of Life to the demiplane to reduce the possibility of being discovered, and also discovered an important role of the Tree of Life. From now on, the 3rd demiplane will be the territory's holy land for cultivation and magic plantation. Patrick, this demiplane will be temporarily handed over to you for management. Divide the cultivation area and planting area as soon as possible, and then arrange professionals to come in for cultivation and planting magic plants. Yes, sir. After receiving this important appointment, Patrick couldn't help but get excited. Ignaz didn't feel anything about this appointment. As a 4-star gifted space mage, he was about to reach the 3rd level of perfection. He didn't have any appointments, but Ignaz's status in the territory was high enough. Ignaz didn't have the idea of managing a plantation. When there was no mission, he preferred to practice and study. The migration and upgrading of the Tree of Life was finally over. Zhao Yi led his people out of the 3rd demiplane. As the manager of the 3rd demiplane, Patrick also followed him out. He needed some manpower. After leaving the demiplane, everyone dispersed on the spot. Zhao Yi and Melissa walked towards the original market in Zhaocheng. The market in Zhaocheng was originally a primary market. Because of the heavy rain and flood, it was moved to a village and was not brought back yesterday. After so much time today, Elliot should arrange air cavalry to bring back the alchemical buildings in various towns and villages. But before going to the market, Zhao Yi turned a corner and came to the Mage Tower, and walked to the top floor of the Mage Tower. He knocked on the door lightly, and Joanna opened it after more than 10 seconds. Lord. Joanna bowed slightly. Go in and talk. The 2 people and the dragon did not stop at the door, but went directly into the house, and then Zhao Yi summoned the 4-star talent stone. The talent stone is a fist-sized cube. A 1-star talent stone has a star painted on one face, and a 4-star talent stone has a star painted on each of the 4 faces. When Zhao Yi took out the 1-star talent stone earlier, he was thinking, there are 6 sides of a cube. Could there be a 6-star talent stone? However, the talent of the natives of the origin continent is divided into 0 stars to 5 stars. Even if there is a 6 star, it should be included in the 5 star. This is for you. It's called a talent stone. A 1-star talent stone can upgrade a 0-star talent to 1 star. This is a 4-star talent stone. It can upgrade your 3-star wind mage talent to 4 stars. The success rate is 100%. Zhao Yi handed the 4-star talent stone to Joanna while explaining the 4-star talent stone. This. Joanna opened her mouth slightly, her eyes all focused on the 4-star talent stone. She couldn't believe that there was such a magical thing in the world. The words were said by Zhao Yi, who had used the same magical advancement stone before, and soon Joanna accepted the appearance of the talent stone. Accepting it, Joanna couldn't stop her excitement. Are you really going to give it to me? Because of her excitement, Joanna's words were a little trembling. Zhao Yi nodded and said, You are the first to join the territory, so it will naturally be given to you. When there is a second one, it will be given to Elliot. After hearing Zhao Yi's explanation, Joanna stretched out her hands, tremblingly took the 4-star talent stone, activated it, and the energy contained in the 4-star talent stone quickly flowed into Joanna's body, transforming Joanna's body. Joanna could feel the warm current quickly flowing through her body, which was a feeling 10 times more comfortable than upgrading. Joanna almost couldn't help but make a sound. But Zhao Yi was here. Joanna forced herself to hold back. Joanna could feel that her perception of the external wind element was rapidly improving, which meant that her talent was improving. About 8 minutes later, the energy contained in the 4-star talent stone finished transforming Joanna's body. Now Joanna is already a 4-star talent wind mage. This time Joanna finally couldn't help it, and threw herself on Zhao Yi. Thank you, my lord. In the house, ambiguity was generated. Under normal circumstances, it should be possible to go further, but Joanna forgot that there was a dragon in the room. Seeing the contractor being hugged by another female, and having such an intimate behavior, even if she had ridden on her several times, the silver dragon girl could not accept it, and immediately pulled Joanna off Zhao Yi. Zhao Yi is mine, you are not allowed to do this again. Melissa waved her powerful little fist. Yes, the lord is yours, I am just expressing my gratitude. Joanna explained to Melissa, with a slightly red face. Then you are not allowed to use this way of thanking me again, change to another one. Okay. Joanna agreed immediately. Zhao Yi, who was standing aside, and watching the two women's conversation, did not change his expression much, and most he was a little disappointed in his heart. Melissa stayed with Zhao Yi every day, and Zhao Yi's thoughts had changed unconsciously. Although this was a different world from Blue Star, as long as nothing unexpected happened, he would live here for a long time. Zhao Yi could already accept the Aboriginals as his partner, not to mention Melissa, who was not human. Chapter 193. The original location of the market in Zhaocheng, the primary market, has re-emerged here after disappearing for many days. Zhao Yi came to the market and handed the task to Benson and Jinoa. Today, they had to select 3 towns or villages in the territory and choose one to place the market. They could directly place a mid-level market to purchase supplies for the entire Violet Kingdom. The remaining 2 locations could be placed a few days apart. If 3 markets were connected to the same area on the same day, it would be easier to attract the attention of the indigenous market behind the market. There are more than Benson and Jinhua in the primary market of Zhaocheng. The number of purchased materials is increasing day by day, and the number of market staff is also increasing. Benson is a 1-star management talent official, and Jinhua is a 1-star business talent businessman, but they already have 3-star officials and 3-star businessmen under them. Because of his seniority and the support of his subordinates, Zhao Yi did not change the managers of the market. The next 3 markets will be deployed, and personnel will be drawn from the market in Zhaocheng, and personnel drawn from other locations will be added, so that the new market can be quickly put into operation to carry out material procurement and item auctions. However, there is one more thing to consider. It is more convenient to place a market in a town, and there is a teleportation array. If a market is placed in a village, there must also be a teleportation array. A small teleportation array is not necessary, so a micro-teleportation array is placed to only transmit storage equipment. The task was given to Benson and Gino. Zhao Yi left the market, and came to the teleportation array to recruit today, and only recruit 1 person. Using the 4th level assassin recruitment scroll, a teleportation array lit up. A few seconds later, a flat-chested girl with a height of only 1.55 meters, and an ordinary appearance walked out of the teleportation array, with a hunched old woman. To Zhao Yi, the old and the young seemed to be ordinary people, but the equipment on the girl exposed her identity as an assassin. The girl who came out of the teleportation looked at Melissa, and then turned her eyes to Zhao Yi. Assassin Melir, report to the Lord. There seemed to be no emotion in her voice. Welcome to join the territory, come on, I will take you to your new home. As he said that, Zhao Yi also came to help Melir support the old woman. Facing the Lord's actions, the assassin girl hesitated a little, and the old woman was even more terrified, her body trembling, and she didn't want the Lord's support. This is the natural fear of the lower-class civilians towards the nobles. But soon Zhao Yi's enthusiasm was felt by the two, and the old woman was no longer afraid of Zhao Yi, the Lord. The old woman had difficulty walking, so Zhao Yi summoned a carriage, and the group took the carriage to the reserved house in Zhaocheng. This house was originally prepared for professionals, with high talents or high levels. It is relatively solid, and the rainstorm did not cause much damage to the house. It can be moved in now. As the old woman's contact time with Zhao Yi increased, the old woman felt that Zhao Yi was very different from the noble she knew before, and she talked more, mostly about the assassin girl. From the old woman's words, Zhao Yi knew that the assassin girl was not a girl, and the two were not the grandmother and granddaughter relationship as they looked. In fact, the two were foster mother and daughter. When the old woman was young, both her parents died, and she had no relatives. She struggled to survive, and suffered all kinds of hardships until she was 16 years old, when she picked up Melir, who had just been born. Melir was like a premature baby, very small, so he was named Melir. The old woman always called him Xiaomili. With an extra mouth to feed, the old woman had to work harder. It was only by luck that she was able to raise Meili. As she grew up, Meili gradually showed her talent as a 3-star assassin, and things started to get better for the family of two. She was actually 45 years old, but because of the lifespan of a 4th-level professional of up to 300 years, coupled with her own talent and appearance, Meili maintained a flat-chested girl's appearance that was harmless to humans and animals. This appearance gave Meili great convenience in carrying out assassination and reconnaissance missions. Along the way, the old woman said a lot of things, which made Zhao Yi feel like she was entrusting Melir to Zhao Yi. Melir, who had always been expressionless, also had tears in her eyes because of her adoptive mother's words. Finally, the two were sent to their new home. Zhao Yi arranged a clerk to serve them. Before leaving, Zhao Yi put 2 small crystal bottles, each containing a drop of water of life, in Melir's hands. This is the water of life. Dilute 1 drop with water, and give it to your mother to drink 1 sip at a time. Keep the other drop for yourself to save your life. The crystal bottle actually contained the legendary water of life. Melir was completely stunned. The water of life was in short supply in the market. 1 drop of water of life could easily be exchanged for a top-grade gold equipment, or even for inferior platinum equipment. Now I had 2 drops of such precious water of life in my hands. Lord Melir was so excited that she couldn't speak. Zhao Yi just whispered, treasure the time you and your mother have. Melir nodded vigorously, tears streaming down her face. Zhao Yi felt that the loyalty of this 4th-level assassin to him should be over 90. It was not expensive for Zhao Yi to buy the heart of a 4th-level assassin with 2 drops of water of life. After all, the 4th-level tree of life could produce 33 drops of water of life every day. Melir was 45 years old. Her adoptive mother picked her up when she was just born at the age of 16. Now she is 61 years old. The old woman who had experienced all kinds of hardships in life was already covered with wounds. It was a great blessing to be able to live to the age of 50. It was Melir who used the money she earned from performing missions to buy various things to repair the old woman's body. Melir's equipment, not to mention the gold equipment corresponding to the 4th-level professional, did not even have a piece of silver equipment. Most of it was bronze equipment, mixed with black iron equipment. Even so, the old woman's life could not last long. With Zhao Yi's drop of water of life, she could only last a few more months. Seeing this mother and daughter, Zhao Yi thought of his deceased grandparents. This is something everyone has to go through. Unwilling to think about the sad things, Zhao Yi pulled Melissa away, and while walking, he opened territory to check Melir's attributes. Name, Melir. Gender, female. Age, 45. Occupation, level 40 assassin. Talent, assassin 3 stars / domination 1 star. Skills, haste, stealth, backstab, invisibility. Loyalty, 97. It is normal for an assassin to have only 3 stars, and it would be strange if it had 4 stars. The loyalty of 97 is enough to show the importance of the adoptive mother to Melir. After looking at Melir's attributes, Zhao Yi took another look at his own attributes and assigned his free attributes. Name, Zhao Yi. Lifespan, 24/591. Profession: Second Class Earl/Level 40 Dragon Knight, 0%. Attributes: Strength 266, Constitution 266, Agility 152, Wisdom 152. Free attribute points: 1. Obsessive-compulsive disorder, Charm, 15. Leadership: 63/2280. Skills: Equipment. Other professions usually increase their lifespan by 100 years when they upgrade from level 3 to level 4, but Zhao Yi's lifespan increased by 200 years directly because of Melissa. When Zhao Yi saw the skill, he remembered that he still needed to learn the 4th level skill of the archer, the magic-breaking arrow. A super-explosive arrow, which costs 500 low-grade magic crystals, can only kill 3rd level professionals or undead. There are also more powerful arrow-type alchemical props that can kill 4th level professionals, but their prices are dozens or even hundreds of times that of super-explosive arrows. The price of a disposable alchemical prop is equivalent to a platinum equipment, which Zhao Yi can't afford. A 3rd level archer may prepare a few as a killer to use against 4th level undead. Now that Zhao Yi is a 4th level professional, he naturally has the strength to kill 4th level undead with his own strength. Among them, the magic arrow skill is specifically used against mages, priests, and liches. At the same level, liches that release magic shields cannot resist the magic arrows at all. However, the price of the magic arrow skill book is relatively expensive. The higher the skill level, the more expensive the price of the skill book and skill inheritance stone. Zhao Yi does not have enough money, so he plans to buy the magic arrow skill book in a new market in other places tomorrow. In the morning, Zhao Yi did everything he could. In the afternoon, he just inspected Zhaocheng, the void trading field of the 2nd demi-plane, and the 3rd demi-plane. The rest of the time was spent on cultivation. It was not until night fell, while waiting for the arrival of the undead army, that Zhao Yi opened the forum and found that the official forces of the 10 countries had already sent the player numbers, and even indicated the player names and the player forces they belonged to. Coincidentally, the official forces of the 10 countries only used 1 invitation letter, and the remaining 9 invitation letters were given to the player forces of their own country. The officials of each country are not afraid of competition from the player forces of their own country, and the player forces of their own country basically dare not compete with the official forces. The officials of various countries are willing to give invitations to their own player forces. The most important point is that there are items in the auction that they don't need, but other countries' officials do, so they can support their own player forces to bid. There is still a lot of time before the arrival of the undead army. Zhao Yi took out a pen and invitation letters, wrote down the player numbers on each invitation letter, and it took almost 10 minutes to write all 100 invitation letters. 100 invitation letters for small auctions, 1,000 invitation letters for medium auctions, 3,000 invitation letters for large auctions, and 10,000 invitation letters for super large auctions. Zhao Yi could barely accept writing only 100 to 1,000 copies at a time, but more would be annoying. Unfortunately, Zhao Yi had no players under him. If he had, he could have given these tasks to his players. For the time being, Zhao Yi did not dare to recruit players. Although it was the strongest player territory, it was vulnerable in the eyes of the indigenous forces. If there were spies from other player forces among the recruited players, things like the demi-plane could not be kept secret at all, and would be sent out by the spies. There are not just 1 or 2 player forces that are jealous of Zhao Yi's territory. Even among Qin country players, there are a lot of people who are jealous of Zhao Yi's territory. If they just poke a second-rate indigenous force, they will make the indigenous force take action just for the half-plane. Zhao Yi's territory, which only has 3 4th-level professionals, will be difficult to resist if a 5th-level professional comes. Perhaps when his own level reaches the 7th level, or there are means to threaten the 7th-level professionals in the territory, Zhao Yi will feel more at ease to recruit players into his territory. It is okay to recruit players without putting them in the main city. The key is that Zhao Yi wants to recruit players now because of the auction. Even if he is not in the main city, leaving the auction matters to the players will let the players know that the lord who recruits him is the top boss. Trust and loyalty are very cheap when they are not important, and very precious when they are important, at least for Zhao Yi. Blue Star human society has developed to that level. For money, brothers will betray each other, and couples who sleep in the same bed will also betray each other. Zhao Yi dare not trust Blue Star players easily. The natives with loyalty display are still more useful. Although the natives also have some shortcomings, they are all things that Zhao Yi can overcome. Too lazy to continue thinking about this kind of thing, Zhao Yi activated the 100 invitations with the player numbers written on them. The next moment, the 100 invitations disappeared, and in just a few seconds, they appeared in front of the players with the corresponding numbers at the same time. There is not only the power of space, but also the power related to cause and effect. With a player number, the invitation can be sent to the corresponding person. It can be seen that the void trading field is not an alchemical building that can be created by the indigenous alchemists, but a divine creation. The golden invitation to the void trading field appeared out of thin air in front of 100 players. These 100 players were stunned, but soon they thought that this should be the task given to them by the higher-ups, an invitation to participate in the auction. It's so magical that it can appear in front of them like this. As they touched the invitation letter, a little information contained in the invitation letter was transmitted to their minds, mainly about how to use the invitation letter. They immediately took the invitation letter and went to their lord or superior to report that the invitation letter had been obtained. Among the 100 players who received the invitation letter, none of them was an important figure in the players' faction. It was the first auction, so it was better to be careful. When attending the auction, they expected not to bring too much money, for fear that the so-called strongest lord player would take advantage of them. Even if the probability of this happening was small, they had to be on guard. There were 100 player forces, and everyone brought a certain amount of money to attend the auction. All the money added together might reach the money reserve of an official country. All of a sudden, Zhao Yi had a large amount of funds to develop his territory. However, the various player forces felt that the auction was held in a very magical way. As long as it continued, it would also bring Zhao Yi a large amount of income. There was no need to kill the goose that laid the golden eggs. Not bringing too much money was just to be cautious. Moreover, there were 100 player forces participating in the auction, and there were not many auction items. It was impossible for a player force to bid for all the auction items. It would be good enough to bid for a few items. Just bring the corresponding funds. If there is a real lack of funds, they are all domestic player forces, so they can borrow from each other. Zhao Yi didn't know what the top players were thinking. After sending out all the invitations, he posted a message in the name of Lucky Sun 413 on the forum. The invitations have been sent out. I hope no one will die before 12 noon tomorrow. Once the invitee dies, the invitation will be broken. After Zhao Yi finished posting, the official Qin country was the first to post a message to congratulate the auction in advance. The other player forces followed suit, and even the player forces that did not participate in the auction posted a message. Originally, not many people were talking about the auction topic in the forum. With Zhao Yi's post, the topic suddenly became popular. However, Zhao Yi had closed the forum after posting the post. In the third hour after nightfall, the undead army attacked. After receiving the report from the air cavalry, Zhao Yi was a little speechless. There were 3 fourth-level professionals in his territory. The attacking undead army was almost the same as 10 days ago. There were no liches or 4th-level undead, all skeleton soldiers. An easy battle. You won 44 battles. You killed 58,462 undead. You lost 13 soldiers. Battle rating 1A, 6C, 37E. Points increased by 111.1%. Professional experience increased by 111.1%. Obtained 1 crystal treasure chest, 6 gold treasure chests, 37 bronze treasure chests. Looking at the battle settlement of yesterday, Zhao Yi felt as if he had seen it somewhere. These data were only slightly different from what he saw on the first morning of this month. The number of undead killed was slightly different, and everything else was the same. Even the points he got were almost the same, only more than 4.4 million. Now Zhao Yi was only 2 million away from 60 million points, a very scary number. He no longer had the fortune dice that could increase his luck, so Zhao Yi opened all the treasure chests he got today in order. He opened the crystal treasure chest, looked through all the cards, and very disappointedly picked out 2 platinum cards, 100 first-level assassin recruitment scroll, light attribute gold staff *4, 3 gold cards, level 3 lancer recruitment scroll, level 2 water mage recruitment scroll, intermediate alchemical bomb *10, 2 silver cards, level 3 advancement stone, primary smelter. Even opening treasure chests returned to normal. Nothing special. Zhao Yi's emotions did not fluctuate much. However, the next 6 gold treasure chests gave Zhao Yi a small surprise, a level 4 advancement stone. Level 4 professionals are the current high-end combat power of the territory, and the more level 4 advancement stones, the better. Zhao Yi opened the bronze treasure chests, and first opened 10 times in a row. His luck was good, and he opened 10 level 1 advanced stones. Then he opened 10 times in a row again, But this time he didn't get anything good. He had to open 17 bronze treasure chests one by one. If the first 10 times didn't get anything good, he had to open the remaining bronze treasure chests one by one. Open the treasure chests, eat breakfast, and finally go to the city hall for a meeting. The content of the meeting with Zhao Yi today, and the content of the meeting without Zhao Yi yesterday did not change much. Because of the heavy rain and floods, the most important task of the territory in the past few days was post-disaster reconstruction. However, starting today, the territory will increase its population, but only in the first half plane. Except for Jiaocheng, the cities and villages on the origin continent cannot increase their population for the time being. The population increase in Jiaocheng is only because Zhao Yi has used up the third-level professional recruitment scroll in his hand, and he will use up all the second-level professional recruitment scrolls in his hand tomorrow. Tomorrow or the day after tomorrow, Zhao Yi will challenge the first-class earldom. 10 days ago, Zhao Yi's territory was able to challenge the first-class earldom, but the loss would be great. The main problem lies in the quality of the Jiaocheng garrison. There are more than 4,000 perfect zero-level and perfect first-level professionals in the first half plane, so there will be no shortage of them. What the Jiaocheng defenders lack is third-level professionals, or even fourth-level professionals. Now Zhao Yi has a lot of third-level and second-level professional recruitment scrolls in his hand, and he has nearly 60 million points, so he can even recruit fourth-level professionals. Facing the upcoming territory promotion war, Zhao Yi only has two things to solve. The first thing is to replenish military supplies, or more precisely, to increase territory funds. Without funds, it is impossible to quickly replenish military supplies. At 12 noon today, the first auction in the void trading field will be held. If everything goes well, Zhao Yi will no longer lack funds. The second thing is to recruit fourth-level professionals. Zhao Yi has been hesitating whether to use points to recruit fourth-level professionals. Recruiting a fourth-level professional starts with 10 million points, and the most expensive fourth-level priest requires 30 million points. There are 3 fourth-level professionals in the territory now, Zhao Yi himself, Melissa, and Melier. It is very likely that Ignatz will be able to reach the 3rd level in the battle tonight. With the 4th level advancement stone, Ignatz can quickly advance to the 4th level. Joanna, who has become a 4-star talent, will reach the 3rd level 1 day earlier than the original time, which is 1 day later than Ignaz. If the territory promotion starts tomorrow, Joanna can reach the 3rd level by destroying at most 2 waves of undead tomorrow night, and then participate in the next battle as a 4th level professional. Facing the 3rd wave of undead in the territory promotion battle, there are 5 4th level professionals on our side, which is not a large number, but not a small number. The nearest indigenous city, Morris City, has only 2 4th level professionals. Warriors, assassins, archers, mages, the only thing missing is a priest. For priests, the 4th level tree of life that can produce water of life can barely be considered. The water of life contains the power of life, and the undead are full of the power of death. The 2 are mortal enemies. A 2nd level undead will be killed instantly by a drop of water of life, and a 3rd level undead will also be severely damaged. After hesitating for a long time, Zhao Yi was reluctant to use tens of millions of points to recruit a 4th level professional, just like he was reluctant to use points to recruit 3rd level professionals when he had few points before, and only obtained the 3rd level professional recruitment scroll by opening the treasure chest. Now that he has a lot of points, Zhao Yi is willing to use them to recruit 3rd level professionals, and he recruits a company of 3rd level professionals at a time. 43.2 million points, a total of 118 3rd level professionals of various professions. The use of points to recruit 3rd level professionals will have to wait until tomorrow. Today, he will only increase the population of the demi-plane, and use the 3rd level professional recruitment scrolls in his hand. Maybe he will also use some 2nd level professional recruitment scrolls, depending on the number of houses in Jiaocheng. You can recruit a group of professionals in the morning, and then recruit another group of professionals after the house is built in the afternoon. You don't need to recruit everyone after the meeting. So recruiting everyone at once, and constantly walking out of the teleportation array will easily cause confusion. After the meeting, everyone was busy with their own things. Zhao Yi came to the teleportation array to recruit people, and recruited all the flying mounts in his hand. It can recruit 15 2nd level Pegasus and 41st level Pegasus. Among them, 31st level Pegasus came from 2 gold cards, and 10 1st level Pegasus came from a bronze treasure chest opened 10 times. With the addition of 55 flying mounts, the territory's air cavalry force will soon reach 211 horses. Chapter 194. Zhao Yi is recruiting, and many players in the forum are discussing Zhao Yi territory. The content of the discussion is not about the auction that Zhao Yi territory is going to hold today, but about the combat power of Zhao Yi territory. Based on the fluctuations in the combat power of the territory before and after the rainstorm and flood, the players determined that Zhao Yi territory is on the periphery of the origin continent, and because of the heavy losses caused by the rainstorm and flood, most of the civilian population was abandoned, and the territory also needed to be rebuilt. Territory combat power list: the first Zhao Yi territory is on the periphery of the origin continent, and the second Chengjin territory is in the central region. Under the influence of the rainstorm and flood, the combat power of Zhao Yi territory has not increased. Chengjin territory's combat power has caught up, and is about to catch up with Zhao Yi territory. Yesterday morning, Zhao Yi's combat power suddenly fluctuated twice, each time directly increasing by 45,000. Some players who pay attention to the territory combat power list understand that the sudden increase of 45,000 combat power means that a 39 level professional has been promoted to level 40. At this time, the Dragon Knight whose name is hidden became the first 4th level professional among the players. It can be confirmed that this Dragon Knight is the Lord of the territory ranked first in the territory combat power list, which was just a guess before. The second 45,000 combat power, there is no second 4th level professional on the list, which means that Zhao Yi's natives have been promoted to the 4th level. Some players even speculate that the Dragon Knight's dragon has also been promoted to the 4th level. In addition, in the morning, Zhao Yi territory directly increased its combat power by 100,000, which means that another 4th level professional joined Zhao Yi territory. Zhao Yi territory already has 3 4th level professionals. The appearance of 3 4th level professionals has increased the total combat power of Zhao Yi territory by 190,000. Although Cheng Jinling did not have a 4th level professional on this day, the 3rd level, 2nd level, 1st level, and 0 level professionals all increased, increasing combat power by more than 250,000, and the distance with Zhao Yi territory has been shortened. Now players are speculating whether Cheng Jinling will return to the first place in the territory combat power list today. Many independent player lords are posting or commenting, sighing for the fate of Zhao Yi's territory. Territory combat power list: the top tiers are all territories that the player forces focus on cultivating. There is only one independent player territory, and it is ranked first, which makes many independent player lords happy and encouraged. They take Zhao Yi's territory as their goal and work hard to move forward. It's a pity that Zhao Yi's territory was very unlucky in this rainstorm and flood. It suffered heavy losses on the outskirts of the origin continent, and was about to lose the first place. It may even lose the 2nd place, or even the top 10. It's moving! It's moving! Son of Fortune 413: the boss's territory's combat power has begun to increase, and it's still increasing by 10,000. He is recruiting 3rd level professionals. As a player's post appeared, more players knew that Zhao Yi was recruiting professionals, and they were 3rd level professionals. The territory's combat power value increased by 10,000 every few seconds, and it increased 27 times before it increased from 10,000 to 1,000. As expected of a boss, this is the boss's true strength. This has increased the combat power by 270,000 at once. The gap between him and Cheng Jinling will be much larger than yesterday. Lucky Sun 413: come on, boss, you must keep the first place. Boss's territory should have experienced 8 waves of undead the night before yesterday, with very few casualties. Yesterday, he only recruited a 4th level professional. He has a lot of points that are not used. If all these points are used, the gap with Cheng Jinling will definitely widen. Because of the change in the combat power value of Zhao Yi's territory, many of the originally dejected individual player lords became happy again, but soon they all disappeared from the forum. As lords, they don't have so much time to hang out in the forum, they just take time to come up and take a look. On the other side, Zhao Yi finished recruiting people, and went directly to the Void Trading Field for inspection. In a few hours, the Void Trading Field will be open to the public for the first time and hold the first auction. Zhao Yi was worried, so he inspected it once yesterday afternoon and came to inspect it again now. When he came to the Void Trading Field again, although it still looked very empty, there were more people inside. The managers, servants, guards, etc. added up to more than 150 people, all of whom were professionals. Cody, Charles, and Isaac, the 3 giants of the Void Trading Field appointed by Zhao Yi, made a decision after consultation that the Void Trading Field was not suitable for non-professionals to enter. Even servants and maids were selected from the 0-level professionals with good looks. For some low-level professionals, jobs like servants and maids are not unacceptable. As long as the price is high enough, there are many low-level professionals willing to serve non-professionals. Those who can come to the void trading field are professionals. The professionals who participated in this auction are generally first level. It is not shameful for zero-level professionals to serve first-level professionals. The working environment is not dangerous, not to mention that there are higher salaries. Therefore, many zero-level professionals who have not entered the territory army accept employment to supplement their family expenses. Even the fourth-level assassin Melir has to worry about money. The income of the lower-level professionals is even lower. They will not miss the opportunity to make big money. However, the hard work done by civilians only earns a little money, which the lower-level professionals disdain to do. The guards of the void trading field are mainly first-level professionals, a small number of second-level professionals, and several third-level professionals. Those who come to the void trading field with invitation letters are the sole projections of professionals. There are strength restrictions, and the temporary guard force is barely enough. Before the void trading field opens, more professionals will be temporarily transferred here to serve as guards. Cody, Charles, and Isaac are leading their men to make final preparations for the first opening of the void trading field. They must ensure that no problems occur during the first auction and perfectly complete the tasks assigned by the Lord. Zhao Yi is relatively familiar with the void trading field and does not need anyone to lead the way. He and Melissa walk around the void trading field and even substitute their identities for those invited in to see if there are any problems. After a round, only a few minor problems were found, and they were handed over to the three giants to deal with before leaving the void trading field. The auction items for the first auction were delivered yesterday afternoon. Charles will personally host the auction today. Charles has experience as an auctioneer, so there is no problem hosting a small auction. Time passed quickly, and it was getting closer to 12 noon. More and more players discussed the auction in the forum. There was even a joint initiative by players not to participate in the auction held by Qinghua players, because it was giving money to Qinghua players. The major players, including the Anti-Qin Alliance, don't care about these remarks. If there is a platform where they can buy the items they need urgently, and the price is not outrageously high, even if it is a platform owned by Qin players, the Anti-Qin Alliance will use it until they find a substitute. At 11:20, Zhao Yi set a post in advance. The auction will officially start at 12 o'clock. At 11:30, the invited persons can use the invitation letter to enter the venue. Remember to bring enough money. The people who were originally preparing to attend the auction, after receiving the news, all made preparations to activate the invitations. The invitation was placed on the table, and the invitee placed the storage equipment containing the magic crystal on the invitation, and at the same time placed one of his hands on the invitation. The two people who accompanied the auction were on the left and right sides, and the three of them sat on the chairs in a relatively comfortable posture. At 11:30, the void trading field was officially opened to the public, and at this moment, 100 invitations were activated one after another. About 5 seconds later, the consciousness of 300 people participating in the auction appeared in the central teleportation point of the void trading field one after another along with the soul projection. When they first arrived at the void trading field, they did not pay attention to the people around them who were participating in the auction, but looked around and observed this space. They only saw that they were in a square with a whole row of houses on both sides of the square, a tall building on the north, and no buildings on the south. The guests could not see the space gate in the south, which had been blocked by Zhao Yi using a magic circle. Even if they knew there was a space gate here, they could not pass through the space gate without the authority given by Zhao Yi. Welcome to the void trading field to participate in the auction. I am Cody, the manager of the void trading field. The void trading field is open to the public for the first time. Please forgive me for any inconvenience. The auction venue is in front. Please go this way. Cody, who was standing on the north side of the teleportation point, used a loudspeaker alchemy prop to speak to all the guests. Most of the guests were quite well behaved and waited for the arrangements of the auction organizer, but some people were not so polite and asked loudly, "Where is your lord? We came to the auction, but he didn't even show his face. We are guests, and the auction is held to make money." Cody was angry because of this, but he would not let the guards directly disperse the soul projection of this person. If this person speaks ill of him in the future, he will be blacklisted, and the void trading field will no longer issue invitations to his forces in the future. Don't worry, guests, the Lord is already waiting for you to arrive. That's better. The man muttered softly and stopped talking. The previous words were actually a task assigned to him by his superiors. He was just testing the waters a little bit. He had no intention of angering the auction organizers. After the conversation, Cody and several attendants with guards in front and 300 auction participants following behind. As they walked, Cody also explained about the void trading field. The void trading field is open for the first time, and only a small auction is held. It is very large and can hold large auctions with tens of thousands of participants. Before the auctions are held, we will accept auctions commissioned by customers and only charge a small commission. We can even guarantee transactions between customers. There are also houses on both sides of the square, which can be rented out to customers as shops in the future. Cody's words mainly describe the future planning of the void trading field, and explained to the people who accepted the invitation that the auction would not be held once and for all, and more auctions would be held in the future to provide a relatively safe and confidential trading platform for the heroes of the other world. Some information does not need to be concealed. Zhao Yi did not have the idea of disguising the void trading field as an ancient force. If it was disguised as an ancient indigenous force, many players would not accept the invitation. He held an auction directly, as the first player lord. Even if the forces of the Anti-Chen Alliance were unwilling to accept the invitation, there would definitely be many players in Chen Country who were willing to accept the invitation. After all, everyone was a player of Chen Country. The population of Chen Country only accounts for 1/5 of the total population of Blue Star. In the game world, the player lords of Chen Country already account for nearly a quarter of the total number of player lords, with a number of more than 800,000. Even if only 1/10 of these more than 800,000 Chen Country player lords are willing to use the void trading platform, Zhao Yi can still gain a huge amount of funds to support the rapid development of the territory. The teleportation point is only a few hundred meters away from the auction house. In less than 5 minutes, Cody led the guests into the auction house. There seemed to be a few people who were amazed by the interior decoration of the auction house. They were all people from major player forces, most of whom had seen the world, and there should be some who could control their emotions. After walking for a few more minutes, Cody took the guests to a 100-person auction room. This 100-person auction room refers to 100 auction seats, and each seat has more than one seat, which can accommodate 3 people. Waiting for everyone to take a seat, Zhao Yi, wearing the gorgeous costumes exclusive to the Aboriginal nobles, walked to the front desk of the auction room with great momentum. Without waiting for Zhao Yi to speak, many guests looked at Zhao Yi's face and hurriedly opened the notepad to record the characteristics, or directly draw. It seems that they want to find out Zhao Yi's idea after returning to Blue Star. It is unexpected that the system can be used in the soul projection state. Zhao Yi has been prepared for this. Zhao Yi now has a bronze-level alchemy item on his face that can change his appearance. If it is placed outside the void trading field, a second-level professional can probably see a little flaw, but this is the void trading field, and all the people who come are soul projections, and they can't see Zhao Yi's true appearance at all. Zhao Yi didn't care about the guests' little movements. He stood on the podium of the auction hall, taking all the guests in his sight, and then activated a soundproof magic circle, and then said, "Welcome everyone to the void trading field. I am Son of Fortune 413. As a player lord, I understand very well the concerns of various player forces about the indigenous forces. Compared with the indigenous camp and the undead camp, the player camp is too weak. But we have obtained a lot of good things coveted by the indigenous forces. Some of the good things want to be sold, but we dare not sell them, and we don't know where to sell them. So I will bring out the void trading field as a trading platform for players. You are all buyers with great wealth. The next auction will add some sellers. We will accept the commissioned auction, and everyone will get what they need. As the manager of the trading platform, we adhere to the principle of fairness and justice, and will not impose any restrictions on transactions due to nationality on Blue Star, provided that you also abide by the rules set by us and conduct transactions normally. Once there is a violation, the minor one will be warned, and the serious one will be blacklisted, and the players of this faction will no longer be invited to enter the void trading field. Next is a 10-minute Q&A session. Everyone inputs their questions into the alchemy screen next to them, and I will choose to answer them. When Zhao Yi was speaking, the people below were also whispering to each other, but it had no effect on Zhao Yi. The soundproofing array blocked all the voices of the people below, but it did not affect the conversation of the people in the auction seats, nor did it affect their hearing Zhao Yi's speech. Soon, the first question appeared, and this question surprised Zhao Yi a little. Question: when did you get promoted to the first-class earldom? Well, I will challenge the first-class earldom tomorrow or the day after tomorrow. Everyone was very shocked by this answer. They didn't expect Zhao Yi to be promoted so quickly. In their understanding, Zhao Yi's territory lost a large number of civilians due to heavy rain and floods. To be promoted, The total population of the territory and the population of the main city need to meet the standards again. In the past 2 days, Zhao Yi's territory has only added 3 4th-level professionals and dozens of 3rd-level and 2nd-level professionals. Compared with the beginning of the month, the strength has mainly increased in 4th-level professionals. But there are 4th-level professionals in Zhao Yi's territory, and the territory promotion war also needs to face more 4th-level undead. How dare this first-player lord challenge the first-class earldom so quickly? Is he sure? Question. Are you willing to join a player force? Although I can't give more in the game world, I can get billions or even tens of billions of wealth when I return to Blue Star. If I were a billionaire, I might consider accepting the billions or even tens of billions of wealth on Blue Star, but I am just a small person on Blue Star. Even if I can get so much wealth, I can't keep it. Now I just want to enjoy myself in this game world and continue my ordinary life after returning to Blue Star, so I will not join any player forces in the game world. Zhao Yi's answer was beyond everyone's expectations, but it was reasonable. They didn't dare to think further, worried that they would be 404. Question. The Anti-Chen Alliance and Chen Country players are in fierce confrontation. Will you help Chen Country players deal with the Anti-Chen Alliance? Without a doubt, yes. However, I suggest that all player forces should not have too many internal fights while we are still weak. The undead camp is our first enemy. If the undead camp is driven out of the origin continent, the aboriginal camp will also become our enemy. Our millions of player territories occupy too much land and population on the origin continent, and conflicts will inevitably break out between the two sides. Players should work together to fight against the undead camp and the aboriginal camp. If the internal fighting continues, perhaps the undead camp on the origin continent will not be destroyed, and we will all return to Blue Star. Zhao Yi's answer was agreed by many people present. After all, only a part of the people had the idea of weakening the strength of Qinghua players. The weak are not united and fighting internally, which is self-destruction. However, they also knew that Zhao Yi's answer would not have any effect if it was posted on the forum. Zhao Yi was only the first player lord, not the leader of all Blue Star players, and not many players would be willing to listen to Zhao Yi. During the 10-minute Q&A session, Zhao Yi selectively answered more than 20 questions. Zhao Yi tried his best to choose questions related to the void trading field. However, the people present asked very few questions about the void trading field, and they wanted to get to know Zhao Yi through their own questions. At least in the auction held in the open void trading field, Zhao Yi is a businessman, and a businessman should not have an image of being aloof and not approachable, so Zhao Yi is willing to answer more questions. As long as it does not involve his own foundation, Zhao Yi will answer. As for whether these player forces are willing to come to the void trading field in the future, it depends on their own choice. With such a relatively safe and confidential trading platform, there will always be people willing to come among the millions of player lords. After the question and answer session, Zhao Yi left the stage, and the auctioneer Charles came on stage. Before the auction began, Charles said some warm-up words until 12 noon, when the auction officially began. The first auction item is the gold-level Berserker Professional Transfer Scroll. Berserker is a very powerful warrior profession. In history, many Berserkers have become 9th-level legendary warriors. Their strength is very strong among the legendary warriors. It has a special skill, Berserker. After using Berserker, the attack is doubled, the speed is doubled, and the pain is reduced. Even because of the pain, the Berserker will burst out with more powerful power. Charles introduced the history of the Berserker profession and the characteristics of the Berserker profession. Finally, he said, our first auction item is the gold-level Berserker Professional Transfer Scroll. The starting price is 1,000 low-grade magic crystals. Each bid increase must be no less than 10 low-grade magic crystals. The auction officially begins. As soon as Charles finished speaking, the large alchemy screen behind him showed a bid for the Berserker Job Transfer Scroll. It seemed that in less than 0.1 seconds, the second bidder appeared, and then the official forces of several countries began to compete for it. The remaining official forces of several countries that did not participate in the auction did not want to bid. They had a demand for the Berserker profession and planned to participate in the auction after the bidding price was raised. Most other unofficial player forces were watching the fun, and they did not dare to participate in the competition among official forces. Berserker is a relatively common special profession. This is not the first time that players have seen it. There are 5 Berserkers on the comprehensive occupation level list. Many player forces have information about the Berserker profession, which is clearer than what Charles explained. It is precisely because of the understanding of the Berserker profession that no player force will miss the opportunity to get the Berserker Job Transfer Scroll. Only when the bidding price is too high will they choose to give up. The starting price is only 1,000 low-grade magic crystals, which can probably buy the cheapest gold-level equipment. It is just a small amount of money for the official forces of various countries with deep pockets, including the players of the Anti-Chen Alliance. No matter how much they don't want Zhao Yi, a player from Chen country, to make money, they also want to get the Berserker job transfer scroll. They have plenty of magic crystals, but they are too short of job transfer scrolls. There may be some player lords who are willing to sell job transfer scrolls, but there are too few sales channels, and it is difficult to buy them. Now that a Berserker job transfer scroll is placed in front of them, official forces from all countries will compete for it. Perhaps the representative of the official forces of Chen country felt that adding 10 low-grade magic crystals little by little was too slow, so he directly offered 3,000 low-grade magic crystals. Representatives of other official forces were not frightened by the bids of representatives of Chen country's official forces, and continued to bid up, and at least raise the price by 100 low-grade magic crystals at a time. After only 3 minutes, the bidding price exceeded 10,000 low-grade magic crystals, which could buy a piece of platinum equipment. You should know that platinum equipment corresponds to 5th-level professionals, but in front of official forces of various countries, the Berserker's job transfer scroll is no less valuable than a piece of platinum equipment. Chapter 195. The first auction ended successfully, and all the auction items were sold. Gold-level Berserker Professional Transfer Scroll, sold for 33,500 low-grade magic crystals. Gold-level Ice Mage Professional Transfer Scroll, sold for 34,200 low-grade magic crystals. 3 sets of micro-transmission arrays, a total transaction price of 6,600 low-grade magic crystals. 1 set of small-scale transmission arrays, sold for 21,000 low-grade magic crystals. 10 bronze-level wind-chasing warships, a total transaction price of 18,000 low-grade magic crystals. 3 silver-level Gale warships, a total transaction price of 51,600 low-grade magic crystals. 5 drops of Water of Life, a total transaction price of 67,400 low-grade magic crystals. Platinum-level Shadow Dancer Professional Transfer Scroll, a transaction price of 270,000 low-grade magic crystals. The total price of this auction is 645,100 low-grade magic crystals. The second auction will be held in 5 days, and a total of 130 invitations will be issued. Among them, 30 invitations are exclusive for entrusted auctions. The official Chen Kingdom, the official Eli Kingdom, and the official Los Kingdom each have 10 allocated quotas. If you want to entrust us with an item for auction, you can contact the official 3 kingdoms. Items that are important to the player forces will be given priority, and those with high value will be given priority. We only charge 1% to 5% of the transaction price as commission. After the auction, Zhao Yi created a new post in the forum, entered the content, and sent it out in the name of Lucky Sun 413. The auction went very smoothly. Everyone was not in the same group, and would not lower the price together. The bidding was very fierce. Some items were bid at prices higher than the market price, but some were bid at prices slightly lower than the market price. Whether it was higher or lower than the market price, as long as it was not too low, Zhao Yi could accept it. The market is not a place where you can sell anything you want. Selling high-value items or important things, like the Water of Life, is likely to attract the attention of the indigenous forces behind the market. The platinum-level Shadow Dancer Professional Transfer Scroll was bought by the Chen State official at the price of 270,000 low-grade magic crystals. In the future, the Chen State official will have an extra powerful assassin. An auction brought Zhao Yi more than 600,000 low-grade magic crystals. He had the funds to replenish military supplies and develop the territory. The Mage Tower, Magic Cannon, and other energy-consuming units also had a large amount of magic crystals as reserve energy. The cost of holding this auction was less than 1,000 low-grade magic crystals. Since invitations can be generated quickly by consuming magic crystals, Zhao Yi gave up the original idea of holding a small auction for 100 people every 10 days, and shortened it to 5 days. The number of invitations for a small auction was also increased from 100 to 130, and the extra 30 invitations were prepared for those individual player lords who lacked funds. For this reason, Zhao Yi wrote the transaction price and total transaction price of each item in the auction in the post, just to attract individual player lords to take out good things and entrust them to auction. If the average price of all the items entrusted to auction by each player is 10,000 low-grade magic crystals, and a commission of 5% is charged, Zhao Yi can only get a commission of 15,000 low-grade magic crystals. A 10% commission is charged for auction items in the market. The commission is very small, only slightly higher than the price of a drop of water of life. But this is only the situation in the early stage of the development of the void trading field. As the void trading field develops, a small auction may be held every day in the future. The guarantee transaction fees, store rents, taxes, etc. are combined, and the income brought to Zhao Yi by the void trading field in a day has increased. Compared with commissions, attracting customers is the most important thing in the early stage of the development of the void trading field. Attracting customers to entrust auctions. More auction items can attract more customers to bid. As long as there are people, the void trading field will not lack opportunities to make money. The first auction was successfully held, and Zhao Yi was very relieved about the next auction. Now Zhao Yi is more concerned about issuing invitations to the selected personnel. This can only be done by players, but Zhao Yi has no players under his command, and he can't find trustworthy players in a short time, so he can only entrust it to the 10 countries' officials for the time being. Especially for the selection of entrusted auction items, Zhao Yi is not worried that the official of Chun, Eli, and Los will intercept. Since the player wants to entrust the auction, it will not be easy to sell directly to the official of the 3 kingdoms. The official of the 3 kingdoms will definitely select the items they need. This is a consensus reached with Zhao Yi. The entrusted auction items are supposed to be auctioned. In this way, the possibility of failure is very small. The official of the 3 kingdoms will not add any conditions to get the invitation letter without authorization. If it really does so, it will directly offend Zhao Yi. At that time, it can be entrusted by another player force. If he sees an item he needs, Zhao Yi will try to get it in advance, or bid for it at the auction. With the void trading field, Zhao Yi will never lack magic crystals in the future, and can bid for an item with major player forces. The transaction price of a platinum-level Shadow Dancer professional transfer scroll is as high as 270,000 low-grade magic crystals, and the value of a crystal-level paladin professional transfer scroll will definitely exceed 1 million, which is equivalent to the value of diamond equipment. After Zhao Yi's post was sent out, it immediately attracted a large number of player comments. Fuck, more than 600,000 low-grade magic crystals. I heard that the auction items in this auction are all owned by the boss. These magic crystals will go into the boss's pocket. Who among the player lords has more money than the boss? It's a pity that the boss has never given me the opportunity to curry favor with you. As long as the boss opens his mouth, I will be your loyal lackey, and I will even recognize you as my father. Bosses, don't participate in auctions anymore. Don't give money to Chin Country players anymore. This auction is a success, and the boss's first position will definitely not be shaken. Individual players were commenting, and the player forces participating in the auction posted messages to congratulate the auction on its successful conclusion. More player forces followed suit and sent messages asking for an invitation to the auction. Many individual European players contacted the official staff of the 3 kingdoms as soon as they saw the post, hoping to request an invitation to the auction. After the auction ended, all the player forces participating in the auction held a small meeting to discuss Zhao Yi, the auction, and the void trading field. This time, by participating in the auction, I was able to directly contact Zhao Yi. Through the question and answer session, I learned a lot about Zhao Yi, but this information was of little use to the various forces. Zhao Yi could think of using alchemy items to change his appearance, and the various player forces could also think of it. Zhao Yi had the label of cautious on his head. Zhao Yi would not join any player forces, but he was a player of Chin Country, and would help Chin Country players. The Anti-Chin Alliance and other player forces wanted to not participate in the auction, but there were things they needed at the auction. The first auction was small in scale, but the venue let all the players know its potential. When the void trading field is fully opened and a large number of items flow in, all forces may not be able to leave the void trading field. After all, this is a trading platform that no indigenous forces have been involved in. At the meetings of each player force, the same decision was made to continue to participate in the auction held by Zhao Yi before there is a substitute. Including the Chin Country official, the Chin Country official will not treat the void trading field as its home field just because Zhao Yi is a Chin Country player. If there is an opportunity in the future, we must also establish a similar trading platform, and the leading power must be in the hands of the Chin state officials. Based on the known information, the various players speculated that Zhao Yi's void trading field is a half-plane, an alchemical creation, or even a divine creation. It is likely to be opened from a treasure chest, and it is unknown whether it is crystal level or above crystal level. Up to now, only Zhao Yi has obtained a diamond treasure chest, and other players do not know that there is a diamond treasure chest above the crystal treasure chest. The number of undeads eliminated to obtain the diamond treasure chest can be reached. The key is that the own battle damage cannot be controlled. According to the previous fluctuations in the combat power value of Zhao Yi's territory, there is a high probability that Zhao Yi has obtained a treasure chest above the crystal level, and it should be in the battle of eliminating 8 waves of undead overnight the day before yesterday. A total of more than 100,000 undead were eliminated, and the next day a treasure chest above the crystal level was obtained. And the void trading field was opened, so the void trading field only appeared yesterday. It is not so easy to obtain a trading platform similar to the void trading field. It is not so easy to obtain a treasure chest above the crystal level alone, and it also depends on luck to open a similar trading platform. In comparison, a group of player forces feel that if they want to build a trading platform quickly, they still have to rely on the alchemy creation market. A trading platform covering a province can be built with only a primary market. A trading platform covering a country needs to join the intermediate market, and each province must place an intermediate market. A trading platform covering the entire origin continent needs to join the advanced market, and each country must place an advanced market. The advanced market needs to be opened from the crystal card. No player lord has opened it yet, but according to the number of earls, other players will soon open the advanced market. There are quite a few intermediate markets, but all player forces dare not build a trading platform, because this is to compete with the market trading platform built by the indigenous forces. It is easy to build a trading platform covering a country, but the key is how to get the indigenous forces to agree, or to hide the market trading platform built by oneself. Both are difficult to do, so there is fierce competition in this auction of the void trading field. The auction 5 days later may be more competitive. In addition to discussing these contents, the official meeting of Qin State also distributed the items auctioned at the auction, including the platinum level Shadow Dancer professional transfer scroll with a transaction price of 270,000 low-grade magic crystals. After much discussion, they finally decided to give the Shadow Dancer job change scroll to Cheng Jin to strengthen Cheng Jin's territory. Zhao Yi's territory will be promoted to a first-class earldom tomorrow or the day after tomorrow, and it is likely to be successfully promoted at a relatively low cost. Cheng Jin's territory cannot fall too far behind. When Cheng Jin's territory is promoted to a Marquisate, he will support other brother units. Territory construction. Forum. On the forum, a large number of players are still discussing this auction, but soon because of a slight change in Zhao Yi's territory, some players turn to discuss the combat power value of Zhao Yi's territory. After the auction, Zhao Yi turned his attention to the next important thing for the territory, which was the territory promotion. In order for the territory to win the promotion war at the lowest possible cost, Zhao Yi needed to work hard to improve the quality of Zhaoqing's defenders. For this reason, Zhao Yi's first move was to take out all the advancement stones below level 4 in his hand, and give them to the second level perfect, first level perfect, and 0 level perfect professionals in order. In addition, after the auction, Zhao Yi had a large amount of magic crystals in his hand, and he could also prepare skill books or skill inheritance stones for these newly advanced professionals. After using up all the low-level advancement stones, Zhao Yi only had 1 level 6 advancement stone, for level 5 advancement stones, and 7 level 4 advancement stones. The second action is mainly tomorrow's points recruitment. Zhao Yi plans to use the points and the level 3 professional recruitment scrolls that will be open tomorrow morning to put together a level 3 professional company. With the population of Zhaocheng, the number of earth magicians in the Zhaocheng garrison, and the fact that Zhaocheng was protected by city walls during the rainstorm and flood, the amount of post-disaster reconstruction work is not too much, and it is progressing very quickly, so a large number of houses can be built for level 3 professionals and their families to live in. In addition, Shiqing's military supplies reserves must keep up. With a large amount of magic crystals in hand, the entire territory can restore the military supplies reserves before that night. Even though Zhao Yi's territory already has a second market, it is still an intermediate market that can purchase military supplies throughout the Violet Kingdom. However, each market cannot purchase too many military supplies at a time to avoid attracting the attention of the indigenous forces. The territory is about to be promoted, and the pressure is concentrated on Daocheng. The military supplies reserves of other towns and villages can be moderate, mainly to increase the military supplies reserves of Zhaocheng. After the night came, Zhao Yi and his men discussed the upcoming promotion of the territory on the city wall. The men checked for omissions, and made up for any points that Zhao Yi had not thought of as soon as possible. During the battle that night, Ignaz's space mage level successfully reached the 3rd level. After the battle, Zhao Yi took out a 4th level advancement stone, and promoted Ignaz to the 4th level. The 4th level space mage can learn teleportation. Compared with short-distance teleportation, teleportation can teleport over a longer distance and can also teleport with a few people. The real power of the space mage is the great teleportation technique learned at the 7th level, also known as the portal. It opens a space door, and the army can quickly reach another place through the space door. The great teleportation technique is of great strategic value. After the battle, Joanna is very close to the 3rd level perfection. In the first 2 battles tomorrow night, she will definitely reach the 3rd level perfection and participate in the 3rd battle as a 4th level professional. Zhao Yi did not wait until tomorrow morning to open the treasure chest and made a decision. Tomorrow, the territory will be promoted to the 1st class earldom. You won 44 battles. You killed 58,571 undead. You lost 9 soldiers. Battle rating 1A, 6C, 37E. Points increased by 111.1%. Professional experience increased by 111.1%. Obtained 1 crystal treasure chest, 6 gold treasure chests, 37 bronze treasure chests. The number of undead killed in the entire territory last night increased by only a little more than 100 points compared to the previous night, mainly because the territory did not increase much population in the origin continent. Some professional families moved into Zhaocheng, and some families moved to the first half plain. The actual population increase in Zhaocheng was very small, but the quality of Zhaocheng's garrison improved a lot, and the air cavalry unit was expanded. There were only 9 soldiers killed in the battle, and no new soldiers joined. It was normal that there were few casualties. The points in hand increased by 4.56 million to 62.47 million. Today, a large amount of points will be spent to recruit 3rd level professionals. While checking the points, Zhao Yi also upgraded his title from the 2nd class earl to the 1st class earldom, using only 400,000 points. When the territory level was low, this was an unattainable number. Now, it is less than 1/10 of the points earned every day. After opening the ordinary treasure chest, on the way home with Melissa, Zhao Yi thought about getting the treasure chest tomorrow. It was just a territory promotion battle. Zhaocheng would only welcome 3 waves of undead tonight. Zhaocheng, with a rated population of 60,000, must be crowded with 100,000 people to have the possibility of getting a diamond treasure chest. But with Zhaocheng crowded with 100,000 people, Zhao Yi was a little worried that Zhaocheng's defense force was not enough, and then the losses in the territory promotion battle increased, and he still could not get a diamond treasure chest. Therefore, Zhao Yi did not consider the diamond treasure chest. What he considered was that there would be more crystal cards in the crystal treasure chest tomorrow, to see if he could get a 4th level professional recruitment scroll. After thinking about it, Zhao Yi finally decided to increase the population of Zhaocheng to 65,000 before the night falls. As long as all the attacking undead are eliminated and the damage to himself is minimal, there will be 6 crystal cards in the crystal treasure chest tomorrow, one of which is an additional crystal card when the territory is promoted. With 6 crystal cards, the chance of drawing good things is greatly increased, and Zhao Yi is full of expectations. As for the diamond treasure chest, it is difficult to obtain it in a short period of time. There are only 2 possibilities for obtaining the diamond treasure chest next time. One is that the territory is promoted from the 1st class earldom to the 3rd class marquisdom, and the other is that the undead camp will cause another disaster. Zhao Yi is eating breakfast here. On the other side, players on the forum are talking about Zhao Yi again. The reason is naturally that Zhao Yi's title has been promoted to the 1st class earldom, which means that Zhao Yi's territory will challenge the 1st class earldom today. In the past few days, there are too many topics about Zhao Yi on the forum. From the analysis of Zhao Yi's territory location and personnel losses during the rainstorm and flood, to Cheng Jin's combat power almost catching up with Zhao Yi's, to Zhao Yi's announcement of holding an auction, and now Zhao Yi is challenging the 1st class earldom. If it were on Blue Star, it would be on the headlines every day. Others envy things, but Zhao Yi doesn't care. Being famous on the forum is useful for player forces, but it doesn't have much effect on individual player lords. Individual player lords mainly rely on themselves to improve the strength of their territories. From yesterday's auction, players also knew that Zhao Yi's territory would be promoted today or tomorrow. Unexpectedly, Zhao Yi's title was promoted early in the morning. This is the confidence of the strongest player lord. A large group of individual player lords cheered for Zhao Yi on the forum, hoping that Zhao Yi would always trample on the territories belonging to various player forces. The popularity of this topic about Zhao Yi lasted for a while, and then slowly decreased. However, within 2 hours, a large number of players began to discuss Zhao Yi again, and there were many more people discussing Zhao Yi than 2 hours ago. The main reason is that this is too exaggerated. In just 10 minutes, the combat power of Zhao Yi's territory increased by more than 1 million, jumping by 10,000. Everyone knows that Zhao Yi is recruiting third-level professionals. Some players have carefully counted that the combat power increased by 1.18 million, jumping by 10,118 times, which means that Zhao Yi's territory has added 118 third-level professionals. The newly recruited professionals cannot all be the cheapest swordsmen and spearmen. They should be a combination of various professions, or recruiting native professionals, which consumes tens of millions of points. How many points does the boss have to recruit so many third-level professionals at one time? Is the number of third-level professionals recruited by the boss more than the number of third-level professionals recruited by Cheng Jinling? Speechless, the number of third-level professionals recruited by the boss at one time is more than the number of professionals in my territory now. I feel that the boss still has at least 10 million points in his hand that are not used. In fact, after Zhao Yi recruited 118 third-level professionals, he still had 22.81 million points in his hand. If he used them to recruit second-level professionals, he could recruit 5 companies of second-level professionals. After recruiting the third-level professionals, Zhao Yi did not leave. After recruiting so many third-level professionals at once, Zhao Yi planned to see the attributes of these third-level professionals. Those who can become third-level professionals are basically 2-star talents, without 1-star talents, with a small possibility of 3-star talents, and a very small possibility of 4-star talents. If there is a 4-star talent among these 118 third-level professionals, Zhao Yi will be happy for several days. At this time, Zhao Yi had an idea in his mind. If he used props such as destiny dice to increase luck when recruiting professionals, would it increase the number of professionals with good talents recruited? I might try it when I get similar items later. Opening the system panel, Zhao Yi checked the attributes of the 118 new third-level professionals, who joined the territory one by one. After looking at everyone, Zhao Yi sighed. Sure enough, my luck is just a little better than that of ordinary people, damn European emperor. Among the 118 third-level professionals, there is no 4-star talent, but there are 3 3-star talents, namely the double 3-star command heavy cavalry Derek, the 3-star shooter, 1-star command, right, the 3-star water mage, 2-star command, Barbila. The double 3-star command heavy cavalry Derek was also a surprise. Including Derek, there were only 4 people under Zhao Yi who had a 3-star command talent. And Brayden's command talent was 4 stars, but unfortunately the combat professional spearman talent was only 2 stars. Zhao Yi didn't know when he would be able to draw a 3-star talent stone. Command talent was important, and combat professional talent was also important. The number of combat professional talents under Zhao Yi's command who were above 3 stars was close to 20. The potential of a 3-star talent was level 5, and the potential of a 4-star talent was level 7. Although there is an advancement stone, potential is not very important, but people with different talents in the same profession, those with high talents upgrade faster, and those with low talents upgrade very slowly. Zhao Yi never expected to train all common 1-star talented soldiers into 4th-level professionals. It was luck to become a 3rd-level professional. Similarly, it is also difficult to train 3-star talented professionals to the 7th level. It is better to use the 4-star talent stone first. Derek and his family have already gone to his new home under the leadership of the clerk. In the afternoon, he will have a new appointment as the Lord Staff Officer. This is a step that all talents with 3 stars or above must take. Chapter 196. Arrange the army and prepare for war. For 4th-level professionals, 299 3rd-level professionals, more than 1,000 2nd-level professionals, 7 Legion skills, intermediate wizard tower, 2 small magic cannons, 211 air cavalry, and hundreds of thousands of low-grade magic crystals. These are the confidence of Zhao Yi in facing the territory promotion war. Before nightfall, the population of Zhaocheng has increased to 65,000, of which the defenders account for more than 1/6 of the population of Zhaocheng. In the forum, many players are paying attention to the upcoming battle in Zhao Yi's territory. They all knew that this promoted lord of the Qin country was very cautious, and would only choose to promote his territory when he was absolutely sure. It was stable for Zhao Yi's territory to be promoted to the first-class earldom. Players just wanted to see how many people Zhao Yi's territory would lose, and how much its combat power would decrease in this territory promotion battle. Cheng Jin was also paying attention to the upcoming battle. Zhao Yi's territory was promoted to the first-class earldom, and his territory would be the next one. A few days ago, the difference in combat power between Cheng Jin's territory and Zhao Yi's territory was the smallest. Cheng Jin understood that even if his territory's combat power exceeded Zhao Yi's territory, in terms of specific strength, his territory was still far from being a match for Zhao Yi's territory. If Zhao Yi's territory was promoted to the first-class earldom at a relatively low cost today, Cheng Jin's territory would have suffered at least 500 casualties, and possibly more than 1,000. High-quality combat professional players are becoming more and more valuable, and Cheng Jin must also reduce the casualties of his soldiers as much as possible, wait a few more days, and strive to improve the quality of the main city's garrison. At the third hour of the night, the first wave of undead attacking Xiaocheng appeared. The air cavalry returned with intelligence, and the military situation was similar to what Zhao Yi, Elliot, Lowry, and others had guessed. Just like usual, they were all skeleton soldiers, and there was not even a fourth-level undead. Not only the first wave of undead, but also the second wave of undead was at the normal level, until the third wave, when the fourth-level Lich attacked with elite undead troops. The first wave of undead arrived at the Xiaocheng battlefield, and as the undead army approached, a war broke out. This was a very easy battle for the Xiaocheng defenders. In less than half an hour, all the attacking undead were eliminated, but no one died in the battle. Among the zero-level professionals, who were prone to battle casualties, there was no newcomer who joined in the past few days. After several battles, the zero-level newcomers had experience, and were not easily killed by the undead. Another 20 minutes passed, and the second wave of undead arrived. During the battle, Joanna's wind mage profession reached perfection. Zhao Yi immediately took out a level 4 advancement stone, and Joanna was promoted to a 4th level professional on the battlefield. Zhao Yi had prepared the 4th level skill book of the wind mage for Joanna, and Joanna learned it immediately after the promotion. However, in the next battle, Joanna would not easily use the 4th level skill she had just learned. The battle between the Xiaocheng defenders and the second wave of undead continued. On the route from the cemetery to Xiaocheng, the third wave of undead was advancing continuously. The human air cavalry in the sky and the 4th level assassin Meliar, who was lurking on the ground, almost discovered the arrival of the third wave of the undead army at the same time. Carefully observing the third wave of the undead army, the air cavalry was stunned, and Meliar was a little confused. It was agreed that the third wave of the undead army would be a 4th level Lich with elite undead troops. The third wave of the undead army in front of Meliar had no undead air cavalry troops, not to mention no undead land cavalry troops. There was no Lich in the undead army, only a 4th level skeleton general. Meliar left Xiaocheng after dark to carry out the Lord's order, with the goal of assassinating the 4th level Lich, who commanded the third wave of the undead army. For this reason, Zhao Yi gave Meili a full set of gold armor, a platinum dagger, and a gold crossbow, and even prepared the 4th level assassin skill book for Meili. The 4th level skill of the archer is the magic breaking arrow, and the 4th level skill of the assassin is the magic breaking thorn. Once a 4th level mage is approached by a 4th level assassin, he will be seriously injured if he does not die. Meili has the possibility of assassinating the 4th level Lich, but Zhao Yi did not force it. If there is a chance, he will assassinate, and if there is no chance, he will give up. Xiaocheng has several ways to eliminate the 4th level Lich, and it is impossible to let the 4th level Lich leave alive. But now, Meili did not find the 4th level Lich in the third wave of the undead army. The air cavalry in the sky was the old man of the territory. He carefully observed the undead army, trying to find the Lich hidden in the undead army. After observing for several minutes, he found nothing. The third wave of undead army in the field of vision was a skeleton army commanded by a 4th level skeleton general. Could it be that the Lich commanded the elite undead troops to attack Xiaocheng from other directions? The air cavalry thought. There were more than 30 air cavalry who were investigating the military situation along the way, distributed in all directions of Xiaocheng. Some air cavalry returned to Xiaocheng with the intelligence of the third wave of undead army, and other air cavalry were looking for another possible undead army. The air cavalry returned with the cavalry of the third wave of the undead army. The battle between the Xiaocheng defenders and the second wave of the undead had not yet ended. After Zhao Yi received the intelligence, he immediately sent more air cavalry to look for another possible undead army. If the third wave of undead only had a skeleton army commanded by a 4th level skeleton general, then the promotion of the territory this time would be too easy, even easier than the promotion from a 3rd class earldom to a 2nd class earldom. The weakness of the third wave of undead made Zhao Yi, Elliot, Liu Bovey, and others feel that there would be another undead army, and they wanted to find an opportunity to launch an attack on Xiaocheng. But when the Xiaocheng defenders eliminated the third wave of undead, the air cavalry still did not find any traces of another undead army. For him at this time, many players were staring at the combat power value of the first place in the territory combat power list. Everyone knew the approximate time when Jiaoyi territory encountered the undead. However, the combat power value of Jiaoyi territory fluctuated only 7 times in the first half of the night, and the total was only more than 100, which means that these 7 fluctuations were all caused by the death of 0-level professionals. Is the boss so powerful? There were not many casualties in the promotion to the first-class earldom. Could it be that the boss only promoted the title, and did not promote the territory? Son of Fortune 413, he definitely would not do that. If the title was promoted, the territory would definitely be promoted. The boss must be too strong, and the undead could not cause much damage to the boss's territory. In the forum, a large number of players discussed the strength of Zhao Yi's territory. Zhang Jin, who was paying attention to Zhao Yi's territory, believed that Zhao Yi's territory would definitely be promoted today, but the loss of Zhao Yi's territory made Zhang Jin speechless for a long time. Is the gap between our territories so big? This night was a rare sleepless night for Zhao Yi. He had no intention of resting until he saw another undead army. He even rode a silver dragon to look for another undead army. But he didn't find it after searching for a while. He suspected that it was still in the cemetery. As time got closer to dawn, everyone felt that there really was no other undead army. Why did this happen? Zhao Yi was very confused. Could it be that our territory has killed too many undead in this cemetery, and several 4th-level liches have died, so this cemetery is no longer able to send out elite undead troops to attack Xiaocheng? Elliot made a guess. Ignace followed Elliot's guess and said, the cemetery that attacked Xiaocheng should be a cemetery of the lowest level, with only 4th-level undead at most. We killed several 4th-level liches, so we may have killed all the 4th-level liches in this cemetery. Perhaps we should explore this cemetery in depth. Before midnight, Meliar had explored the periphery of the cemetery and found nothing, but Meliar did not dare to easily enter the cemetery for exploration. The interior of the cemetery was very dangerous, and no one knew how many powerful undead were inside. According to Elliot and Ignaz, Zhao Yi felt that it was possible that all the powerful undead in this cemetery had been killed, and even the lich could not be sent out for the territory promotion battle. After thinking for a while, Zhao Yi took out 2 random teleportation scrolls from the storage ring and handed them to Meliar. Go into the cemetery carefully and explore. If you encounter danger, use the random teleportation scroll to escape immediately. Yes. Meliar accepted the important task given to her by the lord of the territory. A 2nd-level air cavalryman escorted Meliar and dropped her off in an area close to the cemetery. Meliar used the stealth skill and lurked towards the cemetery. On the wall of Xiaocheng, Zhao Yi opened the system panel and kept observing the information in the system record, worrying that Meliar might have an accident while exploring the cemetery. Although Meliar is a 4th-level assassin and has 2 random teleportation scrolls given by him, Zhao Yi is still a little worried. Zhao Yi has long had ideas about the cemetery. There are a large number of undead in the cemetery. Originally, he could only eliminate the undead that attacked in the dark, but he could also take the initiative to go to the cemetery to eliminate the undead and gain more points and experience. In the past, he was not strong enough and did not dare to approach the cemetery easily. Now Zhao Yi has many 4th-level professionals under his command, as well as intermediate magic towers, small magic cannons, and other means. It was just because of the territory promotion that the cemetery was not tested. This time, the territory was successfully promoted. The next 2 important things were to test the cemetery and Mora City, the nearest aboriginal city to the territory. Zhao Yi observed system records until dawn. No information about Meliar was seen, which means Meliar is safe now. The imagined undead army led by the Lich did not appear either. It seems that there is really no such thing. Zhao Yi exclaimed. Good fellow. The 3rd wave of undead in the last territory promotion battle was driven away by 2 people and a dragon. This time the 3rd wave of undead in the territory promotion battle was just a little stronger than usual. Anything could happen. Shaking his head, Zhao Yi shook off the distracting thoughts in his mind and focused his eyes on the light screen. You won 44 battles. You eliminated 103,793 undead. You killed 7 soldiers. Battle rating 1A, 6C, 37E. Points increased by 111.1%. Professional experience increased by 111.1%. Obtained 1 crystal treasure chest, 6 gold treasure chests, 37 bronze treasure chests. 100,000 undead were eliminated overnight, bringing Zhao Yi 8.11 million points, which was enough to recruit a 4th-level professional and the total points in his hand also increased to 30.92 million. Zhao Yi opened the crystal treasure chest he had just obtained with great anticipation. As he checked the cards one by one, a satisfied smile appeared on his face. Just as Zhao Yi had judged before, there were 6 crystal cards and 6 platinum cards in the crystal treasure chest, which was a lot of good stuff. Select 3 crystal cards, level 4 Shield Warrior Recruitment Scroll, 3-star Talent Stone, Crystal Bow. Select 2 platinum cards, level 3 Nature Mage Recruitment Scroll, Battle Flag. Select 2 gold cards, Intermediate Market, level 2 Swordsman Recruitment Scroll *4. Another 4th level professional can be added to the territory. Zhao Yi himself, Melissa, Joanna, Ignaz, Liar, plus the Shield Warrior, will be 6 4th level professionals. Elliot and other 3-star talents will also be perfected in the 3rd level, and advanced with the help of the 4th level Advancement Stone. The 4th level professional is the current high-end combat power of the territory, the more the better. Although the number of 4th level professionals has greatly exceeded that of Morris City, Zhao Yi is not sure that he will be stronger than the Morris family. The Morris family has been operating in Morris City for more than 200 years, and no one knows how many trump cards they still have. Finally, the 3-star Talent Stone was opened. Could it be that if you keep thinking about it, it will be rewarded? Zhao Yi chuckled. The crystal bow is worth more than 100,000 low-grade magic crystals. Zhao Yi has no intention of selling it. As an excellent archer, he naturally wants to use the crystal bow himself. The platinum bow he eliminated can be rewarded to his subordinates. The battle flag, a treasure, is similar to some legion skills and can improve morale. When the battle flag stands on the battlefield, the morale of the team increases by 10%. This is under normal circumstances. You can also activate a skill every 24 hours, which increases morale by 30% and lasts for 1 hour. Morale cannot directly increase combat power, but morale is very important. The morale of the undead camp is constant, and low-level undead are fearless. For humans, to a certain extent, when morale is high, 100% of their strength can be fully exerted, and when morale is low, it is good to be able to exert half of their strength. Zhao Yi had an idea in his mind. He could draw a big Zhao on the battle flag, and culture invaded the other world. He continued to open the remaining gold and bronze treasure chests, which were all relatively ordinary. There were 3rd-level professional recruitment scrolls and level 3 advancement stones, but there was no level 4 advancement stone that Zhao Yi wanted. After opening the treasure chest, Zhao Yi opened the territory page. First Class Earldom. Lord Zhao Yi. Territory area, 1,000/2,000 square kilometers. Main city, Zhaocheng, a first-level small city, covering an area of 4 square kilometers. Subordinates, Jiayi, Bingding, Wuji, Town, Taishar Village, the 2nd village, the 3rd village. Population, 176,638, 256,021/200000. Military, 22317, 22953. Public opinion, 86. Public security, 85. Buildings. The territory area is quite interesting. In the past, when a territory was promoted, the territory land was directly expanded. This time, Zhao Yi made the choice. Zhao Yi clicked on it, and a map of the Violet Kingdom's Lotha province appeared, with a large number of areas painted black. Some black areas were connected, and some were just small patches, all surrounded by white areas, and the white areas were areas where Zhao Yi's territory could expand. Zhao Yi operated it a little, and found that he could also create an enclave far away from the base camp. Enclaves are sometimes very important, but most of the time, they are not necessary at all. Zhao Yi could not send troops to garrison an enclave, and it was too easy for accidents to happen in an enclave surrounded by heavy siege. After shutting down the system panel, Zhao Yi was not in a hurry to expand the territory immediately. He planned to discuss with his subordinates where to expand the territory at the meeting after breakfast. Territory expansion requires multiple considerations, including resources on the new land, surrounding indigenous forces and player forces, cemetery locations, night attacks by undead, etc. This is just what Zhao Yi could think of. He needs to consider so many things. Expanding the territory is not a simple matter. Just as Zhao Yi was holding Melissa's hand and setting off on the road home, a second-level air cavalryman fell quickly in the sky. Zhao Yi noticed that this second-level air cavalryman was carrying a petite person behind him, the 4th-level assassin Liar. Looking down from the sky, it was easy to find where Zhao Yi was. The second-level air cavalry followed the rules set by Zhao Yi, and did not fly directly to Zhao Yi blindly, but landed on the city wall first. Meliar got off the flying horse and ran towards Xiao Yi at a high speed. "Lord." Meliar ran over and saluted respectfully. "It's good to be back. What did you find?" Xiao Yi asked. "I went a little deeper into the cemetery to check and found that there was a 4th level lich inside, as well as more than 10 other 4th level undead, and countless undead below the 4th level. Did you find anything strange?" Meliar shook her head. "Thank you for your hard work. Go back and rest first." "Yes." Meliar left. Xiao Yi and Melissa continued to walk towards the Lord's mansion. As they walked, Xiao Yi thought about the information Meliar brought back. There was a 4th level lich in the cemetery, but he didn't lead the undead army to attack. What was going on? Xiao Yi couldn't figure it out, so he would discuss it with his subordinates at the meeting. It seemed that today's meeting would take a lot longer than usual. After breakfast, when Xiao Yi came to the meeting room of the city hall, the others had already arrived. Seeing the Lord coming in, they all stood up and saluted. Xiao Yi said, as he sat down, "Everyone sit down. The first thing for today's meeting is that the territory has just been promoted to a first-class earldom. The territory can be increased by 1,000 square kilometers. This time, the location of the increase in territory is decided by ourselves. Everyone, take a look at the map. Where is the most appropriate place to put the newly added territory?" This map is naturally the large paper map in the meeting room. There are maps around the territory, maps of the Lothel province, maps of the Violet Kingdom, maps of the Violet Kingdom and surrounding countries, and a rough map of the origin continent, which only marks the various countries and their capitals, and at most adds some important cities. After hearing what the Lord said, Cece, Elliot and others immediately focused their attention on the map. The map around the territory is the most detailed of all the maps, with the territory's main city, affiliated towns, affiliated villages, cemeteries, undead routes, mountain rivers and other terrain, as well as the mineral veins that have been explored, and other information. In fact, there are no valuable mineral veins around the territory. To be precise, there are no high-value mineral veins in the shallow surface, and perhaps there will be high-value mineral veins at a deeper location on the surface. In this case, even if an earth mage who works part-time as a prospector is sent, it will be difficult to find it, and it will be difficult to mine the veins later, unless the veins are really of very high value, and the cost of mining can be accepted. Xiao Yi and his subordinates discussed for more than 20 minutes, considering all aspects, and determined the location of the 1,000 square kilometers of land added to the territory. This 1,000 square kilometers of land will not be added to the south of the territory. For the time being, Xiao Yi does not want the territory to border or be too close to the Morris family's territory. Some land will be added on both the east and west sides, and the main expansion is to the north. Previously, Chowda in the north led the Chen player lords to fight against foreign player lords. Because the foreign player lords were more numerous and powerful, a Chen player's territory was destroyed, and Chao Da's territory also suffered heavy losses. Finally, he asked Xiao Yi for help. As soon as Xiao Yi made a move, the two strongest foreign players, the second-class viscounts, were severely damaged and destroyed after leading. After that, Xiao Yi did not stop. At the rate of 1 per day, all the foreign players' territories were destroyed. Finally, some foreign player lords knew that they would not be able to keep their territories, so they fled in advance. In addition, Chao Da moved his territory, and a large blank area appeared in the north of Zhao Yi's territory, waiting for Zhao Yi's territory to expand to it, which happened to be used this time. Zhao Yi operated on the territory page, and the territory area increased from 1,000 square kilometers to 2,000 square kilometers. The territory has been expanded. The next step is to determine the locations of the 3 additional affiliated towns after the territory is promoted to the first-class earldom. As long as the 3 affiliated towns have 3,000 people each, Xiao Yi can get 3 more gold treasure chests every day. According to the information of other towns, village locations, undead routes, etc., the locations of the 3 new subsidiary towns are preliminarily determined. The 3 new towns are named Gung, Xian, and Run. With the 3 towns of Gung, Xian, and Rin to be established, there are only 10 cities on the 2,000 square kilometers of land. It is easy to arrange the location of each city, so that the undead army attacking 2 cities will not merge. As for the undead attacking the city, and the undead attacking a village merging, it is just a matter of reducing 1 bronze treasure chest, which is far less important than the gold treasure chest. Today, we will build a 3rd-level village in each of the 3 predetermined locations. We will first arrange some assassins or air cavalry to go there. Just like the 3 towns of Ding, Wu and Ji, We will first determine whether there are multiple groups of undeads converging, so as to arrange the garrison troops stationed in the village in the early stage. A third-level town cannot be built in one day. Compared with it, the expansion of the territory's main city Zhaocheng is more important. Today, we need to demolish the city walls with low defense and fill the unnecessary moat. The area of Zhaocheng has increased from 2 square kilometers to 4 square kilometers, and the standard population capacity has increased from 60,000 to 120,000. After the population of Zhaocheng reaches 120,000, the number of crystal cards in the crystal treasure chest will increase to 3 per day, which is always more likely to get a 4th-level professional recruitment scroll than a crystal treasure chest with 1 crystal card. There are millions of players in the territory, and because of the rainstorm and flood caused by the undead camp, the population of indigenous civilians has been greatly reduced. Zhao Yi is worried that he will not be able to recruit people in the future. Take advantage of the current situation and recruit more people. Zhaocheng can increase the population by 60,000. When the post-disaster reconstruction work of the 3 towns of Ding, Wu and Ji is completed, the town population needs to continue to increase to 12,000 people, and the affiliated villages must continue to be built. There are also the 3 towns of Gung, Xian and Ren that are about to be built, and the first half plain that can accommodate a large population. Now the territory has more than 250,000 people, and it is only a matter of time before the population doubles. Chapter 197. With 30 million points in hand, one of the most expensive 4th-level priests can be recruited, and 2 platoons of 3rd-level professionals can be recruited. But Zhao Yi did not use points to recruit 3rd-level and 4th-level professionals today. At most, he would use points to recruit 2nd-level professionals. Today, Zhaocheng needs to increase the population by 10,000, and needs to recruit at least 1,100 professionals. Only 1 company of 2nd-level professionals will be recruited, and the remaining number will be divided equally between 1st-level professionals and 0-level professionals. In addition, because of the post-disaster reconstruction work of the territory and the personnel needs for various engineering construction during the development of the territory, Zhao Yi used points to recruit 100 Earth Magicians, 30 2nd level, and 70 1st level, spending a total of 3.7 million points. No 0-level Earth Mages were recruited. The ability of 0-level Earth Mages is relatively weak and needs time to upgrade. The 1st-level and 2nd-level Earth Mages recruited can be put into engineering construction immediately. If necessary, the number of Earth Mages recruited will continue to increase in the future. The indigenous cities that have basically stagnated in development do not need so many Earth Mages, but Zhao Yi's territory changes almost every day, and a large number of projects are underway every day. Before the heavy rain and floods, there were also a large number of civilian families living in tents in the territory. Because of the rapid development of the territory and the heavy rain and floods, Zhao Yi had to recruit more Earth Magicians. Today's recruitment did not use points to recruit 4th-level professionals and 3rd-level professionals. Even so, Zhao Yi has spent 10.27 million points, and has 20.65 million points left. Including the points to be obtained in the next 2 days, such a large-scale recruitment can only last for 3 days. Recruiting 3rd-level professionals without points will inevitably lead to a decline in the quality of Zhaocheng's defenders. However, the territory will not continue to be promoted for the time being. Even if the undead camp causes another disaster next month, there are nearly 20 days away from next month. Zhaocheng will increase its population by at least 10,000 people a day, and in 6 days, it will reach the population of 120,000 people that is a 1st-level small city. In the next 10 days, or so, the quality of Zhaocheng's garrison will continue to improve. Although the quality of Zhaocheng's garrison will decline in the next 6 days, its strength will steadily increase. Scrolls for recruiting 3rd-level professionals can be opened from crystal and gold treasure chests, and 3-star talents can reach the 3rd level, and use the 4th-level advancement stone to advance. Zhao Yi is not worried about the development of the territory's strength. Warrior Rival, report to the Lord. Rival, you are welcome to join us. I will serve the Lord till death. Level 4 Shield Warrior Rival brought his family to join the territory. Zhao Yi opened the system panel to check the attributes of the Bigman Rival. Name, Rival. Gender, male. Age, 43. Profession, level 40 Shield Warrior. Talent, Shield Warrior 3 stars / Command 2 stars. Rival's talent was within Zhao Yi's expectations. It would be strange if he had a 4-star talent. A 3-star talent would be no young to become a 4-star professional. After the recruitment, Zhao Yi found Brayden with the 3-star talent stone and gave it to Brayden. As Brayden's spearman talent was upgraded to 3 stars, Braden's loyalty to Zhao Yi jumped up a few points, reaching the full value of 100 points. He was also called diehard by the players, and there was almost no possibility of betrayal. After gradually dealing with the things he needed to do, Zhao Yi took Melissa back to the Lord's mansion to prepare for lunch when it was almost noon. He did not plan to go out in the afternoon and had a good rest. For a 4th level professional, it is no problem to not sleep or eat for a few days, but this is only a special case. Under normal circumstances, you should eat when you need to eat and rest when you need to rest to restore your physical strength and energy. A new day has arrived. No 4th level professional recruitment scroll was opened from the crystal treasure chest, but Elliot completed the 3rd level in the battle last night and has been successfully promoted to the 4th level. It took Zhao Yi half a morning to finish all the things in his hands and began to recruit people. 4th level assassin Meliar, 4th level space mage Ignaz, 4th level wind mage Joanna, 4th level shield warrior rival, plus Zhao Yi and Melissa. There are a total of 6 4th level people. A complete 3rd level professional company has 118 people. 3 complete 2nd level professional companies have 354 people, and 2nd level air cavalry has 100 people. Deploy a mid-level mage tower, and a small magic cannon. Lowry, a double 3-star commander of shield warfare, and Derek, a double 3-star commander of heavy cavalry, go with them. Obviously, Zhao Yi's target is the cemetery closest to Zhaocheng. He plans to make a trial attack to see if he can use this cemetery as a place to earn points and experience during the day. The high-end combat forces in the territory cannot all leave, and the 4th level swordsman Elliot stays behind, and a primary mage tower in another town is temporarily transferred back. If something unexpected happens, Ignaz can also quickly teleport back to Zhaocheng with a few people. Everything is ready, the whole army sets out, except Zhao Yi and the air cavalry troops flying in the sky. Everyone else on the ground also rides their mounts forward. At the same level, the probability of ordinary land mounts open from treasure chests is several times higher than that of flying mounts, and Zhao Yi's territory is not short of mounts. The army sets out, and the assassins go first. Before the army arrives at the cemetery, Meliar needs to lead a group of 3rd level assassins to explore the cemetery first, especially inside the cemetery, where the 3rd level assassins must stop. Only Melee can be sure to explore without being discovered, and even if an accident occurs and they are discovered, they can escape smoothly. When Zhao Yi led the army to the outskirts of the cemetery, Meliar had finished exploring the cemetery and walked out of the cemetery with a group of 3rd level assassins to join Zhao Yi. Lord, the 2nd 4th level lich has appeared in the cemetery. The number of 4th level undead is close to 30, and the number of 3rd level undead has almost doubled. Meliar reported the intelligence she had discovered to Zhao Yi, but did not mention the situation of undead below the 3rd level. The number was originally very large, and now it is impossible to count them. For the elite troops led by Zhao Yi, the number of 3rd level and 4th level undead is the most important. After confirming the situation in the cemetery, Zhao Yi discussed with Lori, Derek and others for a while, and the army continued to move forward. As long as there are no 5th level undead in the cemetery, and the number of 4th level undead is not exaggerated, there will not be much danger to the elite troops led by Zhao Yi. As for the large number of undead below the 3rd level, it is just right to use alchemical bombs to deal with them, or retreat to a place with sunlight. Undead below the 4th level cannot withstand direct sunlight. Cemeteries were everywhere on the Origin continent before the disaster of the undead. They were places where the dead were buried. Very few families with some money could make a grave for the dead, and most of the poor families just dug a pit and buried the people. At that time, cremation was not popular, and the cemetery was piled with layers of bones. When the disaster of the dead came, the bones buried in the cemetery were directly transformed into undead, attacking all living beings around. Perhaps the one who killed people might be the bones of their ancestors, who had died hundreds of years ago. The undead also used the cemetery as a gathering point, hiding in the cemetery during the day because of the sunlight. The appearance of the cemetery is still the same as before, but there are layers of space underground, crowded with a large number of undead. Not only the undead transformed from the corpses in this cemetery, but also the undead transformed from various corpses buried in the land of the surrounding area, and the undead transformed from the creatures killed after the undead disaster. The bones accumulated over hundreds and thousands of years have created a large number of cannon fodder for the undead camp. A few talented cannon fodders have advanced little by little, and there are also corpses that were originally professionals, which have been directly transformed into undead of various levels. Zhao Yi appeared in front of such a cemetery with a large army. Among all the cemeteries on the Origin continent, this cemetery is only the lowest level, and the highest level of undead in it is only level 4. Because of the sunlight, no undead dared to appear outside the cemetery, but as the breath of living beings gathered and approached, a large number of undead crowded to the entrances and exits of each tomb, staring straight at them. Some low-level undead with low intelligence were tempted by the breath of living beings and walked out directly, and turned to ashes under the sunlight. Perhaps they saw their own kind being purified by the sunlight, or they might be controlled by a lich. After dozens of low-level undead died, no more undead rushed out. There was still more than 100 meters to the nearest tomb. Zhao Yi stopped and gave the archers the order to shoot arrows. The second and third level archers took out their bows and arrows, using only ordinary arrows to shoot at the crowded undead at the entrances of various tombs. Ordinary arrows infused with fighting spirit quickly eliminated the undead one by one, and Zhao Yi's points began to increase. In a short period of time, hundreds of zero-level and first-level undead were eliminated. Under the command of the Lich, the undead quickly retreated, and the human archers could no longer attack the undead. "It's interesting. Let's go and fight inside," Zhao Yi said to several fourth-level professionals while taking out the intermediate mage tower, letting the mage tower stand here, and then arranging the third-level mage to enter the mage tower to prepare for battle. After doing all this, the third-level professionals and second-level professionals stayed outside. Meliar was exploring in front, Zhao Yi and Melissa followed behind, and then Ignaz and Joanna, and Rival was at the end holding a large shield. Zhao Yi, a dragon knight, and Silver Dragon Melissa were better at defense than Rival, a shield warrior, so they naturally didn't need Rival to protect them in front, so Rival was placed at the back to guard the back road. It was a pity that there was no fourth-level priest, but everyone carried the water of life, so as long as they were not killed instantly, they could drink the water of life to quickly recover from their injuries. A group of third-level and second-level professionals watched the Lord enter from a tomb entrance. Few people were worried about the Lord. The Lord was a powerful dragon knight, and this small cemetery would not be the Lord's opponent. Knowing that there were still many fourth-level undead in the cemetery, Zhao Yi was not worried that the fourth-level undead would come out from other tombs to attack people outside. On the one hand, there is an intermediate wizard tower that can destroy the fourth-level undead. On the other hand, after the fourth-level undead comes out, they will also be purified by the sun. Although they will not be purified directly, their strength will be weakened. Even if all the fourth-level undead in the cemetery came out, they would not be the opponent of a third-level professional company and 3 second-level professional companies. With the wisdom of the fourth-level Lich, the correct approach is to concentrate the fourth-level undead and besiege Zhao Yi and his party underground. Zhao Yi is not afraid of the siege of the fourth-level undead. If he can't beat them, he can run away. Ignaz's teleportation is always ready, and can quickly teleport the party outside. Zhao Yi and his party have entered the tomb. Not long after they walked, undead rushed over. Only Meliar, who was at the front, took action and quickly eliminated the undead that rushed over. The undead that rushed over were mainly level 0 and level 1, with a few level 2, and not even a level 3. The group kept advancing, and after only walking for more than 20 seconds, the road ahead suddenly opened up. This was the underground level of the cemetery, a space more than 10 meters high. There were densely packed undead in front. Although the level 0 undead still occupied the majority, the number of level 2 undead increased, and level 3 undead also appeared. Zhao Yi and his group remained vigilant. While taking action to eliminate the undead that rushed over, they were also careful of the sneak attacks of level 4 undead. Joanna and Melissa became the main output force, releasing group attack spells one after another, and destroying the undead one after another, bringing a lot of experience to the two and a lot of points to Zhao Yi. Zhao Yi gave up archery, and as a dragon knight, he rushed into the undead queue with a crystal sword and started killing. The third-level undead could not resist Zhao Yi's casual sword. 10 minutes later, the group destroyed more than 10,000 undead. This number is not exaggerated. The undead besieging Zhao Yi and his group were too dense and too weak. If an army of undead with the same strength appeared on the battlefield of Zhaocheng, because the undead were scattered, it would take at least x5 longer for a group of people to destroy the same number of undead. 10 minutes had passed, and the fourth-level undead had not appeared yet. Zhao Yi understood that the undead were using fatigue tactics to consume the physical strength of Zhao Yi and his group with cannon fodder. When the physical strength was almost consumed, the fourth-level undead would take action. Zhao Yi didn't care about the tactics of the undead. They were all fourth-level professionals. Facing these undead cannon fodder, they didn't consume much physical strength after fighting for 10 minutes. Only Joanna, who kept casting group attack spells, consumed more mana, but she also paid attention to her mana consumption and drank mana potions to quickly restore her mana. Melissa, on the other hand, did not need to consider the problem of mana consumption due to her racial advantage. The group attack spells she cast were more powerful, and had a larger range than Joanna's. The battle continued for 15 minutes, 20 minutes, and 30 minutes. When Zhao Yi and his party had been fighting on the underground floor of the cemetery for 34 minutes, the several passages leading to the ground that were closest to Zhao Yi and his party collapsed almost at the same time. The next moment, 2 4th-level liches appeared with at least 25 4th-level undead spirits and rushed towards Zhao Yi and his group. Retreat! Seeing this, Zhao Yi immediately issued a retreat order, and the group gathered together. Before the 4th-level lich's spell attack came, Ignaz used a teleportation spell, and the 6 people teleported away. In a one-on-one battle, undead spirits of the same level are no match for human professionals, but as the level increases, this gap will gradually decrease, and there is almost no gap after the 7th level. Zhao Yi and his group were all level 40 or 41. The level of the 4th order undead that besieged them was generally higher than Zhao Yi and his group, and there were more of them. Zhao Yi had no intention of fighting them, as it was easy to get into danger. Moreover, this time it was just a test attack. Now the test was almost over. They had already hit home, but no 5th order undead appeared. It seemed that there were really no 5th order undead here, and the number of 4th order undead was also limited. In this case, this cemetery could become a place for Zhao Yi's territory to gain experience and points. After fighting for just over half an hour, Zhao Yi gained more than 1 million points, which allowed him to recruit a 3rd-level mage, equivalent to 1/5 to 1/6 of the points he had earned every day. These points are quite a lot, effectively improving the territory's strength. Zhao Yi and his party returned to the ground safely, and Lori and Derek breathed a sigh of relief. At first, they were not too worried, but as the Lord spent more time underground, they became worried. If Zhao Yi and his party did not come out for a long time, the two would have to send assassins to look for them. Let's go home. Zhao Yi put away the intermediate wizard tower, and the army quickly moved towards Xiaocheng. On the way back to Xiaocheng, Zhao Yi thought about this place where he could gain experience and points. It was indeed possible to gain experience and points, but it also required methods. Just like today, he brought a lot of elite troops here, but they basically did not play much of a role. The undead were hiding underground, because there were 4th-level professionals among the undead, and his 2nd-level professionals, and even 3rd-level professionals could not easily enter the underground. If Zhao Yi is accidentally attacked by a 4th-level undead and suffers casualties, he will be heartbroken. The cheapest 3rd-level swordsman requires 100,000 points, and the most expensive 3rd-level priest requires a full 3 million points. If you can avoid casualties, you must do your best to avoid it. This time, the test attack was carried out during the day, and Zhao Yi thought about attacking at night. In order not to affect the cemetery's troops to various cities and villages in the territory, the night attack should be postponed to the second half of the night. If you continue to bring a large army over, there is no sunlight at night, and the undead in the cemetery can come out to join the battle. A large number of undead rush over, all the professionals in the territory are on the field, and all means are used, it is difficult to stop them. It seems that if you want to gain experience and points, you can do it during the day and the second half of the night. The number of people should not be too large, and the number of people Ignaz can teleport at one time is limited. The participants are mainly 4th-level professionals, and 1 or 2 3rd-level professionals can also be mixed in. The next time you go to this cemetery to kill monsters, it is very likely that the undead will no longer use fatigue tactics, and the 4th-level undead will soon besiege. The group does not need to return to the ground immediately. The cemetery has more than one layer. Ignaz can take the group to teleport to other layers to continue killing monsters. If the 4th-level undead surround them, they can run again. When Ignaz's mental power is almost exhausted, and he is almost unable to release the teleportation spell, the group can return to the ground. If there is a chance, they can teleport to the lone 4th-level undead to reduce the number of 4th-level undead in the cemetery. In addition, killing a 4th-level undead can bring Zhao Yi at least 100,000 points, which is equivalent to killing thousands of 0-level undead. In the case that the high-end combat power is not as good as the undead, Ignaz is the most important one in the group. Without Ignaz, the group will be besieged by the 4th-level undead and can only escape through random teleportation scrolls at most. It is really not easy to kill monsters. Only I can do it. The most other players can do is to look for the undead that may be hidden in the abandoned mine. I wonder if this battle can be counted in the daily battle settlement. A new question appeared in Zhao Yi's mind. If this battle is also counted, Zhao Yi's points will be doubled, and he can also get an extra crystal treasure chest, which is a great gain. Returning to Zhaocheng, the army disbanded. Before leaving, Zhao Yi told Ignaz, Joanna, Melier, and Rival to have a good rest. In the second half of the night, he might go to the cemetery to kill monsters. Hearing the Lord's words, the four people gladly accepted. Even if there was no reward for completing the mission, no one would give up just because they could kill monsters and quickly improve their strength. The strong are respected in the Origin continent. No matter how many dreams the four people have, one of them must be to become a strong person. Inspecting Zhaocheng, resting, going to night, destroying the attacking undead, until midnight, Zhao Yi and his party set out again. This time, they did not bring the intermediate mage tower, but they added one more person, the 3-star priest Randall. Zhao Yi wanted to train a 4th level priest for the territory as soon as possible. If there is a 4th level priest in the team and a 3rd level melee profession, the possibility of accidents will be much smaller. Priests can heal, and when facing the undead, the damage is greater than that of the same level wizard. What Zhao Yi's monster killing team lacks is priests. No matter how powerful the water of life is, it is not as good as having a 4th level priest in the team. Melier was still sent to enter the cemetery to investigate the situation, because the undead will leave the cemetery at night to attack various gathering points of living creatures. Now there are only 12 4th level undead, including a lich in the cemetery. The information brought back by Melier made Zhao Yi think for a while. There were 6 professionals on his side, while the other side had only 12 4th level undead. The overall strength was not as good, but if there was a chance, he would kill a few more 4th level undead. Attack! Because they had entered the underground layer of the cemetery once during the day, the monster-killing team did not stop at all, and rushed into the underground from a tomb entrance. When they saw the undead, they killed them with melee professions, and kept rushing forward. The second time they entered the underground of the cemetery, one task was to kill more monsters, and the other task was to walk more underground in the cemetery, so that Ignaz could get familiar with the environment and teleport to the desired location. When the monster-killing team rushed to the place where there were many undead, the magician started to take action, throwing out group attack spells one by one to kill a large number of undead. Randall also took action frequently, as he also wanted to be promoted to the 4th level as soon as possible. Although the magician started to take action, the monster-killing team did not stay where they were and continued to move forward. Almost when Zhao Yi and his group rushed to the cemetery, the 4th level lich deep in the cemetery discovered the arrival of the living creatures, and then through controlling other undead, the 4th level lich knew that the people from the daytime had come again. The angry 4th level lich did not intend to use low-level undead to consume the physical strength of these humans this time. He directly gathered all the 4th level undead in the cemetery and rushed to the underground 1st floor, wanting to fight these damned humans. When the 4th level lich brought other 4th level undead to the underground 1st floor, the monster killing team had already passed a lot of places on the underground 1st floor. Feeling that there were many 4th level undead, they did not immediately use teleportation, but went directly to the 2nd underground floor. There were also a large number of undead on the 2nd underground floor, and their average strength was similar to that of the 1st underground floor. The monster-killing team continued to kill monsters, but their killing did not last long, and the 4th level undead behind caught up. Ignaz used teleportation to teleport a group of people to the underground 1st floor, killing monsters while advancing quickly. Chapter 198. The 1st, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th floors of the cemetery. Zhao Yi and his team pushed deeper from time to time. When the lich chased them with a group of 4th level undead, Ignaz would use teleportation to teleport everyone to other floors. At first, all the 4th level undead were able to stay together, but gradually some of them dispersed. In the 16th minute of entering the cemetery to kill monsters, Ignaz found an opportunity, and the monster-killing team teleported to a lone 4th level skeleton general. Melissa, Joanna, and Zhao Yi joined forces to eliminate the skeleton general, who was strengthened by the 4th level lich. If the lich had not imposed the strengthening spell, only Melissa and Joanna could have completed the task. After destroying a 4th level undead, before the other 4th level undead arrived, Ignaz quickly teleported everyone away. Because of the loss of a 4th level undead, the other 4th level undead gathered together again. In the next half an hour, the monster-killing team did not find an opportunity to destroy the lone 4th level undead. At this time, another 4th level lich returned with a group of 4th level undead. The two 4th level liches each led a 4th level undead team to chase the monster killing team. Under the pursuit of the two 4th level undead teams, Zhao Yi and his team stayed in the cemetery for more than 10 minutes. As Ignaz's mental power was exhausted, everyone returned to the ground and quickly retreated towards Xiaocheng. It was still dark outside, and the 4th level undead chased out. However, there were no terrain restrictions, so it was very difficult for the undead to catch up with the monster-killing team. They chased for a while, and then returned to the cemetery. On the way back to Xiaocheng, Zhao Yi and his group were very tired because of an hour of hide-and-seek and monster-killing, but the improvement in strength made everyone smile. Only Zhao Yi was slightly dissatisfied. The number of undead killed in 1 hour of monster-killing at night was not as many as that in half an hour of monster-killing during the day. Fortunately, he killed a 4th level undead, which made him get more points at night than during the day. In fact, the monster-killing time can be increased. As an indispensable space mage in the monster-killing team, Ignaz cannot use teleportation all the time. He will occasionally cast attack spells to kill monsters and gain experience. Return to Xiaocheng and have a good rest. We will continue to kill monsters tomorrow. You won 46 battles. You killed 125,159 undead. You lost 11 soldiers. Battle rating 2A, 6C, 3D, 35E. Points increased by 192.5%. Professional experience increased by 192.5%. Obtain 2 crystal treasure chests, 6 gold treasure chests, 3 silver treasure chests, and 35 bronze treasure chests. Dragon Knight career upgrade. Looking at the battle settlement on the light screen, Zhao Yi was stunned. He actually got 2 crystal treasure chests. The bonus of points and combat professional experience was as high as 192.5%, which made the Dragon Knight profession reach level 41. The points increased by 13.92 million in 24 hours, and the points income in 1 day was actually more than the expenditure. Zhao Yi's brain thought quickly. Brushing monsters in a cemetery twice in 1 day was considered a battle. He got an A rating and got a crystal treasure chest. The total number of undead killed was about 60,000. If you continue to spawn monsters in this cemetery, the number of undead you kill will only decrease, not increase. The 4th level undead will no longer use consumption tactics and personally besiege you. With Ignaz's mental recovery speed, he can only go to the cemetery to spawn monsters twice a day, and each spawning lasts about an hour. It is difficult to obtain a diamond treasure chest, but you can turn a crystal treasure chest into 2. You can go to 2 cemeteries to spawn monsters twice a day. The number of crystal cards in 2 crystal treasure chests combined is at most 1 less than that in 1 crystal treasure chest, but the daily battle settlement points and combat professional experience bonus can be increased by another 70%. Zhao Yi has made a decision. Today, he will swipe monsters twice, and will do it in 2 cemeteries. The first cemetery will be the same as before, and the second cemetery must be carefully selected. The highest level of the undead in the selected cemetery must be limited to level 4, and the number cannot be too large. If there are level 5 undead in the cemetery, the gap between level 4 and level may 5 cause someone in the monster swipe team to be killed instantly by level 5 undead. I can only trouble me liar to go out a few more times. After finishing thinking, Zhao Yi opened the treasure box and clicked on the 2 crystal treasure boxes in order. The first crystal treasure chest has 4 crystal cards and is obtained by spawning monsters in the cemetery. Select 2 crystal cards, small magic cannon, advanced alchemy workshop. Select 3 platinum cards, level 5 advancement stone, level 3 wind mage recruitment scroll, platinum robe. Select 3 gold cards, savage charge skill book, level 2 archer recruitment scroll *4. The second crystal treasure chest has only 2 crystal cards, and is obtained from the battle in Xiaocheng battlefield. Select 2 crystal cards, level 4 swordsman recruitment scroll, tree guardian skill book. Select 2 platinum cards, level 3 griffin *4, intermediate mana potion *10. Select 3 gold cards, level 3 assassin recruitment scroll, level 2 priest recruitment scroll, advanced smelting plant construction blueprint. A lot of good stuff came out of the 2 crystal treasure chests. Zhao Yi already has 2 magic cannons that can kill level 4 professionals and undead. The 4th level swordsman recruitment scroll means that the territory will soon have the 8th 4th level professional. Tree guard, the 6th level skill of the nature mage, is not a summoning skill, but a skill that selects a target tree to release. The higher the level of the magic tree, the stronger it is after it becomes a tree man. The strongest strength is limited by the level of the nature mage. However, it is a bit difficult to find trees of the same level now, At least it is difficult to find them on the origin continent. Savage Charge, a Legion skill, acts on the cavalry in the charge to increase the attack. The 3rd level Griffin, a flying mount, has the body and claws of a lion, the head and wings of an eagle. It is a relatively famous beast on the origin continent, and one of the most common flying mounts. Its highest potential can grow to the 7th level. The 7th level Griffin is also called the Griffin King. The 9th level Legend, the 8th level Epic, and the 7th level King. In the origin continent, only the 7th level can be called the King. If the king of a kingdom does not reach the 7th level, the country will soon fall apart. Human King, Warcraft King, and Undead King, such as the Lich King, the Skeleton King, and the Zombie King. After opening the 2 crystal treasure chests, Xiao Yi opened the remaining treasure chests one by one. The 6 gold treasure chests that he was looking forward to did not bring Xiao Yi a level 4 advancement stone. The 3 silver treasure chests came from the 3 affiliated towns of the first-class earldom. Now it is only a first-class village with a population of 1,200. It will be expanded to a third-class town with a population of 3,000 in a few days. After eating breakfast, holding meetings, recruiting, and other things, Xiao Yi returned to the Lord's mansion to rest. He had to go out to kill monsters in the afternoon, so he needed to maintain his physical strength and energy. Before we knew it, today was the 74th day since Blue Star players came to the game world. The first auction of the Void Trading Field was held on the 70th day, and the second auction will be held tomorrow, which is the 75th day. Since Xiao Yi posted that post after the first auction, more player forces wanted to get an invitation letter from the 10 Kingdoms officials, and a large number of individual European player lords brought their items to be auctioned to privately chat with the 3 Kingdoms officials, hoping to get an invitation letter. Forum the Lord Player certification that appeared in the middle and early months of the month prevents the possibility of low-level players pretending to be big guys to get invitations from the 3 Kingdoms official. Basically, the good things are in the hands of the Lord players. The player forces have money, and the player lords have good things. There is no need for other players to join for the time being. From hundreds of millions of player lords to more than 3 million player lords now, the remaining player lords are basically elites. Even the lords under the player forces have the heart to make the territory grow and develop. No player lord, no player force, dares to easily cheat an invitation letter from the 3 Kingdoms official. The officials of Ali Kingdom had no intention of interfering with the officials of Chen Kingdom. After all, Xiao Yi was a player of Chen Kingdom, and obviously trusted the officials of Chen Kingdom more. Once there was a problem with the officials of Chen Kingdom, the first suspect would be the officials of Ali Kingdom. It was not easy to find a trading platform for players, which was relatively safe and confidential. Many European players, who were short of money, took out the good things they dared not sell in the market, and wanted to participate in the auction held by Xiao Yi. It was a pity that there were only 30 invitations for the exclusive commissioned auction. The competition was very fierce. The officials of the 3 Kingdoms were also overwhelmed, and could not decide who to give the invitations to for a while. It was not until this afternoon when Xiao Yi and his team returned from killing monsters, and the time for handing in the player numbers to Xiao Yi was approaching that the 3 Kingdoms officials determined the ownership of the 10 exclusive invitations for the entrusted auction. The player numbers were summarized, and the names of the players and the factions were marked. The player lords, who wanted to entrust the auction, basically used pseudonyms. The private message sent to Xiao Yi also included the items that the 30 players who received the exclusive invitations wanted to entrust for auction. They were all things needed by various forces, from bronze to platinum, with all grades, and the lowest value was thousands of low-grade magic crystals, and there were many items worth tens of thousands of low-grade magic crystals. Finally, Xiao Yi counted the commissioned auction items sent by the 3 Kingdoms official, and there were 138 items. Many of the auction items were what Xiao Yi needed, such as this platinum-level invisibility cloak, which can hide around the 5th-level magic profession and the 6th-level melee profession without being discovered. Equipping Melayr with this platinum-level invisibility cloak greatly increased the safety when exploring the cemetery. It was also because of seeing this equipment that Xiao Yi temporarily postponed letting Melayr explore other cemeteries, and the 2 monster spawns today were still placed in the cemetery closest to Jiaocheng. Wait until tomorrow to bid for this equipment and give it to Melayr, and then go explore other cemeteries. With the function of this platinum-level invisibility cloak, all major forces will compete for it, and it is very likely that the transaction price will exceed 100,000 low-grade magic crystals, but Xiao Yi will still not let it go. There is also a 1-star talent stone in the entrusted auction items. If the price is not high, Xiao Yi will also bid for it. Most people have more than 3 auction items, only 5 people took out 2 auction items, and 1 person only took out 1 auction item, a set of platinum-level medium-sized teleportation arrays. At the first auction, Zhao Yi's small teleportation array was sold for 21,000 low-grade magic crystals. Even if the medium-sized teleportation array was sold for a lower price than the market price, it would still be more than 100,000 low-grade magic crystals, which was a huge sum of money for a third-class earldom. There were a lot of items to be auctioned, and they certainly couldn't all appear at the auction. Zhao Yi already had a solution in mind. Tomorrow, the Void Trading Field will be open from 8 a.m. to 4 p.m., 8 hours a day. At 8 a.m., customers who want to commission auctions first enter the Void Trading Field to hand over the auction items. At this time, Zhao Yi's side began to screen the commissioned auction items, selecting 30 to 40 items with relatively high value and putting them in the formal auction that started at 12 o'clock noon. For the remaining commissioned auction items with relatively low value, Zhao Yi plans to hold a temporary trade fair between 11 o'clock and 12 o'clock. The seller takes out the items for the buyer to choose and bid. Once the price is agreed, the transaction is handed over to the organizer. One of the 2 parties took out items, and the other took out money, and handed them over to the organizer, who then passed them on. For the money, the organizer needs to deduct commissions. After all, the trading venue belongs to the organizer, and the organizer has to preside over the transaction. After dark, while waiting for the arrival of the undead army, Zhao Yi quickly wrote the player numbers on all 130 invitations. Unlike the first auction, there may be player lords among the players participating in the second auction. For the player lords who personally attend the auction, their territories are mainly indigenous people, so even if there is a certain degree of danger, they can only go in person. However, it is also possible that the relatives of the player lord will attend the auction. There are too few territories, with only 1 player like Zhao Yi. After all, players act as a family unit. Without sending out all the invitations immediately, Zhao Yi opened the forum and created a new post. He wrote down the transaction process for tomorrow, the total number of auction items, and the names of some important auction items. Finally, he told all buyers to bring more money. After writing, Zhao Yi first sent out all the invitations, and then sent out the post. Those who were about to attend the auction for the first time finally breathed a sigh of relief after receiving the invitation. After seeing the transaction process written in Zhao Yi's post, the officials of Chun, Eli, and Los were also very satisfied with Zhao Yi's handling method. They thought Zhao Yi would directly sell most of the auction items with relatively low value. According to Zhao Yi's handling method, all auction items can be traded, and most of them are what everyone needs. It seems that more magic crystals should be prepared than the first auction. As for the second currency stipulated by Zhao Yi, the advancement stone, no player force is willing to use it as currency. The reserve of advancement stones is not much, and everyone hopes to hoard more. Advancement stones are definitely a very good auction item at the auction. The auction items at the first auction were all taken out by Zhao Yi himself. In the upcoming second auction, there are so many items entrusted for auction, Zhao Yi does not plan to take out too many auction items. Mainly 20 drops of water of life, a gold level special profession, a silver gale warship, and a magic gun, platinum level. The 4th level tree of life can produce 33 drops of water of life every day. The second auction was held 5 days later. The tree of life can produce more than 160 drops of water of life. Only 20 drops are considered few. At the last auction, 5 drops of water of life were sold for a total of 67,400 low-grade magic crystals. I don't know what the price will be this time. The magic gun is also a miniature magic cannon. Zhao Yi has several of them. The full-power magic gun can kill 3rd-level professionals and undead, and even 0-level professionals can operate it. The magic gun has many advantages and disadvantages. Anyway, the native professionals don't like it, but the players should like it more. At least when Zhao Yi was at a low level, he preferred to use the magic gun to kill the enemy. However, with the increasing number of 3rd-level archers and 3rd-level archers in the territory, they can kill 3rd-level professionals and undead with their own strength without using one-time high-power arrows. The importance of the magic gun in Zhao Yi's territory has greatly decreased, and it has become dispensable, so Zhao Yi plans to auction one at the second auction. Although Zhao Yi's auction items are few, the total transaction price will exceed 300,000 low-grade magic crystals. In addition to the magic crystals obtained from the auction items he took out, Zhao Yi also cares about how much commission he can get from this auction. For a single auction transaction price of less than 100,000 low-grade magic crystals, a 5% commission is required. For a single auction transaction price of 100,000 low-grade magic crystals, the commission drops to 4%, 3% for 1 million, 2% for 10 million, and 100 million only 1%. 3% is still possible, but 2% is impossible to achieve in a short time. In addition, the fees for guaranteed transactions and entrusted auctions are similar. Not counting Zhao Yi's own auction items, there are a total of 138 entrusted auction items. Assuming that each item is sold at an average price of 10,000 low-grade magic crystals, the total transaction price can reach 1.38 million low-grade magic crystals. Zhao Yi charges a 5% fee, which can reach 69,000 low-grade magic crystals. In fact, with a value of 138 entrusted auction items, the total transaction price will exceed 2 million low-grade magic crystals without any problem, and it may even exceed 3 million low-grade magic crystals. There are several auction items, like the platinum-level invisibility cloak, that can be sold for more than 100,000 low-grade magic crystals. Players who want to entrust auctions are relatively short of money. They can pass the selection of the Three Kingdoms official. At least one of the items they want to entrust for auction is a good item, worth more than 10,000 low-grade magic crystals. At least, they must get enough funds at this auction to support the rapid development of their own territory. Zhao Yi also hopes that players will bring all the good things to entrust for auction, so that he can get a lot of commissions and participate in the auction to buy what he wants. At the third hour of the night, 30,000 undeads attacked Xiaocheng. As in the past few days, there was not even a fourth-level undead. Although there were 2 opportunities to level up by killing monsters every day, Zhao Yi and Melissa still participated in the battle, mainly to eliminate the third-level undead in the undead army. Zhao Yi wanted to become a 5th-level professional as soon as possible, and it was very likely that the 5th-level undead would appear in the next territory promotion battle. There were no 5th-level undead in the cemetery closest to Xiaocheng, but there must be some in other cemeteries. There were many ways to make the 5th-level undead appear on the battlefield of Xiaocheng. Zhao Yi didn't believe that his territory could be promoted to the 3rd-class marquisate as easily as the 1st-class earldom. As magicians, Joanna, Ignaz, and Randall could not take action. They had to go to the cemetery to kill monsters at midnight. Mana can be quickly recovered after consumption, but mental power cannot be quickly recovered after consumption. At midnight, the monster-killing team set out again. As usual, Liar went into the cemetery to explore first. Lord, there are more than 40 4th-class undead, including 3 4th-class liches, in the cemetery. All of them are on the underground floor, as if they are waiting for us. Liar, who had returned, reported the situation in the cemetery to Zhao Yi. Zhao Yi was a little surprised that the 4th-level undead were all in the underground floor, obviously waiting for them. Yesterday and today, the monster-killing team had come here 3 times to kill monsters, and killed 2 4th-level undead. Given the wisdom of the 4th-level undead, it was a normal change that the 4th-level undead were concentrated in the underground floor waiting for them. In comparison, Zhao Yi was more concerned about the increase in the number of 4th-level undead in the cemetery, which was a big problem. If the number of 4th-level undead in the cemetery continues to increase to 60 or 70, there will be 2 4th-level undead teams on each floor of the cemetery. Once they see Zhao Yi and his team, they will rush over, which will seriously affect the efficiency of the monster-killing team. Zhao Yi is more worried that the 5th-level undead will appear next time. It is difficult to surround and kill the monster-killing team with a large number of 4th-level undead. If the 5th-level undead appears, they will be killed instantly if they are not careful. The platinum-level invisibility cloak entrusted for auction must be obtained. After the monster-killing team discussed it, the others prepared for battle, and Ignaz performed teleportation and teleported the group directly to the lowest floor of the cemetery. As soon as the teleportation ended, Zhao Yi jumped into the pile of undead with a long sword in hand, and the others also took action. The magic profession threw out group attack spells to eliminate a large number of undead, and the melee directly rushed into the pile of undead to kill them. They had to kill as many undead as possible before the undead on the underground floor returned. When the monster-killing team appeared in the cemetery, the 4th-level undead felt the breath of life appearing in the cemetery. The 4th-level lich knew without thinking that it must be that damn 4th-level human professional team appeared again. They originally planned to block this team of 4th-level human professionals on the first underground floor, but they didn't expect the other party to teleport directly in. Damn human space wizards. The angry 4th-level undead divided into 3 teams and rushed to the lowest level of the cemetery where Zhao Yi and his party were from different passages. They didn't know how many low-level undead they knocked away and crushed along the way, but the 4th-level undead didn't care at all. The low-level undead, who were cannon fodder, died casually, and didn't affect these 4th level undead. The key was that they were beaten to their homes by humans, but they couldn't kill these humans. The 4th level undead with higher intelligence thought it was a very shameful thing. If other undead knew about it, they would want to bury themselves deep in the ground. The 4th level undead originally in this cemetery have been asking for help from above. They dare not say the reason for the rescue, but only say that a strong gathering place of living beings has appeared. So today the cemetery has added more than a dozen 4th level undead, including a lich. Now everyone is in the same boat, and they have to bear the problems together, and they have to be embarrassed together. Everyone must work together to kill all the humans who hit their homes. The 3 4th level undead teams rushed to the lowest level of the cemetery together. Before they could fight a big battle with human professionals, Ignaz used a teleportation spell to teleport the gathered monster-killing teams directly to the underground level of the cemetery to continue killing monsters. The angry 4th level undead had to separate into 3 teams, each guarding a few levels, and told all 4th level undead not to leave the team. However, in the long chase, there were still 4th level undead left alone, giving the monster-killing teams the opportunity to surround and kill the 4th level undead. Chapter 199. You won 46 battles. You killed 119,472 undead. You lost 13 soldiers. Battle rating 2A, 6C, 3D, 35E. Points increased by 192.5%. Professional experience increased by 192.5%. Obtain 2 crystal treasure chests, 6 gold treasure chests, 3 silver treasure chests, 35 bronze treasure chests. Compared with the day before yesterday, the number of undead killed yesterday was more than 5,000 less. But yesterday, we killed 1 more 4th level undead than the day before yesterday, so the points we got were only less than 300,000 points less than the day before yesterday. The daily consumption of points is just over 10 million, and more than 3 million points can be saved every day. Zhao Yi plans to save for 4 days, and then directly recruit a platoon of 3rd level professionals. Opening the treasure chests obtained today one by one, it is a bit disappointing. 2 crystal treasure chests, with a total of 6 crystal cards, did not open a 4th level professional recruitment scroll, and with 6 gold treasure chests, there was no advancement stone above level 4. 6 crystal cards, Zhao Yi chose 3, namely 3-star 3rd level Ice Mage recruitment scroll, Crystal Shield, Super Alchemical Bomb * 10. 3-star Ice Mage, this is a reserve for a 4th level professional. Super Alchemical Bombs are also good stuff, with an explosion damage radius of up to 81 meters, and a range of more than 20,000 square meters. Basically, a Super Alchemical Bomb can destroy a 3rd level village. More importantly, the core area of the Super Alchemical Bomb explosion can kill 4th level professionals or undead, which is terrifying. Super Alchemical Bombs are expensive in the market. Zhao Yi can afford it, but doesn't want to buy it. It's a pleasant surprise to get it from the treasure chest. However, it would be even better if Super Alchemical Bomb * 10 could be replaced with a 4th level professional recruitment scroll. The other things that were open from dozens of treasure chests were ordinary, but there was a gold treasure chest that opened a gold level special profession Ranger. Ranger is also an ordinary special profession, which is a fusion of swordsman and archer. It can use long sword, archer, bow and crossbow, and can also learn the skills of both professions. Skills are the most critical part. Swordsmen can also use bows and crossbows, but cannot learn to use archer skills, and the same is true for archer. Among the natives of the origin continent, some have the talent of a ranger, but only those with better talent will choose to become a ranger, while those with less talent will choose to become a swordsman or archer. Specializing in the skills of one profession and specializing in the skills of 2 professions take a huge difference in time and money, so the best one is the one that suits you. As usual, the Ranger job transfer scroll is still quite popular among players, and many players don't care about the difficulty of the profession, but care about whether it is special or not. The natives do not insist on special professions, because the number of legendary masters who have achieved ordinary professions is greater than the number of legendary masters who have achieved special professions. Of course, this is also because the number of special professionals is far less than that of ordinary professionals, and the probability of special professionals becoming strong is greater. After opening the treasure chest, Zhao Yi dragged Melissa back to the Lord's mansion in a hurry, ate breakfast quickly, held a meeting quickly, and recruited quickly. After doing all these, he ran to the Void Trading Field in the second half plane. In half an hour, the Void Trading Field will be open to the public for the second time. With the experience of successfully holding the auction for the first time, this time is also stable. With 5 days of preparation, there will basically be no problems. Soon, Half an hour later, the void trading field was officially open to the public. A few seconds later, figures appeared in the central area of the void trading field. 130 invitations were used immediately after the void trading field was opened, and a total of 346 people came in. Those player forces had 3 people coming in with 1 invitation, and the 30-player lords behind had only 3 people coming in with 2 invitations, and the others had 1 or 2 people coming in. Zhao Yi didn't know that there was an acquaintance among the people he invited this time, Chao De. Although Zhao Yi had never met Chao De, he had received Chao De's player number. He didn't care about it at the time. When he saw Chao De's player number again, he couldn't remember seeing it before. What Zhao Yi didn't know was that the platinum-level invisibility cloak he needed was Chao De's commissioned auction item. On the 57th day, Chao De moved his territory to the seaside. Only 4 days later, the undead camp was hit by heavy rain and floods. In 4 days, Chao De had developed the population of his new territory to more than 1,200 people. After another 8 days of heavy rain and floods, Cao Da territory began to develop. In just 4 days, the population of Cao Da Lord City exceeded 3,000, and Cao Da could get a platinum treasure chest every day. However, this invisibility cloak was not open from a new platinum treasure chest, but from a platinum treasure chest obtained after the heavy rain and floods. At that time, Cao Da Lord City had only 1,200 people, but a total of 8 waves of undead attacked at night, directly allowing Cao Da to obtain a platinum treasure chest with 2 platinum cards. Chao De could see the value of the platinum-level invisibility cloak, and he didn't dare to auction or sell it in the market. Unexpectedly, a big boss was going to hold an auction that day. Chao De saw the opportunity and looked forward to the second auction. On the day when the first auction ended, after Zhao Yi posted the post, Chao De took his entrusted auction items to privately chat with the official staff of Qin State, and waited patiently for several days. Yesterday, he first received the news of his selection from the official of Qin State, and received an invitation letter at night. Today, as soon as the void trading field was opened, Chao De couldn't wait to bring the items here. As long as the invisibility cloak is sold, his territory will have enough funds to support the rapid development of the territory, almost enough to support the development to the level of a first-class Viscount territory. As expected of the strongest Lord player, he can get such a treasure, which should be opened from the treasure chest on the crystal. Chao De sighed. Chao De did not think about it further, because the owner of the void trading field came out. There were still things to do outside. Zhao Yi came out to show his face, said some welcome words, and left the void trading field. The next thing was hosted by Cody, Charles, and Isaac. One of them is to buy the entrusted auction items in advance. Zhao Yi gave Charles the list of items he needed. There were items that must be bought, and items that could be purchased depending on the price. There was also a total fund limit. With Zhao Yi's financial resources, it was far from enough to buy all the entrusted auction items. Top players, like Xinhua Official, had strong financial resources, and could take out funds to buy everything, but Xinhua Official could not do so. Spending so much money at one time would seriously affect its own capital flow. Moreover, Zhao Yi also knew that it was difficult to buy the auctioned items in advance. Those items that were slightly lower in price, and could not be auctioned, and could only be traded at the trade fair, had a greater chance of being bought in advance. Zhao Yi left the void trade field. Isaac was responsible for guarding the void trade field, while Cody and Charles were responsible for welcoming and entertaining the guests entering the void trade field. This time, only part of the auction house was open inside the void trade field. Guests who wanted to entrust the auction were guided by Charles to the side to identify the items. Guests who wanted to participate in the trade fair and auction were guided by Cody to the lounge. Guests can choose from 3 types of lounges: large, medium, and small, where they can chat with other guests. There is no need to prepare tea, pastries, and other things, because those who come in are sole projections and cannot eat or drink. Because there are only 30 guests who have items to be entrusted for auction, Charles prepared a total of 5 appraisal rooms, each of which has a knowledgeable third-level mage as an appraiser, and each appraiser is equipped with an assistant with business talent. The appraiser is mainly responsible for identifying the items, and the assistant is responsible for giving an estimate. After all the entrusted auction items have been appraised and valued, the organizer will select some high-value items and send them to the auction. The items that have been rejected can only be sold at the trade fair. Chao De was in the 3rd position in the number 2 appraisal room. After the 2 people in front of him had made their determination, Chao De walked into the appraisal room and took out his 3 items that needed to be entrusted for auction one by one. The first 2 items were worth less than 10,000 yuan, and were originally intended to be sold in the market. However, Chowda was wary of the market controlled by the indigenous forces. He would rather not use them if possible, and instead sell them in the void trade market. When Chowda took out the most valuable platinum-level invisibility cloak, the appraiser and assistant remained calm, but their heartbeats were accelerating. They knew that this invisibility cloak was what the Lord had specifically requested. The appraiser appraised the 3 items, and the assistant gave an estimate of 100,000 low-grade magic crystals. When the appraisal was about to end, the appraiser suddenly asked, "Dear guest, I wonder if you have the idea of selling the invisibility cloak directly. I am willing to pay a high price for it." Hearing the appraiser's words, Chowda immediately understood that it was not the appraiser who wanted to buy it, but the strongest Lord player who ran the void trading field. Chowda quickly analyzed in his mind whether to sell the invisibility cloak directly. Direct sale and auction, including commission, the magic crystals obtained by the former are still much lower than the latter. The key is to sell it directly to the big boss, so that he can gain the big boss's friendship, and it is best to send him an invitation letter every time an auction is held. The void trading field is about to hold its second auction. Chowda can see that the void trading field is becoming more important to the players. This relatively confidential and secure trading platform is exactly what Chowda needs. After thinking for a few seconds, Chowda said, "It's not impossible to sell it directly, but I have 2 conditions. One is that the price satisfies me, and the second is that I want to get an invitation to the future auction." Seeing Chowda say this, the appraiser and the assistant knew that there was hope of buying the invisibility cloak directly. The appraiser immediately replied, "For this invisibility cloak, I can offer 130,000 low-grade magic crystals. As for the invitation to the auction, according to the new rules of our void trading field, as long as the daily transaction volume reaches 10,000 low-grade magic crystals, you can obtain the bronze VIP status, and you can buy an invitation letter for 1,000 low-grade magic crystals each time an auction is held. If the daily transaction volume exceeds 100,000 low-grade magic crystals, you can obtain the silver VIP status, and you can only buy 2 invitations each time. The first one only costs 300 low-grade magic crystals, and the second one costs 500. My authority can directly obtain a higher level of gold VIP status for guests, and you can only buy 3 invitations each time, and the first one only costs 100 low-grade magic crystals, the second one costs 200, and the third one costs 300. I wonder if the guest is satisfied with these 2 points, and will sell the invisibility cloak to me." The guest grading system was Charles's idea. Cody and Isaac both agreed. After coming up with a plan, they sent it to Zhao Yi for approval, and Zhao Yi approved it directly. The guest grades include ordinary guests, bronze VIP, silver VIP, gold VIP, crystal VIP, and diamond VIP. The only benefit for the time being is the right to purchase invitation letters. Ordinary guests are not eligible to purchase. To obtain the status of gold VIP, the accumulated transaction amount must reach 1 million. Crystal VIPs need to accumulate 10 million, and can only purchase 4 invitations, 1 for free, and the other 3 for 100 each. Diamond VIPs need to accumulate 100 million transactions, and can only purchase 10 invitations, 3 for free, and the other 7 for 100 each. This is just a temporary rule. Currently, the auction needs to be held every 5 days. In the future, it will develop to the point where 1 or even multiple small auctions are held in 1 day, and the rules will change. Regarding the 2 points mentioned by the appraiser, Chao Da was satisfied with the former 130,000 low-grade magic crystals, and was even more satisfied with the latter gold VIP privileges. Each time, 3 invitations can be purchased for 600 low-grade magic crystals. The value of 1 invitation must be more than 1,000 low-grade magic crystals. I don't know how many players want to get one, but it's a pity that Chowda has no channel to sell invitations. It's not that there is no channel, but I don't know if the boss will allow the invitation to be traded with other players in the void trading field. Although he is satisfied with both points, Chowda still tries to increase the price. Add another 10,000 low-grade magic crystals, and I sell it to you. The appraiser thought for a few seconds, and nodded in agreement. He contacted Charles directly through the alchemical communication equipment, wired, in the appraisal room. Charles brought 140,000 low-grade magic crystals to trade with Chowda. Since the transaction was conducted with the official void trading field, no handling fee was charged. The price of 140,000 would not be much higher if the invisibility cloak was auctioned. After deducting the commission, Chowda's income was not expected to be much more than 140,000. The transaction was successful, and Charles quickly sent someone to send the invisibility cloak out of the void trading field and delivered it to the Lord. Zhao Yi got the invisibility cloak, tried it out, and then had someone send it to me later. New equipment also needs a running-in period. The first monster hunting this afternoon is still in the cemetery closest to Jiaocheng. After the monster hunting, Meili will rest and recover his physical strength before going to other cemeteries to explore. With a flying mount, it doesn't take much time on the road. The main thing is to be careful when exploring the cemetery. It takes a lot of time and needs to be cautious. If the highest level of the undead in the cemetery is only level 4, it's okay. If there are level 5 or even level 6 undead, the danger will increase greatly. Now that the platinum level invisibility cloak is in hand, even if there are 5th level undead in the cemetery, it is difficult to find Meili. If Meili is farther away, a 6th level lich will find it difficult to find Meili. In the void trading field, the appraisal of more than 150 items has been completed. The 138 items sent to Zhao Yi by the Three Kingdoms official are all there, and there are more than a dozen items. They should be the good things that these player lords have opened in recent days. Several of the items that Zhao Yi needs have been bought by Charles in advance, and there are also a few items that the sellers are unwilling to sell and insist on auctioning. After all the information of the items was collected, Charles and his men finally selected a total of 40 items with a starting price of over 10,000 yuan, including the items that Zhao Yi brought out, and put them on the official auction. The remaining 110 items were to be traded at the trade fair starting at 11 o'clock. At the same time, someone was sent to deliver the information of the extra items to the Lord to see if the Lord needed any. There were still 2 hours before the trade fair. Charles first brought the sellers to the prepared trading venue and assigned positions to the sellers. Each position had a prepared wooden board and pen. Players can write down the items they are selling and the prices on the wooden board, but shouting loudly is prohibited. Everyone is a person of status on the origin continent, and should not do such a disgraceful thing. If you do, it will be a black history in the future. All sellers' locations are determined, and the items for sale are also determined. All these contents are written on paper, plus the auction list. 130 copies of each are made and sent to all customers. Buyers from 100 player forces look at the list and discuss. If they cannot make a decision within their authority, they need to contact their superiors through address book. When Cody guided these buyers before, he had already told them about the VIP level system of the void trading field, and many forces have decided to at least obtain the status of a bronze VIP. With the second auction about to be held, the void trading field platform is becoming more and more important to the Blue Star player community, and there is no substitute in the short term. So the bronze VIP invitation card, which is limited to 1 per purchase, is very important to these player forces, which means that the invitation card channel is no longer restricted by the 10 Nations official. The invitation letter of 1,000 low-grade magic crystals was easily acceptable to the player forces. For the Three Kingdoms officials who attended the auction, they found a problem. Several items they needed were missing from the 2 lists. They didn't know whether these items were not available at all or were bought in advance by the strongest lord player. The Three Kingdoms official reported the matter to their superiors, guessing that no matter which situation it was, the superiors would treat it as if it had never happened. Even if it was the latter, it was the other party's willingness and could not be forced. As 11 o'clock arrived, the trade fair officially began, and buyers poured into the trading field. At first, several stalls were crowded with people, and some stalls were empty. It was difficult for some forces to buy from crowded stalls, so they immediately chose stalls with no people or few people. You don't have to buy things that your forces can use. As long as it is lower than the market price, you can buy anything and sell it in the market or the aboriginal city later. Compared with those player forces, individual player lords such as Zhao Yi and Chao De are the most cautious about the aboriginal forces. Many player forces have formed chambers of commerce and participated in market transactions, hoping to reap benefits from them. At present, we have not seen the player chambers of commerce making a lot of money from it. Most of them earn hard-earned money, and some chambers of commerce lose money. The Blue Star people have the wisdom of the Blue Star people, and the indigenous people have the wisdom of the indigenous people. After thousands of years, the way to make money on the origin continent will definitely not wait for the Blue Star players to discover it. If the player chamber of commerce wants to make a lot of money, it has to rely on discovering important resources in the player territory and selling them in the short term. In the long term, it may carry out a technological revolution. Every time there is a technological revolution on Blue Star, there are countries that take advantage of it to rise, and there are also newly established companies that quickly expand into giant companies. It is just that it is uncertain whether the origin continent with extraordinary power can carry out a technological revolution. Officials of various countries have organized personnel to conduct research. In the trading field, transactions are proceeding rapidly, and there are few battles of wits and courage between buyers and sellers. There may be merchants from Blue Star among the buyers, but there are few merchants among the sellers. Basically, they give a price, and if they want to buy, they buy. If no one buys, they lower the price until someone buys. They can also negotiate a little bit, and sell at a suitable price. Once the transaction between the buyer and seller is confirmed, they need to find the official staff of the void trading field to proceed to the next step. The buyer takes out the money, the seller takes out the items, and the official staff transfers the items, and deducts the corresponding proportion of money as a handling fee. The transaction lasted less than 40 minutes, and all the transactions were completed. All the items that the seller wanted to sell were sold. There were only 20 minutes left before the official auction began. Under Cody's guidance, everyone moved to an auction venue with 300 seats. There were a total of 131 bidders, including those who participated in the auction on behalf of Zhao Yi. The second auction has begun. Zhao Yi led the monster-killing team and a group of air cavalrymen to set off. Everyone rode flying mounts. Zhao Yi and Joanna rode a dragon, and the rest of the monster-killing team rode a third-level griffin. Melia rode a griffin alone at full speed. When she got off the mount and lurked in stealth near the cemetery, the griffin flew away by itself. In fact, the griffin was not suitable for Melia's identity as an assassin. Melia needed a dark mount that could hide its own aura. Wearing an invisibility cloak, Melia quickly sneaked into the cemetery. The effect of this invisibility cloak was several times better than Melia's own invisibility skill. With the invisibility cloak, Melia could be more bold and approach the fourth-level undead in the cemetery. When Melia finished her exploration, the monster-killing team had already arrived at the outskirts of the cemetery. Lord, the number of fourth-level undead in the cemetery is the same as last night, without any change. At present, all the fourth-level undead are divided into 3 teams, each waiting on a floor. Listening to Melia's report, Zhao Yi came up with a plan in his mind. Melia can determine the exact location of the fourth-level undead team. Those fourth-level undead should not have been strengthened by the Lich. We each prepare our killing moves. Ignaz will teleport us over and immediately launch an attack on the fourth-level undead. It would be best if we can kill 1 or 2 fourth-level undead. If we can't kill them all, we must seriously injure several of them. Zhao Yi told the plan, and the members of the monster-killing team all thought it was feasible and started to prepare immediately. There are 3 small magic cannons in the territory, 2 of which are in Zhao Yi's hands. Zhao Yi took out the 2 small magic cannons, charged them to the maximum power, controlled one himself, and gave the other to rival. Melissa and Joanna also prepared powerful attack spells. Ready, teleport. The next moment, the monster-killing team appeared not far from the fourth-level undead team on the 2nd floor of the cemetery. The 2 magic cannons fired together, and Melissa and Joanna released spells together. The monster-killing team moved too fast, and the fourth-level undead not far away had not reacted yet. 4 attacks were in front of them. In the explosion, 2 fourth-level undead were eliminated, and 2 fourth-level undead were injured. The other fourth-level undead rushed over regardless. The fourth-level undead still have the advantage in numbers. The monster-killing team cannot fight hard, and immediately teleport to other floors to start killing monsters. 2 fourth-level undead have been killed, and hundreds of thousands of points have been gained. The next thing is mainly the number. Chapter 200. Here Zhao Yi led the monster-killing team to kill as many monsters as possible, while on the other side the auction house was bidding fiercely. A silver-class Gale warship, starting price, 12,000 low-grade magic crystals, each bid increase must be no less than 100, start bidding now. 12100 12200 12300 13500 17,600 17,600 once 17,600 twice 17,600 3 times. Bang! Charles dropped the hammer. Congratulations to bidder number 38 for winning a silver-class Gale warship. The maid who originally came to the stage with the silver-class Gale warship picked it up again and walked to seat number 38. An employee in charge of receiving the auction money quickly followed and came to seat number 38 to complete the transaction. Another maid brought a new auction item to the stage, and a new auction began. Each auction can be completed in less than a minute and a half, but when it comes to something that everyone needs, the auction time will increase, and the longest may even exceed 10 minutes, which is mainly for the high-value auction items at the end. On average, each auction lasts almost 5 minutes, and 40 auction items together will take at least 3 hours. The 4 hours set before was not considered long, as it was just a small auction. In the future, medium-sized auctions will last for a whole day, and large auctions will last for 2 or even 3 days. When the auction was 2/3 done, Zhao Yi returned to Zhaocheng with a monster-killing team, and everyone went home to rest. Before disbanding, Zhao Yi told Mi Liar to set off after 2 hours of rest to explore other cemeteries. Mi Liar is an assassin, so at most she consumes some physical strength, but her recovery speed is also fast. Joanna, Ignaz, Randall and other magicians consume more energy, and their recovery speed is slow. They need to rest for nearly half a day to recover to their best condition. Give Mi Liar 2 hours of rest time, so that her physical strength can be restored to a good state. After completing the exploration of the cemetery, she can return to Zhaocheng to rest. Before going out to kill monsters at midnight, it is Mi Liar's rest time. It depends on Mi Liar's luck. If she is lucky, she can complete the task by exploring only one cemetery. The main thing is to find a cemetery without 5th level undead and relatively few 4th level undead. If you are unlucky, you will have to explore 2 or more cemeteries. After giving instructions to Mi Liar, everyone dispersed. Zhao Yi did not care about the auction and returned to the Lord's mansion to rest. Melissa, who had been releasing powerful group attack spells, was also quite tired. She hugged Zhao Yi's arm and fell asleep quickly. Zhao Yi and Melissa woke up until dinner time. While eating dinner, they listened to the reports from Cody and Charles. The void trading field was opened for the second time. A total of 159 items were traded, with a total transaction amount of 3.9425 million low-grade magic crystals, and a total income of 489,600, including 348,900 auction income, 140,700 commission income, and 215,700 purchase and auction expenses. After deducting the consumption of magic crystals in the void trading field, the net income was 271,600. Hearing the net income of 271,600, Zhao Yi nodded with satisfaction. This net income refers to the pure magic crystal income. In fact, the purchase and auction are not considered expenses. After all, the things bought will also be used in the territory. The platinum level invisibility cloak alone brings great convenience to the monster killing team, and eliminates 2 4th level undead in one fell swoop. In addition, there should be income from invitation letters, but Zhao Yi has not thought about making money from it. The magic crystals obtained from selling invitation letters are all used to generate more invitation letters. The guests who came to the void trading field this time consumed a total of 130 invitations, and took away 97 invitations from the void trading field. All those who upgraded to bronze VIP, silver VIP, and the only gold VIP used up all the invitation quotas, and there were also dozens of guests who did not obtain bronze VIP privileges. However, 2 people tried to buy an invitation from Chao Da with 2,000 low-grade magic crystals each. Zhao Yi's side did not stop them, but instead charged Chao Da 200 transaction fees. Chao Da is the only gold VIP, several countries' officials are silver VIPs, and most other player forces are bronze VIPs. The benefits of being a VIP are only the right to purchase invitations for the time being, and the right to use the auction box will be increased, and the commission will be reduced depending on the situation. At night, behind the defense line of Zhaocheng, Zhao Yi opened the forum and created a new post, writing in the total transaction amount of the second opening of the void trading field, the items with the highest transaction price, and other information. The third opening of the void trading field will be from 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. in 5 days. The rules for issuing invitations will remain unchanged for the time being. It is still 10 invitations for the officials of the 10 countries, and 10 invitations for the officials of the 3 countries for exclusive commissioned auction players. Finally, the description of the VIP level added to the void trading field was added. A long post was sent out, and a large number of players commented a few seconds later. What I want to know most is how much magic crystals the boss made at this auction. It would be great if all these magic crystals were given to me. 1,000 low-grade magic crystals are required to buy an invitation letter. If you are interested, please contact me. It is not a problem for the boss to make hundreds of thousands of low-grade magic crystals at an auction. The boss really has no shortage of magic crystals. Cheng Jinling will be the second place for a long time in the future. No matter how many resources the Qin state government provides, it will be difficult to catch up with the boss's territory. By the way, when will Cheng Jinling be promoted to the first-class earldom? Gold, crystal, diamond, Is it possible that after the crystal treasure chest there is a diamond treasure chest? I thought it was called the King's treasure chest. The Void Trading Field has successfully held auctions twice in a row. The first time, the transaction volume was only more than 600,000, and the second time, the transaction volume was almost 4 million. The scale of the auction is getting bigger and bigger, and most of the auction items are good things that the player forces and player lords need. After 2 successful auctions, and without other competitors, the Void Trading Field has initially established its position. More player forces and player lords want an invitation letter. As long as you trade more than 10,000 in the Void Trading Field, you can become a bronze VIP. You can go to the Void Trading Field every time it is open. The key is the first invitation letter, which can only be obtained from the 10 nations officials for the time being. Or ask for favors, or exchange interests, or even some player forces want to sell magic crystals, and buy an invitation letter from the 10 nations officials. Even if Xiao Yi knew this, he would not care. At least in the first 10 auctions of the Void Trading Field, Xiao Yi would give out a large number of invitation letters for free. After 10 times, free invitations will be issued, but the number will be greatly reduced, mainly to give players who want to entrust the auction the opportunity to enter the Void Trading Field. Developing the territory, opening the Void Trading Field to hold auctions, and killing monsters twice a day are the 3 most important things for Xiao Yi at present. The latter 2 are actually largely for the development of the territory, one to provide development funds for the territory, and the other to increase the population of the territory and improve the quality of the territory's army. At the 3rd hour of the night, a big battle broke out on the battlefield of Xiaocheng. The battle ended more than half an hour later. Xiao Yi took the time to rest, and he had to kill monsters for the second time today after midnight. The second monster spawning target is the cemetery located in the northeast of Xiao Yi's territory, the second closest to Xiaocheng. According to Melier's investigation, there are only 2 4th-level liches in the cemetery, and the other 4th-level undead add up to only 13. There are so few 4th-level undead, Xiao Yi came up with an idea. Ignaz uses the invisibility cloak to enter the cemetery, familiarize himself with it, and determine the location of the 4th-level undead. Then the monster spawning team teleports over and kills as many 4th-level undead as possible. If some of the 4th-level undead have not returned yet, the monster spawning team may kill all the 4th-level undead in this cemetery. Then, they happily killed low-level undeads until dawn, and there was even a chance of getting a diamond treasure chest. At midnight, the monster killing team set out. Ignaz, wearing an invisible cloak, was the first to enter the number 2 cemetery. He walked through the various layers and areas of the underground cemetery, and quietly left his own exclusive mark. After walking through the bottom layer and determining the location of all the 4th-level undead in the cemetery, Ignaz returned to the ground and joined Xiao Yi and his team. This was the first time the monster killing team came to the number 2 cemetery. There were 5 4th-level undeads, including 1 lich in the cemetery. The locations of the 5 4th-level undead were relatively scattered, so the first target of the monster killing team was the 4th-level lich. Ignaz used a teleportation spell to teleport the monster killing team to a place not far from the 4th-level lich in the cemetery. 2 small magic cannons fired at the 4th-level lich, and Joanna and Melissa also threw the single target attack spells they prepared at the 4th-level lich. In response to the sudden change, the 4th-level lich immediately put a magic shield on himself, and the next moment, he was overwhelmed by 4 attacks and was killed instantly. After destroying the 4th-level lich, the monster killing team did not immediately look for other 4th-level undead. Everyone started to kill monsters on this floor. At the same time, Xiao Yi and Rival took out magic crystals to charge the magic cannons, killing monsters while waiting for the 4th-level undead to fall into the trap. The other 4 4th-level undead in the cemetery felt the sudden appearance of the breath of life in the cemetery, and in less than a second, the 4th-level lich died. The 4th-level undead have wisdom no less than that of ordinary people. They did not rush to the location of the breath of life by themselves, but the 4 4th-level undead gathered together and then headed to the level where the monster spawning team was. Xiao Yi and his team had been spawning monsters for less than a minute when 4 4th-level undead appeared together, and then they were attacked by all 7 members of the monster spawning team. Even Ignaz released an attack spell over, and it was obvious that the number of teleportation spells used to spawn monsters this time would not be too many. Without the strengthening spell cast by the 4th-level lich, the defense of the 4th-level undead could not withstand the attack of the monster-killing team. After a wave of attacks, 2 4th-level undead were killed instantly, and the remaining 2 4th-level undead were seriously injured. Finally, the lowest-level priest Randall and the most important Ignaz and the team harvested 2 seriously injured 4th level undead respectively. It is unknown when the 4th level undead that went out of the number 2 cemetery will return. In the short term, the monster killing team can kill monsters boldly. There are still 3rd level liches in the cemetery. They took over the command of the undead, and commanded a large number of undead to pounce on the monster killing team. At the same time, a 3rd level lich ran out of the cemetery to find another 4th level lich to report what happened in the cemetery. Although the other 4th level lich was far away from his own cemetery, he had already noticed that all the 4th level undead in his home had died, being beaten into his home by living creatures, and the remaining 4th level undead were all killed. This 4th level lich was extremely angry, but he did not lose his mind. He knew that the power at his hands might not be able to deal with those living creatures, so he immediately asked for help from the surrounding cemeteries. At the 41st minute, when all the 4th level undead left in the number 2 cemetery were killed, 3 4th level liches brought 21 4th level undead back to the number 2 cemetery. This time, the monster killing lasted for 41 minutes, and more than 40,000 undeads were killed, including 5 4th order undeads. Zhao Yi was very satisfied. Facing the returning 4th order undeads, Zhao Yi chose to retreat immediately. Ignaz used a teleportation spell to teleport everyone outside the cemetery. The remaining mental power was enough to continue to support the teleportation spell, and continue to teleport in the direction of the nearest town. After that, Joanna gave everyone the blessing of wind, and the group ran forward. The 3rd order griffin that they rode on the way here had already returned to the town ahead under their orders. Zhao Yi and his group wanted to enter the cemetery to kill monsters, and the griffin could not follow them. Staying outside might be dangerous, so they let the griffin return first. If it was daytime, there would be no need to return, and Zhao Yi would even bring a team of air cavalry out. Seeing that the creatures had gone far away, and could not be caught up at all, the 4th level undead in the number 2 cemetery were furious. In the number 1 cemetery, a total of 4 4th level liches, and 52 4th level undead, were still waiting for the monster killing team to arrive. But after waiting for a long time, until dawn, the group of hateful humans did not come. The 4th level undead in the number 1 cemetery were also full of anger because Zhao Yi and others were not punctual. They thought that if these hateful humans came again, they would tear them to pieces. You won 48 battles. You killed 141,683 undead. You lost 15 soldiers. Battle rating 3A, 6C, 3D, 36E. Points increased by 262.8%. Professional experience increased by 262.8%. Obtain 3 crystal treasure chests, 6 gold treasure chests, 3 silver treasure chests, 36 bronze treasure chests. The number of battle victories increased by 2 more. One was in the number 2 cemetery, and the other was that the 3 towns of Ding, Wu, and Ji added a subsidiary village yesterday, but in the end only one village faced the attack of the undead. 3 A-level evaluations, points, and combat professional experience increased by 70% again, a total of 22.09 million points in one day. Today you can recruit a platoon of 3rd level professionals. Under normal circumstances, Zhao Yi needs at least 10 days to upgrade after the 4th level, but these days, he has killed monsters twice a day, plus the terrifying extra bonus. Zhao Yi feels that he can reach level 42 after killing monsters during the day today. You should know that the Dragon Knight was promoted to level 41 yesterday morning. One monster kill is equivalent to 3 to 5 nighttime daily experiences, so it is normal to upgrade quickly. However, Zhao Yi feels that such a fast upgrade speed and point acquisition speed may not last too long, because the number of undead in the cemetery will change. From the number 1 and number 2 cemeteries he has come into contact with, there was no 4th level lich in the battle for the territory to be promoted to the 1st class earldom. Maybe there was only one 4th level lich left in the number 1 cemetery at that time. When the second 4th level lich appeared in the number 1 cemetery for the first time, the number of 4th level undead also increased to more than 30. After that, the number of 4th level liches in cemetery number 1 has reached 3. If we go to cemetery number 1 to spawn monsters last night, even if the number of 4th level liches does not increase, the number of other 4th level undead will increase. Because the 4th level undead in cemetery number 1 cannot resist Zhao Yi and his team from spawning monsters, cemetery number 1 is a member of the undead camp, and other cemeteries can send 4th level undead or even 5th level undead to come until the monster spawning team is eliminated or blocked. Every cemetery suitable for spawning monsters spawns monsters almost 4 times in a row. As the number of 4th level undead in the cemetery increases sharply, although monsters can still be spawned, the efficiency of spawning monsters is greatly reduced, and it is easy to be dangerous. If you want to continue to spawn monsters every day in the future, you can't just keep spawning in one cemetery. It's best to visit a cemetery every 3 or 5 days. Today, you can't continue to spawn monsters in cemetery number 1 and cemetery number 2. You need to find a new cemetery to spawn monsters. Meteor can only work hard. Open the treasure chest. The number of crystal cards in the 3 crystal treasure chests is 4, 2, and 2. Zhao Yi chooses 4 of them, which are level 4 Archer Recruitment Scroll, Large Teleportation Array, level 6 Advanced Stone, level 3 Earth Mage Recruitment Scroll *4. The contents of the crystal treasure chest and the gold and silver treasure chests behind it were all ordinary, but a level 4 Advancement Stone was opened from the gold treasure chest. At present, what Zhao Yi lacked most were level 4 Advancement Stones and level 5 Advancement Stones. Level 4 Advancement Stones were prepared for his subordinates, who were about to reach level 3. Level 5 Advancement Stones, which could help the monster-killing team upgrade faster by killing monsters twice a day. Level 5 was not far away, and Zhao Yi needed to prepare enough level 5 Advancement Stones. The other one was that Zhao Yi wanted to upgrade the Tree of Life. The 4th level Tree of Life produces 33 drops of Water of Life a day. A part of the Water of Life is taken out by Zhao Yi and rewarded to soldiers who are bravely wounded in battle, effectively making up for their missing vitality. A part is stored, and the other part can be sold. Even if only 10 drops of Water of Life are sold a day, this is an income of more than 100,000 low-grade magic crystals. No matter how fast the territory develops, there will be no shortage of funds. The indigenous people need Water of Life, and the players also need Water of Life. Players spend a high price to buy Water of Life. Replenishing consumed vitality is only one reason, and the more important thing is to save their lives. Once they are seriously injured on the battlefield and there is no time for the priest to treat them, they can drink the Water of Life they carry with them, and revive with full blood on the spot. At the second auction that just ended, even those player lords, who were short of money wanted to buy the Water of Life, but the price was too high, and they could not compete with the major player forces. At the next auction, Zhao Yi plans to continue to take out 20 drops of Water of Life, 15 of which will be put on the trade fair and sold at the average price of the second auction, and 5 drops of Water of Life will be put on the auction. When the Tree of Life is upgraded to the 5th level, it can produce 100 drops of Water of Life a day. Selling the Water of Life to obtain magic crystals is enough to allow a kingdom to survive in an environment where the undead plague is rampant. After breakfast, we had a meeting. Zhao Yi was busy leading the monster-killing team to the cemetery to kill monsters these 2 days, but he did not put down the territory's affairs. With Zhao Yi recruiting 100 Earth-type mages at once last time, the territory's post-disaster reconstruction speed has accelerated, and the development speed has accelerated. So far, the population of Zhaocheng has exceeded 100,000, and tomorrow it will be able to reach the 120,000 population that a first-level small city can accommodate. The population of the first half-plane is close to 120,000, and the total population of the entire territory has reached 330,000, which is not far from meeting the conditions for promotion to the third-class Marquisate. Compared with the promotion of Baron, Viscount, and Earl, the promotion of Marquis has one more condition, that is, the Lord must reach the 5th level. In other words, the Lord must be a 5th-level professional to become a Marquis, a 6th-level professional to become a Duke, and a 7th-level professional to become a King. On the Origin continent, it is not important whether the nobles have offspring or not. As professionals, the nobles have a longer lifespan. Even if there are offspring, the offspring do not have much professional talent. The nobles will ignore the offspring without much talent, and the noble subordinates will only respect them superficially. The succession to the noble title, and even the throne, the descendants, relatives, and spouses of descendants can all become heirs, provided that they have sufficient strength. If there is not even one qualified heir, the empire will fall apart, and the noble title will be downgraded. Because of the condition of the 5th-level professional, Zhao Yi had no idea of upgrading the territory to a Marquisate in a short period of time. Without killing monsters, it may take 5 months or even more to upgrade to the 5th level. Now, almost 1 month is enough. In 1 month, not only Zhao Yi will become a 5th-level professional, but Melissa and Joanna, who are the main monster-killing players, will also become 5th-level professionals. The 4th one should be Ignaz. Ignaz is not the main monster-killing player, but Ignaz has a 4-star talent. If he occasionally takes action, his monster-killing efficiency is not low. It is normal for the 4th person in the territory to be promoted to the 5th level. In 1 month, we can challenge the marquee territory, and the development speed of the territory will be accelerated. In terms of territory construction, Zhao Yi plans to recruit an additional 100 Earth Magicians today, just like last time, 32nd level and 71st level, with a total cost of 3.7 million points. As the number of territory troops continues to increase, the quality must also be improved. By killing monsters twice a day, the points obtained are greatly increased. Today, a platoon of level 3 professionals will be directly recruited. Level 2 professionals, level 1 professionals, and level 0 professionals are all recruited in companies. However, there is also a problem that gradually emerges. Level 0 professionals and level 1 professionals occupy the largest number in the territory army, and they are also the fastest to upgrade by destroying the undead. The number of level 0 and level 1 professionals in the number 1 demiplane has exceeded 6,000, but Zhao Yi does not have enough level 1 and level 2 advancement stones for them to use. After all, there are only 36 bronze treasure chests in a day. If you are lucky, you can get 10 level 1 or level 2 advancement stones by opening 10 consecutive treasure chests. At most, a dozen level 0 professionals and level 1 professionals obtain advancement stones and complete advancement every day, and there are thousands of people waiting in line. At this rate, it will take a year to advance all of them. There will be more level 0 and level 1 professionals entering the first half-plane later. Fortunately, this incident did not affect the loyalty of these professionals to Zhao Yi. A year is a long time for Zhao Yi, but it is relatively short for these natives of the origin continent. With their talents, they are willing to wait a few more years as long as there is a chance for promotion. The third demiplane where the Tree of Life is planted has been expanding. When the area increases to a certain extent, Zhao Yi will transfer some professionals, who are currently perfect in level to live in the third demiplane. A high magic environment is easier for people to break through than a medium magic environment. The first demiplane is only a low magic environment. Chapter 201. Here it comes again, here it comes again, this is the boss's daily routine. Cheng Jinling has no hope of catching up, and will always be the second. It seems that the rainstorm and flood disaster have a great impact on the boss's territory. If it weren't for this rainstorm and flood, Cheng Jinling would have no chance to narrow the gap. Now the rainstorm and flood have long passed, and the gap between Cheng Jinling and the boss's territory is getting bigger and bigger. As a lord, I can tell you that Son of Fortune 413 the points used by the boss for recruitment every day are at least 10 million. By the way, when will Cheng Jinling be promoted to the first-class earldom? It's been 5 days since the boss was promoted to the first-class earldom. Forum every day, a group of bored low-level players stare at the combat power of Zhao Yi's territory. They have also found a pattern. Every morning, Zhao Yi will recruit at about the same time, and the combat power of the territory will begin to surge. Seeing the changes in the combat power of Zhao Yi's territory, the players are envious and jealous. The players of Qin Country can feel better. After all, Zhao Yi is also a player of Qin Country, especially after the opening of the Void Trading Field. It is 100% confirmed that Zhao Yi is a player of Qin Country. Zhao Yi territory is so powerful, and is still advancing by leaps and bounds. Although Zhao Yi territory still only recruits indigenous people, a large number of Qin players are waiting for Zhao Yi territory to be open to players. There are tens of thousands of players who want to settle in Zhao Yi territory. From the fluctuation of Zhao Yi territory's combat power value, it can be seen that Zhao Yi territory is safe enough. Compared with living in a city ruled by indigenous nobles, they prefer to live in a territory ruled by players. Most foreign players naturally want Zhao Yi territory to be destroyed as soon as possible. Zhao Yi is a Qin player, and stands on the side of Qin players. Qin players and anti-Qin alliance players are still fighting. Those foreign players, who are not qualified to join the anti-Qin alliance, are supporting the anti-Qin alliance. However, most of the players, who are active in the forum, are low-level players living in the aboriginal city. They dare not even leave the city, and can only complain on the forum. Only the major player forces pay attention to public opinion. Zhao Yi doesn't care. In addition to posting posts related to the Void Trading Field on the forum, Zhao Yi will also go to the forum in recent days to check. Like some players, he pays attention to when Cheng Jinling will challenge the first-class earl. When he was promoted to the second-class earldom, Zhao Yi sent a private message to Cheng Jin to pass on information. When he was promoted to the first-class earldom, the attacking undead were not as strong as the undead army when he was promoted to the second-class earldom, so he did not give Cheng Jin any information. The last time the two territories were successfully promoted 4 days apart. This time, Zhao Yi's territory launched a challenge on the 71st day. Today is the 76th day, and Cheng Jin's territory has not made any moves and is still accumulating strength. After Zhao Yi's territory was promoted to the first-class earldom, various posts began to appear on the forum, urging Cheng Jin to be promoted. As time passed, there were more and more similar posts. Now it has been more than 4 days, and coupled with the fact that Cheng Jinling's combat power was close to Zhao Yiling, even some people in the Qin state officialdom complained about Cheng Jinling's lack of promotion. My territory is far behind the first territory. The first territory can be promoted to the first-class earldom at a small cost, but it does not mean that my territory can do it. Wait a little longer. There will be casualties in the battle, and the number of casualties must be reduced as much as possible. This is Cheng Jin's original words, which were supported by more than half of the senior officials of the Qin state. Since Zhao Yi brought out the void trading field, even the Qin state officialdom has lost the idea of increasing Cheng Jinling's training to become the first again. Zhao Yi is a player from Qin country and stands on the side of Qin country players, which is enough for the Qin country officials. If you can't get the first place, then you can't get the first place, as long as Cheng Jinling maintains an absolute advantage over other players' territories. Facing the rapidly developing Zhao Yi territory, the major player forces seem to have some ideas of lying down, unable to catch up at all, so they simply give up chasing and do their best. What's more, Zhao Yi is a single player, and the major player forces have hundreds or thousands of territories under them, and the power of the group is far greater than Zhao Yi's territory. However, for those weak player forces with only a few dozen territories, all the territories combined are no match for Zhao Yi's territory. Now Zhao Yi's points for recruitment in a day exceed 10 million, and today it is even more, almost reaching 25 million. Even if it is a third-class earldom that has reached the upgrade standard of a second-class earldom, the points earned in a day are only about 1 million. For weak player forces, it is very difficult to concentrate their strength to launch a third-class earldom. Zhao Yi understands the thoughts of some top players, and the gap is huge, but Zhao Yi is developing rapidly and trying to catch up. Gung, Xian and Ren have been upgraded to third-level towns. Tomorrow, the population of the 3 towns will increase to 3,000. The 3 silver treasure chests obtained every day will be upgraded to gold treasure chests, and the points and combat professional experience will increase by an additional 3%. Ding, Wu and Ji towns have also been upgraded to level 1, and the population will increase by at least 1,200 every day. In a few days, the standard population will be 12,000. And starting today, the construction of the 4th affiliated village of each of the 3 towns of Ding, Wu and Ji began. Just when Zhao Yi was about to finish his work, Mi Liar, who had gone out to explore the cemetery, came back and reported to Zhao Yi the situation of cemetery number 3 and cemetery number 4. The cemeteries were numbered from near to far from Maocheng. Cemetery number 3 was the 3rd closest cemetery to Zhaocheng, and the same was true for cemetery number 4. According to Mi Liar's exploration, there were no 5th-level undead in cemetery number 3 and cemetery number 4, but there were more 4th-level undead in cemetery number 3, more than 30, including 4 4th-level liches. For the time being, cemetery number 3 is not suitable for spawning monsters, so Mi Liar went to explore cemetery number 4. The situation in cemetery number 4 is much better than that in cemetery number 3. Although there are 21 4th-level undead, there are only 2 4th-level liches. The situation in cemetery number 4 is not as good as that in cemetery number 2, but Mi Liar feels that it is still suitable, so he returns to Zhaocheng to report to Zhao Yi. After listening to Mi Liar's report, Zhao Yi also feels that cemetery number 4 is suitable for spawning monsters, so he asked Mi Liar to go back and rest. After dealing with the remaining things, he also returned to the Lord's mansion to rest. In the afternoon, the monster-killing team, which had almost all members recovered to their best condition, went out. Ignaz wore an invisibility cloak to conduct a second exploration of the number 4 cemetery. As Ignaz returned from the exploration, the monster-killing team launched a surprise attack on a 4th-level lich in the number 4 cemetery and successfully killed it instantly. A 4th-level skeleton general on the same floor saw his companion being killed instantly and did not dare to rush over for revenge, but turned around and ran to other floors. A 4th-level lich was killed instantly, and the positions of other 4th-level undead in the number 4 cemetery were changing rapidly. The monster-killing team could no longer attack another 4th-level lich, so they started to kill low-level undead on the spot. In the next hour, the 4th-level lich led all the 4th-level undead in the 4 cemetery to chase the monster-killing team everywhere. Under Ignaz's teleportation, the monster-killing team changed places from time to time. At first, the 4th level undead were divided into several teams, and there were even cases where the 4th level undead were alone. After the monster killing team found an opportunity to kill 2 4th level undead, all the 4th level undead gathered together. The 4th level lich even wanted to gather a large number of 3rd level undead to besiege the monster killing team. However, the gap between the 3rd level undead and the 4th level human professionals was very large. It was necessary to gather more than 10 times the number of 3rd level undead to put pressure on the monster killing team. If there are too many level 3 undeads besieging, the monster killing team can also escape. At the 37th minute of killing monsters in the number 4 cemetery, Zhao Yi's Dragon Knight profession successfully reached level 42. Zhao Yi's level change immediately caused a lot of discussion among players in the forum. You should know that just now on the comprehensive professional level list, there was only Zhao Yi, a level 41 player, and the other players were all level 40. Now Zhao Yi suddenly reached level 42, and the gap between Zhao Yi and other combat professional players reached 2 levels. If Zhao Yi does not continue to gain experience, it will take more than 10 days for the players behind to catch up. More importantly, Zhao Yi actually gained experience and leveled up now. Under normal circumstances, combat professional players gain experience and level up by killing the undead that attack at night. In the morning, Lord players have battle settlements and additional combat professional experience bonuses and gain another wave of experience. Lord players often level up at this time. There is also a type of player living in the Aboriginal city who gains experience by searching abandoned mines outside the city during the day and killing the undead hiding in the mines. There are only a few undead hiding in abandoned mines. At this time, some Lord players who browsed the forum to kill time posted or commented, saying that they did not believe that Zhao Yi leveled up by killing the undead in the abandoned mines. Some Lord players even boldly speculated that Zhao Yi went into the cemetery to kill monsters. There are many 4th level professionals in the boss's territory, and there are 7 or 8 of them now. According to the information I have learned, the highest level of undead in many cemeteries is only 4th level. If there are fewer 4th level undead in the cemetery, the boss can easily kill a large number of low-level undead with 4th level professionals. Going to the cemetery to kill monsters is probably something that only the boss can do now. Chung Jinling doesn't even dare to be promoted to the 1st level Earl, let alone the strength to kill monsters in the cemetery. One step ahead, it's hard to imagine how much combat experience and points the boss gets every day. The gap is getting bigger and bigger. The player lords behind can't catch up. The players talked about it, and some players even guessed the method of Zhao Yi and his team to kill monsters. As for killing monsters in the cemetery, I thought of a method. The 4th level space mage can teleport. Multiple people can be teleported. Form a monster killing team to enter the cemetery to kill monsters. When the 4th level undead come, the space mage can teleport out with a teleportation spell, or teleport to other places in the cemetery to continue killing monsters. This method should work. The key is the space mage. So far, no player has changed his job to become a space mage. However, a few people have posted that they have recruited native space mages. Their talents are either 1-star or 2-star. It is a bit difficult to train them to the 4th level. With the number of 4th level professionals under the boss, if there is another 4th level space mage, there is only the cemetery of the 4th level undead for the boss to spawn monsters. It is too difficult to recruit a space mage. I don't know when a space mage job transfer scroll will be available. Given the rarity of space mages, I am afraid that they can only be opened in crystal treasure chests. Most players were just joining in the fun when it came to Zhao Yi's possible undead spawning in the cemetery, but for the major player forces, since Zhao Yi could do it, they also had to try. If they succeeded, it meant that they could quickly cultivate strong players. A powerful legendary professional could destroy a city with one move. With such great power, even low-level professionals were no match. The major player forces understood the importance of strong players to their respective forces very early on, and made efforts, mainly in those territories dominated by players, to restrict the undead through various means, and let the combat professional players, who were trained as the focus, kill them, so as to achieve rapid upgrades. Player lords, who have extra combat professional experience bonuses from battle settlement, are the focus of training. However, this method can still allow key players to upgrade quickly at level 0 and level 1, but after level 2, the effect begins to gradually decline. Because as the population of the territory increases, the number of incoming undead increases, and the battle becomes more intense, the main task of each territory is to resist the undead and reduce its own losses, and then look for opportunities for key combat professional players to kill more undead. At the third level, comprehensive occupational level lists 2/3 of the top players are Lord players. In many Viscount territories that only recruit players, only the Lord is a third-level professional. For fourth-level professionals, generally only second-level earldoms appear, and basically all Lords become fourth-level professionals. The only territory with 2 fourth-level professionals is Chungjin. At the 0 level, the first level, and even the second level, they are all human-level advancement stones. At the third and fourth levels, they become advancement stones and human-level people. Professionals cannot use advancement stones to advance if they cannot reach the perfection of the current level. Gaining more experience has become a difficult point for major player forces to cultivate strong players. Some player forces had thought about spawning monsters in the cemetery before, but at that time, there was not even a fourth-level professional among the Blue Star players. The cemetery was a forbidden area, and they did not dare to approach it at all. Now, fourth-level professionals have begun to appear. As time goes by, there will be more and more of them. With the emergence of Zhao Yi, a player who is suspected of spawning monsters in the cemetery to quickly level up, major player forces have turned their attention to it again. After analysis, a team with a fourth-level space mage as the core does have a greater chance of spawning monsters in a cemetery with only fourth-level undead. Even if the monster spawning team cannot defeat the fourth-level undead in the cemetery, they can escape. Now the focus is on the space mage. So far, no player has become a space mage. Many player lords have opened many gold level and even platinum level special professions, and also opened a few crystal level special professions. But no space mage transfer scrolls have been found. The space mage is most likely a crystal level special profession, and a less likely one is a special profession above the crystal level. If no player becomes a space mage, then we can only consider recruiting indigenous space mages. In the forum, only a few player lords posted that they had recruited space mages with 1 or 2 star talents. The major player forces are large and powerful, with hundreds or thousands of player territories under them. Some of these territories only recruit natives. Basically, all major player forces have space mages under their command. There are relatively many space mages among the natives, so it is believed that they are more likely to be crystal-level special professions. Most of the native space mages under the player forces have 1 or 2 star talents, but there are also several 3-star talents, and no 4-star or 5-star talents. Only a crystal treasure chest can open a 4-star talent space mage recruitment scroll, and the chance is very small. It is very lucky to have a 3-star talent space mage. It is not easy to train a 1-star talent space mage to the 4th level. You must prepare 2-star talent stones, or even 3-star talent stones, to improve your talent before you can quickly train to the 4th level. The same is true for 2-star talents. Only 3-star talent space mages can be promoted to the 4th level quickly with focused training. The official of Qin State, which has the most subordinate territories, has a 3-star talent space mage. The huge strategic value of space mages makes them the focus of training. They were promoted to the 3rd level a few days ago. A 3-star talent space mage is not enough. After a new high-level meeting, the Qin State officials plan to train another 2-star talent space mage to the 4th level as soon as possible. For this reason, the Qin State officials are ready to spend a lot of money to buy a 3-star talent stone to improve the talent of this space mage. However, 3-star talent stones are not so easy to obtain. Only the lowest crystal level treasure chest can open a 3-star talent stone. Currently, it is known that only a European player with a hidden name has opened a 3-star talent stone from a crystal treasure chest. Qin State has so many territories under its jurisdiction, and there are dozens of 2nd-class and 3rd-class earldoms that can obtain crystal treasure chests. But after so many days, they have not opened a single 3-star talent stone. 3-star talent stones are as rare as space mage job transfer scrolls. Qin State is lucky to have a 3-star talent space mage, but it will take a long time to train this space mage, who has just been promoted to the 3rd level to the 4th level. It will take at least 1.5 to 2 months, or even longer. It would take at least a month for the other 3-star space mages to be promoted to the 4th level, which means that if these player forces want to form a team with a 4th level space mage as the core to go to the cemetery to kill monsters, it will take at least a month. In a month, I don't know how big the gap will be between the first player and the following players, not only in combat professional experience, but also in points. Just lie down. Some players comforted themselves. Maybe the first player did not go to the cemetery to kill monsters, but gained experience through other methods, or maybe killing monsters in the cemetery would not last too long. In the forum, players were still talking about Zhao Yi's rapid leveling. Zhao Yi's monster-killing team had finished their daytime monster killing and returned to Zhaocheng to rest. Because of the daily monster killing, Zhao Yi was a little distracted from the development of the territory, but with loyal subordinates, the territory has been developing rapidly according to Zhao Yi's plan. The population of the territory is increasing rapidly, and the strength of the territory's army is also increasing rapidly. In the process of rapid development, the territory has always taken the path of self-sufficiency. 125,000 people have already poured into the first demi-plane, living in 5 towns and more than 50 villages. New towns and villages will be built in the first demi-plane to accommodate more people. As residents of some towns and villages have completed the construction of their homes, the development of agriculture, animal husbandry and fishery in the first demi-plane is also progressing rapidly. The fastest growing is naturally agriculture. With the presence of natural mages, the growth rate of various crops is greatly accelerated. There is also the Level 1 Monument of Abundance, which can increase the growth rate of plants on the land within a radius of 50 kilometers by 10%, easily covering the entire first demi-plane. If all the land suitable for cultivation in the first half-plane is planted with crops, the living needs of the 350,000 people in the entire territory can be directly met, and there is no need to worry about the indigenous forces cutting off the food supply to Zhao Yi's territory. Compared with the rapid development of agriculture, the development speed of fishery and animal husbandry is much slower, and there is no way to make the horses, pigs, pheasants, fish, shrimps, and other creatures raised grow quickly. If these creatures grow quickly, it means that the human body can also grow quickly. It doesn't matter if the mind is immature, as long as the limbs are healthy and can go to the battlefield, the indigenous forces will obtain a large number of cannon fodder. There was a time when top forces mobilized mages to conduct research and developed a technology that could allow people to grow rapidly. The key was that the cost was too high, so high that even second-rate forces could not afford it. It was impossible to use it on ordinary people, let alone poultry and livestock. There were also methods to speed up the growth of poultry and livestock, similar to giving animals hormones on Blue Star, which shortened the growth cycle by a quarter to a third, but the cheap meat obtained was poisonous, and even low-level professional families would not touch it, and it was only for the lower-level civilians. All kinds of creatures raised in the first half-plane are raised normally. It doesn't matter if it's slow. At the critical moment, it's enough to have food to eat and not starve to death. Meat is not a necessity. Agricultural planting can meet the needs of food and clothing. These are living materials. Under the ravages of the undead, military materials are more important. You must resist the undead first before you can consider the problem of survival. The area of Zhao Yi's territory has reached 2,000 square kilometers. There are some ordinary resources that can be mined. There are also gold, silver and copper coexisting mines in the first half-plane. By opening treasure chests, Zhao Yi already has a third-level alchemist and pharmacist under his command, which can support the full efficiency of an intermediate alchemy workshop or pharmaceutical workshop. An intermediate alchemy workshop can produce 10,000 primary explosive arrows a day when it is fully efficient, but most of the raw materials for making explosive arrows need to be purchased from outside. At present, Zhao Yi's territory purchases only 1/3 of the primary explosive arrows required, and the remaining 2/3 are purchased from raw materials and made by themselves. It is very difficult for the rapidly developing Zhao Yi territory to be self-sufficient in military supplies. The main reason is that the territory is still relatively small, and it is impossible to find enough resources within the territory, especially magic material resources. If the indigenous forces no longer sell various military supplies to Blue Star players, even if players can replenish military supplies by consuming points, the strength of the territory will continue to weaken, and finally the territory will be destroyed by the army of undead. This is a terrible conjecture. Zhao Yi's territory is now unable to be self-sufficient in military supplies, and can only work hard to develop in this direction. The lack of personnel is gradually no longer a shortage of various resources. One can rely on the territory to advance to own a larger territory, and the other is the platform of the void trading field. There are so many player lords, and there are always resources in demand in the player's territory, which can be traded through the void trading field. This is also one of the importance of the trading platform exclusively for Blue Star players. Chapter 202. Time went by day, and Zhao Yi's Dragon Knight professional level was rapidly improved by killing monsters twice a day, which also allowed Zhao Yi to obtain more points and crystal treasure chests. On the 81st day, Meliar had already explored the 18th cemetery, which was almost 100 kilometers away from Zhaocheng. The longest straight-line distance of Zhao Yi's territory was only more than 30 kilometers. A distance of 100 kilometers was not far for the monster-killing team. A level 3 Griffin could fly at full speed and make a round trip in half an hour. Moreover, they could use the teleportation array to go to the nearest city first, and then ride the Griffin to set off. After Melior discovered the number 10 cemetery, the monster spawning team killed monsters twice a day, one in the cemetery before number 10, and one in the newly explored cemetery after number 10. The monster spawning team had not visited the number 1 cemetery for several days, and had relaxed its vigilance. The monster spawning team entered again, and killed a 4th level Lich and a 4th level Skeleton General. However, there were still too many 4th level undead in the number 1 cemetery. After an hour of monster spawning, only 24,000 undead were killed, barely reaching the crystal treasure chest standard of 2 crystal cards. Zhao Yi still prefers to take the monster-killing team to a new cemetery to kill monsters, and find a cemetery with fewer 4th level undead. Especially when going out at midnight, some 4th level undead go out, and the remaining 4th level undead are not strong enough and are easily wiped out by the monster-killing team. Without the 4th level undead to disturb them, the monster-killing team can easily kill monsters in the next half an hour at least. Up to now, Zhao Yi's Dragon Knight professional level is almost 44, while other players' combat professional level has just risen to 41. This gap makes many combat professional players feel desperate and can't catch up at all. Yesterday, Cheng Jiling officially announced that he would challenge the first-class earldom. At night, Cheng Jiling successfully eliminated 3 waves of undead at the small cost of dozens of deaths. This morning, Cheng Jiling became the second first-class earldom in the player's territory, 9 days later than Zhao Yiling's promotion to the first-class earldom. Cheng Jiling was able to complete the promotion at such a small cost. Those who were dissatisfied with Cheng Jin in the official high level of Qin State before could no longer say anything. With Cheng Jiling's successful promotion, the player territories behind the rankings are comparing Cheng Jiling's strength and preparing to challenge the first-class earldom. Cheng Jiling only lost dozens of people in the territory promotion war, and some foreign players' territories lost hundreds of people, which was acceptable. They didn't want to wait too long. Zhao Yiling, who was ranked first, couldn't catch up, but he couldn't be too far behind Cheng Jiling. If he promoted his territory as soon as possible, he would lose more people. After the promotion, the territory would develop faster. Cheng Jiling was successfully promoted to the first-class earldom, and the void trading field would be opened for the 3rd time. Zhao Yi sent out 130 invitations last night. Except for the official 10 countries, and a small number of forces occupying the free invitation quota, the other invitations were sent to new player forces, or newcomers. At 8 a.m., the void trading field was officially opened. In the next 10 seconds, 204 invitations were activated and used, and the sole projections of 561 people were transmitted to the void trading field. A total of 228 items were appraised by the appraisers, and together with Zhao Yi's several auction items, a total of 40 auction items were selected for auction at 12 noon. The remaining more than 160 items will be freely traded at the trade fair held at 11 o'clock. Finally, in the evening, while Zhao Yi was eating dinner, he listened to Cody and Charles report on the results of the 3rd opening of the void trading field. The void trading field was opened for the 3rd time, and a total of 231 items were traded, with a total transaction amount of 6.1583 million low-grade magic crystals, and a total income of 609,100, including auction income of 362,500, commission income of 246,600, purchase and auction expenses of 274,500, and net income of 331,800 after deducting the consumption of magic crystals in the void trading field. Compared with the previous total transaction amount of 3.9425 million and total income of 489,600, the increase in income mainly came from the increase in commissions. Because of the VIP purchase privileges, 130 invitations are issued for free each time an auction is held. In the future, more and more people will participate in the auction. Maybe the small auction originally set for 100 seats will be increased to a medium-sized auction with 1,000 seats. Thinking of the medium-sized auction, the next auction will be held on the 86th day, which is basically the end of the month. Zhao Yi feels that he can directly hold a medium-sized auction. A small auction takes 8 hours, and a medium-sized auction lasts for 2 days. On the first day, we will identify the items for the auction in the morning. Depending on the number of items, the identification time may take up some time in the afternoon. 80 to 100 items will be selected for auction on the second day, and the remaining items will be freely traded at the trade fair held on the first day in the afternoon. This medium-sized auction can issue 1,300 free invitations, of which 300 invitations are exclusive to players who want to entrust the auction. It is expected that the number of items for the auction will exceed 1,000. There is also a problem here. The medium-sized auction lasts for 2 days, and the void trading field can be open for 2 days, but some player lords cannot stay in the void trading field for 2 consecutive days. After all, they still have territories to manage. Zhao Yi thought about it, and found a solution. On the first day, all the items that some players brought to the void trade market will be sold, and they basically do not need to participate in the formal auction on the second day. A maximum of 100 items will be auctioned at the auction, and Zhao Yi can give each owner of these 100 items an invitation letter for free. Guests participating in the trade fair and auction can choose to stay in the void trade market for 2 days, or choose to use VIP privileges to purchase invitation letters. Basically, only the top players and lords are willing to spend money to buy invitations to the void trading field, and the workers can only stay in the void trading field for 2 days and 1 night. There is no need to worry about the health of these workers. Not eating or resting for 2 days and 1 night is just a small matter for professionals. It is not a fierce battle that lasts for 2 days and 1 night, which consumes physical strength and energy. In fact, the biggest problem in holding a medium-sized auction comes from Zhao Yi himself. A total of 1,300 free invitations were issued, and Zhao Yi needed to write the player number on these invitations. It takes 10 minutes to write 100 invitations, and about 2 hours to write 1,300 invitations. With the physical fitness of a 4th-level professional, writing 1,300 invitations does not consume much physical strength. The key is mental fatigue. With the motivation of earning magic crystals, Zhao Yi feels that he can still persevere. In addition, Zhao Yi plans to take out the Crystal-level Paladin Career Transfer Scroll as the finale of the auction. The value of Crystal-level special professions is not ordinary, and Zhao Yi is not short of magic crystals now. He holds a medium-sized auction and expects to earn millions in commissions. In the future, Zhao Yi should also have player subordinates, and special professions can be used by player subordinates. After careful consideration, Zhao Yi decided to use it as the finale of the medium-sized auction. The void trading field initially established its position, but it was not enough. Zhao Yi wanted to use this medium-sized auction to completely establish the position of the void trading field. Even if other players' trading platforms appeared later, they could not compete with the void trading field. This was the purpose of Zhao Yi's decision to take out the Paladin's Job Transfer Scroll. Of course, the more magic crystals you get, the better. The items that players commission for auction can all be used in Zhao Yi's territory, but the magic crystals in Zhao Yi's hands cannot buy all the items in an auction. At night, Zhao Yi opened the forum and created a new post, writing down some data information about the 3rd opening of the void trading field, and then writing about holding a medium-sized auction in 5 days. After the post was sent out, it immediately attracted a large number of player comments. Most ordinary players were concerned about the total transaction amount of today's auction, how much money Zhao Yi might have made, and what the total transaction amount of the medium-sized auction in 5 days would be, and how much money Zhao Yi would make. But the major players are more concerned about a sentence in Zhao Yi's post. In the upcoming auction, I will auction off the Crystal-level Paladin Professional Transfer Scroll. Crystal-level Paladin Professional Transfer Scroll. Nowadays, there are only a handful of players who have transferred to Crystal-level special professions. This strongest Lord player actually auctioned off a Crystal-level special profession. This is simply unimaginable. Thinking about it carefully, it seems very reasonable. This strongest Lord player is a casual player who has already become a special profession Dragon Knight. He doesn't need the Crystal-level Paladin Professional Transfer Scroll, so he just sells it. Now all the major players are facing a problem. Should they participate in the auction of the Paladin's Job Transfer Scroll? As a combination of a priest and a knight, coupled with the level of the crystal, the Paladin profession is absolutely very powerful and can create a powerful Paladin. When thinking of priest, many players will be very speechless. Among the natives, only those with pure hearts and priest talents can become priests. For players, the purity of heart is too difficult to meet the standard. This is still lowering the standard for Blue Star players. If the spiritual purity standard is the same as that of the natives, the number of priests among players may be reduced by 9/10. Some players opened a treasure chest and found a platinum-level Holy Light Priest Job Transfer Scroll. Players who were not originally qualified to transfer to a priest can use the Job Transfer Scroll to become a Holy Light Priest. In this way, The Paladin can also transfer directly without restrictions. The auction price of ordinary gold level special professions is at least 25,000. The better gold level special professions are all 30,000 or above, heading for 40,000. There are no ordinary platinum level special professions. Once they appear, the transaction price starts at 200,000. The crystal level Paladin profession has a transaction price of at least 1.5 million. This price is too high. Many player forces have more than 1.5 million in funds, but there are very few player forces that can take out at least 1.5 million low-grade magic crystals to participate in the auction. The key point is whether it is worth it. If all the 1.5 million low-grade magic crystals are used to buy the cheapest silver equipment, armor, long sword, shield, long spear, a 5,000-man melee silver army can be formed. Buying a Paladin job transformation scroll can at most create an invincible warrior of the same level, and increase the chance of becoming a legend in the future. Spending money to bid for a Paladin job transformation scroll is to obtain a warrior. If you don't spend money to bid, you can use the money to develop the territory, and buy a large amount of materials to support the development of the territory. For a first-class earldom like Xiaoyi, it costs at least 40,000 low-grade magic crystals every day to support the rapid development of the territory, and the daily expenses will continue to increase. Cheng Jin, who had just been promoted to the first-class earl, spent much less than Xiaoyi every day, but it was estimated to be close to 10,000. 1.5 million low-grade magic crystals were finally saved over the past 2 months. After all, there were only a few player forces willing to spend money to bid for the Paladin's job transfer scroll. In the end, only a few player forces such as the Qin State official and the Eli State official had the idea of bidding. Even the Eli State official did not have sufficient financial resources, and had to seek support from players from the same country. For the Qin State official, the price of a Paladin transfer scroll is too high. You can try to bid. If the price is right, you can take it. The Qin State official can afford it. For the other player forces who want to bid, they think that their forces are not as strong as the Qin State official in terms of overall strength, so they will find another way to surpass the Qin State official. Previously, the Eli State official piled up the players with the first combat professional level, but now Zhao Yi has surpassed him, and it is impossible to catch up in a short time. It doesn't matter if Zhao Yi can't catch up. Zhao Yi is just one person. The official goal of Eli is the official of Qin. Take the Paladin scroll and create a strongman that no one in the official of Qin can defeat. But in the end, it still depends on money. If the price is too high, the official of Eli will not throw too much money here. Zhao Yi also feels that the value of the crystal-level Paladin professional transfer scroll is too high. Some countries may not be able to afford the high price, so let it go unsold. At that time, set a reserve price of 1.2 million low-grade magic crystals for the transfer scroll. If it fails to sell, it will fail. Anyway, the Paladin transfer scroll has appeared and the influence is there. It doesn't matter whether it is auctioned or not. Zhao Yi was hesitant about taking out the Paladin job change scroll for the auction. A new day has arrived. You won 52 battles. You killed 152,744 undead. You lost 19 soldiers. Battle rating 3A, 9C, 40E. Points increased by 267%. Professional experience increased by 267%. Obtain 3 crystal treasure chests, 9 gold treasure chests, 40 bronze treasure chests, with a terrifying bonus of 267%. Zhao Yi earned a total of 23.56 million points in the past day. The Dragon Knight class had already reached level 44 in the monster slaying last night, and the gap with the second place widened to 3 levels. The territory was ahead, and the combat class level was ahead. If we don't look at the indigenous camp and the undead camp, Zhao Yi is very satisfied with these 2 points. Open the treasure box, and click on the treasure boxes one by one. There are only 3, 2, and 2 crystal cards in the 3 crystal treasure boxes respectively. Although there are few crystal cards, there are many good things in the crystal treasure boxes today. Choose 4 crystal cards: Level 4 Water Mage Recruitment Scroll, Poisonous Wolf Spider Bloodline, Small Bloodline Stone Vein, Crystal Dagger. Select 5 Platinum cards: Level 5 Advanced Stone, Level 3 Swordsman Recruitment Scroll *4, Level 3 Archer Recruitment Scroll *4, Magic Gun, Level 2 Pegasus *15, Advanced Blood Burning Potion. Ignore cards below Platinum. With this Level 4 Water Mage, the number of Level 4 professionals in Zhao Yi's territory will reach 11. Zhao Yi wants to recruit a Level 4 priest the most, but he has not yet opened a level 4 priest recruitment scroll from the treasure chest. If he continues to level up with Randall, it is possible that he will not be able to recruit a level 4 priest, and Randall will be promoted to level 4 first. A small blood vein stone vein. This is the first time that Zhao Yi has found this kind of resource in the form of a vein. Blood vein stone seems to be a magic material of ordinary level. There are big cities on the origin continent that use blood vein stone as a material to build city walls. According to the current development speed of the territory, Zhao Yi does not have much idea about building a city wall for Zhaocheng. However, a magic material suitable for city walls has appeared, so the plan to build a city wall for Zhaocheng can be put on the agenda. It can be considered to build a city wall for Zhaocheng after the territory is promoted to the 3rd class Marquise. After Zhaocheng is upgraded, this city wall can be used as the inner city wall. Advanced Blood Burning Potion, a potion that can make a professional's strength burst out, has a better effect on professions below level 7, and can burst out up to 3 times the strength. However, similar potions have greater side effects, such as reduced vitality, lowered level, and even reduced talent. Few people will use similar potions unless they are in desperate situations, but many professionals often prepare one. This is a choice between life and death. If you fight, you may be able to survive, but if you die, you will have nothing. At the meeting after breakfast, Zhao Yi discussed the daily development of the territory with his subordinates and added another topic, preparing for the territory to be promoted to Marquis. Last night, Zhao Yi's Dragon Knight profession was already level 44. With the combat professional experience bonus from the battle evaluation in the morning, he took a big step towards level 45. Level 5 is not far away for Zhao Yi. When Zhao Yi is promoted to level 5, Melissa and Joanna will also be promoted to level 5 in no time. With 3 level 5 professionals in charge, plus the territory's strength has increased in recent days, it is more likely that the 3 waves of undead in the territory promotion battle can be eliminated at a small cost. The territory is promoted to the 3rd class Marquise. According to the rules mastered by the players, the territory area will increase from the current 2,000 square kilometers to 5,000 square kilometers, which is almost equivalent to a prefecture-level city in Qin country on Blue Star with a medium-low area. At that time, no matter where Zhao Yi's territory expands, the distance with other indigenous cities will be shortened, and the development of the territory will be directly noticed by the indigenous people. At most, the territory will hide some strength. The direction of territory expansion is better to stay away from the indigenous cities, or away from the indigenous cities. At the meeting, the expansion direction of the territory after the promotion will be roughly determined, and then it's time to act. When attacking the player territories in the direction of expansion, assassins must also be sent to the native cities to inquire about the situation. When he was a 2nd class Earl, Zhao Yi took advantage of the fact that the player Lord of Chen was attacked by a foreign player Lord to clear a number of foreign player territories, but there were still foreign player territories and Chen player territories around Zhao Yi's territory. For the development of his own territory, he had to ask these player lords to move their territories to other places. The map I got from Chao De earlier is still useful now. Several Chen player territories are marked out to reduce the workload of Zhao Yi's territory assassins. Chen players and foreign players are naturally treated differently. For the Chen player lord, they must be sent out of the country with gifts, and the gift is a cavalry unit. As long as they are willing to move, they can be given some moving expenses. The cavalry unit has already gone there, but they are still unwilling to move. After clearing the foreign players' territories, they will start to attack the territories of these Chen players. Everyone is a player from the same Blue Star country, but they are also competitors. Zhao Yi no longer has any psychological burden to attack Chen players. A strong letter of persuasion to move was directly sent to foreign player lords. If they did not move within 3 days, the assassins of Zhao Yi's territory would be dispatched to violently demolish the territories of these foreign player lords, who were unwilling to move. Compared with the player lords of Blue Star, Zhao Yi was more concerned about the indigenous cities and indigenous forces. The indigenous people had lived in the origin continent for thousands and tens of thousands of years. No one could be sure how long a weak indigenous force, with only a 4th level professional in charge, would be passed down, and how many trump cards it had. Zhao Yi's first target was naturally Mora's city, which was the closest to the territory. He led a team of 3rd level assassins led by Big, the 2nd 4th level assassin recruited in the past few days, to Mora's city for investigation. On the surface, there were only 2 4th level professionals in Mora's city, both of whom were swordsmen. The development time of more than 200 years was not short nor long. The Morris family should not have too much hidden strength. If there was more, the Morris family should not be content to be just an Earl family. As for hiding strength for some secret, this possibility was too small. It is enough to send a 4th-level assassin and a team of 3rd-level assassins to Morris City for investigation. The assassins can hide their own aura, and it is easy to sneak into Morris City. The intelligence purchased from the intelligence dealers in the market is not credible. If you want more accurate intelligence, you need to pay a high price. Zhao Yi does not want to waste this money, nor does he want others to pay attention to his territory. It is more appropriate to send his own people to investigate. After the meeting, various plans were launched. Zhao Yi was busy. He finished the things at hand after half of the morning. Among the monster-killing team, only Zhao Yi and Mi Lier were the busiest. Zhao Yi needed to manage the territory, and Mi Li needed to investigate the cemetery. Melissa was the one who had the most output in each monster-killing operation, but Melissa was born with a silver dragon body, and her physical fitness was much higher than that of humans, and she could recover her physical strength and energy faster than humans. Joanna, Ignaz, and Randall, the 3 magicians, had to rest for at least 8 hours every time they returned from monster killing. They spent 2/3 of their day resting, which was hard to imagine for a 4th-level professional. But everyone is enjoying it. No one can refuse the rapid improvement of strength. No matter how tired or hard it is, everyone is willing to continue. Judging from the conditions of the cemeteries that the monster-killing team has come into contact with, monster killing can continue for a long time. Even if there are a large number of 4th-level undead in the cemeteries around the territory, or even 5th-level undead appear, the monster-killing team can go to cemeteries farther away from the territory to kill monsters. The 3rd-level griffin flies at full speed, and with spells such as the Blessing of Wind, it can fly hundreds of kilometers in an hour. And for the profession, you can rest on the mount. No matter how long the journey takes, it will not delay the rest of the monster-killing team members. The only problem is the mount problem when killing monsters. The simplest solution is to buy storage equipment that can hold living things. The second is to follow a team of air cavalry after each monster killing. However, air cavalry cannot approach the cemetery at night, which is easy to attract undead. Chapter 203. 150 air cavalrymen were divided into 3 teams, each carrying 2 types of letters, and set off to deliver letters to the Blue Star player territories around Zhao Yi's territory. The letters were all written by Zhao Yi's officials. Writing the player number on the invitation letter could only be done by oneself, but writing a letter persuading people to move could also be done by indigenous officials. The 1st Air Cavalry team flew to the north, and was the first team to encounter the Blue Star player territory. The Blue Star player territory was painted black on the map, meaning that it was a foreign player territory, and the second type of moving letter, with a tough tone, had to be delivered. Soon, the first squadron of air cavalry arrived above the main city of the foreign player's territory. They did not find any trace of the magic tower in the main city, but they were worried that the enemy had the means to attack the air cavalry. The 50 riders of the first squadron of air cavalry were flying at a high enough altitude. The weather was clear, and the sky was clear. People in the main city easily found the arrival of the first squadron of air cavalry. They thought it was an enemy, and immediately alerted the whole city, and prepared for battle. This foreign player lord, who was only a 3rd-class viscount, was very scared. His territory did not even have a single air cavalry. He had the means to attack the enemy in the sky, but the attack distance was limited. If the enemy shot arrows or threw alchemical bombs from such a high place, his territory would definitely suffer heavy losses. The first squadron of air cavalry from Zhao Yiling only circled above the main city for a few times, and scared thousands of people on the ground. Finally, they shot the letter of persuasion to move to the ground with ordinary arrows. There was no need for any reply, and they left the foreign player's territory and flew to the next player's territory. A minute later, the letter came to the player lord. After just a few glances at the letter, the foreign player lord cursed, saying that his territory was developing well, and who had offended him to force him to move his territory. He finally understood that the air cavalry in the sky was not only delivering a message, but also a demonstration, showing the powerful strength of the player's territory. The gap in strength between the two sides was huge. They could not stay. If they moved their territory, they could continue to develop in other places. If they lost their territory and their lordship, their benefits would be greatly reduced. The foreign player lord thought quickly. There were 3 days to move. He didn't need to move immediately, but he had to prepare for the move quickly. There are so many things to do, including choosing a new home location, preparing to evacuate the population, transporting materials, and building the new home. Compared with the experience of this foreign player lord, the second target of the first squadron of air cavalry, a player lord of Chen country, is in a much better situation. The air cavalry still has to circle over the player's main city for a few times. The tone of the letter persuading the player to move is relatively mild, and the moving period is increased from 3 days to 5 days. As long as you are willing to move, you will be given a certain amount of moving fees according to the level of the territory. The third-class baron receives 100 low-grade magic crystals, the second-class baron receives 200, the first-class baron receives 400, the third-class viscount receives 1,000, the second-class viscount receives 2,000, and the first-class viscount receives 4,000. The total moving fee for the Qin country player territory that needs to be moved this time is only about 10,000, which is just a small amount of money for Zhao Yi. We are all Qin country players, don't make things too awkward. I will give you face and pay for the moving fee to ask you to move. You also have to give me face and move as soon as possible. There shouldn't be many simple-minded lords who have been able to hold on to the player territory until now. It's been less than 3 months since I came to the game world, and all the Blue Star players have experienced too many things. Many players are growing rapidly, and the Lord players, who are ordinary people, should be the fastest growing group. Most of the player lords will move their territories as soon as possible when they know that there is a stronger player territory around them, even if they don't receive a letter to persuade them to move. As long as there are enough benefits, brothers and husbands and wives can become enemies, and simple compatriot relations cannot stop the other party from attacking them. In one day, 3 air cavalry squads sent a letter of persuasion to all territories that needed to move, but there was a small accident. One of them was a player lord of Qin country named Wang Xinhao, who belonged to a medium-sized player force in Qin country, and had dozens of player territories under his jurisdiction. The strongest territory was already a third-class earldom. With status and background, this player lord was naturally unwilling to move his territory. Moving the territory would cause the territory to enter a period of weakness, and problems would arise in the territory if he was not careful. Wang Xinhao wrote a letter to Zhao Yi, explaining the faction his territory belonged to and the strength of his faction, and asked Zhao Yi which faction his territory belonged to. If Zhao Yi did not belong to any faction, he could introduce him to join his faction, and he would be able to get a lot of wealth and become a billionaire easily when he returned to Blue Star. Zhao Yi took the time to write a reply letter, which was very short, and directly said that he did not know his player faction. If he was unwilling to move within 5 days, he would send someone to help him move. Wang Xinhao was silent immediately after Zhao Yi's reply, and the territory was preparing to move. He was just a small second-class viscount territory. In his opinion, Zhao Yi, who could send out dozens of air cavalry, should be a third-class earl territory, and the difference in strength was huge. The forces behind him had the strength to deal with him, but dozens of territories were scattered in various countries in the eastern region of the origin continent, and they could not gather together even if they had the strength. His territory alone could not stop this third-class earl boss, and he did not want to wait 5 days for the boss to send people to help him move. That's not moving, it's violent demolition. In fact, among the foreign player territories that sent letters to persuade people to move, there are also several territories under foreign forces, and even one is a territory under the official forces of a certain country. But their identities make them not even qualified to reply to Zhao Yi. In 3 days, if you are willing to move, then move. If you don't want to move, just wait to be demolished by the army of undead. There are player lords who are reluctant to move, and those who don't want to move. They complained on the forum about the atrocities of an unknown third-class earl in the northern part of the Violet Kingdom's Lotha province. Several player forces behind them also want to guide public opinion. But after a day, there was not much splash on the forum. A player lord saw this post and wrote a comment directly. You are lucky to meet a kind boss who can give you a few days to move. Other bosses don't even give you a chance to move. They just do it when they say so. It is recommended to move as soon as possible, and don't complain on the forum. No one will care about your experience. The exchanges between Zhao Yi's territory and the surrounding player territories happen every day on the origin continent. The powerful territories are getting stronger and stronger. As the territory area increases, they must make a choice to drive out the surrounding weak player territories. More than 3 million player lords are still too many for the entire origin continent. As time goes by, the territories of general players are expanding. In the future, competition between player lords will become more frequent, and even the Anti-Chen Alliance has experienced small-scale infighting. The territorial disputes involving major player forces can still have some repercussions in the forum. Facing Zhao Yi, who is hiding his identity, it is difficult for him to make much noise in the forum. In contrast, the players have been discussing the upcoming medium-sized auction. In the previous 3 small auctions, only 130 invitations were issued for free each time. In this medium-sized auction, 1,300 invitations were issued for free each time. The scale of the medium-sized auction is 10 times that of the small auction. A medium-sized auction of this scale means that there will be thousands of items to be traded or auctioned, or thousands of bidders to participate in the auction. Player lords, who have good things but lack money, want to participate in the auction, and player forces with money also want to participate in the auction to bid for some things their forces need. The Crystal Level Paladin Job Transfer Scroll, the finale of the auction, is attractive enough, but the number of player forces that will actually participate in the auction will definitely not exceed 10. Crystal level special professions are unaffordable, and there are gold level special professions ahead, with prices ranging from 20,000 to 40,000, which most player forces can afford. Special professions, alchemy buildings, teleportation arrays, treasures with different functions, talent stones, spell scrolls, etc. Basically all the items that appear in the void trading field are needed by various forces. After all, the official 3 Kingdoms is responsible for reviewing the exclusive invitation letter for each auction, and the items selected are those needed by the official 3 Kingdoms. Individual player lords dare not sell or auction high-value items in the market controlled by the indigenous forces, but major player forces dare to buy or bid for high-value items from the market. The key is that the financial resources of the player forces are far less than those of the indigenous forces, and they may not be able to afford or bid for the good things in the market. The void trading field controlled by Zhao Yi has limited seats even for medium-sized auctions. The participants in the auctions are all player forces, so the competition is not as fierce as in the market. As long as you can buy items at a price lower than the market price, even if you don't need them temporarily, you can sell them in the market when you are short of money. There are many player forces who want to get invitations with this idea. The official staff of the 10 countries who handle invitations have been busy these days. Previously, they only got 10 or 20 free invitations at a time, but this time it was directly increased to 100 or 200 free invitations, and the workload increased sharply. Although the workload has increased, the officials of the 10 countries are still very happy to accept this job. Through this job, the connection between the officials of each country and the domestic player forces has deepened a lot. Sending out an invitation letter is equivalent to a favor. Chen country emphasizes favors, and foreign countries also appreciate favors. Sometimes favors can play a huge role. I don't know how many ordinary players, lord players, and even major player forces envy Zhao Yi, and envy Zhao Yi for controlling the first trading platform exclusively for players. This is just one auction every 5 days. If we only calculate the commission Zhao Yi gets from one auction, small and medium-sized player forces are far behind. If the void trading field is open all day, I am afraid that the official earning ability of Chen State cannot match Zhao Yi. At present, there are only a few simple ways for player forces to make money. One is to put the items in the treasure chest that they don't need but are popular with the natives on the market. One is to sell the resources of the territory, and the last is to make some hard-earned money through business. The major player forces are rich and powerful, that is the money collected from hundreds or thousands of player territories. Zhao Yi can catch up with them with just one territory that is open all day. Envy and jealousy, always thinking about replacing Zhao Yi, or coming up with a new player-exclusive trading platform to compete with the void trading field for users. Zhao Yi was not in a hurry to open the void trading field all day, mainly because of experience. Operating a trading platform is not that simple. The first auction was held, only 100 invitations were issued, and all the auction items were taken out by Zhao Yi. The process was simple and easy to control. With the experience of the first auction, the second auction had more content such as commissioned auctions, trade fairs, VIP levels, etc., and the number of maids, attendants, and guards in the void trading field was increased, as well as the training of auctioneers. Only by accumulating experience step by step can we ensure the success of a medium-sized auction. If we hold a medium-sized auction right after entering the void trading field, it is easy to cause trouble. After the medium-sized auction is successfully held, Cody, Charles, and Isaac will be able to open the void trading field all day long if they are absolutely sure of managing the void trading field. At that time, we can hold a trade fair every day, one or more small auctions, and the shops on both sides of the square can be rented out, and money will flow into our pockets. Unconsciously, 9 days had passed since Zhao Yi first went to the cemetery to kill monsters. The monster-killing team killed monsters every 2 days, which had a huge impact on the undead in the cemeteries within and outside Zhao Yi's territory. Every time they killed monsters, the 4th level undead would be killed by the monster killing team. Before each monster killing, a cemetery would be explored twice by Liar and Ignaz. Liar explored whether there were undead of level 4 or above in the cemetery, and the number of 4th level undead. After Liar confirmed the situation of the cemetery could be used as the next monster killing location for the monster killing team. Before killing monsters, Ignaz wore a platinum level invisibility cloak and entered the cemetery to determine the location of the 4th level undead. The 4th level lich can cast the strengthening spell, and the 4th level undead can act collectively in the form of a team. The monster killing team can hardly kill even one 4th level undead instantly. However, the strengthening spell has an effect time, and the 4th level lich cannot always use the strengthening spell on other 4th level undead. This gives the monster killing team an opportunity to suddenly teleport and attack directly, and can kill at least one 4th level undead instantly every time. In addition, there are occasional situations where the 4th level undead is alone, and the monster killing team finds an opportunity to kill it. Generally speaking, the chances of destroying the 4th order undead when the monster killing team goes to the new cemetery are greater. The cemetery lost the 4th order undead, especially the 4th order lich, who was responsible for wisdom, and could not stop the monster killing team, so it could only ask for help from other cemeteries. The increase in the number of 4th order undead was greater than the loss, and the strength of the cemetery increased greatly. Not all cemeteries were like Cemetery No. 1, which did not tell the real reason for the loss of the 4th order undead, but the high order undead did not care at all. Until Zhao Yi and his team killed monsters for 9 consecutive days, and visited Cemetery No. 1 again, as Cemetery No. 1 asked for help again, and because of the subsequent 4th order undead who joined Cemetery No. 1, they had to tell the real reason, and finally some high order undead paid attention to this matter. At night, under the command of the high level undead, the 5th level lich Skelion quietly came to the No. 1 cemetery with 2 4th level skeleton generals. Skelion had only one mission, to eliminate Zhao Yi and his group. With only one 5th level lich and 2 4th level skeletons, there was no absolute guarantee to eliminate Zhao Yi and his group, so Skelion was given a crystal level space attribute treasure, the Forbidden Pearl, by the high level undead, which could seal the space of an area. Under the control of the Forbidden Pearl, space mages below the 7th level could not use space spells in this space block area, and space spell scrolls below the 7th level could not be used. With the Forbidden Pearl, as long as the core of the monster killing team is destroyed, the 4th level space mage and dozens of 4th level undead will attack together and destroy this human 4th level team easily. However, the confident Skrin waited in the No. 1 cemetery for most of the night, but did not see the arrival of the human 4th level professional team. There was still an hour before dawn, and it was learned that a cemetery more than 150 kilometers away was attacked by a human 4th level professional team, and 4 4th level undead were lost. Skrin was a little angry. The target he was waiting for actually attacked other cemeteries. This was a slap in his face. He must destroy this human 4th level professional team as soon as possible. Skrin did not change the cemetery blindly, and continued to wait in Cemetery No. 1 for Zhao Yi and his party to fall into the trap. Cemetery No. 1 was the first place where the human 4th level professional team appeared. They came here once the day before yesterday, and will definitely come again in the future. They will continue to wait here. As long as this human 4th level professional team comes here once, they will be dead. These are the only 2 choices for Skrin under the restrictions of the rules. He can choose to stay in Cemetery No. 1 or go to other cemeteries. Both are to wait and see, and cannot take the initiative to attack. For example, a team of human 4th level professionals attacked a cemetery at night, and the undead in this cemetery asked for help from the undead in other cemeteries. Skling could not go to support them after receiving the call for help, because Skling was 5th level, and only 4th level undead could go to rescue. On the other hand, when human 4th level professionals attacked a cemetery with 5th level undead in charge, it was a provocation to the 5th level undead, and the 5th level undead could attack human 4th level professionals. There are more ways to let higher level undead attack lower level human professionals. When the player's territory is promoted, higher level undead may appear, and the same level undead will also appear in the subsequent daily life. In addition, Zhao Yi planted the Tree of Life, which is regarded as a great enemy by the undead, and a higher level of undead may appear. All are possible, not absolute. For example, a first-class Viscount territory with a 4th level professional is promoted to a 3rd-class Earl territory, and the highest level of the attacking undead is the 4th level, and there will be no 5th level undead. Only after Zhao Yi becomes a 5th level professional can the territory be promoted to a 3rd class marquee territory. Similarly, the highest level of the attacking undead is the 5th level, and there will be no 6th level undead. Under normal circumstances, the Earl corresponds to the 4th level, and the Marquis corresponds to the 5th level. The possibility of a 3rd level professional among the natives becoming an Earl is very small, and only a 5th level professional can become a Marquis. Well, it makes sense. As a 5th level Lich, Skling cannot take the initiative to attack, but Skling has another choice, which is to give the Forbidden Pearl to the 4th level Lich to carry and use, block the space, and then dozens of 4th level undead will besiege together, which is likely to destroy this human 4th level professional team. Skling thought about this option, but finally gave up, because this human 4th level professional team has the ability to kill the 4th level Lich in seconds. If the 4th level Lich carrying the Forbidden Pearl is killed in seconds by a human professional, and the Forbidden Pearl is taken away, Skling feels that his life is in danger. This crystal level Forbidden Bead is not his own, but belongs to a Lich King. It is temporarily given to him. After completing the task of destroying the human 4th level professional team, he must return the Forbidden Bead. In this way, Skling sat in the number 1 cemetery and continued to wait. The 2nd night passed, and the 3rd night passed, and the human 4th level professional team did not come to the number 1 cemetery again. The news of the attacks on other cemeteries twice a day would increase Skling's anger. In anger, Skling made a decision to take the initiative to attack the home of the human 4th level professional team, Xiaocheng. Zhao Yi could not hide this fact. The undead in cemetery number 1 were too familiar with Xiaocheng. The 2 characteristics of Dragon Knight and Space Mage were enough to determine that the monster-killing team came from Xiaocheng. On the night of the 85th day, 3 waves of undead army came out of cemetery number 1. Because of the special situation caused by monster killing, the number of undead in each wave exceeded 40,000. The first 2 waves of undead were cannon fodder, without even a 4th level undead. The 3rd wave of undead army had 50 4th level undead, including 4 4th level liches. After sending out 50 4th level undead, there were only 5 4th level undead left in cemetery number 1. However, Skling drew 4th level undead from other cemeteries, so that the number of 4th level undead in cemetery number 1 increased rapidly to 22. As a 5th level Lich, Skling was very intelligent. He realized that the reason why the human 4th level professional team might not come to cemetery number 1 was that there were too many 4th level undead in cemetery number 1. Most of the 4th level undead in cemetery number 1 were sent out to attack Xiaocheng. It would be best if Xiaocheng could be destroyed. If not, Skling would wait for the human 4th level professional team to come to cemetery number 1 again. As for the loss of dozens of 4th level undead, Skling didn't care at all. In the Xiaocheng battlefield, the Xiaocheng defenders were fighting the first wave of undead. A 2nd level air cavalry returned and sent the information about the 2nd wave of undead to Zhao Yi. 2nd wave of undead? Zhao Yi's mind was full of question marks. His territory had not been promoted, so how could there be a 2nd wave of undead? He immediately opened the forum. He took a look and found that there were no related posts, which meant that his territory might be the only one where the 2nd wave of undead appeared tonight. Why did the 2nd wave of undead appear? Zhao Yi couldn't figure it out at all. Joanna was the first to make a guess, and it was a completely correct guess. Could it be caused by us going to the cemetery to eliminate the undead every day? It's possible. Elliot, Lori and others agreed. Zhao Yi also felt that this was possible, but this change was still beyond Zhao Yi's expectations. In Zhao Yi's mind, the changes in these cemeteries should be the appearance of more 4th level undead, or even 5th level undead, but now Xiaocheng has welcomed more waves of undead. The 2nd wave of undead army was also very weak. After quickly eliminating the 2nd wave of undead army, the 3rd wave of undead army was about to arrive on the battlefield. The 3rd wave of undead army was very strong. Thousands of undead air cavalry in the sky were dealt with by their own air cavalry. What Zhao Yi was concerned about was that there were as many as 54th level undead in the undead army. Too many! Chapter 204. There are 50 level 4 undead in the 3rd wave of undead, while the human side has only 13 level 4 professionals, including a level 4 silver dragon. The difference in the number of level 4s on both sides is almost 4 to 1. There are too many level 4 undead, but Zhao Yi is not afraid. His level 4 professionals are ready to speak at any time, but he has other means to eliminate the level 4 undead. Intermediate wizard tower, small magic cannon, level 4 attack spell scroll, super alchemical bomb, etc. The 3rd wave of the undead army is about to enter the Xiaocheng battlefield. Zhao Yi is the first to ride a dragon to fight, aiming directly at the two 4th level Horror Knights in the Undead Air Cavalry. Including the Horror Knights mounts, this is 4 4th level undead. This time, Joanna doesn't need to accompany her. Zhao Yi and Melissa are both level 45. They don't need other means to fight against higher level 4th level undead and become invincible at the same level. As Zhao Yi flew into the sky on his dragon, more than 360 air cavalry followed behind him. At present, the number of air cavalry in Zhao Yi's territory has reached 396, including a 3rd level air cavalry, 223 2nd level air cavalry, and 165 1st level air cavalry. The number of undead air cavalry troops in front is more than 10 times that of human air cavalry troops, but the human air cavalry are not afraid at all, because their Dragon Knight Lord is at the forefront. Under the leadership of the Lord, they will be invincible. The one who really commands the undead army is the 5th level Lich Skrin in the number 1 cemetery. When it sees the human Dragon Knight rushing towards the undead air cavalry, it immediately orders 2 4th level Horror Knights to lead a group of 3rd level undead air cavalry to rush out of the team, wanting to kill the damn human Dragon Knight in front. Several 4th level Liches noticed this scene and were helpless. They knew that doing so would only consume 4th level undead in vain, and would not be able to kill the human Dragon Knight. However, the 5th level Lich was the commander of the undead army, and these 4th level undead had no chance of resistance. Several 4th level Liches had already made up their minds that if the war went against them, they would find a way to escape from the army and escape back to cemetery number 1 or other cemeteries. Just as several 4th level undead thought, in the sky, Zhao Yi first took out the crystal bow and arrows, used the multi-arrow volley and tracking arrow skills, and shot 3 arrows at once, shooting at the 2 4th level Horror Knights. Under the effect of the tracking arrow, the 2 4th level Horror Knights could not dodge at all. They used their war sickles to block the arrows, but the arrows with explosive effects caused the 2 Horror Knights to suffer considerable injuries. The 2 injured Horror Knights wanted to retreat, but Melissa rushed over with Zhao Yi, and a breath of frost directly hit a Horror Knight, freezing both the knight and the mount. Zhao Yi swung the crystal sword in his hand, and slashed at another 4th level Horror Knight with a fighting spirit, but the Horror Knight blocked it with his war sickle. Melissa turned and rushed towards the 4th level Terror Knight. The flying speed of the 4th level mount of the Terror Knight was far slower than that of the 4th level Silver Dragon, so Melissa easily approached it. Melissa attacked the mount of the Terror Knight, and Zhao Yi attacked the Terror Knight. After only 3 moves, the Terror Knight, who was only level 42, was killed by Zhao Yi. Almost at the same time, Melissa used her claws and tail to smash and tear the mount of the Terror Knight into pieces. The battle was not over yet. There were no 4th level undead among the undead Sky Cavalry, but the threat of the undead Sky Cavalry to Zhao Cheng was second only to dozens of 4th level undead. Zhao Yi threw several high-level alchemical bombs at the place where the undead air cavalry gathered, killing hundreds of undead air cavalry. Then he led the human air cavalry to fight and retreat, constantly shooting arrows to reduce the number of undead air cavalry. When the undead air cavalry entered the battlefield of Zhaocheng, the number was almost reduced to 1/3 of the original number. The human air cavalry equipped with silver bows, gold bows, and extended-range explosive arrows did not lose a single person. The undead air cavalry had no chance to rush to the top of Zhaocheng. The loss of 2 Terror Knights made Skrin a little more angry, but the exhaustion of the undead air cavalry troops did not make Skrin's anger increase much. Instead, Skrin understood the strength of this human city and the strength of the Dragon Knight. Skrin was even somewhat thankful that he had not given the Forbidden Pearl to the 4th level Lich. If he had given it to the 4th level Lich, the chance of it being taken away by the Dragon Knight would have increased much more than he had guessed. The Dragon Knight was very powerful, and Skrin was not sure that he could take it down by himself. While commanding the battle, he was thinking that this team of human 4th level professionals would come to him quickly, so that he could catch them all in one fell swoop. On the battlefield of Zhaocheng, the battle in the sky had ended, and the battle on the ground was about to begin. All human 4th level professionals were ready for battle, and the mage tower in the city was ready to release powerful attack spells. Fight! The war broke out. Thousands of arrows were shot from the Zhaocheng defense line to the undead army, and the 4th level archer Gulei and 3 3rd level archers, who controlled small magic cannons, launched a long-range attack on the 4th level undead. Ignaz teleported the 4th level melee team directly to the 4th level undead and killed it instantly. Ignaz's power was second only to the Dragon Knight in the sky. The 4th level undead had to act in groups, but the next moment they were bombarded by Zhao Yi's super alchemical bomb. There was also a powerful attack spell released by the intermediate wizard tower with no shortage of energy, which could not be stopped even if Scrin came. On the battlefield, the 4th level undead were rapidly depleted, and several 4th level liches were stunned. They didn't dare to run now, as they would be left alone and die faster. With hatred for Scrin, the 4th level liches were eliminated one by one. As all the 4th level undead died, there were not many 3rd level undead left. The 3rd level melee professionals in the Xiaocheng defenders rushed into the chaotic undead army and killed them. Now is the best time for them to gain experience. Once the 3rd level undead are dead, they can no longer quickly gain experience. After all, there are more 2nd level professionals and 1st level professionals behind. In order to prevent the 3rd level melee professionals from being killed by the undead, Zhao Yi prepared a drop of water of life for each of them, and the 3rd level priest was ready to take action at any time. There were no 4th level undead on the battlefield, and the chance of human 3rd level professionals dying in battle was very small. When the 3rd level undead on the battlefield were almost completely eliminated, the 2nd level professionals could go on the field. The main task of the 3rd level professionals became to protect the 2nd level professionals. Once the 2nd level professionals were in danger nearby, the 3rd level professionals needed to take action immediately. In the number 1 cemetery, the angry Sclin was almost unable to sit still. It was within his plan to consume the 4th level undead in the number 1 cemetery. Seeing so many 4th level undead being killed by human professionals, Sclin was furious. Had the human 4th level professional team eliminated so many 4th level undead in the past few days? Now so many 4th level undead were reimbursed in one battle. Maybe if he succeeds in eliminating the human 4th level professional team next time, he will also be punished by the high level undead. Damn it, damn human, come quickly, I will catch you, I will imprison your souls, burn them for 100 years or 1,000 years, let you live a life worse than death, and I will also make your bodies into zombies, under my control, to kill those humans. The battle in Xiaocheng battlefield was completely over. The professionals retreated to the defense line to rest. Zhao Yi made a decision to give up the monster spawning tonight. Ignaz's mental strength was severely consumed in the previous battle, and he needed half a day to rest and recover. Although there was no monster spawning at night, the battle in Xiaocheng battlefield killed more than 120,000 undeads in total, and only 11 people died in the battle. He should be able to get a diamond treasure chest. Zhao Yi was also very much looking forward to the diamond treasure chest with only 1 diamond card. Everyone else went to rest. Zhao Yi sat with Elliot, Lori, Leo Bove, Derek, and Brayden to discuss the battle that had just passed. The 3rd wave of undead was very strong, especially the 54th level undead in the 3rd wave. If it were any other player territory, even Cheng Jiling, who ranked 2nd, would find it difficult to stop them. Only Zhao Yiling, who had many 4th level professionals and many ways to deal with 4th level undead, and had strong comprehensive strength, could eliminate all the attacking undead. It can be said that Zhao Yiling was no longer on the same level as the player territories behind. It was a normal routine, but the 2 more waves of undead were unexpected, and the battle of the 3rd wave of undead was also somewhat unexpected. For example, in the battle where Zhao Yi eliminated 2 4th level horror knights, under normal circumstances, according to the experience of the undead in the number 1 cemetery, it would be impossible for 2 horror knights to rush over with a group of 3rd level undead air cavalry. Knowing that they couldn't win, they still came to die, giving people the feeling that there was an inexperienced commander behind the 3rd wave of undead. In subsequent battles, this situation became more and more obvious. Originally, Zhao Yi thought that the Xiaocheng defenders would win this battle, but the 3rd wave of undead army would bring great pressure to the Xiaocheng defenders. However, he felt that the pressure was not as great as he had imagined, and it was a relatively easy battle. Being able to command an army of 54th level undead, perhaps a higher level undead appeared. It is very likely that this higher level undead is in cemetery number 1. Zhao Yi plans to send Meliar to scout cemetery number 1 during the day. With the invisibility cloak and the random teleportation scroll, as long as there are no undead of level 6 or above in cemetery number 1, Meliar will definitely return smoothly. Zhao Yi, Elliot and others did not expect the 5th level Lich Scrin's plan, but guessed that there might be 5th level undead in cemetery number 1. When Meliar conducted reconnaissance on cemetery number 1 during the day, Scrin's plan was completely failed, and 54th level undead were lost in vain. You won 54 battles. You eliminated 201,873 undead. You died 28 soldiers. Battle evaluation 1S, 1A, 9C, 43E. Points increased by 227.9%. Professional experience increased by 227.9%. Obtained 1 diamond treasure chest, 1 crystal treasure chest, 9 gold treasure chests, 43 bronze treasure chests. The 3 crystal treasure chests became 1 diamond treasure chest and 1 crystal treasure chest, and the points and combat professional experience bonus also dropped to 227.9%, but the points obtained in the past day were a very terrifying number. Before this, the day with the most points was the day when the rainstorm and flood ended. There were 8 waves of undeads at night, and 49.03 million points were obtained, less than 1 million points away from 50 million. And yesterday, Zhao Yi obtained 65.65 million points. In the past few days, he killed monsters twice a day and obtained 3 crystal treasure chests a day, which increased the points. The points he obtained every day were about 1/3 of the points he obtained yesterday. The main reason was that there were too many 4th level undeads killed. 1 was killed during the day, and 50 were killed at night. Killing a level 40 undead was 100,000 points, and with the bonus, it became 320,000 points. What's more, there are 4th level undead with a higher level than Zhao Yi. The points obtained by destroying 4th level undead are much higher than those obtained by destroying undead below 4th level. With a large amount of points in hand, Zhao Yi wanted to spend 30 million points to recruit a 4th level priest. In the end, Zhao Yi still resisted his impulse. Compared with recruiting a 4th level priest, Zhao Yi was more willing to use points to recruit 3rd level professionals. Today, he can directly recruit a company of 3rd level professionals. By then, the number of 3rd level professionals in the territory will exceed 650. In comparison, the number of Chung Jinling's 3rd level professionals is less than 1/3 of the 650 people. In the days when the rainstorm and flood disaster were about to end, Chung Jinling's combat power was close to Zhao Yiling. Now, Chung Jinling's combat power is only 3/5 of Zhao Yiling. In a few days, the combat power of 2 Chung Jinlings will be equal to that of 1 Zhao Yiling. The gap between the 1st and 2nd place in combat power is huge, and the gap between the 2nd and 3rd place is also not small. The player territories behind can only watch the big guys in front run farther and farther, and they can't catch up at all. With anticipation, Zhao Yi opened the diamond treasure chest, and the crystal treasure chest one after another. The diamond treasure chest only has 1 diamond card and 3 crystal cards, and the crystal treasure chest also has only 2 crystal cards, but there are many good things. Select 1 diamond card, level 7 advanced stone. Select 3 crystal cards, level 3 Lancer recruitment scroll *15, advanced shipyard, Holy Light Guardian scroll. Select 4 platinum cards, small airship, level 3 Fire Mage recruitment scroll, platinum magic storage ring, advanced alchemical bomb *10. It was the first time that Zhao Yi got a level 7 advancement stone from a treasure chest. At the current speed of leveling up by killing monsters twice a day, it would take a year, not to mention whether the monster killing could last for a month. If it were sold to the indigenous forces, it would definitely be sold at a sky-high price, with a unit of 1,000 top-grade magic crystals, attracting many top forces and first-class forces to compete for it. The 6th level professional is only the middle level of the professional class, and the 7th level professional directly enters the upper level of the professional class. The lowest level of the kingdom ruler is the 7th level, and the indigenous forces with the 7th level professional are first-class forces. This is the status of a 7th level professional, which is more than 10 times higher than that of a 6th level professional. In some kingdoms that lack the successor of a 7th level professional, I am afraid that they will use all their national strength to buy the 7th level advancement stone. As long as the advancement stone, which is 100% free of any side effects, appears on the market, it will be snapped up or auctioned by many indigenous forces if the price is not ridiculously high. However, the advancement stone is more important to the players. If the players want to advance, they must use the advancement stone. Only when they are very short of money, they may put the advancement stone on the market for sale or auction. Up to now, the highest level of advancement stones that have appeared on the market is only level 4, and the number is very rare. Zhao Yi is not short of money, so he will definitely not sell the advancement stones. Now Zhao Yi still has 3 level 6 advancement stones, 7 level 5 advancement stones, and 12 level 4 advancement stones. Before, when Zhao Yi took out 10 level 4 advancement stones for the Tree of Life to use, he was still very hesitant. Now Zhao Yi is waiting to get enough level 5 advancement stones to upgrade the Tree of Life to level 5. Holy Light Guardian Scroll. Holy Light Guardian is the 6th level skill of the priest, which releases a light attribute magic shield to cover an area, and the injuries of the creatures covered in it recover quickly. The magic shield can resist the enemy's attack. If the undead are covered by the magic shield, the 5th level undead cannot resist the purification of the holy light. If there is only one 6th level undead, it will be severely damaged during the duration of the spell. After all, Holy Light Guardian is a ranged spell, and it is difficult to eliminate the 6th level undead. With a Holy Light Guardian scroll in hand, Zhao Yi has another trump card to deal with the undead. Small airship. Zhao Yi remembered that he had obtained the construction drawings of the intermediate alchemical airship, and the airship can be built using the alchemical shipyard. Alchemical airships are a good supplement to the teleportation array transportation system on the origin continent. The teleportation array needs to place an array base in 2 places for point-to-point transmission. In areas where there is no teleportation array, alchemical airships can be used to quickly transport people. Small airships can carry up to 30 people, medium airships can carry up to 200 people, and large airships can carry up to 1,000 people. There are no super large airships above. The defense of alchemical creations such as airships is relatively poor. Super large airships with more people are expensive. The top indigenous forces prefer to choose advanced wizard towers called floating fortresses, or even super wizard towers called sky cities. The small airship obtained from the treasure chest this time is actually not very useful to Zhao Yi. If it is used to transport people, the small airship can transport too few people at a time. If it is used to transport goods, it can be put in storage equipment and transported by air cavalry. The speed of the alchemical airship is about the same as that of a normal first-level flying mount. Compared with air cavalry, the only advantage of small airships is that they will not get tired. Zhao Yi will not use this small airship, so he can consider putting it in the void trading field for auction. Thinking of the void trading field, Zhao Yi opened the treasure chest and selected cards faster, because today the void trading field will be open for the 4th time, and it will be open for 2 days at a time. Item appraisal will be conducted this morning, a trade fair will be held in the afternoon, and an auction will be held tomorrow. In order to hold a medium-sized auction and distribute 1,300 free invitations, Zhao Yi spent a total of 2 hours yesterday afternoon and evening writing player numbers on all the invitations and sending them out. Now there should be many workers holding invitations waiting for the time to come to enter the void trading field. Zhao Yi is not in a hurry to open the void trading field. Cody, Charles, and Isaac will handle the affairs of the void trading field. The main thing is to show up when the void trading field opens. Zhao Yi was not in a hurry for the void trading field to open, but some independent player lords, who wanted to participate in the auction, were a little anxious. They hurriedly arranged their time for today, waiting for the void trading field to open, and entered the void trading field with the items they wanted to entrust for auction. Most of the independent player lords, who have been able to persist until now, have a common attribute, which is caution. Without the support of player forces, they can only rely on themselves, and are cautious about the promotion of other player lords and player forces, and are even more cautious about the promotion of more powerful indigenous forces. After much difficulty, they got the invitation letter to the Void Trading Field, which is a trading platform exclusively for Blue Star players. It is relatively safe and confidential. They can safely sell their valuable things that they don't need to the Void Trading Field in exchange for territory development funds. While obtaining development funds, they also want to buy what they need from the Void Trading Field, but this is a bit difficult. No matter how much money they have, it is impossible to have more than those player forces. They can only hope that the competition will not be too fierce. On the forum, many players, who had nothing to do, were also discussing the upcoming medium-sized auction. Many players were full of envy and jealousy towards Zhao Yi, wishing they could replace Zhao Yi. However, not long after the discussion, another topic about Zhao Yi suddenly came up. It turned out that it was Zhao Yi's daily recruitment period again, and Zhao Yi's territory's combat power began to surge. 118 times. A total of 118 times. Each time it increased by 10,000 combat power. The boss is recruiting third-level professionals again. How did the boss get so many points? He used to spend tens of millions of points every day, even more than 20 million points, and today he spent more points. Cheng Jin is in such a difficult situation. His territory's combat power is almost half of the first place. Son of Lucky 413, the boss has recruited 118 third-level professionals twice in a row. I'm afraid that the number of third-level professionals led by Cheng Jin is almost the same. Cheng Jin, who was compared by the players, soon learned about the sudden increase in Zhao Yi's territory's combat power. For this matter, Cheng Jin could only shrug helplessly without any thoughts. If the Chen Kingdom officials could fully support his territory when he was a third-class earl, he might be able to compete with Zhao Yi's territory for the first place in terms of combat power. Now, Zhao Yi's territory's combat power is much higher than his territory, and its real strength is far higher. Cheng Jin couldn't imagine how Zhao Yi, a casual player, could build such a powerful territory by himself. Cheng Jin couldn't figure out the development path of Zhao Yi's territory, and other players couldn't figure it out either, so they finally found an explanation for themselves. Just like Zhao Yi's forum name, Lucky Sun, he is really the Lucky Sun, the luckiest player. Before he named himself Lucky Sun, the name had already been taken by other players, and even the last 2 digits were taken by some players, so he just randomly came up with Lucky Sun 413. Lucky Sun was not lucky, and had already left the game world, while Lucky Sun 413 was the real lucky one, becoming the strongest player and the strongest Lord player. As Zhao Yi's fame grew, many players on the forum changed their names to Lucky Sun plus number, hoping to get some luck from Zhao Yi. In the player's guess, Zhao Yi got all the good stuff in the treasure chest, and the cards he drew would also take away all the best stuff in the treasure chest. Perhaps only in this case, Zhao Yi could defeat those territories that were cultivated by major player forces and become the strongest player lord. Chapter 205. On the 86th day after the Blue Star players came to the game world, at 8 a.m., the Void Trading Field opened for the 4th time. With the opening of the Void Trading Field, the soul projections of many players entered the Void Trading Field with storage equipment. Although the trade fair was held in the afternoon, the personnel of the major player forces also entered the venue in advance. See if you can get more information about the Void Trading Field. You can also try to get information from other players, and then communicate normally with people from other forces to bring the two sides closer. Soon, the Void Trading Square was filled with the soul projections of more than 4,000 players, many of whom were looking for Zhao Yi's trace. The next moment, a silver dragon with a body length of more than 10 meters and a maximum wingspan of more than 15 meters rose into the air from the roof of the auction house. As the distance between the two sides continued to narrow, the players saw Zhao Yi riding on the silver dragon. Zhao Yi drove the silver dragon and circled slightly over the Void Trading Square. The dragon's might was only slightly restrained, and the more than 4,000 players below could clearly feel the pressure of the silver dragon. What a big silver dragon! What a strong dragon knight! The strongest lord player is also the strongest player. The dragon knight is so handsome. Amid the noise of the players, the silver dragon landed in front of the square. The fully armed Zhao Yi got off the back of the silver dragon and came to the players. I am the highest level combat professional player. I have the territory with the highest combat power. I am also a casual player, and am not restricted by any player power. I have set up the Void Trading Field as an exclusive trading platform for our players. There is no need to worry about the attention from the natives. I hope that everyone can get what they need in the Void Trading Field. Zhao Yi showed off his strength a little bit, and then left the stage after a brief speech, but his majestic and domineering image remained in the minds of all the players who came to the Void Trading Field. This is the strongest player who stood out from billions of Blue Star players. Only the strongest players are worthy of some trust from other individual players, and dare to come to the Void Trading Field to trade their treasures worth tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands of low-grade magic crystals. To this day, among the more than 3 million player lords, the number of individual player lords still exceeds half. Although the highest rank is only the 3rd-class earldom, quantity is more important than quality at this time. As long as Zhao Yi can attract enough individual player lords to trade in the Void Trading Field, the Void Trading Field will not lack player forces to send money to individual player lords. If those player forces jointly resist the Void Trading Field, Zhao Yi can even introduce indigenous forces. The Void Trading Field is Zhao Yi's home field. Those indigenous forces cannot easily obtain information about other Blue Star players even if they come in. Even for the same items, they can get more money from the indigenous forces. For a trading platform, sellers are more important than buyers. As long as the trading platform has enough sellers and sells good things, it is easy to attract buyers. So today when the guests came to the Void Trading Field, Zhao Yi did this to show his strength and keep the independent player lords, who are the main sellers, as much as possible. If a second relatively safe and confidential trading platform appears in the future, even if it charges less transaction fees, it will be difficult to replace the position of the Void Trading Field. The second trading platform will continue to be controlled by individual players, and other individual player lords and player forces will have far less trust in it than Zhao Yi. The second trading platform is controlled by the official forces of a certain country, and at most it will attract players from the official camp of that country to trade there, and players from the hostile camp will never go there. Only when the number of trading platforms increases, and the official forces of the top few countries have their own trading platforms, will it have a greater impact on the void trading field? However, it is not easy to build a trading platform similar to the void trading field. The void trading field is a diamond-level treasure. To date, no other player has obtained a diamond treasure chest. In the void trading field, as Xiao Yi left, Cody, Charles, and Isaac began to arrange today's guests. Charles led the guests, who wanted to entrust the auction to the appraisal room. This time, Charles arranged 30 appraisal rooms. The appraisers were no longer all third-level mages, and some were relatively knowledgeable second-level mages. 30 appraisal rooms can appraise more than 1,000 items brought by up to 400 guests by the end of the morning at the latest. In the afternoon trade fair, there are more buyers than sellers. If it is fast, it can be finished in an hour. If it is slow, it will not exceed 2 hours at most. Today's time is enough. Cody took the guests, who did not need to entrust the auction to the lounge. According to the needs of the guests, single rooms or meeting rooms with hundreds of people can be arranged for the guests to communicate on their own. Isaac led the void trading field guards to guard the auction house, maintain public order, and prohibit guests from running around. Among the players who entrusted the auction, Chowda looked at the more than 10 players around him waiting for the auction in front of the same appraisal room, and felt a lot of emotion. This was Chowda's third time to come to the void trading field. Since the second opening of the void trading field, it was also the first time that Chowda received a free invitation to enter the void trading field. After obtaining the gold VIP status, Chowda decided that even if he didn't have anything to entrust for auction, he would come and take a look. The last 2 times the void trading field was opened, it was only for holding small auctions. Each time, only a few hundred people showed up at the void trading field. This time, the number increased tenfold, with thousands of people pouring in. The void trading field became more and more lively, which meant that the strongest player who controlled the void trading field would make a fortune this time. Compared with the envy and jealousy of other players towards Xiao Yi, Chowda only had envy, jealousy and hatred, which were more likely to occur to the weak. The boss and himself were both independent player lords. With a void trading field in hand, the boss's territory development was no longer short of funds. Not only did he collect transaction fees, but he could also sell some of the things in his hands that he dared not sell in the market in the void trading field. Chowda was jealous of the crystal level paladin class. Chowda opened a special class from the treasure chest, but it was just an ordinary gold level assassin class, which was not suitable for the lord's identity, and was not what Chowda liked. He wanted to get the paladin class very much, but Chowda knew that it was impossible. His territory was developing rapidly, and his income was slightly more than his consumption. He had a small amount of savings. Even if he sold the few items he brought this time, the funds he had would not exceed 100,000 low-grade magic crystals. 100,000 pieces of inferior magic crystals cannot even bid for a platinum-level special profession, let alone a crystal-level paladin profession, which would cost more than 1 million yuan at the lowest price. According to Chowda's own thoughts, he would definitely get a special profession in the future. The chance of getting a special profession that he likes from a treasure chest is very small, and it is more likely that he will spend money to buy a gold level or even platinum level special profession. I don't know if I will encounter a gold level special profession that suits me at today's trade fair or tomorrow's auction. As for the platinum level special profession, I can't afford it. I can't afford it. I have to wait and see. The time waiting for the appraisal was a bit boring. Chowda planned to chat with other players, but found that the dozen players around him had formed 3 small circles, and the core of 2 of the small circles was a female player. Each female player was surrounded by several male players, and everyone was talking and laughing. If you listen for a while, you will find that they are all talking about the development of the territory. It is mainly the female players who ask questions, and the male players who patiently answer them. Under normal circumstances, men are still very happy to answer questions for women. This is the demeanor of men. Female player lords are relatively rare among player lords. When I first entered the game world, 1/3 of the player lords were women. Now, this proportion has been reduced to 1/10. It's not that women are not suitable to be lords. There are many barons among the natives of the origin continent. As long as they have talent and strength, it is not difficult for women to become nobles. Perhaps women on Blue Star are much less talented than men in becoming a qualified lord. In terms of combat professions, the number of male players in the 3 professions of warrior, archer, and assassin far exceeds that of female players, but in the 2 professions of mage and priest, the number of female players exceeds that of male players. The ratio of 1 in 10 female player lords shows that the remaining female player lords are not simple. They are using their advantages as women to get more help for themselves. As for paying a little sex appeal to attract licking dogs, this is simply not feasible. The remaining female player lords are not simple, and the remaining male player lords are not simple either. As a lord, if you want women, there are plenty in the territory. Even the recruited female professionals, no matter how cold, will soon fall into your arms if you send them advancement stones, talent stones, and good equipment one after another. There is no problem in opening a harem, but the enemy of the undead has always existed, and many lords have no mood for love, and at most they find one or several women to satisfy their physiological needs. For example, if a female player lord comes to ask, as long as it is not a confidential matter, Chalda will be willing to answer it for her. But Chalda has no idea of finding a female player in the game world to become his partner. Chalda is very realistic, and he wants to develop well in the game world, let the territory grow, and become a big boss himself. If he can't make it in the future, the territory will directly take action in exchange for money on the Blue Planet. When I return to Blue Star, I will become a billionaire, and I can find any woman I want on Blue Star. The activities in the void trading field are still going on. Xiao Yi, who returned to Xiaocheng, continued to deal with some territory affairs, and then took Melissa to inspect the various cities in the territory. I didn't go out to kill monsters last night. Now Xiao Yi is full of energy. Inspecting the territory is a very easy thing, and does not consume much energy. Jia Yi, Bing, Ding, Wuji, Gung, Xian, and Ren, the 9 cities are already first-level towns. The population of the first 6 towns exceeds 12,000 people. It has not been long since Gung, Xian, and Ren were upgraded to first-level towns. It will take a few days to reach a population of 12,000. Today, the construction of the 9th affiliated village of each of the 3 towns of Ding, Wu and Ji began. The day after tomorrow, the construction of the first affiliated village of the 3 towns of Gung, Xian, and Ren will begin. It is a pity that no matter which town's affiliated village is built, with villages all over the territory, building 3 villages at a time can only bring Zhao Yi 2 bronze treasure chests at most. When the territory is promoted next time, this situation may change. The cemetery will be directly wrapped in the territory, and you can try to build a city or village around the cemetery. Zhao Yi can even send the undead from the cemetery to other players' territories or indigenous cities, build a military town, station a large number of troops, and eliminate more undead. This situation is a good thing for indigenous cities, but a bad thing for players' territories. Eliminating the undead can gain points and experience. The undead is the most important resource for players. Without the undead, the player's territory is safe, but there is no way to continue to develop rapidly. If some player territories encounter this situation, they will probably choose to relocate their territories soon, and Zhao Yi's plan will end in failure. The city that was built with a waste of manpower and material resources cannot be abandoned, and it must be restored from a military town to an ordinary city. Before we knew it, 20 days had passed since the end of the rainstorm and flood. After the rainstorm and flood, except for Xiaocheng, all other cities and villages in Zhao Yi's territory were basically destroyed by the rainstorm and flood, and everything had to be rebuilt. Originally, it was planned to take a month to carry out post-disaster reconstruction. Because Zhao Yi gained a lot of points by killing monsters twice a day, he had recruited a total of 300 Earth Mages, 92nd level Earth Mages, and 210 first level Earth Mages for 3 consecutive times. In addition, the professional recruits are recruited in companies every day, including several 3rd level Earth Mages. More Earth Mages are put into construction, and the number of Earth Mages under Zhao Yi has exceeded 1,100. Now Zhao Yi and Melissa are walking around in several towns. Except for the 3 towns of Gung, Xian, and Ren, which are still building more houses to accommodate more people, the first 6 towns have stopped building houses, including the villages below, and all the people have houses to live in. There are 3 magic towers here, a medium-sized magic tower in Xiaocheng, and 2 primary magic towers circulating in 9 towns. When the Earth Magicians run out of mana, they can go to the magic tower to quickly restore their mana, and they will only rest when their mental power is almost exhausted. Now the construction of the territory has slowed down, and the next major project is expected to be carried out after the territory is promoted to the 3rd class Marquisate. Compared with the situation of being promoted to the 3rd class Earldom, after being promoted to the 3rd class Marquisate, Xiaocheng will be promoted from a 1st class small city to a 3rd class medium city, and the territory will also have 3 more small city quotas. Zhao Yi will not upgrade the existing towns to small cities, but will build new cities farther away from Yaocheng. Yaocheng is the core of the territory, and the small cities are the secondary cores of the territory. With Jiaocheng and the small cities as the center, towns and villages are built, which is a human settlement community. To be promoted to the third-class Marquis, Zhao Yi needs to reach level 50 in combat profession. It will take at least 20 days for the territory to be promoted to the third-class Marquis. Zhao Yi will not let the Earth Magicians idle. The first task is to upgrade the existing construction plan of building 3 subsidiary villages every 2 days to building 6 subsidiary villages every 2 days. The second task is that the 9 towns have no plans to develop into small towns for the time being. In the short term, the first level town is their limit, which means that walls can be built for the 9 towns. Building a wall for a town is just an ordinary construction task, and building walls for all 9 towns is a big task. Zhao Yi has so many Earth Magicians under his command that he can complete the wall construction task of the 9 towns before being promoted to the third-class Marquis. As for the construction materials of the town walls, although there is a blood vein stone suitable for building a magic material for the wall, and a small vein, Zhao Yi does not plan to use it on the town walls. It's just a town. There's no need to use magic materials to build walls. There are very few towns among the indigenous cities on the origin continent, and some are military towns. And then, there are small towns with magic materials to build walls. Blood vein stone can even be used to build walls of large cities. Zhao Yi only has a small blood vein stone vein with limited reserves, and there's no need to use it on ordinary towns. When Jiaocheng is upgraded to a third-level middle city, blood vein stone will be used to build walls. It's expected that small cities built after upgrading to a third-class Marquis will also use blood vein stone to build walls. For ordinary towns, it is enough to build walls with mud. When Zhao Yi was inspecting the territory, Melier finished the exploration of Cemetery No. 1 and came back to report to Zhao Yi. Lord, there is a 5th-level lich in Cemetery No. 1, and there are 22 4th-level undead. Except for a few 4th-level undead staying around the 5th-level lich, the others are scattered all over the cemetery. It feels like a trap to attract us. After listening to Melier's report, Zhao Yi nodded and said, it should be a trap. But no matter whether it is a trap or not, as long as there are 5th-level undead, we should not go there for the time being. Wait for a 5th-level professional among us to eliminate the 5th-level lich in Cemetery No. 1. Yes. Melier had no time to rest, and had to go to the next cemetery to explore and prepare for the monster spawning this afternoon. Soon, 3 hours later, the 30 appraisal rooms in the Void Trading Field had completed the appraisal of all the entrusted auction items, a total of 1,375 items. The highest grade of the items was platinum, and the lowest grade was bronze. The most valuable items were estimated to be more than 200,000 low-grade magic crystals, and the lowest value items were at least 3,000 low-grade magic crystals. All the items were collected and sent to the Lord as soon as possible, and Zhao Yi would select them. If there was something Zhao Yi really needed, he could immediately discuss with the seller and take it before the trade fair and auction. Looking at the list, Zhao Yi was somewhat emotional. 1,375 items. The total transaction amount can reach tens of millions of low-grade magic crystals, which is really a huge number, which can support the territory's continued rapid development for several months or even half a year. After carefully reading the list, Zhao Yi felt that there were no items that were very necessary, but some items could be taken down if the price was right, such as talent stones, blueprints, gold equipment, etc. For items that are not necessary to be taken down, Charles can arrange people to participate in the trade fair and auction for normal transactions and bidding. Taking the items in advance is a normal behavior for the organizer, but it will also make some players unhappy. If it becomes a normal bidding transaction, this kind of unhappiness will not occur much. After receiving the order from the Lord, Cody and Charles immediately led people to select, and together with the items Zhao Yi took out, only 80 items with the highest value were selected to be auctioned at tomorrow's auction. Among them, the most valuable one is the Crystal Level Paladin Career Transfer Scroll, and finally a starting price of 1.2 million low-grade magic crystals was set. This starting price is likely to fail to sell. Players who want to bid for the Paladin class will not buy anything at the trade fair, nor will they bid for anything at the auction. The more funds consumed, the less likely it is that the Paladin class will be sold in the end. It doesn't matter if it fails to sell. As long as the Paladin class is on the stage, it will increase the influence of the auction held in the Void Trade Field. The trade fair list and the auction list have been sorted out, and they are quickly copied and sent to all invitation holders. The guests looked at the two lists. One seller only had a few items, while hundreds of sellers had more than 1,000 auction items, with a total transaction amount of over 10 million low-grade magic crystals. No player force could come up with so many magic crystals to buy and bid for all the items on the two lists, not even the strongest official forces of Shin Country. As the controller of the Void Trading Field, the strongest player could get up to 5% of the transaction fee from all transactions, which was really enviable. The players from various player forces who came to the Void Trading Field selected the important contents of the two lists and reported them. Not long after, some Shin Country player forces and neutral player forces made the decision to befriend the strongest player. At least for a long time, the controller of the Void Trading Field will still be the strongest player and the strongest Lord player. This is the power of money. No matter how lucky individual players are, without the support of big forces and sufficient funds, they can only develop their territory to the third-class earldom at most, and other European players can prove it. Although the strongest player does not know how he did it, now that he has the Void Trading Field in his hands, he has completely gotten rid of the trouble of lack of funds. As long as there is no accident, it will be difficult for the players' territories behind to catch up with the territory of the strongest player. Give the guests time to look at the list, and then Charles will take the sellers to the fair venue and arrange the stalls. Some sellers are whispering and want to buy each other's items. Some transactions are completed, but more transactions are not completed. At 1 p.m., all buyers enter the fair venue, and the fair officially begins. According to the information on the fair list, buyers go directly to the stalls where the items they want to buy are located. Some buyers, in order to prevent the things they want from being bought by others, will disperse the 3 people who enter the Void Trading Field with 1 invitation letter. If this is not enough, you can only wait for more invitations, use all the invitations each time, and let more people enter the Void Trading Field. Chapter 206. The trade fair is in progress, and a large number of players in the forum are also paying attention to the trade fair. This is a trade fair attended by thousands of people, and all major player forces have sent personnel to participate. There are more than 1,000 items traded in this trade fair, and the lowest value item requires at least 3,000 low-grade magic crystals to buy. Just one item of the lowest value is also a number that all low-level players can't reach. Some low-level players joked that they might be able to make a fortune by begging at the trade fair. The characteristics of the Void Trading Field attract more individual player lords to join and sell their items. The influence of the Void Trading Field also makes those small and medium-sized player forces want to participate in it, as if coming to the Void Trading Field once will make them higher in status than other small and medium-sized player forces. It won't take long for an invitation letter to the Void Trading Field to become a symbol of strength and status. Zhao Yi, who finished slaying monsters during the day, was also paying attention to the trade fair held in the Void Trading Field. The trading of thousands of items could bring Zhao Yi a lot of income. This time Zhao Yi really had no shortage of money. From the initial development of Zhao Yi's territory to today, the funds for the development of the territory mainly come from the items opened in the treasure chest. To be precise, it is mainly the weapons and equipment opened in the treasure chest. At the beginning, bronze-level equipment was auctioned in the market in the native city, and then gradually upgraded to silver, gold, and platinum. The cheapest silver equipment costs more than 100 low-grade magic crystals, the cheapest gold equipment costs more than 1,000, and the cheapest platinum equipment costs more than 10,000. Gold equipment and platinum equipment were sold or auctioned from the market in the territory through the indigenous market trading network, earning a lot of funds to support the development of the territory. However, with the improvement of the ranks of Zhao Yi's professionals, and the addition of a large number of third-level professionals, gold equipment was basically not sold. The gold level corresponds to the 4th level. Normal third-level professionals use third-level equipment. Zhao Yi will reward important third-level professionals with gold equipment. With the opening of the Void Trading Field for the first time, Zhao Yi obtained enough funds for the development of the territory. Zhao Yi stopped selling platinum equipment and equipped his 4th-level professionals. Not only will Zhao Yi not sell equipment, he will also buy equipment from this trade fair. As long as the price is right, he will even buy platinum equipment. Under normal circumstances, this is what major player forces will do. They will buy equipment at a price slightly lower than the market price, or give it to combat professional players under their command, or sell it in the market. But Zhao Yi bought equipment entirely for his subordinates. After this medium-sized auction, Zhao Yi no longer needs to worry about the funds for the development of the territory, and can also take out a large amount of funds to compete with other player forces to buy various items. With a Void Trading Field that established his position, Zhao Yi's position in the player camp also rose significantly. If a ranking list is made for player forces, Zhao Yi can enter the top 100 of the ranking list based on strength, influence, and other conditions. If Zhao Yi is willing to establish a new player force, the strength of this player force may not be the strongest, but the number of subordinate player territories must be the largest, and a large number of individual player lords, especially the individual player lords of Qin country, are very willing to join. Of course, Zhao Yi had no intention of establishing a player force in the short term. Even if a player force was established, no other player territories would appear in the player force. The trade fair attended by thousands of people lasted less than 2 hours and ended. After all, there were too few traded items, and many player forces did not even buy a single item. Although with their financial resources, it is very likely that they will not get anything at the auction tomorrow, they still stay in the void trading field and do not plan to leave. Most of the sellers have sold all the items they brought to the void trading field. They still have territories to manage. After handling the bronze VIP and buying an invitation letter with 1,000 low-grade magic crystals, they left the void trading field. Whether you spend more than 10,000 low-grade magic crystals to buy items, or sell items for a total of more than 10,000 low-grade magic crystals, you can become a bronze VIP of the void trading field. Among the players who left, some decided to come to the void trading field to participate in the auction tomorrow, mainly to join in the fun, and some decided not to come tomorrow, mainly because the invitation letter for 1,000 low-grade magic crystals is still too expensive for them. When the void trading field opens next time, if they still have items of higher value to sell, they can use the invitation letter to come to the void trading field. As for players who have items to be auctioned at tomorrow's auction, Zhao Yi will give them a free invitation letter regardless of whether they have obtained the bronze VIP status today. Perhaps a player who has obtained the bronze VIP status will buy another invitation letter and sell it in the void trading field, or leave the void trading field and find a way to trade it on his own. At this stage, the price of an invitation letter must be more than 1,000 low-grade magic crystals. If you meet a player who needs it, it is no problem to sell it for 2,000 low-grade magic crystals. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, all the players who should leave the void trading field have left, leaving thousands of workers waiting for the auction tomorrow. They are not idle. They represent their factions to attend the auction, and now they also have to communicate cordially with people from other player factions on behalf of their factions to bring the two sides closer. Through address book and forum, the top leaders of the player factions can also communicate, but it is all text, not even pictures, which is much worse than face-to-face communication. The void trading field is a good place. Now the void trading field has been opened for the 4th time. The controller is the players of Qin country. At least the players of Qin country can feel more at ease. Some high-level officials of the official forces of Qin country intend to communicate face-to-face with the high-level officials of some domestic player forces through the void trading field. In fact, what the official of Qin country wants more is to recruit Zhao Yi. They even took down the people who led the void trading field. In order not to anger Zhao Yi, the official of Qin country is trying carefully and cannot force it. Moreover, up to now, the Qin state official can give Zhao Yi very little in the game world. After returning to Blue Star, they can give more things, such as hundreds of millions of dollars, social status improvement, all-round protection, etc. As long as Zhao Yi is willing to join, the Qin state official can even promise that Zhao Yi's territory will be managed and developed by Zhao Yi himself most of the time, and only a few times will it be commanded by the upper level, and Zhao Yi's territory will be given more resources than Cheng Jin's territory. This can be signed in the game world. At least everything in the game world can be constrained by the contract. If Zhao Yi cannot be recruited, then take a step back and let Zhao Yi remain as a player of Qin state, and not be wooed by foreign player forces. Take another step back and let Zhao Yi remain a neutral player, and not participate in the confrontation between Qin state players and the anti-Qin alliance. The Qin state officials are most worried that Zhao Yi will join the opposing side, on the one hand because of Zhao Yi's own strength, and on the other hand because of Zhao Yi's influence. Therefore, when trying to recruit or win over Zhao Yi, the Qin state officials are more cautious, fearing that they will anger Zhao Yi. At night, a 4th-level skeleton general led a 40,000 skeletal army to attack Xiaocheng. It was an easy battle. At midnight, he had to go out to kill monsters. Worried about accidents in Xiaocheng, Zhao Yi sent Liar to investigate the number 1 cemetery. There was still only 1 5th-level lich and 23 4th-level undead in the number 1 cemetery. With such strength, even if all the troops were sent to attack Xiaocheng, which lacked the 7 4th-level professionals in the monster-killing team, could still resist. When killing monsters, Zhao Yi also had to check the system records from time to time. If Xiaocheng had an accident, he would return to support immediately. Until the monster spawning was over tonight, no accidents happened. Scrin was still waiting for the monster spawning team in the number 1 cemetery. Then, when he learned that another cemetery had encountered a monster spawning team, the angry Scrin crushed a large number of low-level undead. Why don't you come? You won 55 battles. You killed 195,738 undead. You died 17 soldiers. Battle rating 3A, 9C, 43E. Points increased by 267.9%. Professional experience increased by 267.9%. Obtain 3 crystal treasure chests, 9 gold treasure chests, 43 bronze treasure chests. Dragon Knight career upgrade. The monster spawning has been going on for half a month, most days or twice a day, plus 3 waves of undead attacks the night before. Zhao Yi's Dragon Knight level quickly increased to 46. Level 50 is not far away, but Zhao Yi has left the rest of the players far behind in terms of combat professional level, and has already reached comprehensive professional level list. The second place Cheng Jin is only level 42. Territory combat power list, Zhao Yi leads Cheng Jin by a large margin, and comprehensive professional level list, Zhao Yi also leads Cheng Jin by a large margin. On the forum, Cheng Jin's reputation as eternal runner-up is getting louder and louder. After the accident left, Zhao Yi returned to his daily routine of 3 crystal treasure chests. Although he did not get as many points as yesterday, Zhao Yi hoped that it could continue. Because the monster-killing team went to the cemetery twice a day to kill monsters, a 5th-level lich appeared in the number 1 cemetery, and dozens of 4th-level undead were sent to attack Xiaocheng. If he continued to kill monsters, Zhao Yi did not know what kind of accidents would happen. Perhaps 5th-level undead appeared in the cemeteries around the territory, or perhaps a 5th-level undead personally led the undead army to attack Xiaocheng. Zhao Yi is not afraid of the 5th-level undead attacking the city, as he has the means to deal with the 5th-level undead and even the 6th-level undead. But it is troublesome to have the 5th-level undead in the cemetery. The space under the cemetery is very limited, and the terrain is unfamiliar. It is easy to have accidents in such a place. For the time being, the monster-killing team will not touch the cemetery with the 5th-level undead. Zhao Yi really wants to continue to kill monsters, for the extra 2 crystal treasure chests every day, for more points and combat professional experience bonus every day. The 140% bonus of the 2 A-rated points originally meant that Zhao Yi could only get a little over 10 million points a day, but yesterday, Zhao Yi got 28.81 million points. More points allowed the territory's army to increase rapidly, and Cheng Jin was extremely envious. The monster spawning must continue, even if it was to a cemetery farther away from the territory. After thinking for a while looking at the battle settlement page, Zhao Yi began to open the treasure chest. He planned to open 3 crystal treasure chests in succession, select 3 crystal cards, level 4 priest recruitment scroll, small magic cannon, and crystal spear. Select 5 platinum cards, flame spear scroll, level 3 Pegasus *4, level 2 archer recruitment scroll *15, life tribute skill book, intermediate mana potion *10. In addition, there is another good thing in the gold card, the level 4 advanced stone. The level 4 priest recruitment scroll worth 30 million points has finally been opened. Under the current circumstances, the value of a level 4 priest is higher than the level 7 advanced stone opened from the diamond treasure chest. It can output crazy damage to the undead, and effectively save the lives of its own high-end combat power. Facing the undead, you can do without a mage, but you must not do without a priest. Small magic cannon, the 4th in the territory. Crystal spear, Zhao Yi directly uses the card to summon the crystal spear, replacing the platinum spear he is currently equipped with. After using the 3-meter crystal spear for a while, Zhao Yi found that this crystal spear has an attribute that is very suitable for him, Rui. Rui size Rui, this crystal spear can be enlarged or reduced according to your wishes. This enlargement and reduction naturally has limitations. The smallest can be a 1.5 meter long short spear, and the largest can be a 6 meter long super long spear, which is longer than the ordinary dragon spear. For dragon riders, fighting spirit can be released, but it is better to use a longer weapon when riding a dragon, which can increase the fighting spirit attack distance, so there is a dragon spear that is longer than an ordinary spear. Zhao Yi has no dragon spear to use, so he can use this crystal spear that can be long or short for the time being. In the future, if there is a chance, he needs to find an alchemist to customize a special dragon spear, which can better exert its own strength. Flame spear scroll, a 5th level fire attack spell scroll. Life praise skill book, a good thing, The actual value is higher than the 4th level priest recruitment scroll. Life Tribute is a legion skill that can increase the healing effect of various healing spells of the priest by 10% at the primary level. Zhao Yi intends to use a legion skill that can effectively improve the strength of the territory's army immediately. There are 3 candidates, himself, Elliot, and Braden. As a lord and the strongest person in the territory, Zhao Yi will basically not be absent from those wars that are important to the territory. The legion skill is most suitable for Zhao Yi to use himself, but he already has 7 legion skills at the 4th level. If he wants to learn a new legion skill, he will inevitably replace one of the 7 legion skills, which is a waste. Moreover, the Life Tribute is only a platinum level legion skill. From the point Mall, there are better legion skills. Perhaps in the future, even legion skills like the Life Tribute will be replaced by better legion skills. Elliot is the garrison officer of Zhaocheng, commanding all the defenders of Zhaocheng. The legion skill can be used by Elliot. However, Elliot's command talent is only 3 stars, and the legion skill effect can only cover 10,000 people under his command at most. And Braden's command talent is 4 stars, and the legion skill effect can cover 100,000 people at most. Zhao Yi, as the Lord, is different. He can even cover the soldiers led by his subordinates. Braden is suitable, but not suitable. After thinking about it, a special priest unit should be established, and the commander of the priest unit should learn the praise of life. After one battle after another, Zhao Yi, Elliot, Lowry and others can also see the problems in the current organization of the territory army. The organization of the territory army is based on the company, a squad of 9 people, a squad of shield warriors, spearmen, and archers, plus the chief and deputy platoon leaders, 2 assassins, 1 priest, and 1 earth mage. A total of 33 people form a platoon, 3 platoons, the chief and deputy company commanders, and a 4-element mage, 2 people each, a total of 8 people. A Bao cavalry squad of 9 people, a total of 118 people form a company. At present, in a 0-level professional company, the company commander, deputy company commander, platoon commander and deputy platoon commander are 1st-level professionals, and the others are 0-level professionals. A normal 1st-level village with 1,200 people in the territory can be stationed with a 0-level company. Above the 1st-level village, the number of soldiers in the garrison is increased by platoons or companies according to the population. This kind of organization is very convenient for executing tasks with a small number of people. A platoon or company can perform tasks alone, but it is not applicable to the current battlefield of Zhaocheng. When there are thousands of soldiers participating in the war, soldiers of different professions should be mobilized together. In the case of mixed formation, soldiers of other professions in the same company should also be mobilized. The change is too big. More important is the legion skills. For example, Zhao Yi's initial legion skill is to shoot arrows without missing a target. Later, he learned to shoot with both hands and shoot through the willows, which are to increase the strength of his archers. A general who has these 3 archer-related legion skills alone is suitable to lead a unit composed entirely of archers. However, such a pure archer unit is not suitable for performing a combat mission alone. It needs to add other professional units to form a mixed legion to perform a single mission. There is also Braden, who has 2 legion skills, shooting like a dragon and leading by example. Shooting like a dragon increases the strength of his spearmen, so Braden is suitable for commanding a pure spearman unit. All officers and generals with 3 stars or above in command talent can form a separate unit according to their own legion skills, and the unit is divided into squads, platoons, companies, battalions, etc. In wars, unified command is used. When performing small and medium-scale tasks, soldiers of corresponding organization are mobilized from various troops according to the task requirements to form a mixed arms force. Of course, for officers and generals with high command talents, their troops have headquarters and other troops. Zhao Yi was thinking while opening the treasure chest. After the treasure chest was opened, he still had not decided who to give the skill book of life praise to, but he had a direction, a priest with command talent. The best command talent is 3 stars, and 2 stars is barely acceptable. After all, the number of priests under Zhao Yi has not exceeded 1,000 so far, and the need for a priest with 3 stars of command talent is for the future. It depends on whether the 4th level priest recruited today has the talent for command. After breakfast and the meeting, Zhao Yi couldn't wait to recruit. Soon, the 4th level priest Beth came out of the teleportation array with her family. Name, Beth. Gender, female. Age, 51. Occupation, level 40 priest. Talent, priest 3 stars / command 2 stars. Skills, illumination, purification, Healing, group healing. Loyalty. 82-star command talent is okay. It's better than no command talent or 1-star command talent, and the priest troops formed are mainly in the Jiaocheng garrison. If the number of priests exceeds the limit, it will be better to subtract 0-level priests and 1st-level priests. Recruitment continues. The population of Jiaocheng has reached 120,000. In terms of recruiting professionals, we mainly recruit 3rd-level and 2nd-level professionals to increase the quality of Jiaocheng's garrison. The number does not need to be increased. However, we still need to recruit some 1st-level and 0-level professionals. The number is based on the number of professionals who have reached 0-level perfection and 1st-level perfection in Jiaocheng, the 3 towns of A, B, and C in the territory and the surrounding villages. Most of them will go to the 1st half plane or the 3rd half plane. If someone leaves, someone will naturally fill in. Jiaocheng only recruits professionals and no longer recruits civilian families. The 1st half plane already has a population of 200,000, and the people who migrate in are mainly the families of the professionals who will be recruited later. After the recruitment in Jiaocheng was over, Zhao Yi went to the 6 towns of Ding, Wuji, Gung, Xian and Ren again to recruit some people. Today, the last village attached to the 3 towns of Ding, Wu and Ji will be established. The number of villages in the territory will reach 63, and these 63 villages alone will be home to nearly 80,000 people. When Zhao Yi's recruitment was over, the auction in the void trading field had already begun. He had already participated yesterday, so he had no intention of participating today. After dealing with the territory affairs, Zhao Yi would return to the Lord's mansion to continue resting, and go out to kill monsters in the afternoon. In the void trading field, the auction was in full swing. Because there were more than 3,000 people participating in the auction, more than 1,000 seats were required, so the auction was held in an auction field with 3,000 seats. There were 2 auction fields with 3,000 seats in the auction house, and there were also 1 auction field with 10,000 seats, and 1 with 30,000 seats, which could be used to hold larger auctions. In the auction hall, a new auction item was brought up by the maid, a platinum long sword. At the same time, the alchemy screen on the table in front of Charles on the rostrum also displayed the information of the platinum long sword. After taking a look, Charles began to enthusiastically introduce the properties of the platinum long sword to all the guests, and at the same time made various metaphors, such as a swordsman using it can easily defeat another swordsman of a higher level. It is a pity that the equipment opened from the treasure chest is mass-produced and has no history. If it has history, it is something that can be praised. Some indigenous nobles like to collect such equipment as decorations. After Charles finished introducing the platinum sword, the bidding began. Starting price 25,000, each bid must not be less than 100, start bidding. 26,000. 26,100. 30,000. 32,000. On the large alchemy screen behind Charles, the red bidding amount began to change rapidly. Some bidders only increased the price by 100 at a time, while some bidders directly increased the price by 1,000 or even several thousand at a time. However, when the price reached a certain level, most bidders only increased the price by 100 each time, which meant that the bidding price was not far from their limit. If it exceeded this limit, they would give up. Chapter 207. 42,500 once. 42,500 twice. 42,500 3 times. Bang! Congratulations to bidder number 65 for winning the 21st auction item of this auction. When Charles finished speaking, the 3 players from the Eli country in seat number 65 showed a satisfied smile. These 3 players are from the Newick Consortium of Eli country. Among all the forces of Eli country players, the Newick Consortium can be ranked in the top 10. It has nearly 100 territories, including a 2nd-class earldom and 3 3rd-class earldoms. At the same time, it established the Newick Chamber of Commerce to participate in the trade system led by the indigenous peoples, and made friends with many second-rate indigenous forces. When the platinum sword just appeared, the 3 players of the Newick Consortium immediately sent out the information about the platinum sword. Soon, the Newick Consortium gave an estimate of 45,000 low-grade magic crystals. As long as the price does not exceed 43,000, take it. In the end, the 3 Newick Consortium bidders won the platinum sword at a price of 42,500. If the Newick Consortium sold the platinum sword to the natives, including the purchase of the invitation letter, travel expenses, etc., it would earn at least 1,000 low-grade magic crystals, a small profit. The Newick Consortium has its own delivery channels, and will not put the platinum sword on the market for sale or auction. Most indigenous forces will not put high-value items on the market for sale or auction. The 10% handling fee is too high. If it is sold on the market at a price of $45,000, it will only earn $40,500 in the end, and it will lose several thousand. Platinum-grade equipment is the standard for 5th-level professionals. 5th-level professionals are in the middle position in the entire professional system and have the qualifications to become a marquee. There are a lot of platinum equipment in the market, but not too much. A piece of platinum equipment costs tens of thousands, and many newly promoted 5th-level professionals cannot afford platinum equipment. Because of the appearance of blue star players, there are slightly more platinum equipment in the market, and the overall price has dropped slightly. The indigenous forces with strong financial resources are buying these platinum equipment and gold equipment at normal prices. Xiao Yi often gets platinum equipment when opening treasure chests, which is Xiao Yi's bug. For other players, the number of players who can get 2 platinum equipment in a week will not exceed 100, and the number of players who can get 1 platinum equipment in a week is probably only a few thousand. The goodies in the platinum treasure chest are not only platinum equipment, but also alchemical creation scrolls, advancement stones, talent stones, spell scrolls, and other goodies. Even the European Emperor players, with the highest luck value, may not be able to get 2 platinum equipment in a week. However, as time goes on, the price will inevitably continue to drop as the number of platinum equipment continues to increase. The 3 players of the Nuit Consortium accepted the platinum swords with satisfaction. A little further away from the podium, at seat 1038, 2 young men had already stood up excitedly. One of them is the Lord of Qinfeng's 3rd-class Viscount territory, and the other is the Lord's cousin Qinlai. This platinum sword is the item that Qinfeng commissioned for auction. Qinfeng is a little lucky, but he is not a European player. This platinum equipment is the only platinum equipment he has opened from the treasure chest since he entered the game world. With the final transaction price of the platinum sword, he will get 40,375 pieces of low-grade magic crystals. The territory is finally no longer short of development funds. With the money in hand, he will accumulate strength in a few days, and will be able to challenge the 2nd-class Viscount territory. The 2nd-class Viscount territory is considered to be of a relatively high level among ordinary individual player lords. In Qinfeng's territory, there are only Qinfeng's family, and several close relatives, which is the current situation of many individual player territories. Qinfeng manages the territory with several brothers and sisters. Although he has no experience in managing territories, he has enough experience as a blue star player. Everyone works hard and makes progress together. The territory has been steadily advancing step by step to where it is today. The current population of Qinfeng's territory has reached the standard for promotion to the 2nd-class Viscount territory, but the territory is not strong enough. This platinum long sword has been in Qinfeng's hands for half a month. There is a primary market in the territory, but Qinfeng dare not sell it at all because he does not have enough strength, so he dare not show his wealth. The void trading field is open. Qinfeng applied for an invitation letter from the Qin state officials before, but failed. This time, a medium-sized auction will be held, and more exclusive commissioned auction invitation letters will be issued. Qinfeng finally applied successfully, and came to the void trading field with only a platinum long sword. Qinfeng was relatively poor among all the lords, entering the void trading field with only 1 item for trading, but after the platinum long sword was sold, Qinfeng no longer lacked money in a short time. Excitedly, he took 400 medium-grade magic crystals, and 375 low-grade magic crystals from the staff of the void trading field and carefully put them into his storage equipment. Qinfeng's heart was no longer in the auction, thinking about returning to the territory as soon as possible. However, no one had left the auction early. Qinfeng did not want to be the leader, so he had to watch the auction patiently without any intention of participating in the bidding. The money in his hand was a lot for Qinfeng, but it was not much for the ongoing auction. He could only bid for 1 item at most. However, no matter how good the item was, it was not as important as the magic crystal itself for Qinfeng's current territory. The auction continued. With the soundproofing array, the voices in all the auction seats could not be heard, but this did not affect the intensity of the bidding at all. Seeing the red words on the alchemy screen rising rapidly, coupled with Charles's words stirring up the atmosphere, some players, who had no intention of bidding, wanted to try bidding. It was 11:30 in the morning, and the first half of the auction finally ended. A total of 50 items were auctioned. There were 30 more items to be auctioned in the afternoon, which were generally more valuable than those in the morning. The auction speed of low-value items was fast, and the auction speed of high-value items was much slower. The more money you took out, the more cautious you need to be. During the lunch break, Chen Feng had the idea of leaving the void trading field. Through the alchemy screen in the auction seat, he called a maid over. "I want to leave the void trading field. Can I apply for VIP status now?" The maid who came over did not ask her superiors, but gave a positive answer directly, and took the two to the place where VIPs were processed. After recording some information, Chen Feng successfully became a bronze VIP of the void trading field and obtained a bronze card representing his identity. This bronze card is a product of the Alchemy Workshop, which is considered the worst black iron level alchemy prop, with only the solid attribute. The two sides of the card are painted with Void Trading Field, Bronze, VIP, and other Chen country characters. This kind of card representing VIPs is very easy to imitate, so it is just a symbol of identity. If you really want to confirm your VIP identity, you still have to rely on the information left when you process the VIP to verify it. Later, Xiao Yi will ask the alchemists below to make better cards. After a short break of half an hour, the second half of the auction began, and the auction items with higher values appeared. On the forum, many players were also paying attention to the ongoing auction in the void trading field. Some players, who were bored and did not participate in the auction field, conducted live text broadcasts, and posted the transaction prices of each auction item to the forum. Most of the posts about the auction were full of words of envy, jealousy, and hatred. For the bottom players, they could only look up to the items with transaction prices of tens of thousands, which were numbers that they could not reach. It has been almost 3 months since I came to the game world. The bottom-level players living in the native cities can't see the direction of progress, and many bottom-level players have already laid down. Most players can continue to persevere, just as a second life, and leave when it's boring to play. Maybe they can find a chance to fly in the future. But there are also bottom-level players who can't stand the current living environment that is much worse than their own on Blue Star, and choose to give up. The extremely high transaction prices of items one after another at the auction caused a lot of exclamations on the forum, making more player forces and individual player lords want to get invitations to participate in future auctions. By 3 p.m., 79 out of 80 auction items had been sold, and all were sold. The only item left was the crystal-level Paladin job transfer scroll provided by Xiao Yi. Paladin, the guardian of holy light, noble and loyal. On the battlefield, we can safely leave our backs to the Paladin. The Paladin's strong body can block all enemies, and if injured, he will be quickly treated by the Paladin. Becoming a Paladin is a shortcut to becoming a legend. Want to become a powerful Paladin who is invincible at the same level? Then take it. Paladin Job Transfer Scroll. Starting price, 1.2 million. Each bid increment is not less than 10,000. Start bidding now. Since Xiao Yi posted in the forum that he would hold a medium-sized auction and put up the Paladin Job Transfer Scroll for auction, within a few days, all the players who read the forum have learned about the strength of the Paladin profession. Currently, among the players on Blue Star, there are only a handful of players who have obtained the Crystal Level Special Profession. Now a Crystal Level Paladin Job Transfer Scroll has appeared, and countless players want to get it. However, the starting price of the Paladin Job Transfer Scroll alone excluded most of the bidders in the auction, and only a few player forces had the financial resources to participate in the auction. Half a minute passed, and no one bid in the auction. Charles said a few more words to attract bids. Another half a minute passed, and still no one bid. Charles understood that the Paladin Job Transfer Scroll should be unsold. When the Paladin Job Transfer Scroll first appeared, there were indeed a few player forces who wanted to take it, one from the Qin State official and one from the Eli State official. However, there were too many good things in the fourth open void trading field, and the magic crystals brought to the void trading field were quickly consumed. So far, no customer has more than 1.2 million magic crystals in his hands, and no one bids. Not enough magic crystals is not a problem. You can borrow from players in the same country, and there are also extra invitations to return and bring more magic crystals to the void trading field. The Paladin Transfer Scroll is a good thing, and the player force that obtains it can cultivate a strong man. However, it takes too many magic crystals to obtain it, and even the Qin country officials with the strongest financial resources finally gave up. The Crystal Level Paladin Professional Transfer Scroll failed to be sold, but it doesn't matter anymore, because it has already appeared and has increased the influence of this auction. It has retired successfully. Charles announced to all guests that the auction was officially over. Guests who need to apply for VIP or upgrade VIP level can stay, and other guests can leave the void trading field. There are thousands of items traded in the void trading field this time, but the number of buyers is also more than 1,000. On average, each buyer can't get 2 items. Even the Qin country officials did not spend more than 1 million magic crystals. Only when the daily transaction volume reaches 1 million low-grade magic crystals can one become a gold VIP. The 10 million transaction volume required for the crystal VIP above can be accumulated. Although the Qin state official cannot obtain the gold VIP status, it will add another silver VIP. The person who uses the invitation letter this time is not the one who has obtained the silver VIP status, but the one who has obtained the silver VIP status will also enter the void trading field. Several player forces that have obtained the silver VIP status before did the same this time. Before the emergence of the second trading platform, the importance of the void trading field to the players will only continue to increase, and the major player forces are also willing to invest more manpower and financial resources in the void trading field. When the last guest left the void trading field, the fourth opening of the void trading field officially ended, and Cody and Charles led the employees to make the final settlement. Before the Lord had dinner, Cody and Charles reported the trading data of the fourth development of the void trading field to Zhao Yi. The void trading field was opened for the fourth time, and a total of 1,379 items were traded, with a total transaction amount of 21.6853 million low-grade magic crystals, and a total income of 1.4696 million, including auction income of 483,700, commission income of 985,700, purchase and auction expenses of 439,200, and net income of 942,500 after deducting the consumption of magic crystals in the void trading field. For these data, Zhao Yi only cares about one item, which is the commission income, which is a full 985,700. No player force can earn so many magic crystals in 2 days, and the Qin country official is no exception. After all, the wealth of the player forces is mainly gathered from the subordinate territories. The money earned by the major player forces from the outside cannot be compared with Zhao Yi. The purchase and auction expenses are 439,200, mainly platinum equipment, gold equipment, and blueprints, with a net profit of 942,500. This time, the number of magic arrays opened in the void trading field is more, and more than 100,000 magic crystals were consumed in 2 days, but it also made the void trading field safer. With more and more magic crystals in his hands, Zhao Yi has already made a plan in his mind. In the future auctions, he can no longer sell or auction items. The items entrusted by players are enough to support the auction. If the magic crystals earned are enough, there is no need to sell his own items. Those items can also be used in his territory or in the future. For example, the Water of Life and the Paladin Transfer Scroll are very precious items. If the major player forces have these things, they will definitely not sell them. There is no shortage of money, and the transfer is also changing its mentality quickly. As for the failure of the Paladin's job transfer scroll at the auction, this was within Zhao Yi's expectations, so he would keep it in the bottom of the box for the time being. After nightfall, Zhao Yi created a new post on the forum, writing down some data from the fourth opening of the void trading field. He was not worried at all that the major player forces would analyze how much money he made from these data. At least in front of the major player forces, Zhao Yi already had enough confidence, but in front of the indigenous forces, he still needed various concealments. After that, the next small auction will be held 6 days later, which is the 92nd day after the Blue Star players came to the game world. Normally, the next auction should be held 5 days later, but the disaster broke out at the end of the first month, the rainstorm and floods at the end of the second month, and something might happen at the end of the third month, so Zhao Yi postponed the auction for 1 day. If something really breaks out, the fifth auction will be postponed again. Similarly, the fifth auction will still only issue 130 free invitations. However, there are still hundreds of players who have obtained VIP status. A small auction with 100 seats may attract hundreds of buyers. You can change the auction venue according to the situation. The post is edited and sent. 1 second later, a comment appears under the post. Shocked. The first commenter only sent one word. He was shocked by the total transaction amount of 21,685,300. The post did not write Zhao Yi's commission income, but the players already knew the commission ratio. As long as the total transaction amount is divided by 20, it is the approximate commission income. Over $1 million. I really can't imagine, how much money did the boss make? The commission income alone should be around 1 million. Which player force can earn so many magic crystals so quickly? Boss, I want a chance to curry favor with you. Lucky Sun 413 Boss, please establish a free player Lord Alliance. I am willing to be the first to join. The major player forces also saw the post Zhao Yi posted. After the auction, many forces calculated the 2-day transaction volume of the void trading field and estimated that it was more than 20 million. Now Zhao Yi gave an accurate number, and the major player forces also calculated Zhao Yi's approximate commission income. Too many, really too many, the top leaders of the official Qin state, the most financially powerful player camp in the Blue Star player camp, could not calm down. All the major player forces began to improve the treatment given to Zhao Yi, trying to win Zhao Yi over. This is the simplest and most direct method. It is unknown when the second trading platform exclusively for players will appear. The void trading field has established its position. As long as Zhao Yi is captured, the strongest player lord, the only trading platform will belong to this player force. If the official forces of Qin State take down Zhao Yi, their strength will become even stronger. Some neutral and opposing player lords and player forces may join the player camp of Qin State. The fact that several player forces behind the official forces of Qin State take down Zhao Yi means that this force is likely to surpass the official forces of Qin State in the future and become the most powerful player force. There are even player forces that know they are not qualified to win over Zhao Yi, and simply pretend that the entire force has surrendered to Zhao Yi, hoping to go to Zhao Yi's territory and find opportunities to swallow up Zhao Yi's territory and the void trading field in the future. Zhao Yi ignored all these private chats, and all the major player forces were doing useless work. However, it was this disregard that made the top leaders of the official forces of Qin country feel more at ease, as long as Zhao Yi did not invest in the foreign player forces. Facing Zhao Yi's disregard, the major player forces could only think about having their own trading platform as soon as possible. The terrifying commission income made all the player forces jealous and wanted to get a piece of the pie. Moreover, the void trading field is not the limit now. Although the medium-sized auction held in the past 2 days is also a special case, it will be open all day in the future, and the income will be millions of low-grade magic crystals every day, which is very scary. It is equivalent to earning 1 diamond equipment a day. If the indigenous forces know about it, even the top indigenous forces may take action. Thinking of the indigenous forces, some player forces have an idea. Since they can't get it, they will kill with a borrowed knife and let the indigenous forces be destroyed. Secretly tell the indigenous forces about the void trading field and send an invitation letter. I don't believe that those indigenous forces will not be tempted. In a short time, dozens of player forces took action, including 2 Qin country player forces. Zhao Yi, who was riding a dragon and fighting, didn't know that some player forces had done something that hurt others and themselves, which hurt Zhao Yi, and finally caused him to have no exclusive player trading platform available, which was hurting himself. However, even if Zhao Yi knew, he wouldn't care. After getting the void trading field, Zhao Yi had considered similar things. The void trading field can generate 2 types of invitations. Zhao Yi had no idea of using the special invitation that allows people to enter the void trading field directly. Ordinary invitations can only be used to enter the void trading field through soul projection. No matter how strong the person using the invitation is, the strength of the soul projection will not exceed the first level. The void trading field has a large number of second-level guards and many third-level professionals. Some player forces have come up with the idea of placing super alchemical bombs, high-powered attack spell scrolls, etc. in storage equipment and using them after entering the void trading field. This method is also not feasible. As a diamond-level divine creation, how could the void trading field not have a forbidden magic circle? At first, I was reluctant to use the forbidden magic circle because I had few magic crystals. During this 2-day medium-sized auction, the forbidden magic circle has been opened. Under the effect of the forbidden magic circle, spell scrolls cannot be used at all, and alchemical props that can produce spell effects cannot be used either. Storage equipment can be used, and what is needed is mental power, which will not be restricted by the forbidden magic circle. As a cautious person, since he wants to open the void trading field to the outside world, Zhao Yi naturally has to consider all aspects of things clearly. If you want to find the location of the void trading field or the location of the owner of the void trading field, you must have the power of cause and effect like the invitation letter. The void trading field itself has the power of cause and effect. The opponent's power must be 1 or 2 levels higher, which is already the legendary level. The power of cause and effect is rare, and it takes a huge price to find Zhao Yi. The current void trading field is far from worth the top indigenous forces to pay a huge price to find. Not long after, the official of Qin State learned that a player force wanted to use the indigenous forces to destroy the void trading field. Without hesitation, the official of Qin State sent a private message to Zhao Yi at the first time, asking Zhao Yi to be careful. It was not until the next day that Zhao Yi replied with a nothing. Chapter 208. In the number 1 cemetery, the angry Skling waited day after day, but never saw the arrival of the hateful human 4th level professional team. The fact that 2 cemeteries were attacked every day made Skling realize that this matter could not be delayed any longer. The low-level undead were cannon fodder in his eyes, and he was also in the eyes of the high-level undead, who could kill him with a wave of their hands. In the end, Skling chose to ask for help from the nearest cemetery with 6th level undead, and received a reinforcement, 10 5th level skeletons, and 50 4th level skeletons. 1 5th level undead stayed in the number 1 cemetery, and Skling and the other 9 5th level undead were scattered in the cemeteries around Zhao Yi's territory, waiting for the human 4th level professional team to fall into the trap. With the forbidden bead in hand, the cemetery where Skling was located was the only place where he could hope to completely destroy the human 4th level professional team. In other cemeteries where 5th level undead were stationed, at most 1 or 2 human 4th level professionals could be attacked and killed. However, as long as one could be killed, perhaps the surrounding cemeteries would no longer be attacked, and the anger of the high-level undead would not fall on Skling for the time being, giving Skling more time to find a way to eliminate the remaining humans. It was the 90th night that 10 level 5 undeads had settled in the cemetery around Zhao Yi's territory. That night, the monster-killing team went to a new cemetery far away from the territory as usual. A new day has arrived, and a new month has begun. Zhao Yi plans to suspend the monster-killing task for a day, on the one hand to have a good rest, and on the other hand to prevent possible accidents. Like Zhao Yi, many Blue Star players are also waiting, and they check the forum from time to time to see if other players have encountered any problems. After a day, the expected accident did not happen, and many players have relaxed their vigilance. At night, the accident that the players expected during the day finally happened. This is a good and bad accident for the players of Blue Star, because the army of undead that attacked regularly every night disappeared. The absence of the army of undead means that the territory has become safe. If the army of undead does not come in the future, the land and water sources that were originally eroded by the road of death can be completely purified in a month at most under the sunlight, and the large tracts of land outside the city can be reused. Humans finally don't have to crowd in a small space, and don't have to worry about food problems in the future. However, without the undead attack, players cannot earn points by killing the undead. Without points, the development of the territory will become very slow. If you cannot kill a few undead, even if you are a Lord player, the treasure chest you get every day is only the lowest grade wooden treasure chest, which only contains an ordinary card and cannot open any items with extraordinary power. Forum it has exploded, and players are posting frantically, asking where the undead have gone. Where are the undead? Where are my undead? The undead will not disappear. The undead in the cemetery will not stay out forever. Perhaps the undead plan to come out again tomorrow night, and appear in 2 waves at a time. If the undead really hide in the cemetery, and don't come out, only Lucky Sun 413 boss can kill a large number of undead every day. Chung Ji-Ling dare not enter the cemetery to spawn monsters for the time being. Is there any player force that is friendly with the indigenous forces, and knows why the undead don't come out? The indigenous forces probably hope that the undead will stay in the cemetery forever. The players waited all night, and no player territory was attacked by the undead that night, and the player lords looked worried. Their territory could hold out until today, which meant that the undead army that attacked daily was giving points and experience to the territory. They hoped that the undead would attack every night. Unfortunately, no undead appeared last night, and the player lords were very worried that there would be no undead tonight or in the future nights. However, there was an idea that the players generally agreed on, that there were so many undead gathered in the undead cemetery, and the undead were mortal enemies of the living, so it was impossible for them to stay in the cemetery forever. Perhaps after a day, a few days, or even a longer time, the undead would definitely appear. I am afraid that the undead will appear again, and there will be more than 10 or even dozens of waves in a row, and many players' territories will be destroyed or severely damaged. On the wall of Zhaocheng, Zhao Yi looked at the light screen in front of him speechlessly. You killed 0 undead. You killed or injured 0 soldiers. A peaceful day. Battle evaluation, G. Points increased by 10%. Professional experience increased by 10%. Obtain a wooden treasure chest. These points and combat professional experience bonuses are the same as having or not having them. Zhao Yi did not kill any undead yesterday, nor did he practice himself. He had 0 points and 0 experience, and the additional bonus was also 0. A wooden treasure chest was given, which should be the guaranteed income for all Lord players and players living in the native city. Zhao Yi casually opened the wooden treasure chest, and only an ordinary card and one gene of rat meat popped out. Rubbish. Zhao Yi used the card destruction function in the treasure chest to destroy this ordinary card. At this time, there were also a large number of Lord players in the forum complaining about the wooden treasure chests they had obtained. The player Lords, who could persist until now, had never obtained a wooden treasure chest. For example, Zhao Yi got a silver-level treasure chest for the first time, and it was also his first time to get a wooden treasure chest. Seeing many Lord players complaining, the lower-level players living in the native city laughed. This is their daily life. They have long been accustomed to it. Every day they look forward to opening a good equipment from the treasure chest, selling it for money, and improving their living standards. Such a life is unimaginable for Lord players. It is easy to go from frugality to luxury, but it is difficult to go from luxury to frugality. This won't work. If there is no accident this morning, I will go to the cemetery to kill monsters in the afternoon. Zhao Yi made a decision. Before leaving the city wall, Zhao Yi opened the forum and posted a message. The 5th auction will be postponed, and the time will be announced later. Zhao Yi felt that if the auction was held today, many of the individual Lord players who wanted to entrust the auction items would not be willing to come, as they need to pay attention to the changes in the territory at all times. In the meeting room of the city hall, Zhao Yi and his men discussed the fact that the undead army did not arrive last night. After much discussion, no one could guess why the undead army did not come on such an ordinary night. Skipping this item, everyone continued to discuss the development of the territory. Today, the 9 towns in the territory have a population of 12,000. The 3 towns of Gung, Xian, and Ren have each built 2 affiliated villages. Under normal circumstances, 6 more villages should have been built yesterday. Zhao Yi was worried about accidents and did not migrate the population. Zhao Yi was still worried about not seeing the undead figure. The construction of the new village can continue, and the migration of population will be postponed. Although he still has 36.72 million points in his hand, Zhao Yi does not plan to use the points for recruitment before clarifying the situation. Zhao Yi was wondering why the undead army didn't show up last night. Many Blue Star players were wondering why the undead army didn't show up last night. Even the indigenous forces were wondering why the undead army didn't show up last night. It was a very sudden thing. The undead camp changed their habits. On an ordinary night, the undead army stayed in the cemetery and didn't come out. Many people were wondering if the undead camp was going to make a big move. Others didn't notice the unexpected situation, but soon, Zhao Yi found something unexpected. During the daytime monster hunt, Zhao Yi would normally choose one of the 10 cemeteries closest to his territory. After breakfast, Melier set out and chose a cemetery to explore. He found a 5th level undead. He chose another cemetery and found another 5th level undead. In the 3rd cemetery, he found the 5th level lich that was originally in cemetery number 1. Melier immediately returned to the territory and reported the matter to Zhao Yi. After finding 5th level undead in 3 consecutive cemeteries, Zhao Yi began to think about whether 5th level undead appeared in all cemeteries or only in the cemeteries around his territory. The reason why Zhao Yi had this question was naturally because the monster killing team's twice daily monster killing mission had previously allowed cemetery number 1 to produce more 5th level liches, and caused cemetery number 1 to send 3 waves of undead armies, and 54th level undead to attack Xiaocheng. Now that 5th level undead appeared in the cemeteries around the territory, it was not a strange thing, and it was also very simple to verify the speculation. Zhao Yi asked Melier to explore the cemeteries farther away from the territory to see if there were any 5th level undead. It is highly likely that only the 5th level undead will appear in the cemeteries around his territory. The number of 5th level undead in the undead camp is greater than the number of 5th level professionals in the human camp, but it is impossible to put a 5th level undead in every cemetery, and it is even more impossible for the indigenous camp to put a 5th level professional in every city. When it was almost noon, Melier returned and reported to Zhao Yi that no 5th level undead were found in the 2 cemeteries that were explored in succession, proving that Zhao Yi's guess was correct. There were no accidents in the morning. In the afternoon, the monster-killing team set out to the cemetery that Melier had explored an hour ago and found no 5th level undead. Ignaz put on the invisibility cloak and explored the cemetery for the 2nd time. When Ignaz returned from the exploration, everyone prepared for battle. Rival and Melier each held a small magic cannon. Zhao Yi took out a crystal bow and 3 ordinary arrows, and Melissa, Joanna, and Randall prepared their own spells. The space under the cemetery was not narrow. Usually when attacking the undead, Zhao Yi would use a bow and arrow, and at other times he would just take out a long sword and swing it. After everyone was ready, Ignaz used a teleportation spell to teleport everyone to a 4th level undead team not far from the 3rd floor of the cemetery, and all attacks were immediately released to the 2 nearest undead. The 4th level Lich reacted very quickly, applying strengthening spells and magic shields to a group of 4th level undead. In the end, the attack of the monster-killing team only killed one 4th level undead and seriously injured another 4th level undead. Before the other 4th level undead attacked, Ignaz cast the teleportation spell again, teleported to a lair without 4th level undead, and started to kill monsters. In the next hour, the monster-killing team killed monsters while avoiding the pursuit of the 4th level undead team. In the end, they killed nearly 24,000 undead. Ignaz's mental power was severely consumed, and the monster-killing team left the cemetery. After releasing the 3rd Order Griffin from the space equipment that can hold living creatures, the group quickly moved towards the territory. In the forum, players have been discussing the fact that the undead did not appear last night. No player force has come up with a definite answer. Players can only continue to wait, and wait for the situation tonight. Another night fell. Unfortunately, the undead still stayed in the cemetery, and did not attack any gathering place of living creatures. At midnight, Zhao Yi led the monster-killing team to kill monsters for the 2nd time today. After killing monsters for an hour, the number of monsters killed was several thousand more than that in the daytime. Day 93 arrives. You win 2 battles. You kill 52,742 undead. You lose 0 soldiers. Battle rating A. Points increase by 140%. Professional experience increase by 140%. Obtain 2 crystal treasure chests Dragon Knight career upgrade. Because the undead haven't appeared for 2 days, the Dragon Knight career has only been upgraded to level 47 today, and is very close to level 50. Zhao Yi glanced at the points column in the points mall, which increased by 5.18 million points, as if he had returned to the level of the middle of last month. A little disappointed, but Zhao Yi also knew that compared with his own situation, other player lords basically could not get a treasure chest better than a wooden treasure chest, nor could they get a few points. Open the 2 crystal treasure chests, each with only 2 crystal cards. Select 2 crystal cards, Water Attribute Crystal Staff, Level 3 Priest Recruitment Scroll *4. Select 4 Platinum cards, Level 3 Heavy Cavalry Recruitment Scroll *4, Eye Sealing Skill Book, Storm Worship, Level 1 Pegasus *66. Zhao Yi was a little surprised by the 4 Level 3 Priest Recruitment Scrolls. Together, they were equivalent to 12 million points, which could recruit a Level 4 professional. The other items were ordinary. After turning off the system panel, Zhao Yi kept thinking about the undead on the way back to the Lord's mansion with Melissa. For 2 consecutive nights, the undead did not appear. It's not that the undead have been hiding in the cemetery. There are also undead activities at night, mainly level 4 and above undead. They go from one cemetery to another, and do not attack the gathering place of living beings. More players suspected that the undead were going to make a big move, just like the undead hid in the cemetery during the rainstorm and flood last month, and waves of undead came out after the rainstorm and flood ended. Will the undead not attack for several days this time, and then several waves of undead will come out in one night? No one can be sure. We can only say that this is possible. The indigenous forces, who did not receive any news, were also a little restless. No matter what big moves the undead camp made, the indigenous camp would soon know. Everyone has legendary strongmen, and big moves are difficult to conceal, but this time none of the top indigenous forces received any intelligence. There was a hot-tempered native legendary warrior, who went straight to fight with the 9th level undead in the undead camp, questioning the other party's conspiracy while fighting. The 9th level undead, who accompanied the fight, just grinned and said nothing. Fortunately, when the time entered the night of the 93rd day, the undead finally appeared, and there was only one wave. The number and strength were at the daily level. Many player lords breathed a sigh of relief. They were really worried that the undead would not appear in the future. They did not have the strength to attack the cemetery. If the undead did not take the initiative to attack, they could not gain points and experience. It was good for the territory to develop at a snail's pace, and the development of many territories would regress. After commanding the Jiaocheng defenders to eliminate the incoming undead, Zhao Yi posted on the forum, saying that the Void Trading Field will be open for the 5th time at 8 a.m. tomorrow, and a small auction will be held. Seeing this post, dozens of player forces sent people to inform the indigenous forces, to whom they had sent invitations. With the reminder from the Qin country officials, Zhao Yi knew that the Void Trading Field might be open for the 5th time, and people from the indigenous forces might enter. So when the void trading field is opened, the forbidden magic circle must be opened throughout the process. Tomorrow, the forbidden magic circle will take about 8 hours to use, and it can consume at most 30,000 low-grade magic crystals, which is still within Zhao Yi's tolerance. If the magic crystals obtained from the void trading field are not enough for the development of the territory, Zhao Yi can take out some things to sell or auction. In addition to the forbidden magic circle, Zhao Yi will also send 3 4th-level professionals to the void trading field to take charge. The preparations made by the void trading field are enough to deal with all accidents. A new day has arrived, and once again a large amount of points have been obtained. The quality of Zhaoqing's garrison can continue to improve. After Zhaoqing's personnel recruitment is completed, Zhao Yi will go to the 3 towns of Geng, Xian and Ren again, recruiting about 2,200 people each. Today, the territory will add 6 affiliated villages. At 8 o'clock in the morning, the void trading field was officially opened. In just 1 minute, more than 1,000 people entered the void trading field, including 69 professionals from 23 indigenous forces. Among these 69 professionals, there are more than 10 4th-level professionals, and the rest are 3rd-level and 2nd-level professionals, not even a 1st-level professional. Although these indigenous forces did not study the invitation letter thoroughly, and some were worried that there would be some accidents when using the invitation letter to go to the void trading field, they still sent 3rd-level and even 4th-level professionals to go. Many players who came to participate in the 5th auction knew that there might be people from the indigenous forces appearing this time. After entering the void trading field, they kept observing the surroundings, trying to find people from the indigenous forces. Some people from the indigenous forces were more conspicuous and were quickly discovered, while others were more ordinary and mixed with a group of Blue Star players and could not be discovered at all. Regardless of whether the people from the indigenous forces were obvious or not, these people did not make any big moves after entering the void trading field. At most, they carefully observed the surroundings and the entire void trading field. These indigenous forces learned about the void trading field from the players, and were very curious about it. Because of the money-making ability of the void trading field, most indigenous forces wanted to obtain it. The trading platform is very profitable, which can be seen from the market trading system on the origin continent. Whether it is selling or auctioning, one party needs to pay a 10% handling fee, and the other party still pays the transmission fee. All indigenous forces behind the market trading system are rich. More than one top power wanted to establish a new trading platform or control the market trading system, but all failed, because there are also multiple top powers behind the market trading system. The indigenous forces behind the market trading platform formed a huge alliance. Any force that established a new platform or intervened in the market trading system on the origin continent would be brutally attacked by this alliance. When necessary, the legendary strongmen would take action. It is not difficult for first-class or top indigenous forces to establish a trading platform. The difficulty lies in how to resist the attack of the market alliance or hide their own trading platform. According to the information obtained from the heroes in another world, this void trading field is very suitable for use as a trading platform. As long as you control the void trading field, it is very easy to earn 1 million low-grade magic crystals a day. All the indigenous forces that received the invitation letter and the information about the void trading field sent personnel to the void trading field. Their tasks may be different, or they may collect more detailed information about the void trading field, or try to contact the owner of the void trading field, or participate in the transaction, but no one's task is to destroy the void trading field. Why destroy such a good void trading place? Even if you want to destroy it, you have to wait until your forces cannot obtain or control the void trading place before trying to destroy it. Now it is just the first time to enter, so naturally there is no idea of destroying the void trading place. This will undoubtedly disappoint many player forces. Zhao Yi's side did not care about the indigenous forces who entered the void trading place, and just treated them as ordinary guests. Since the unsigned invitation letter was leaked, it was only a matter of time for the indigenous forces to enter the void trading place. Their entry into the void trading place had little impact on the development of the void trading place. Everyone should trade and auction. As long as the guests keep their mouths shut, it is difficult for their information to leak out. Even because the indigenous forces entered the void trading field, the prices of the traded items will be further aligned with the market prices, which will make the player forces spend more money to buy what they need. Those player forces that leak the information of the void trading field will probably be hated by other player forces. The void trading field was opened for the 5th time. At the trade fair and auction, 23 indigenous forces participated in the transaction or auction. After the auction, 2 people obtained the silver VIP status, and the others obtained the bronze VIP status. On the contrary, the player forces gained much less this time. During the opening of the Void Trading Field, some people also had the opportunity to communicate with Cody or Charles. Their words all had the same purpose, to take over the Void Trading Field, but they were directly rejected by Cody and Charles, indicating that the Void Trading Field would not be sold. The fifth auction of the Void Trading Field ended successfully, and the Void Trading Field was still in Zhao Yi's hands. Many players were very disappointed. This time I just came to take a look. Next time, something big will definitely happen. I don't know if there will be a big event when the Void Trading Field is open for the 6th time, but after the night fell tonight, an accident happened again. The undead still stayed in the cemetery honestly, and did not come out. Could it be that the undead siege rules have changed from once a day to once every 3 days? Maybe the undead siege rules have changed. Let's wait a few more days and see, and we can determine the new rules. No, it's so good to siege once a day, my experience, my points, my treasure chest. Chapter 209. The undead army changed from attacking the city once a day to attacking the city once every 3 days, and this rule was confirmed in the following days. Players had no choice but to accept the change in the rules of the game. For the lower level players living in the indigenous cities, this change had no effect on them, but it made some people happy. For the Lord players, points, experience, and treasure chests were reduced to 1/3, which meant that the development speed of the territory was slowed down. However, there are still undead armies attacking the city, and the territory can still develop. It's okay to slow down, and the territory has developed too fast in the past 3 months. The population has increased rapidly, and many hidden dangers have appeared. Now that the development speed has slowed down, we can find and eliminate these hidden dangers, and let the territory develop healthily. The major player forces will not be willing to slow down the development speed. They want to form a monster-killing team to go to the cemetery to kill monsters, like the strongest Lord player. Some players even think that they can use the undead siege rules to change, and the territory will be promoted on the day when there is no undead siege. Quite a few players did this. Some of them were individual player lords, and some of them were tests from player forces. The first batch of player territories that tried to be promoted only had 4 levels: 2nd-class baronies, 1st-class baronies, 3rd-class viscounties, and 2nd-class viscounties. These player lords did not blindly believe that they could safely promote their territories by using the rules. They chose to promote when their territories were strong enough. Then, on the night of the territory promotion, the undead army that was not supposed to appear still appeared, and there were more accidents. The rules for the promotion of a 2nd-class baron to a 1st-class baron have not changed, but the rules for the promotion of a 1st-class baron to a 3rd-class viscount, a 3rd-class viscount to a 2nd-class viscount, and a 2nd-class viscount to a 1st-class viscount have changed. Originally, there were only 3 waves of undead sieges in the territory promotion war. The former has not changed, but the latter 3 have changed, from the original 3 waves of undead sieges to 4 waves of undead sieges. Although the first batch of territories that tried to be promoted were strong enough, due to unexpected events, more than 10 player territories were destroyed, dozens of player territories were severely damaged, and more player territories suffered greater losses than expected. This is the first batch of territories that are trying to upgrade, with a small number of territories. The change in the rules of the territory promotion war has made many player lords, who intend to upgrade their territories, plan to wait a little longer, wanting to let other player territories explore the way first, and then consider the matter of territory promotion after they have explored the way ahead. Especially for the 1st-class viscount territory that has not yet been tried to upgrade to the 3rd-class earl territory and above. The 3rd-class earl territory is a big boss among the more than 3 million player territories. The importance of the 3rd-class earl territory makes the lord players and the top leaders of various player forces dare not act rashly. By this time, the 6th auction held in the Void Trading Field had ended, and the time had entered the 100th day since the Blue Star players came to the game world. The rules of the game have changed again. This time the change is in recruitment. Only the recruitment of players has changed. Originally, the points for recruiting natives and recruiting players were different. To recruit natives and players of the same profession and level, the latter only needs to spend 80% to 50% of the points of the former. The same 100 points can only recruit 1 level 0 native swordsman, but can recruit 2 level 0 swordsman professional players. Because fewer points are used to recruit players, when a large number of lords first enter the game world, they choose to recruit players when recruiting their subjects. Then a large number of uncontrolled players enter the territory, and a large number of territories are broken by the army of undead on the first night. Many player lords, who managed to survive until the second day, changed their recruitment and chose to recruit natives, who could maintain their loyalty. Many lords who changed their recruitment in time have maintained their territories to this day. Now, the recruitment rules have changed, and the points used to recruit players are equal to all the points used to recruit natives. This change made many lords, who only recruited natives, smile, and also made lords, who only recruited players, frown. At this stage, among the player territories that only recruited natives, only Zhao Yi's territory was at the top of the list. Behind Zhao Yi, all the territories only recruited players. It was difficult for individual player lords to manage the player territories well, but it was different when they were placed in the hands of major player forces. The player territories were very obedient. In addition, recruiting players required fewer points. With the focus of major player forces, many territories that only recruited players rose rapidly, with only Zhao Yi as an exception. Now the points used for recruitment are the same. Although recruiting players and natives each has its own advantages and disadvantages, for player lords who only recruit natives, as long as the points are the same, it becomes fair, and it is their chance to catch up with those territories that only recruit players. As for the change in recruitment rules, Zhao Yi and many experts on the forum have the same opinion. It has been 100 days since the advent of the game world, and the players of Blue Star are familiar with this game world. When they first came, a large number of players finally passed the assessment and became a level 0 professional, but compared with the level 0 native professionals, players are newcomers among newcomers, and their combat effectiveness is not as good as that of natives, so they are given certain discounts on recruitment points. After 100 days, there were no pure newcomers. The gap between professional players of the same level and professional players of the natives was not big, and all recruitment points began to equalize. It can also be said that these 100 days are also a kind of novice period. After the novice period, everything returns to normal. Zhao Yi didn't care about the equalization of the points used to recruit players, and the points used to recruit natives. His territory only recruited natives, and this rule change had no impact on his territory. But when the next day came, Zhao Yi looked at the recruitment page and frowned. The recruitment rules changed again. The points required to recruit civilians, 0-level professionals, 1st-level professionals, 2nd-level professionals, and 3rd-level professionals have changed, and have increased by varying amounts. Recruiting a farmer originally only required 10 points, but now it requires 21 points. Recruiting a 0-level swordsman originally only required 100 points, but now it requires 356 points. Recruiting 3 0-level swordsmen is not as good as recruiting a 1st-level swordsman, but the points for recruiting a 1st-level swordsman have also changed, and it takes 2,494 points to recruit one. The next moment, 2494 actually turned into 2,502. Zhao Yi rubbed his eyes, and found that he had read it wrong. It was 2,505. Fuck, how come the recruitment score has become dynamic? Zhao Yi could have imagined that with the recruitment of player lords, the recruitment score would increase one day, but he didn't expect it to become a dynamic increase. Well, this makes sense. There is a limit to the number of undead, the number of indigenous people, and the number of players. Early on, the player lords noticed that there was a limit to the number of indigenous people and players available for recruitment, and one day there would be no one to recruit. Therefore, the player lords try to stuff as many people into their territories as possible while maintaining the strength of their territories. The more affiliated villages a territory builds, the more people it can accommodate. As the territory is promoted, it can also accommodate more people. How to balance it depends on the lord player's own choice. Zhao Yi has been working hard to stuff more people into his territory. As the first-level small city Zhaocheng, the main city of the territory, has a population of over 120,000. The population of the 9 first-level towns of Jia, Yi, Bing, Ding, Wuji, Gung, Xian, and Ren all exceeds 12,000. All the quotas for the affiliated villages of Zhaocheng and the 9 towns affiliated villages have been used up. There are a total of 90 first-level villages, and each village has a population of over 1,200. On the surface, Zhao Yi's territory has a population of more than 340,000, and in the first half plane, there are 200,000 people. The territory's army has more than 40,000 soldiers, and the number of professionals in the territory is more than 50,000. These people are the foundation of Zhao Yi's territory. Even if there is no one to recruit in the future, It only takes a few years to train professionals from the people in the territory, and continuously replenish the territory's troops. As long as there is enough food and enough land, with an annual population growth rate of 5%, after 100 years, this 500,000 population will be able to expand to 5 million. Zhao Yi's lifespan will be more than 500 years, and it will increase with the promotion of rank. However, Zhao Yi is not satisfied with the current population of the territory. This morning, the Dragon Knight profession has just been upgraded to level 48. It will be upgraded to level 50 in about half a month. It is much later than the estimated time earlier. Unfortunately, the rules of the Undead Siege have changed, and the daily experience gained has decreased. When Zhao Yi becomes a 5th level professional, Melissa, Joanna, and Ignaz will all become 5th level, and the territory can be promoted to a 3rd class Marquis. Other Lord players were worried that they would not be able to win the territory promotion war after the rules were changed. They were promoted from the 1st class Viscount territory to the 3rd class Earl territory. Those Lord players began to wait and see who would explore the way first. With the strength of his territory, Zhao Yi could almost say that he was absolutely sure to win the territory promotion war at a very small cost, and he was not worried about changes. Strength gave Zhao Yi confidence. As long as he was promoted to the 3rd class Marquis territory, he could build more cities and villages on a larger territory, and the territory would be able to accommodate more people. The points required to recruit people continue to increase, which is also something Zhao Yi can afford. Now the undead attack the city once every 3 days, and Zhao Yi has to take the monster-killing team to the cemetery to carry out 2 monster-killing tasks every day. In 3 days, he can get about 5 million points per day on 2 of them, and at least 25 million points on the remaining day. Even if the points required to recruit a farmer increase to 100, the points earned in 3 days can recruit 250,000 farmers, and obtain at least 1 million people. Recruiting personnel can still be afforded, but the key is that there is no more space to accommodate more people, and the territory must be upgraded as soon as possible. The prerequisite is that Zhao Yi, Melissa, Joanna, Ignaz, and the Dragon must become 5th level professionals as soon as possible. It is similar to Zhao Yi's side. Because the points required for recruiting personnel have increased, and there is no one to recruit, the Lord players also want to upgrade the territory as soon as possible. Originally, many Lord players who were waiting for the 1st class Viscounts, 3rd class Earls, and 2nd class Earls to explore the way ahead could no longer wait and plan to explore the way themselves. Recruiting players is the same as recruiting natives. Because the number of people available for recruitment is decreasing, the points required are increasing. The increase in recruitment points has caused the Lord players to worry. While the points have not increased much and there are still vacancies in the territory, they have hurried to recruit people, which has made the points increase much faster. The points increased the most among civilians and 0-level professionals. The increase of 1st-level professionals and 2nd-level professionals has decreased, and the increase of 3rd-level professionals has been slight. Among them, the points required for 3rd-level priests have not changed at all. When it comes to the 4th-level professional, the points required have not changed. Recruiting a 4th-level professional requires at least 10 million points. Territories that only recruit players do not have 4th-level combat professional players to recruit, so they can only train themselves. Player territories that only recruit natives cannot take out so many points to recruit 4th-level professionals. It is extremely difficult to open a 4th-level professional recruitment scroll from a crystal treasure chest with only 1 crystal card. Today, there are very few player territories with 4th-level native professionals. It has been the 101st day since Blue Star players came to the game world, and there are still only Zhao Yi and Cheng Jin in the 1st class earldom. Originally, there was a 2nd class earldom that wanted to challenge the 1st class earldom, but this series of changes caused the time for the territory to be promoted again and again. When the territory develops to the level of 3rd class earldom and 2nd class earldom, even the major player forces must be cautious. The cost of trial and error is too high, and it must succeed once, and the territory loss cannot be too great. So during the daytime today, well-known territories continued to announce on the forum that the territory was promoted today. Perhaps because of this situation, there are people exploring the way, and many people who want to explore the way themselves have retracted their ideas and plan to wait another day. If the online games on Blue Star have such frequent and huge rule changes, the game company's door will be blocked by players. Unfortunately, the creator of this game is too powerful. We are just weak players, and dare not have any opinions. The game has been greatly changed, and the Lord players have been weakened. But when will we, the individual players, rise up? It is not difficult for individual players to rise. Many individual players have joined the indigenous forces, and even gained a certain status. You are lying flat. What else do you want to rise? The opportunity will not fall directly on your head. Lord players have been weakened, but we are still far inferior to Lord players. If there is a chance, I would be willing to become a small third-class baron. At night, there should be no undead appearing, and a small number of player territories face the baptism of 3 waves of undead. At midnight, according to the various information that appeared on the forum, many players summarized. The third-class baron was promoted to the second-class baron, the first-class baron, 3 waves of undead siege, the first-class baron was promoted to the third-class viscount, the second-class viscount, the first-class viscount, 4 waves of undead siege, the first-class viscount was promoted to the third-class earl, the second-class earl, the first-class earl, 5 waves of undead siege. The first-class earl was promoted to the third-class marquis, the second-class marquis, the first-class marquis, 6 waves of undead siege. The 4th item is completely speculation, and no player's territory has been promoted to the third-class marquisate. The players, who were originally confident of being promoted to the earldom at a relatively low cost, faced with 2 additional waves of undead, resulting in a much greater loss of territory than expected, and even a second-class earldom failed to be promoted and the territory was destroyed. With these lord players blazing the trail ahead, other lord players understood that the rules had changed this time, and the difficulty of the territory promotion battle had increased greatly. They had to wait for a while, and accumulate more strength before they could fight the territory promotion battle. The territories that the player forces focus on can barely accept large losses, but individual player lords cannot. Once they are severely damaged in the territory promotion battle, the territory may be destroyed. When the rules have not changed, relocating territories is a very good way. Now, as the points required for recruiting personnel continue to increase, relocating territories for redevelopment has become much more difficult for individual player lords, and territories can no longer be easily relocated. When facing territory promotion, you must be cautious. Zhao Yi saw the analysis of players on the forum, and guessed that when a first-class earldom was promoted to a third-class earldom, it would face 6 waves of undead sieges. When Zhao Yi saw this, the first thought in his mind was, how many diamond cards can be in the diamond treasure chest on the second day? A quick calculation shows that with a population of 120,000 in Zhaocheng, the number of attacking undead exceeds 40,000. 40,000 undead per wave, a total of 6 waves, at least 240,000 undead, all eliminated. It should be possible to get 2 + 1. A diamond card, the one behind it is the reward for the territory promotion battle. 3 diamond cards, at least 1 diamond level good thing must be opened. Level 7 advancement stone, void trading field, 4-star talent stone, dragon knight job transfer scroll, these 4 are all good things Zhao Yi opened from the diamond treasure chest. The value is beyond imagination. Level 7 advancement stone can create a 7th level professional, the potential of a 4-star talent is also 7th level, the void trading field can harvest countless wealth, and the dragon knight is almost invincible at the same level. However, the diamond treasure chest will not be exclusive to Zhao Yi. The population of the second-class Earl City must reach 60,000 to be promoted to the first-class earldom, and the total number of 5 waves of undead exceeds 100,000. As long as the second-class earldom eliminates 100,000 undead at a relatively low cost in the territory promotion war, it can obtain a diamond treasure chest with 2 diamond cards. More than 10 days have passed since the undead siege rules were changed, and many indigenous forces have gradually turned their attention to the outside of the city. Originally, the undead attacked the city once a day, and the indigenous camp could only rely on the city walls to resist the attack of the undead army. The indigenous forces were very familiar with the outside world, so they had no intention of exploring the outside world. Most of the time, the indigenous professionals stayed in the city honestly, practicing, living and fighting with the undead every day. But now, the undead siege rules have been changed to once every 3 days, and the time has been extended. The professionals are unwilling to stay in the crowded city all the time, and go out of the city. During this activity, the indigenous professionals suddenly discovered that a large area of land in the outside world has become the territory of the heroes of the other world. A certain group of indigenous people was immediately unhappy. This group was the indigenous nobles who lost their territory in the undead disaster. Faced with a large number of undead, they had to flee to the fortified city. The titles of these indigenous nobles were mainly barons and viscounts, but there were also a small number of earls and even marquises. They also thought that when the undead camp declined, they would be able to lead their private army to take back their territory from the undead. However, now these lands have become the territory of the heroes from another world, which they could not accept. God summoned billions of heroes from other worlds to descend on the origin continent to help the indigenous people fight against the undead. To this day, there are still a large number of indigenous forces that do not care about the heroes from other worlds. They believe that after the undead are destroyed, the heroes from other worlds will leave, or the heroes from other worlds will weaken the power of the undead camp, and all the heroes from other worlds will die, and finally the indigenous camp will destroy the weakened undead camp. But some indigenous forces also see the potential of the heroes from other worlds. Up to now, the strength of the heroes from other worlds is still very weak, and the strongest is only the 4th level, but the strength of the heroes from other worlds has increased too fast. If this continues, it will pose a huge threat to the indigenous forces. Therefore, many indigenous forces have also conducted research on the heroes of the other world. After in-depth research, they found that the heroes of the other world are like the indigenous people of the origin continent, and are also divided into hundreds of countries. The heroes of the other world in some countries have deep hatred. This has reduced the threat of the heroes of the other world a lot. If the indigenous camp can also unite, it is possible to defeat the undead camp by relying on their own strength. The heroes of the other world belonging to different forces can be used. Some indigenous strongmen have the idea that if they defeat the undead camp in the future, they can use the heroes of the other world to charge and expand the territory for their country. But these are the thoughts of high-level professionals. The small nobles don't know it all. They only see that the land that originally belonged to them is occupied by the heroes of this other world. They are very worried that they will not be able to get these lands back in the future. They would rather these lands not be occupied by anyone, or occupied by the undead, and do not want to see them occupied by heroes of another world or other human forces. When the players of Blue Star were still studying the changes in the rules of the game, some small indigenous nobles took action. The struggle between the Lord players is to kill with a borrowed knife. The indigenous nobles also know this method. In just a few days, hundreds of thousands of players on the entire origin continent had their baronies and viscounties destroyed. There were also indigenous nobles who attacked the earldom, but it was a bit difficult to destroy the earldom. Generally, the 3rd-class earldoms were already ruled by 4th-class professionals, and the methods of the indigenous nobles were not very effective at all, and were even discovered by the other party. Although the attackers were all indigenous professionals, the Lord players thought that it was the Lord players who only recruited indigenous people who did it, and they never thought that it was the indigenous nobles who did it. The indigenous nobles made the struggle between the Lord players more intense. As each day passed, a large number of players' territories were destroyed on the origin continent, and a large number of players and indigenous people died. Seeing the development of things, the high-level officials of the undead camp were very satisfied. Yes, this is the strategy of the undead camp, changing the original siege once a day to once every 3 days, so that the indigenous forces will no longer stay in the city honestly, and in conflict with the heroes of the other world, let them fight among themselves and consume their own strength. And the consumption of cannon fodder in the undead camp has dropped to 1/3 of the original. The strategy of the high-level officials of the undead camp directly takes advantage of the shortcomings of humans, who are good at infighting. If the time between the 2 sieges of the undead continues to increase, the infighting between humans will become more intense. Of course, the time interval cannot be too long. After all, humans still need to borrow a knife to kill people, and the undead are willing to be this knife. Chapter 210. In the number 1 cemetery, the 5th-level Lich Skring quietly stayed at the bottom of the cemetery, waiting for someone in that damn 4th-level human professional team to be promoted to the 5th level, so that he could take the initiative to attack. After so many days of waiting, the 4th-level human professional team did not arrive in any cemetery with 5th-level undead. Skrin understood that the enemy could find the 5th-level undead hiding in the cemetery, but it was impossible to use this method to kill any of the 4th-level human professionals, and they could not even contact them. Unless Skling can give the Forbidden Pearl to a 4th-level Lich, there is a possibility that he will kill several people. It is also possible that the Forbidden Pearl will be snatched away by this 4th-level human professional team. Because of the latter possibility, Skling cannot take out the Forbidden Pearl. If the Forbidden Pearl is lost, he will be completely finished. That 4th-level human professional team is still attacking the 2 cemeteries twice a day. The superior sent people to scold Skling and asked Skling to eliminate them as soon as possible. If he fails, he will replace them with undead. Skling even guessed that if a 5th-level undead came to replace him, his fate would be miserable. In order to save his life, Skling made a promise to the high-level undead that human 4th-level professional team is very difficult to catch, but as long as one of them is promoted to the 5th level, I can work with other 5th level undead, and then we will be able to wipe them out. The high level undead gave Sklin a chance. If he failed, Sklin's fate would also be miserable. So now Sklin quietly stays at the bottom of the number 1 cemetery, waiting for someone in Zhao Yi's monster-killing team to become a 5th level professional. At that time, the 5th level undead will rush to Zhao Cheng with the undead army, or wait for the monster-killing team to enter a certain cemetery, and the 5th level undead will rush to support the siege. A new day has arrived. You won 76 battles. You killed 181,663 undead. You lost 21 soldiers. Battle rating 3A, 9C, 64E. Points increased by 274.2%. Professional experience increased by 274.2%. Obtained 3 crystal treasure chests, 9 gold treasure chests, and 64 bronze treasure chests yesterday. Zhao Yi earned a total of 27.88 million points, which made him quite satisfied. The experience of the level 48 Dragon Knight also increased significantly. After opening the 3 crystal treasure chests one by one and seeing the good stuff in the treasure chests, Zhao Yi felt that his luck must be very high now. Choose 3 crystal cards. Level 4 Archer Recruitment Scroll, Small Demi-Plane, Fate Dice. Choose 5 Platinum cards. Level 5 Advancement Stone, Micro Mithril Mine, Swordsman Job Change Scroll * 66. Level 3 Earth Mage Recruitment Scroll, Magic Gun. After 50 days, Zhao Yi finally got the second Fate Dice, and it was time to save treasure chests again. The time to use this Destiny Dice should be half a month later, when the territory is promoted to the 3rd class Marquise, and a diamond treasure chest is obtained. The powerful effect of the Destiny Dice must not be used only to open a diamond treasure chest. After thinking for a few seconds, Zhao Yi made a decision to save all the treasure chests obtained before the territory is promoted and open them together at that time. Zhao Yi's territory is now very powerful. As long as there are 5th level professionals, it can be promoted to the 3rd class Marquise immediately. Continuing to open treasure chests will only increase strength slightly before the territory is promoted. Magic crystals, points, and treasure chests are 3 important ways to improve the strength of a territory. Even if there is no treasure chest, there are still magic crystals and points to improve the strength of the territory. Zhao Yi does not lack magic crystals through the void trading field. The 2 monster killing tasks every day also give Zhao Yi a lot of points to use. Not opening a treasure chest for more than half a month will not have much impact on the territory. On the contrary, if so many treasure chests are accumulated, more good things can be opened from the treasure chests under the effect of the Fate Dice. After the territory is upgraded to the 3rd class earldom, the strength of the territory can still be effectively improved. Zhao Yi is already looking forward to that day, with a diamond treasure chest with 3 diamond cards, dozens of crystal treasure chests, hundreds of gold treasure chests, and about 1,000 bronze treasure chests. When the time comes to open the bronze treasure chest, I am afraid that I will need to use the advanced 100 opening of the 10 opening. The Fate Dice opened from the treasure chest surprised Zhao Yi the most, and the other things were also good. The 4th level Archer Recruitment Scroll will soon bring the number of 4th level professionals in Zhao Yi's territory to 23. Small Demi-Plane, the 4th Demi-Plane in the territory. Level 5 Advancement Stone should be able to upgrade the Tree of Life to level 5 after the territory is promoted to the 3rd class Marquise. Micro Mithril or Vein, a precious magic material mineral that can't be found in Zhao Yi's territory. Mithril is a precious magic material. Mithril is added to a large number of magic equipment, including black iron equipment, but the amount added is very, very small. The price of 1 gene of mithril in the market is more than 1,000 low-grade magic crystals, but there are few people selling mithril in the market, and the price is very high. Zhao Yi judged this mithril vein based on the micro and estimated that it could extract hundreds of kilograms of mithril at most 1,000 kilograms, with a surface value of hundreds of thousands of low-grade magic crystals. The mithril mine from this micro mithril vein can be used by all alchemy workshops in the territory for at least 1 year, and if you want to buy so much mithril from the market, the actual cost will be as high as millions of low-grade magic crystals. Bloodstone veins and mithril veins can only be opened from treasure chests, when there is a lack of magic materials in the territory. Swordsman Job Transfer Scrolls, new things that have been opened from treasure chests in recent days, along with the changes in recruitment points. The Job Transfer Scrolls for Swordsman, Shield Warrior, Spearman, Knight, Archer, Assassin are only bronze level. The Job Transfer Scrolls for 5 types of mages plus priests are silver level, and gold level is a relatively ordinary special profession. Bronze and silver level ordinary professions are very different from gold level special professions. The Job Transfer Scrolls for gold level special professions are more like a legacy. Once the level is reached, the corresponding skills can be automatically learned. However, bronze and silver ordinary professional transfer scrolls can only obtain one 0-level skill after the job transfer. After upgrading, no more skills will be obtained, and you need to learn the skills of the profession yourself. Under normal circumstances, a non-professional needs to learn the knowledge of related professions for a long time. Only after learning the first 0-level skill of the profession can he be considered a 0-level professional. The learning time may only take a few months or a few years according to personal talent. There are professional academies in the indigenous cities to train newcomers. The total population of Jiaoyi territory has exceeded 500,000, but the professional academy has not been formally established. The most important thing is that people with professional talents need to learn to read and write before learning the knowledge of related professions. The territory has only been established for 100 days, and the school has been established even shorter. In such a short time, those students with professional talents cannot meet the standards for learning professional knowledge. However, there are exceptions. For example, the children of professionals have a certain professional talent, can already read, and meet the age standard, so they should learn professional knowledge. Because the undead siege has been changed from once a day to once every 3 days, the plan to build a professional academy has been put on the agenda. When the territory is promoted to the third-class marquiate, a professional academy will be established in Xiaocheng. Although the job transfer scrolls of ordinary professions have been opened from the treasure chest, Zhao Yi did not put all his hopes of training professionals on these job transfer scrolls. The job transfer scroll only shortens the time it takes for people to become professionals. After becoming a professional, you still need to continue to learn the professional knowledge that you originally had to learn. The job transfer scroll will not input all that knowledge into your mind. Moreover, Zhao Yi felt that the chance of getting a common career transfer scroll from a treasure chest might be slightly higher than that of an advancement stone. After finishing his thoughts, he decided not to open the remaining gold and bronze treasure chests until the territory was promoted. As all the towns and villages in Zhao Yi's territory were used up, the population of each town and village was full, and even the construction of houses and city walls was completed. The meeting time every morning was constantly decreasing. Now the focus of territory development has shifted from engineering construction to education, manufacturing, and agriculture. Another focus is territory security. The change in the time of the undead siege caused a large number of indigenous professionals to leave the city, and many people passed through the territory. Zhao Yi's territory is still closed to the outside world. People can go out to explore, but outsiders are absolutely not allowed to come in. There are air cavalry patrolling in the sky, and land cavalry patrolling on the ground. They are all led by third-level professionals, and can effectively prevent outsiders from entering the territory. No fourth-level professionals have been found to enter the territory, or the patrol team has not found them. The number of fourth-level professionals under Zhao Yi is still a little small, and it is impossible to send fourth-level professionals out for patrol. On the other side, in Mora City, the nearest aboriginal city to Zhao Yi's territory, a meeting was also taking place in the Lord's mansion. The content of the meeting was related to Zhao Yi's territory. The Earl, who was over 200 years old, presided over the meeting in person. The Earl's third son also participated in the meeting. Both of them were fourth-level swordsmen, with a lifespan of up to 300 years. More than half of the other people participating in the meeting were members of the Morris family, either third-level professionals or second-level professionals. Originally, when the undead attacked the city once a day, the Morris family stayed in the city honestly, didn't have much idea about the outside world, and didn't care much about the heroes from another world. When the rules of the undead siege changed, some professionals from the Morris family went out and found the territory of heroes from another world around Morris City, and also found the territory of Zhao Yi in the north. At first, the Morris family didn't know much about the territory of Zhao Yi. Before they entered the territory, they were stopped by the patrol team. An arrow shot at them, and there was a third-level professional in the patrol team, who directly persuaded them to leave. After returning, this member of the Morris family immediately reported to the Earl, and immediately received the Earl's attention. There are level 3 professionals in just one patrol team, which is impossible in Morris City. At most, level 2 professionals lead the patrol. There are only more than 20 level 3 professionals under the Earl, and they are basically in high positions in the territory. Such a level 3 professional actually led a patrol team outside. The strength of this otherworld hero territory is extraordinary, and it seems to be stronger than the Morris family. The Earl, who attached great importance to Jiaoyi territory, quickly sent more people to explore Jiaoyi territory. Including the second-level assassin, They were all discovered and expelled by the patrol team of Jiaoyi territory. There were no casualties. Before knowing the exact strength of Jiaoyi territory, the Morris family did not want to conflict with Jiaoyi territory, not to mention that everyone was a noble of the Violet Kingdom. Although the exploration of Jiaoyi territory was very unsuccessful, there were some gains, such as the discovery that Jiaoyi territory had air cavalry patrols, a combination of third-level archers and third-level griffins. The price of a third-level magic beast is high, and the price of a third-level flying magic beast is even higher. The Morris family cannot spend magic crystals to buy a third-level flying magic beast as a mount. The number of first-level and second-level flying horses that are raised does not exceed 15. In fact, the Morris family has the idea of selling all these flying mounts. The undead disaster continues to this day, and the Morris family's wealth is not much left. When they are really short of money, even the platinum sword in the Earl's hand has to be sold. This is the living status of many small and medium-sized indigenous nobles on the Origin continent. Before the calamity of the undead, all the land within the territory could be used. There might not be any magic materials or minerals, but ordinary minerals could always be found. There were also agricultural plantings by civilians and commercial trade in Morris City. The money obtained from various aspects every day was enough to maintain the Morris family's rule over the territory. But now trapped in the city, the income has been greatly reduced, and the consumption has never stopped. The Morris family's accumulated wealth was consumed in large quantities when buying magic materials to build the city wall. After persisting until today, there is not much left. The change in the rules of the undead siege finally made the Earl feel relieved, but the newly discovered Jiaoyi territory, which may be very powerful, made the Earl alert again. Many aboriginal nobles on the Origin continent may be glamorous on the surface, but secretly they may be more evil than each other. The Morris family also did various evil things during its rise. There are third-level professionals in the patrol team of Jiaoyi territory. The Earl was not confident to send a third-level assassin there, so he bought intelligence about Jiaoyi territory through the market. After reading the intelligence, the Earl felt that there were many things in the intelligence that did not match what he knew, and the strength of Jiaoyi territory should be much stronger than described in the intelligence. However, the Earl was reluctant to spend more money and asked the intelligence organization to send people to investigate in detail. At least on the surface, Jiaoyi territory is stronger than the Morris family. In order to obtain more detailed intelligence, at today's meeting, the Earl intends to send a team to visit the Lord of the Other World's brave identity openly. Both fourth-level professionals cannot move and need to stay in Morris City. Only a third-level professional can be sent to lead the team. In the end, the Earl chose Agma, a third-level swordsman, who is not from the Morris family. The Morris family's visit to Zhao Yi's territory will have to wait until tomorrow. In Xiaocheng, after Zhao Yi finished recruiting today, he was ready to release the small demi-plane he got this morning. Currently, there are 3 demi-planes in the territory. Demi-plane number 1 is a small demi-plane with an area of nearly 400 square kilometers. It is a low-magic environment and has a population of more than 200,000. Demi-plane number 2 is the Void Trading Field. It is a micro-demi-plane in terms of size, and has a diameter of only 1,000 meters. Demi-plane number 3 is also a micro-demi-plane. It was originally a medium magic environment close to a high magic environment, with an area of only a little more than 1.5 square kilometers. After the transplantation of the Tree of Life, demi-plane number 3 began to grow. Under the effect of the Fourth Order Tree of Life, the third demi-plane is already a high magic environment, and its area is close to 3.5 square kilometers. The third demi-plane has 2 main functions. One is as a magic potion plantation, and the other is as a holy place for cultivation. Now Zhao Yi took out the fourth demi-plane, and fixed the space gate near the other 3 space gates. Zhao Yi sent people into the fourth demi-plane to explore, and determine the situation of the fourth demi-plane. The fourth demi-plane is a small demi-plane with a medium magic environment, and an area of only 87 square kilometers, which is larger than the third-class Viscount territory, but not as good as the second-class Viscount territory. The most important thing is that of the 87 square kilometers, only about 6 square kilometers are land, divided into 2 areas, and the rest are water areas, or salt water, or sea water. There are some aquatic plants and animals living in the water, and there are also magic beasts, the highest of which is only level 1. There are 2 land areas, one in the middle of the water area, and the other at the edge of the water area. After the professionals under his command explored, Zhao Yi and Melissa entered the fourth half-plane and took a look. They felt that the fourth half-plane was suitable for seafood farming. The environment on the small island in the middle of the water is good, and there is a beach, so you can come here to rest occasionally. Lord of the territory, do you want to explore the underwater land? There is a possibility of buried resources. The prospector Yelidi asked Zhao Yi for instructions. Then explore it and see. Zhao Yi replied. The human civilization of the origin continent has lived on this land for tens of thousands of years. After such a long time, it has been very difficult to find precious resources on the surface of the land. The area of Zhao Yi's territory has reached 2,000 square kilometers, and only some ordinary resources have been found. No magic materials have been seen. The territory has been promoted to the third-class Marquisate. It may still be impossible to find magic materials in the newly added territory. A large number of precious resources in the land have been mined, and the remaining precious resources are controlled by various indigenous forces or located in various dangerous places. If you want to find new precious resources, there are generally only two options. One is to explore deeper underground, and the other is to explore the sea. For the latter, the area of the sea around the origin continent is not smaller than that of the origin continent, and there are also a lot of resources in the sea. Before the calamity of the undead, the indigenous forces at most searched for resources for mining in the near sea, and did not dare to go to the distant sea. There are more magical beasts in the sea than on land, and there are also giant dragons living on Dragon Island. It can be said that the danger level in the sea is no less than that of some forbidden areas on the origin continent. Under the disaster of the undead, Dragon Island fell, and all the magical beasts in the sea were killed and transformed into undead. Not only are there cemeteries on the origin continent, but there are also cemeteries under the sea for low-level undead to avoid the sun. If the undead camp is destroyed and the undead in the sea are cleared out, then the sea will become the object of competition among many indigenous forces, just for the precious resources under the sea. Thinking of this, Zhao Yi wondered whether he should do something for his territory. The key point was whether the player camp could hold out until the undead camp was destroyed. If the player camp was destroyed first, then Zhao Yi's efforts would be a waste of manpower and material resources. Thinking about it again, Zhao Yi felt that he was qualified to waste some manpower and material resources. Soon, a plan appeared in Zhao Yi's mind. The territory was promoted to the third-class Marquisate, and the newly increased territory area could be expanded to the east. The east of the Violet Kingdom was the sea. Although the Rota province was not near the sea, it was not far from the sea. As long as the territory does not become narrow and long, it should be as close to the sea as possible. If that is not possible, it can also have an enclave by the sea, with a shipyard and alchemical warships ready, and the crew trained in advance. This is a long-term plan. At present, the undead camp is still very powerful, and it is not clear that the undead camp will be destroyed. Eat lunch, take a short rest, go out to kill monsters, come back to rest, and when Zhao Yi and Melissa are having dinner, good news comes from the fourth half-plane. Lord, a magic crystal mine was found in the fourth half-plane. Magic crystal mine, how big is it? It is not certain yet. Yaloway is still exploring. Zhao Yi was really surprised that a magic crystal mine was found under the waters of the fourth half-plane. Magic crystal is the main trading currency of the professional class. Finding a magic crystal mine is like giving money to Zhao Yi directly. After nightfall, Yaloway personally reported the situation of the magic crystal mine to Zhao Yi. Lord, the magic crystal mine we found is a micro-magic crystal mine. The magic crystal that can be mined is worth about 400,000 to 450,000 low-grade magic crystals. Yaloway's tone was very excited. For a second-level professional, these magic crystals were simply astronomical figures. But for Zhao Yi, it was a little disappointing. It was just a micro-magic crystal mine. I didn't know which one was more valuable than the mithril vein. It was barely a pleasant surprise. Even if it was a micro-magic crystal mine, the magic crystals inside could not all be low-grade. The outer part of the magic crystal mine was low-grade magic crystals, and the middle-grade magic crystals appeared inside, and the innermost part might be high-grade magic crystals. Above the top-grade magic crystals, there is also a very rare magic crystal heart, which is a priceless treasure. The function of the magic crystal heart is very simple, which is to absorb magic elements and then generate magic crystals outside. A magic crystal heart is a cash cow that can continuously produce magic crystals. The magic crystal heart with such a simple function is what all the indigenous forces want. It was already night, and Zhao Yi did not wait for the arrival of the undead army behind the Zhaocheng defense line. The undead army did not go out tonight, but there were still thousands of soldiers guarding behind the defense line to prevent accidents. Perhaps one day, the rules of the undead siege will change again, and the undead army will suddenly attack those gathering places of living beings that have relaxed their vigilance, and many gathering places of living beings may be destroyed. Now that the rules of the undead siege have changed not long ago, both the indigenous cities and the player territories remain vigilant, but it is unknown how long such vigilance will last. Over time, it is easy to relax. Zhao Yi has made preparations for accidents. Even if there is no undead attack, the air cavalry will be dispatched to scout outside Zhaocheng. Once the undead army is found to be dispatched, before the undead army arrives, all the defenders of Zhaocheng will return to their posts to prepare for battle.